Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL Draft is now just days away, and the Arizona Cardinals hold pick number 3 on Thursday night. Is it Love, Bailey, Reese? Do the Cardinals try to trade back? And is Ty Simpson a future Arizona Cardinal? All that and more is in play on Thursday. The Arizona Diamondbacks back on the diamond tonight against the Chicago White Sox. Merrill Kelly will make his second start of the season as the Diamondbacks look for a series Game 1 win. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. No Suns game tonight. They'll be in action tomorrow night from OKC for Game 2 after they were overmatched in Game 1. And already some bad news. Jordan Goodwin has been ruled out for tomorrow's game with calf soreness. Still no word on Mark Williams or Grayson Allen on their availability for tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sobolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. What is going on, everybody? We have not talked about this on the air yet, but Vince put something on social media a couple of weeks ago that was so on the money. At 10 a.m. every day, if you leave our building, the music that gets played throughout the building is stuck on Why Don't You Build Me Up, Buttercup. Do you remember that song, Jared?
It's a great song.
It's atrocious.
It is a great song.
It's atrocious. Vinny, you vote. Is it a great song or is it atrocious?
I don't know.
Oh, no, he's not going to play it.
Oh, no. Oh, come on. If this doesn't make you think, first of all, if there's something about Mary.
It does.
One of the greatest
Okay.
ending
Actually,
scenes.
no. I'm siding towards your side. Vic.
Okay.
It was a song that I kind of felt some sort of nostalgia for because I do love that movie and it's the closing credits.
Right,
scene.
of course.
But before my drive home, when I'm using the bathroom, I don't need to hear it every day like it's Groundhog Day.
The reason I bring it up is Vinny posted this, and that song was in my ear for 72 hours. 72 hours. I couldn't get that thing out of my head. Terrible song. But this morning, did you really? Before you get onto that, this morning, Muzak had its redemption. I heard a song I have not heard in decades that is just fire. Do you remember Suavecito?
Ooh, no.
Suavecito.
Call this up. This is a jam. I think even Sammy's going to like this.
I'm not familiar with that. But whatever.
By Malo, Suavecito.
No,
check it.
Malo.
Whatever music.
Calm down. Hold on.
Oh, this is an old song.
Oh,
This is
here we go. You might
straight
have to go
up
through ads
fire.
I know Despacito.
Do you remember this song?
I don't know.
You can fast forward just a little, maybe get into the...
Oh, yeah. I never knew. It's one of those songs that you hear.
Yeah.
And you never think about.
Do you remember this, Jarrett?
I've heard this before, I think.
1972.
This song is bomb.
Good vibes on this song.
Yes.
For sure.
So but now back to what you're going to say.
Can we request this every day at 10 a.m.?
Yeah, thank you.
Well, what I was going to say is whatever music system they use, whether it's a CD or a MP3 playlist or whether they have like an actual radio station or something, it has like a 24-hour shelf life. Because believe me, when I go into the bathroom around the same time every
That's what I notice it too.
early
Jarrett.
afternoon, it's almost always it's about the same selections of songs you hear over and over again. It's also a very wide variety of songs.
It is very wide variety. But I will say this, because Muzak gets kind of the label thrown at all office music. They did have Muzak, which is kind of like the watered down generic versions of all these songs.
Yeah, these
now
are the
they're
actual
actually
songs.
playing
That's
the real
right. That's a good
songs,
point.
But
That's a good point.
Every single day.
But that Buttercup song, Jared, 72 hours that was going through my head.
It's fantastic. Boom, boom, boom.
Anybody know the band who sang it?
Boom, boom. Is it the?
I bet you don't know it.
Oh, it's not. So it's not like the Four Tops or Four Seasons.
The
or something?
Foundations.
The Foundation.
See, for the first 4 months of me working here, every single Friday morning, Chattahoochee by Alan Jackson would be playing.
Okay.
So that was my Friday morning song, and it would put me in the best mood Friday.
I remember the first time I heard that song because I was forced to listen to it on a road trip with somebody who liked country music at the time. And when he says, "It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie," I wanted to kill people.
What in the world?
I've never had a reaction to a lyric like that in my life.
That's crazy. All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns still a day away from getting another crack at the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 2 of their best-of-7 playoff series. They could probably use that extra day off with the 119-84 shellacking handed out by Oklahoma City on Sunday still hanging in the balance. Should get some sort of news and update on the injury status of Jordan Goodwin, Mark Williams, and Grayson Allen today heading into Game 2. Last night, an interesting night in the NBA playoffs, maybe the first of the postseason. Cleveland did top Toronto 115-105. They take a 2-0 series lead. Donovan Mitchell had 30. Now to the interesting stuff. Atlanta rallies from 12 down to start the fourth quarter to stun the Knicks 107-106 at Madison Square Garden. Hawks led by 1 late, but C.J. McCollum, of all people, misses 2 free throws, leading to a chance for the Knicks. Mikal Bridges misses a potential game winner at the buzzer. Despite the missed free throws, McCollum led the Hawks with 32 points. That series tied at 1, headed back to Atlanta. Also tied at 1, Minnesota and Denver after the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets 119-114 at Ball Arena last night. Anthony Edwards had 30 for the T-Wolves, who trailed by as many as 19 points in the second quarter, but were able to rally and tie it by halftime. That was an outstanding basketball
Anthony
game.
Edwards pulled a Matt Ishbia last night. Tried to keep the basketball from Nikola Jokic.
I wonder if he'll get the same heat that Matt Ishbia got. Tonight on the postseason hardware, Game 2 in Boston. Celtics with a 1-0 lead hosting Philadelphia. That game tips at 4. Then it's San Antonio looking to go up 2-0 on Portland at Frostbank Center, 5 o'clock tip time. And the late game is in L.A. Lakers leading Houston 1-0, 7:30 tip. All those games televised, streamed on Peacock. Victor Wembanyama, a unanimous choice for the Kia Defensive Player of the Year, the first player ever
How is that possible?
to win the honor in unanimous fashion. I found that interesting, too. He got
first unanimous
100 out of 100 first place votes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have thought there would have been a unanimous selection at some point in time.
Even like years like Ben Wallace with
Right,
Detroit in those years.
Or Dennis Rodman at peak Rodman.
Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
Wembanyama also now just the third player in NBA history to have a Rookie of the Year and a Defensive Player of the Year award, joining David Robinson and Michael Jordan in that exclusive club.
Wow.
Chet Holmgren of the Thunder finished second. Asar Thompson, I have a hard time saying that word, of Detroit finished third. D-backs open a 3-game series at Chase Field against the Sox. Chicago in town, not the Cub. D-backs coming off another series win over Toronto, but that 3-gamer wrapped with an ugly 10-4 loss on Sunday. White Sox come in at 8-14 on the young season, winners of 2 of 3, though, over the weekend in Sacramento against the A's. The White Sox come into tonight's game ranked 25th in runs scored, and their .210 team batting average ranks 29th. There's somebody worse than .210.
There is?
Yeah, I forgot to note who it was, though. Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes against right-hander and not former Coyotes goalie Sean Burke. 6:40 first pitch. You can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Can we just pour one out for the Dodgers in time to feel sorry for them? They're going to be without their closer, Edwin Diaz, for 3 months. He's having surgery to remove loose bodies. That's the new catchphrase.
Loose bodies, yeah.
Loose bodies in his right pitching elbow. Just
It's
like
bone chips
and fragments.
Yeah.
Diaz got a 3-year, $69 million deal from the Dodgers before the season. He had 4 saves and a 10.50 ERA in 7 appearances before the injury. And Stanley Cup playoff action last night in the East. Philadelphia blanked Pittsburgh 3-0. They take a 2-0 series lead. Carolina topped Ottawa in an epic 2-overtime affair, 3-2. Former Coyote Jordan Martinook with the game winner for the Canes. They lead 2-0 in the West. Dallas doubled up Minnesota 4-2 to tie that series at 1-1. And Edmonton got by the Ducks 4-3 in Game 1 of their best-of-7 series. Somebody online called the Oilers versus the Ducks the Dawn Dish Soap series.
Oh,
and
tremendous.
I didn't get the joke immediately. But then, now that I understand it, it's actually pretty funny.
All right, explain it to me.
Dawn Dish Soap used to have commercials where they would use it to clean off the ducks that were involved in oil spills.
That's fantastic. Wow, that is good.
Once you get the joke, it's
wow,
pretty good.
that is good.
Carson Palmer is hurt. He is down at the 35-yard line.
Oh, boy.
Looks like a non-contact injury, and he's writhing in pain.
When it happens and the next guy steps up, then you know the mantra worked, and it has, and it will continue.
Time for the next man up. Stepping up, baby, when a guy goes down. The next one comes around, 'cause in football, they never fall, baby, when you hope they will. But I believe still we need Drew more than anyone, darling. I know that he will do his part. Next man up, stepping up to make the start. It's a great season then.
You know what?
God. Again. No, that's great.
On the discography of Jarrett Carlin, that's got to be near the top. He was on time with the music, mostly.
Yeah.
You are the man, Stanton.
He didn't try to do too much vocally.
Baby, the team is fine.
Can you believe he's been doing these for 11 years?
More than that.
Sadly, yes.
More than that.
And I'll be in the dome rooting for Drew.
All right, there goes. Now he's not on time with the music anymore.
And there go the
Time
vocals.
for the next man up.
All right.
Stepping up,
There's your
baby, when the
splash
guy goes down.
for Tuesday,
The next one
April
comes around,
21st. Wow, that's
football.
distracting. We are 2 days away from the draft. What could, should, and will the Cardinals do? We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do his part. Next man up. Stepping up to make the start.
3, Cardinals gets interesting.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
With the 3rd pick, Bailey Reese combo, whoever doesn't go to the Jets, Jeremiah Love, or at 3, the offensive lineman out of Miami.
Arizona Sports has it covered. So watch it on YouTube, read it on ArizonaSports.com, and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. NFL draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
Good morning, everybody. So I've got a file full of super happy clients who could not believe something as cool as the Life Changer loan existed. This is my favorite story. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, which is good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left, which is bad. Plus, due to some medical issues, they were about 30 grand, had about 30 grand in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any trepidation, because you always have access to your equity. That is the story of the Life Changer loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. The average length of time a Life Changer loan client pays off their home is 5 years, which does some great things, obviously. Gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth while most everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. But in times of financial uncertainty, Life Changer loan can do some really great things for you as well. When you have 24/7 access to your equity, you now have the power to pay off or borrow back from yourself whenever you want. And like I said, in times of financial uncertainty, it makes you instantly more liquid, allows clients to navigate troubled waters a lot easier. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
I do think that, based on my knowledge and understanding, he is in play for them at number 3. They're not afraid to take him. Look at the running back situation last year. You know, you had all these guys and everybody got hurt, and at the end of the season, you were playing guys that were on the practice squad. So they are not afraid to take Love, even considering that Algier's a 2-year deal. And James Conner's a one-year deal, and Benson's always been hurt. So, generational player. Now, look, you could say, what about the offensive line? You're concerned that absolutely all 11 guys got to play well for this guy to have success. But I'm telling you, he is in the top 4 on their draft board.
Arizona would be utterly insane to take a running back at 3 overall.
It's not the...
Of course, the voice of our own John Gambadoro. Verifying what we talked about yesterday in this possibility. And Jeremiah Love is the sexy name attached to number 3 with the Arizona Cardinals right now.
Love is sexy.
We had a little bit of fun with the reaction from ESPN Radio yesterday. Of course, that was Evan Cohen at the end, where he used the phrase utterly insane 4 times.
Yeah, utterly insane to draft the best player on the board. Utterly insane.
What are they doing?
What are they thinking?
Getting good football players.
I can tell you that show, maybe specifically him, has very little respect for the Cardinals.
Oh, listen.
Just from hearing them over the months and months.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Why should they?
No.
Honestly, why should they have respect for the Cardinals? They weren't doing a radio show in 2015. The last time this football team was really relevant. That's not true. They were relevant during an unbeaten start with Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, 2021.
But that fell apart. So where do you want to begin with this? So if Gambo is saying that he's hearing this as well, you've got one of 2 conclusions here, folks. They're really putting out the smoke screen to everybody to really, really hey, this is no joke. They're actually thinking, because even the reporting from Adam Schefter says, yeah, the interest in Jeremiah Love is very real, but ideally they want to trade out. Okay, you can't have that both ways. If you really think Jeremiah Love is in play, then you're right there to take him. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so the idea that, but ideally they want to trade out, then the interest in Jeremiah Love isn't actually real, in my opinion. If you want to draft Jeremiah Love, you're drafting Jeremiah Love.
Can 2 things be true at once? Like the Cardinals want to trade out, but if they don't get the offers that they want.
Again, if you think Jeremiah Love is that good of a player that you're going to take him at 3 overall, why would you consider trading out if somebody called you for him?
You only would consider taking him at 3 if you think he's a generational running back.
True. Yes.
And
True.
if you think that,
then you're not trading out of it for some offensive lineman 6 picks down the road.
I agree with that, unless it was also attached to something that they couldn't pass up, a future first-round pick.
Okay.
Maybe a first-round pick next year from a bad team.
All right, okay, then maybe if there was that kind of haul attached, I'll buy that. But here's the other thing that you have to reconcile with the Arizona Cardinals. The number 3 overall pick in the 2026 draft is going to get a 4-year, $50.5 million contract.
Okay.
$30 million of that's going to be a signing bonus. It's a big number. You trade down to 9, that dude is going to cost you 4 years and $30 million. So you're paying $20 million more for the player to stay at 3 than you would at 9. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is also a room in which you've got James Conner, 1 year, $3 million, Tyler Algier, 2 years, $12 million, and then Trey Benson, who's got about $6 million left on his rookie deal. I'm sorry, $3 million left on his rookie deal. 2 years, $3 million left. Now, Trey Benson is hurt quite frequently. I certainly wouldn't feel confident going into a season with him as the, hate this term, bell cow. Right? And James Conner, as much as we love him, we don't know physically what he's going to look like and when he's going to be ready and all that. So you've got to weigh this. Are the Cardinals really willing to sink that much money into the running back position?
And look, if you utterly insane is a harsh way to describe this possibility, but you can poke holes in this. Is Jeremiah Love nearly as effective without an effective offensive line? I mean, we're basing on what we saw last year, but we also saw not only the running back room was completely banged up, the offensive line was completely banged up for most of the year too. This is who they finished their season with as their starting offensive line. Josh Fryer, John Gaines, Yelda Froholt, Isaiah Adams, Kelvin Beachum. Jeremiah Love would not look that great running behind that line. Sorry. All due respect to those guys. Froholt's a starter.
Can't argue with that.
Beacham's been a good pro. Other than that, that's not really an NFL offensive line right now. So I go through these mental gymnastics every year. Last year, when we watched that offensive line finish the year, and I'm thinking and saying on the air, the Cardinals should draft 6 offensive linemen next year. Then by the time April rolls around, I get distracted by the shiny object, the running back who's got game-breaking ability, and Jeremiah Love. It starts to make a lot more sense. I've seen a lot more late mock drafts now pivoting back to where this all started, and the Cardinals going offensive line at number 3 for Francis Mauigoa out of Miami, which seems like it might be that high or too high. Could the Cardinals trade out of 3, move down, and get the offensive lineman just like they did when they got Paris Johnson? Possibly. It's risky, but it's so hard to diagnose this because this team still has so many needs.
I don't think it's wise, or I don't think the Cardinals are in the mood to give Francis Mauigoa 4 years and $50.5 million for a guy that's kind of a tweener, where a lot of scouts are like, don't know if he's going to be a tackle or a guard at the next level. Yeah, he's a fighter. Yeah, he's a brawler. He has a lot of great characteristics, but he's considered a tweener in terms of where he is going to spend his NFL career. That's a lot of money for a guy like that. So if that's what you really wanted, then yeah, you desperately want to trade down, which I think is the reason for all this sudden Jeremiah Love discussion.
Would you like to hear about Francis?
Lighten up, Francis.
Yeah, lighten up. That's it. Certainly.
Francis Mauigoa, offensive lineman, Miami.
So you've heard of Godzilla, right? Okay, cool. So when you think of Godzilla, but like 10 times scarier, you get Francis Mauigoa. At 6'5", 329 pounds, Mauigoa has a dense build with a broad frame and outstanding lean muscle mass, hence the G-Zilla comparison. Mauigoa was a huge part of Miami's run to their national championship appearance in 2026, as he was a captain for Miami during their magical season. Mauigoa is very well balanced, delivering pop on contact into the opponent's frame. From time to time, Mauigoa tends to lean too much during his blocks, but when he has measured pass slides, his hands become very patient. NFL comp, New Orleans Saints offensive tackle, Talise Fuaga.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I feel like me and Francis are best friends now after hearing that. I know so much about him.
Remember that for a generation gap, Gen Z refers to it as G-Zilla.
Well, no, at least Jamal does.
Oh, Jamal is a representative of
Jamal is Gen Z. All right. I just want to put this here, and we can circle back around to it. And you have every right to change your mind between now and Thursday.
Oh, no, you're not going to put me on the spot.
Because there's a guy I want right now. We haven't even talked about him today. I've circled back to the guy that I originally want the Cardinals to take at 3.
Is that right?
Oh.
Yes.
Do you want to keep that as a tease?
Yeah, keep it as a tease.
Ooh.
Yeah,
we might have the
7
same
o'clock.
guy.
I'm dangling the
7
carrot.
o'clock. Stay tuned.
All right.
I was going to let you. They wouldn't let me, listeners. I wanted to tell you they wouldn't.
Stay tuned at 7.
They wouldn't let me.
Don't touch that dial.
Coming up next, what adjustments can the Suns make to be more competitive in Game 2 of their series with the Thunder? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jacoby Brissett, I love him as a mentor, somebody that would be able to mentor a young guy. It all comes back to why Jacoby Brissett has asked for this now.
Why
has he been told that he is going to be the starter going forward? And, he sat around with his agent. Maybe they're out by the pool. I have no idea. They were sitting there and they looked at each other and said, man, if I'm going to be the starter, why don't I get paid starter money? And by the way, define starter money once again, by the way.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about something very cool going on all month long at Spinato's Pizzeria locations in the Valley. You probably know about Spinato's legendary happy hour, but they want you to know about their reverse happy hour. It runs every night in April from 8 p.m. to close. And during that time, if you buy any large pizza, you get a large cheese pizza on Spinato's. That's for pickup or delivery every night. Plus, Spinato's famous fresh-baked cookies, $2 off a half dozen during reverse happy hour. They're made fresh every morning and only available while supplies last. You can also join Spinato's Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. That's right, you can earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the Spinato's app or sign up for the Secret Sauce Society at SpanatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's 6 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Tempe, North Phoenix, Central Phoenix, Ahwatukee, Gilbert, and of course they are the proud official pizza of the Suns and Mercury at Mortgage Matchup Center. Spinato's Pizza, your new nightly tradition, starts now.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Snakes are back in action tonight. They'll welcome the Chicago White Sox as Merrill Kelly makes his first home start of the season. Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte have hopes of a big series. Corbin Carroll, Jose Fernandez, and Ildemaro Vargas will look to stay hot. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns back on the hardwood tomorrow night for Game 2 for the first round in the playoffs in OKC. And after a blowout Game 1, Jordan Ott and his team have some adjustments to make, and Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin's availability are all still in question. The NFL draft is heating up, and the Cardinals have a big decision to make Thursday night as they sit with the number 3 overall pick. Will they stay there? If they do, who is the pick? For more Cardinals and draft buzz, head to ArizonaSports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Do the Diamondbacks need to sweep the White Sox this week? will be getting you ready for the series at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's hard to know against this team. Everyone shoots a low quality. I don't think our ball movement was great. I thought in the third quarter we found some life there, but we can't ISO this team. We can't hold the ball against this team. You can't take tough twos all night against this team. You got to find high-quality shots, and that's been our thing the whole season. You got to find them. Part of that is in transition. Hold them to one shot. Can we get into transition? Same stories. Just got to do it at a higher level when you play a higher-level team.
Jordan Ott, head coach of the Phoenix Suns. That was Sunday afternoon after it went final in Game 1, 119-84. Big-time blowout in Game 1 for the Thunder. But kind of focusing on what Jordan Ott said there about improving the offense against Oklahoma City. And it is challenging, there's no doubt. But also, when you hear him say we can't ISO against this team, that might be a real plus for the Phoenix Suns. Because when we've seen the offense bogged down in the last 5 minutes of games, when games are close and it's very frustrating, the ball stops moving.
Yeah.
And that's the reminder right there. The ball can't stop moving. Now, they're going to jump into passing lanes and force turnovers too, but I think this might have a way of, I'm not saying it sways the series at all, Bick, but I think it's like a wake-up call, a glass of cold water over the heads of the Phoenix Suns. Like, all right, we need to be a little bit more sharp and buttoned up offensively if we want to compete, and I expect to see that in Game 2.
Yeah, listen, I think that there's a chance, not a great chance, but I think there's a chance that 35-point blowout in Game 1 might be the best thing that happens for the Suns. And I say that because in all of our experience watching NBA playoffs collectively, very often a Game 1 raucous blowout orchestrated by the home team will lead to that home team and its crowd letting their guard down a bit in Game 2.
A little bit.
Not bringing the same locked in, fangs out, knives out kind of approach to basketball. I would think that there's probably a good portion of the Thunder fan base who think this thing is already over. Okay, is it going to be 4? Is it going to be 5?
Yeah.
And again, all the factors that were facing the Phoenix Suns, having to play that Friday night game and then having to get on a plane and having to roll into Oklahoma City and then trying to believe you could hang with that team that was just lying in the weeds waiting for you. Unrealistic. Very predictable, actually. So I think maybe the tone of Game 1 might help the Phoenix Suns catch Oklahoma City a little, I won't say off guard, but with their guard down just a little bit. But as you pointed out, to capitalize on that, they're going to have to be a whole lot better in terms of moving the basketball, finding three-point shots, and letting them go on time.
Now, one of the things we focused on, too, was Oklahoma City scored 119 points, and SGA got his 25, but 15 of them from the free throw line. It's not the way he normally does things. It was under his average. We were agreed, and a lot of people that watched this game were agreed that the Suns did a nice job on SGA defensively. Do you expect a 5 for 18 shooting night from him again? Probably not. But I also think we're going to see a much better effort offensively from the Suns.
Yeah.
The open shots that they got, they didn't go down. I thought there might have been a little weariness in that Game 1, and especially when Oklahoma City made its first run. You didn't see the Suns respond very well.
No.
Now, Dave Pasch called that game on ABC in Game 1. He joined Wolf and Luke yesterday. He shared his takeaways from that first game between the Suns and the Thunder.
I'll get a better sense, guys, Wednesday, doing Game 2, going back tomorrow to Oklahoma City, because, I think playing Friday, having to turn around Sunday afternoon, I do think that plays a role. I'm not saying the Suns would have won had there been more time, but I just think it's a little hard to gauge. Oklahoma City's been waiting around. Most of those guys hadn't played in about 10 days. They're raring to go. The place is nuts. But look, it's a mismatch. Now, can the Suns be more competitive? Absolutely. I think it's been a terrific year for the Suns, given what the expectations were going into the year. Jordan Ott deserves a ton of credit. Brian Gregory, who put the team together, deserves a ton of credit. But Oklahoma City's in a different stratosphere. They're the defending champs, and they got better than last year's team.
It's true, but also we talk about this every postseason that the Suns are in. When when a team loses a game, it feels like they're never going to win again.
Mm-hmm.
And when they lose a game like they did in game one, and it was so decisive and so one-sided, it feels like they're never going to be competitive again.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I say every year? Playoffs, every game's a snowflake. It's all different. And I think there is, I haven't been bullish at all on the Suns' chances to be all that competitive, but I think you hit on some really interesting points. Game two, guard might be down a little bit. This might be the opportunity to make things a tad bit interesting coming back to Phoenix.
Yeah, and like I said, the way that I mapped this out in my head, I think I see a competitive game for maybe even into the fourth quarter where Oklahoma City's going to put a run together and win game two, but it's going to be a lot more competitive, and I hope it sets the stage and puts the Suns in a good headspace where they believe they can win game three at home. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's going to be a 12:30 tip on a Saturday, which is another interesting start time for basketball players who are generally used to night games and not 12:30 tip-offs.
Yes.
I think you hit on the key thing here, and some of this was echoed by Kellen Olson yesterday in his visit with us. Jalen Green can't try to break guys, can't spend 7-8 seconds dribbling the ball. Dylan Brooks, when he gets it, as Kellen pointed out, nobody's swarming him. They're basically saying, have at it, big guy. Yeah. Do what you want to do. Put up a shot.
They have confidence in their one-on-one defense on Dylan Brooks.
Yes.
And Brooks is a tough shot maker. We know that, but it just wasn't falling.
Well, he hasn't been the same scorer since he came back from injury.
No, he hasn't.
No.
But they definitely need more three-point shots. Jordan, I thought the clip or the cut that you played, that was very clear-eyed and clear thinking. What he said, I agree with everything he said, and if that's what he's communicating with the players, he's communicating the right things. Finally, I would say is this basketball team needs to get these officials out of their heads, and I'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, we will get into that a little bit later. Sonic is serving up prizes. Text SMASHER to 620-620 to win $25 Sonic gift cards, plus one lucky winner is going to take home a $500 Sonic gift card. Coming up next, well, what do you know? It was actually an entertaining night in the NBA playoffs. We'll go over some of that entertainment straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
People like skill position
They
players.
love skill position
It's like
players.
chicks dig the long ball.
No question. It's going to Costco and buying the big screen TV at the front of the store when what you needed was the ground beef at the back of the store. It's like, ooh, cool. Look at all this fun stuff at Costco. Love all this stuff. The draft is the same way, but it would be fun to walk out of Costco with a big screen TV and a wireless speaker system, wouldn't it? And that's what drafting Ty Simpson and Jeremiah Love would be. It'd be fun. I don't know if it'd be right, but it'd be fun.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, you know the scorching hot sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things like warping, condensation, and a huge spike in your energy bills. I had two of those. I had windows that were warped, and I had huge energy bills. I called my friends at Advanced Window Products. They came out. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary right here in the Valley, which means they are here to stay. They will be here tomorrow. They're also sell directly to the public, which means there are no middleman markups. And when you get factory direct pricing, you're getting premium windows without premium pricing. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they're going to build your windows. They'll install your windows. Then they're going to guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. And the installation process, you're really going to love it. All of their crews are full-time vetted crews, never subcontractors. Reviewers constantly praise and give Advanced Window Products 5-star reviews for that. I could not be happier with the job they did replacing my windows. Here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you about a great special they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Right to dunk it, right to straight. Guaranteed here. And he missed both. Hart with the rebound. No timeout called. Get it up for Bridges. Put it up for the win. And he missed it. Atlanta comes all the way back from 14 down and ties the series. They win game 2 in MSG. 107-106.
Noah Eagle on NBC/Peacock with the final seconds of the Knicks-Hawks game 2. Look, I thought this was going to be one of the best, if not the best, first-round series.
Yeah.
And it has not disappointed so far. Last night's game was really entertaining, the way the Hawks got after it late. Mm-hmm. And that game was dotted by some confusion at the end, and you heard Noah Eagle say it in that highlight. No timeout called. After McCollum misses that second free throw, Knicks are down 1. The graphic showed that they had a timeout. They didn't have a timeout. So there was a lot of confusion on why they didn't call a timeout. In fact, my son was watching the game, and he texted me. He's like, why didn't the Knicks call a timeout? Mm-hmm. I said, are you sure they had one? Because the screen did show they had one. But what a win for the Atlanta Hawks. Yeah. And Mikal Bridges taking the last shot, not getting the ball
leaving
into the hands
it
of
just
Jalen
short.
Brunson.
Yeah. It was good. It was a decent look, and he just left it a little bit short. Sometimes even if you have a timeout, it's best to not let the defense get set.
True.
But again, if you want to make sure the ball is in your offensive player's best hands, like Jalen Brunson, then maybe you would want that timeout. That's the grip is on in New York now. It took one playoff loss for the grip to be on. Can't wait to see Stephen A. this morning and his performative angst.
I don't know. He'll probably be breaking down WrestleMania.
Yeah, that's a good point.
For years, Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks was the villain at Madison Square Garden. Mm-hmm. He's not there anymore. He's toiling in Washington now. C.J. McCollum is there, and he's the new villain. Here he was about becoming the villain at MSG.
I am no villain. I'm a nice guy with 2 kids and a wife. I think it's admiration. Great, passionate fans in a really hostile environment. It's fun. It's basketball. It's the playoffs. And if anything, I think it's a sign of respect.
C.J. McCollum truly is one of the good guys in the NBA.
What a dull answer that was.
He's also, isn't he the president of the Players Association?
Yes.
CJ McCollum, as Suns fans will remember in that series against the Pelicans, he is a very underrated, gifted scorer.
Yes.
Who can get very hot in a Vinnie Johnson kind of way. For those who don't know, he was nicknamed the Microwave.
Why did they call him that? Because it was hard to keep clean. No. Because he heated up quickly.
Because he heated up quickly.
That was such an innovative
What
nickname.
a great nickname.
In the 80s.
Uh-huh.
CJ McCollum is one of those examples of, like, he feels like such a veteran that's been around forever, that's so old. He's 34, which is such a young age for real life people.
Mm-hmm.
But for a basketball player, he feels like just like that real veteran. It's funny that no like other contenders really wanted him this season.
I know. And like I said, he would be on my if I had to rank the top 10 most underrated players in the NBA, I think he'd be on the list.
Interesting.
So we had both the two best series were on last night.
Yes.
The Knicks Hawks and the Timberwolves Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Timberwolves Nuggets.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
At what felt like 1 a.m. Those games are the T-Wolves and Nuggets games are always brutal
I think
to stay up for.
But I think it tipped off at like 7:40.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
6-hour game. It's too bad these series aren't best of fives.
Oh, Jared,
wouldn't that be
stop
more
with this.
exciting then if a team won?
Or if they just shorten the games to like 12 minutes instead of 48.
Yeah, because all that matters is the fourth quarter, to be fair. That's what my
Can
dad...
you imagine if basketball was down to that? Just
My
one
dad,
quarter, 12 minutes?
Growing up, my dad said something similar, but he wouldn't even give it the full quarter. It's
5
only
minutes?
the last 2 minutes that matter.
That's so funny. My dad's the same way. He's like, you only need to watch the last few minutes of a game because no matter what happens, they're going to score. You know they're going to score. It's not like baseball where you might miss the scoring.
But
that's a good point.
Denver had a big lead. Denver came out house on fire last night. They built a 19-point lead. Minnesota caught up by halftime. The second half was epic and close the whole way. And Nikola Jokic, some people saying Rudy Gobert got the best of him last night. I read one recap of the game that said Jokic wasn't as effective offensively. He only had 8 assists. Only 8. But here was the Joker instead of talking about not taking the big shot and passing off instead.
Yeah, I thought I had him and kind of step up and jump in here. I thought I had a pass, but I should definitely take that floater. But we had 2 free throws, so it was it's not a bad ending. But I definitely should took that floater.
I think Denver is definitely the better team, but Minnesota over the years has just given them fits.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a team that can be real scary. And you saw Edwards last night playing Anthony Edwards ball. Those 2 series are fantastic first-round matchups.
Anthony Edwards, though, in clutch time minutes, he still has been a little bit wobbly this year for my taste. He had a traveling call last night. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He took 2 steps from a set position, had the ball in his hands at the top of the key, and took 2 steps without dribbling it.
To his defense, though, most of the time that goes uncalled. I mean, it is something for the referees to call that in that spot.
Yeah.
Because it goes unnoticed or unpenalized.
Yeah, right, exactly.
For the whole game.
Yeah, that's true.
Go back to the play-in game against the Warriors against the Suns. Brandon Pajemski travels every time he puts the ball on the floor. Every single time.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
But, on that Rudy Gobert thing, and we talked about this in the splash, Victor Wembanyama gets all 100 first-place votes for Defensive Player of the Year. It's never happened before. Last night, Rudy Gobert, who's won that award 4 times, he flashes big defense in a big spot to tie up that series. Chris Finch said, yeah, that's why it's a joke that Rudy didn't get any DPOY votes.
I mean, it's a joke that he wasn't on the finalist for the Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, Rudy's all by himself. He's, usually a top 5 defense in the league. I mean, and we would, if we didn't have some fouling issues and we didn't have some rebounding issues, our defense would easily be there. No, that's not just on him. That's on all of us. And then, I thought it was incredibly disrespectful. And like we talked about beforehand, we didn't help them. We had mixed results coming down the stretch. If we were a little better, then we feel we let Rudy down in that way. But he's an outstanding defender. He's an outstanding professional. He's an outstanding human. He's about the right things, and it's just laughable and small-minded and petty, all the crap that people decide to give Rudy.
I mean, he did start a pandemic, so he does have that going against him.
He started it.
Yeah, it's all his fault, man.
Well, even the jokes back then were good. See? He's so good defensively, he could shut down the whole league.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I'm not stumping for Rudy Gobert here, nor would I ever do something like that. And Victor Wembanyama clearly is the choice. But Defensive Player of the Year is so skewed towards the bigs. I mean, when a wing player or a guard, when Marcus Smart won that award in 2022, you're like, wow, he must have been devastating. He was an on-ball defender on the perimeter, and he won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
That was the same year Mikal Bridges should have won.
Mikal Bridges, by the way, I thought about that too, Sammy. He doesn't even get votes
anymore.
Player of the
I
Year
know.
anymore.
How about it?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And I haven't watched him as closely since he left Phoenix, obviously, but
I don't know that he has that reputation as much anymore.
Not anymore.
Maybe because just he added more offense to his game.
That he doesn't,
He does
try
not
as hard
view
on the
that way
defensive
anymore.
side. Yeah, no, I think that's very, very fair. He went from being an Iron Man defensive specialist to now, a two-way player who's
Just
pretty
a regular,
good at both.
pretty good wing.
You guys forget he went to Brooklyn, so you lose all defensive ability.
Once you go to Brooklyn, that is true.
Exactly.
Kind of does
True.
happen.
Yep.
Here's a little impromptu Vinny Joe trivia for you.
Okay.
Marcus Smart won that award as a guard in 2022. Before him, who was the last guard to win Defensive Player of the Year? You got to go back a ways.
Michael Jordan.
No, good guess.
That was going to be my guess. Ooh.
Michael Jordan won it in 88. There was another guard who won it in 96. The glove.
Oh, Gary Payton.
of course,
Gary Payton.
Yeah.
That's a cool name.
That's a good.
Listen, Victor Wembanyama, it's just what he does to change the game. There was a play in Game 1 against the Blazers where somebody in Portland had a clear line to the basket. Victor Wembanyama was coming over to help to block the shot. Dude literally put the layup off the very top of the glass because that's the only place he could put it without it getting blocked.
You know what's kind of cool? We talk about busts all the time, the biggest busts in draft history. It's pretty cool when somebody actually lives up to the hype. When somebody is actually as good as he was hyped up to be.
That's a good point.
And Wemby looks like is that generational player that he was hyped up to be.
Yeah, so far.
I hate to break it to the league, but as long as Wemby meets the games required minimum for the next however long he's in the league, he will be winning Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, but I mean, he proved this year he doesn't even have to meet the minimum.
Right, that's
games
true.
played
They'll make
to
an
win the
exception.
award. They'll make an exception.
Man, I
for
missed a
certain
very easy. We talk about busts a lot joke there, but anyway.
What was it?
Busts are Vinny's favorite topic.
I can talk about them all the time. I love the sculptures. What are you guys talking about?
What are you talking about?
One thing that's going to stick with Wemby, and we saw this in Game 1 on Sunday night, he took a nasty fall on a dribble drive to the basket where he lost his balance and fell very, very awkwardly. And I don't care how coordinated he is with that body type and that frail. I mean, I know he's strong, but it's a frail frame because he's so long.
Right.
That's something that he's going to be concerned about all the time. It's going to stick with him.
Yeah, I have a hard time arguing with that.
Yep. Coming up next, will the Cardinals make a trade at number 3? Will they make a splash? We'll talk about all their possibilities next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the 3 magic letters on the court, on the diamond, on the field. They're MVP, most valuable player, but when you get on the roadways, the 3 most valuable letters, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which is a pretty big deal. Means you're going to get an extensive selection selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars. Whatever you're looking for, you will find it at Chapman BMW, the #1 BMW dealership in the state of Arizona. And as many of our listeners attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. One listener told me it took him less time to buy a brand new car at Chapman BMW than it did to buy a suit on a Saturday afternoon. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is unbelievable. Staffed by BMW certified technicians ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. Finally, remember, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's the GM of both locations. He's vowed to hook up every member of this listening audience. Put him to the test. He will not let you down. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL Draft now just days away, and the Arizona Cardinals hold pick number 3 on Thursday night. Will it be Love, Bailey, Reese? Do the Cardinals try and trade back? And is Ty Simpson a future Arizona Cardinal? All that and more is in play on Thursday night. The Arizona Diamondbacks back on the diamond tonight against the Chicago White Sox. Merrill Kelly will make his second start of the season as the Diamondbacks look for a series game 1 win. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. No Suns game tonight. They'll be in action tomorrow night from OKC for game 2 after they were overmatched in game 1, and still no word on Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin, or Grayson Allen's availability for tomorrow night. This report is brought to you by Blue Aspen Marketing, experts in SEO, PPC, and web development. Schedule a free growth audit for your business at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
I know they spent $7 million in Tyler Algier and $3 million on James Conner, and running back is not the most glaring need. But let's just say on Thursday night, the Cardinals do decide to go Jeremiah Love, and let me say I think they're going to try to shop the pick, and if they can deal the pick, they will. But if they can, and they stay at 3, can you imagine a draft in which, hypothetically, they take Jeremiah Love at 3, which will be in the discussion, and then come back into the first round and take Ty Simpson? How many people are going to be excited about the Arizona Cardinals? When was the last time they were excited about the Arizona Cardinals? When Larry Fitzgerald was scoring on that touchdown run in the Super Bowl? So, to me, in one night, in one round, the Cardinals can change the feeling around that team for a while. I'm not telling you they're going to do it, but I do believe it's absolutely in consideration. And I do believe option 1 would be to trade out, but option 1 may not exist.
It's Adam Schefter, ESPN, talking about something that we discussed last week, this one fell swoop kind of first-round scenario for the Arizona Cardinals where they could get Jeremiah Love at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
They could trade back into the back end of the first round and possibly get their quarterback of the future, Ty Simpson. Now, I agree that would be an exciting thing to talk about on Friday morning.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes, it would be.
I don't agree with Adam Schefter that the last time anybody was excited about the Cardinals
No, we know that's false.
When Larry Fitzgerald was scoring a touchdown in the Super Bowl. They had a couple pretty good teams, including a 2015 team that was one game away from the Super Bowl. But this is a real possibility. I also agree with Adam Schefter. I still think there is a level of smoke to all of this.
Yeah,
it's
again,
hard not to feel that
No,
way.
I'm right there with you. To me, as I said right out of the gates this morning, the idea of drafting Jeremiah Love at number 3 makes a whole lot of sense if you're from the school of you draft the best player. And if the best player on the board is available to you at 3, and a lot of people have called Jeremiah Love just that, then it makes perfect sense to take him. The quarterback, the Cardinals' needs, if you were to rank them, might be offensive tackle, quarterback, edge rusher, maybe a guard, maybe a wide receiver. Those are needs.
I'd throw linebacker in there.
And maybe throw linebacker in there. Those are needs. But Monty Ossenford is already on record as saying that's how you get in trouble, drafting for needs.
Especially when you have 11 needs.
Well, how we got to that point is worthy of a story in and of itself.
You're exactly right about that.
Although, to be fair, like, okay, you say you shouldn't draft for need, but when you have that many needs and you don't draft for any of them, that also seems a little irresponsible, no?
But again, if you've had 28 draft picks to this point and you have all these needs, why would you be confident in anybody they draft?
But, and on the flip side of that, Jarrett, look at their running back position. Yeah, there's a lot of names there. Do you feel great about the running back room? I mean, I don't. I like the Algier signing. We all love James Conner.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a lot of question marks attached to
Trey Benson? Yeah.
I haven't seen that many question marks attached to anybody like that since Matthew Lesko, babe.
Oh, what a reference.
I don't get. Did he play the Riddler?
No. Do you remember that the character did like public service?
Yeah, it was like the infomercial things.
Infomercials, and he
wore
like
question marks all over him. Okay, gotcha.
Glasses and hat.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of like the
Good
Riddler
pull.
almost.
Yeah.
What the hell did he sell even?
All right. So Todd McShay has said that there is one voice in the organization. You got the sound. Play it.
Yeah. Here's Todd McShay from the Rosillo podcast.
Because I had heard I've been saying for like a month, like there's a voice in Arizona that I'm aware of, and I don't know who the voice is, but I was told a while ago there's a Jeremiah Love voice inside the organization, and I still don't know which voice that is, but I've been told.
Is it the guy who writes the checks?
That's where the information was heading on Sunday, and so I'm like, all right. And now I'm going to go out on a limb, right? And we had the show. We landed in LA yesterday, checked in, rinsed off, went over to the studio, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go with it. I'm hearing it from multiple people, and then I wake up this morning and it's like, oh, everyone's saying it.
All right.
Okay.
So if it's the guy that writes the checks, Bick.
Right. Then that would be Michael Bidwill.
What did you say yesterday?
Yeah, I'm going to say it again in the blast, so stick around. The thing about this, though, and I'm going to reset what I said right out of the gate today, because to me, I don't know if these two things can be true at once. if Jeremiah Love is truly the guy that you want because you see him as a transcendent player, then there's no scenario in which you want to trade out of that number 3 pick.
Yes.
Now, cynics would say, but they're probably drafting him for ticket sales and merch sales and jersey sales, that kind of thing. Okay, maybe in that world, but I think that if you were going to create smoke screens, Cardinals have done a really good job leaning into this element of it.
I would, but conversely, if there's anything to what Todd McShay is saying, and Jeremiah Love is the guy because the guy who writes the checks wants him, it doesn't mean it won't work, but it's not ideal.
No. But it also does bring up the idea that if you were going to float a story that the owner in Arizona is interjecting himself for the sizzle pick because he knows his fan base is angsty and dormant and scattering, who wouldn't believe that? Everybody would believe that. So in that regard, framing this as Michael Bidwell getting involved is genius because the rest of the league is going to believe it.
The interesting thing in the broader picture is just not even a couple years ago, the idea of taking a running back even in the first round was crazy.
Yeah.
Teams had moved on from that.
Yeah.
The NFL was no longer doing that. They were you can get a running back in the 3rd, 4th round. You can get a free agent running back, middle of the road guy, pay him the minimum, whatever. Running backs weren't valued that much just a few years ago.
It's a little insane to me still that the pay scale for rookies coming into the NFL is as crazy as it is. When the bust rate in the league is 50% or higher, guaranteeing players who've never played the game 30, 20 mil, 15 mil.
It's still not what it was
Crazy.
during
Not what it was
Sam Bradford era.
2011, it was nuts.
It still is nuts, in my opinion. Maybe not as nuts as it was.
Not nearly as much.
But this is really the question that you've got to ask yourself.
Sam Bradford came into the game, I think, as the highest paid quarterback in the league.
That's insanity.
Now, I might be speaking out of school when I say that, but he was close to the top, if not at the top.
The slotted salary for the number 3 pick in the 2026 NFL draft is 4 years, $50.5 million with $30 million signing bonus attached. Wow. You're not going to give that money to Francis Mauigoa.
That's nearly Grayson Allen money.
Oh, here we go again.
For the number 3 pick.
If Jeremiah Love's picked 3 and he makes that money, he would already be in the top 10 of running back earnings. So essentially you'd be paying your rookie running back as a top 10 running back.
But if you're drafting
ideally, if you're getting one of the top 10 running backs there, you're getting him for a bargain, and you've got him for 5 years.
Yeah.
And if you're drafting a running back at number 3, he better be a top 10 running back.
Yes.
Well, listen,
we went through this with Marvin Harrison Jr.
Here's the other thing. Most draft experts will say this is about as lean of a first round as they can remember. That the truly elite players, there might be
no fat guys.
Well, there might be 12 guys that have first round, really truly first round grades. It's a down year from the very top in the NFL draft. So in that light, taking a guy like Jeremiah Love makes perfect sense because he is one of those 11 or 12 dudes who have
You just better
grades.
hope he's Saquon Barkley and not Ashton Genty.
Well, Ashton Genty's been in the league for 1 year.
I'm not ready to give up on him yet.
Wait, Vinny, you didn't pay off your tees.
I was going to.
Okay.
I know people waited that long, and then they had to wait another 12 minutes to get it.
Okay.
The name at number 3 that I want, if he's there, that I think is the safest one, that I started with and I fluctuated all over, David Bailey.
That's my guy. That's my guy, too. That's my guy, too.
Okay.
Now, will he sell jerseys? I don't know. But what is the goal here? I'd be okay with Love. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
If they get Mauigoa at 3, I think it's too high.
Too high. Too much money for a guy that might be a guard.
David Bailey, Edge. Texas Tech.
The 6'4", 251-pound edge had 14.5 sacks last season for the Red Raiders. He wowed at the NFL Combine with a 4.5-second 40-yard dash, has multiple pass rush moves, and is good at using his hands when rushing the passer. However, he is a bit undersized and is not a great defender against the run. NFL comp, Denver Broncos linebacker Nick Bonito.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I like the comp, too. I like Nick Bonito a lot. But we'll have a lot more draft talk leading up to all the festivities on Thursday coming up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We kind of heard Devin Booker's side of his story with Draymond Green in the play-in game from Friday night. Of course, we heard a much more expanded story from the side of Draymond Green. We'll tell you what he said about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jeremiah Love's window starts at 3.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
This Thursday is NFL Draft Day. Arizona Sports is broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge starting at 2. Join us for the Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 kickoff live from Pittsburgh.
With the 3rd pick. They got some needs. They also signed a running back in free agency, but I still wouldn't be surprised because it's like, just take the best player.
NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 26 Ford F-150 starting as low as $42,995 and choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 26542. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, it's not going to happen. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and Y-Refi is the next best thing people have in this situation. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt, helps them refinance into a low fixed rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about the situation that you are in. They don't grill you about how you got into it. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your real life moving forward. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. You can take back control today and take it back with Y-Refi. Give them a call, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's Gambo. How healthy will the Suns be going into Game 2 against the Thunder? We'll get you the latest from Oklahoma City starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Nothing, man. You know, I've been there before. I understand the situation. My big brother used to beat me in NBA Live back in the day, and I'd throw a fit, you know. So, you know, he's a competitor. He loves the sport. Just like I said, he wants to be in those environments. He's been in them before, and you know he's not this year.
That is Devin Booker going back to Friday night. The weird scenario at the end of the game where he was intentionally fouled by Draymond Green, who wanted to foul out of the game at that point. It turned into Book being double over in pain, claiming that he got punched, then jawing back and forth, double ejections. I was really waiting to hear a lot of the explanation after that game on what happened. Devin Booker completely downplayed it. That's the only talk that he had about that. 20 seconds of audio on that whole scenario. Devin Booker doesn't have a podcast.
No.
Draymond Green has a
podcast.
And he spent a lot more time explaining what happened. I've got this in chunks. But here's the beginning of what happened in his eyes, Draymond Green from his own podcast.
Devin Booker told Scott Foster that I punched him in the stomach, which is a lie. Number one, a punch is with a closed fist. Number two, it's very obvious I was taking a foul. So Scott Foster goes to review it, realizes I didn't punch him in the stomach, and he calls an away from the play foul. Guy's passing the ball. So I'm not sure how it's away from the play, but I think that's Scott Foster's way of, well, there's not really much here for me to call a flagrant foul or a technical foul, but I feel I need to do something. And so he calls it away from the play foul, which to me made absolutely no sense. However, I was standing on the sideline, and Book was shooting a free throw, and I was saying, yo, Book, I punched you? And I just kept saying, so I punched you? You know, and he didn't want to answer. And so I kept asking him. And then finally he was like, man, I said I moved on, Dre. I ain't on. I said I moved on. And I asked again, so I punched you? You know, and he got a little testy and started making some comments, so I made some comments back to him.
Now, apparently there was some name calling, and Book thought Draymond was calling him names.
Yeah.
And Draymond said, no, I wasn't calling him names. I was calling Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green names.
Yeah, listen, I thought it was kind of comical. He twisted himself into knots, making it clear that, I got no problem with Devin Booker because Draymond Green wants to end up in Arizona playing for Matt Ishbia. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And I think that the reaction to that, first of all, if you have eyes and you watch the play, if you don't describe that action as a punch, what do you describe it as?
It was, but because of where it happened, though, too, and I went back and I watched the telecast the next day, they didn't really even talk about it that much. It was, and it was kind of chaotic, but I had the same reaction that Draymond Green did. Like, how did they call an away from the play foul there?
Okay.
Because Book ended up shooting the free throw, and I was like, how did he get a free throw? There was no technical. Whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Draymond Green did kind of pin the whole thing on Scott Foster.
So we end up getting ejected. Number one, like I said, that's my little bro. Scott Foster putting himself in a place where he didn't necessarily belong. Kicking us out with 1 minute to go is pointless. The game is over. Our season's ending. Theirs moving on. And so I really just thought he did too much in the situation. It wasn't a situation that was getting out of hand or anything like that, you know. And so I really thought, I thought he just did way too much.
He gets accused of that a lot.
Well, again, I think I just don't think it's very honest to be pointing at Scott Foster and saying he's at the root of all of this. That was a very real dust-up between those two players.
But what was weird about it to me, Bick, was so he commits the foul. There's the immediate reaction of Devin Booker. He was in some level of pain. And, Draymond is a very exuberant player, so he made the foul. And he did it on purpose. He admitted that. That was his sixth foul. He knew he was going to the bench. He knew that was it. Season over. The cameras at that point, why they weren't talking necessarily about what happened on the foul, was because they were focused on the trio of Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green having their sideline embrace. And Steve Kerr was actually mic'd up, and they had the audio of it and says, look, I don't know what happens from here. I just want you guys to know that I love you guys. So they're having this kind of kumbaya moment because of all of they've accomplished. And then Draymond Green switches back into Draymond mode where he's asking, he was incredulous why there was a free throw. They called the away from the play foul. And that's where the whole thing started.
Okay.
It was a very strange part of the game. And
again, it's Draymond Green was barking at Devin Booker saying, I didn't think you were that kind of guy to embellish something like that. I thought you were a hardcore dude. That's basically what he was saying to Devin Booker, and then that got under Devin's skin, and they started getting at it. But again, you look at the actions of what Draymond Green did, it looked like the definition of a sucker punch. Comes up and right in the midsection.
But then he was kind of switched off until he got ejected. And then he started mocking Scott Foster, and then he started egging on the crowd. He went completely into heel mode.
That's right.
Now, you mentioned, and Draymond, in retelling this story, made it very clear. We're cool. We've got a great relationship.
We're boys.
And he said they did talk after the game.
I didn't quite understand the statement. Nonetheless, Book called me after the game. We chopped it up, and we moved on. And it is what it is. I'm not going to get into the context of our conversation that we had, but we had a conversation, and it was much needed. And like I said to him, the relationship to me means far more than anything else. He thought I was calling him a choice word, which I was not calling him. I was calling Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green that. Who was behind him talking. But we had our conversation, and we moved on.
So apparently, too, we don't have time to play it all, but Dylan Brooks was also jawing back at Draymond after he fouled out, and he's on the sidelines, and he was yelling at him, "You going to shake my hand after the game?" And Draymond was like, "Absolutely, because I don't respect people that just run off into the locker room. They beat us fair and square. I'm going to congratulate you on your win." And he was also pissed at Scott Foster for not allowing that to happen because he had to go to the locker room and after the ejection. And look, Dylan Brooks has history with a lot of people. He had history with Steve Kerr and their exchange after the game. And Dylan Brooks spoke glowingly about the words that Steve Kerr, and maybe Steve Kerr was in a very
nostalgic
mood because Draymond said on that same podcast too, he thinks that's it for Steve Kerr at Golden State.
He did. That's very interesting to me that Steve Kerr basically said these jobs have expiration dates. There's just kind of this feeling that, okay, this era is done, at least from a head coaching perspective. And it's probably time for I don't know what they do with the last couple of years of Steph Curry. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the other story that's percolating out of the Bay Area is that they're working on an extension for him. But does that make Jimmy Butler's going to come back healthy?
Yeah, I guess.
They've got Porzingis now. They could still be...
I guess, yeah.
They could still be formidable, but Draymond doesn't expect necessarily to be back there. He wants to be.
No.
But he's, open to
Does he want to
possibilities.
be? I mean, earlier you implied maybe he does want to play with the Suns.
Well,
yeah. I think
I think that would be...
Would you want him in
landing spot A?
A 26-27 Draymond Green? Does he still give you enough to make it all worthwhile?
Is Dylan Brooks still on the team?
Ooh.
I don't think you could have both.
Yeah, you can't.
I would agree with that. One or the other.
Imagine having both. Oh.
And Dylan Brooks gives you a lot different skill set, even though they're both villains. Draymond is he's an amazing offensive player without scoring. Because he's such a good passer. He's a
very
great
smart
facilitator, an unbelievable defender, but he can't score.
No.
Yeah. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
So there are times on the calendar when sports fans realize, man, I got to step my game up. And with the basketball playoffs rolling hot, this is one of those times. It's a perfect time to head on down, see my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Let them take your fandom to the very next level because Waltz has everything you need. Big screen televisions up to 115 inches. Great selection of audio components. Great selection of outdoor televisions that are built for the Arizona heat, the dust, the elements with incredible clarity of picture. They've even added computer gear to their arsenal, including a 32-inch Samsung Odyssey smart gaming monitor, currently on sale for just $730. That's about $500 off the regular price. Waltz will also give you great pricing, an extremely knowledgeable staff, same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, a couple more incentives. If you spend $100 at Waltz, they're going to give you a free Gemini boombox. I've got one of them. They're portable, they're huge, they're loud, they float on water, perfect for backyard hangs. And while you're there, make sure you drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That's your decision. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
The Target. 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Chain Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Snakes are back in action tonight. They will welcome the Chicago White Sox as Merrill Kelly makes his first home start of the season. Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte have hopes of a big series, and Corbin Carroll, Jose Fernandez, and Ildemaro Vargas will look to stay hot. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tomorrow night for Game 2 of the first round of the playoffs in OKC. And after a blowout Game 1, Jordan Knott and his team have some adjustments to make. And Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin, all their availability is still in question. The NFL draft is heating up, and the Cardinals have a big decision to make Thursday night as they sit with the number 3 overall pick. Will they stay there? And if they do, who is the pick? For more Cardinals and draft buzz, head to arizonasports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Sabolka here to get you guys the big stories in sports. And you could argue maybe none bigger this week. The NFL draft. The first round of the draft is Thursday. The Cardinals hold the number 3 overall pick. And always with the draft, it seems the debate is need versus best available player. What camp should the Cardinals be in on Thursday?
I believe that if you're sitting with a 3rd overall draft pick, you've got a chance to get a super sensational football player. I like the idea of going best available. Now, I understand reality can be a bit different. You try to strike a balance between maybe a little need and a lot of best player available, that kind of thing, or the best player available at the need you have.
Yeah.
You can twist it any way you want. But a 3rd overall, those are hard-earned draft picks. You got to go through a season of torment to get a 3rd overall pick. You want it to be a celebration. It's part of the reason I don't like the idea of trading down.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, but I was going to go down that same road too. To me, it's where the two things kind of meet, the roads intersect. Need plus best available. They have a lot of needs. There's a lot of good players at those needs. But I was looking historically, if the Cardinals keep this pick at number 3, this would be the 5th time in franchise history that they've been number 3, kept it, and made the selection. And it's kind of a 50-50 crapshoot even then. They got Larry Fitzgerald at 3.
Yeah.
They also got Andre Wadsworth at 3. They got Simeon Rice at 3. They also got Garrison Hurst at 3. So,
no, right? Well, no. Oops.
Number 3 is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, that's too many times picking a number 3.
It is.
Goodness gracious.
All right, we're going to play a little game here, a little scenario-based
Duck,
game.
Goose?
No, it's called Are You Happy? All right, so
a short game for Vinny.
So I'm going to give you guys some scenarios. I'm going to ask if you would be happy with these. So are you happy if the Cardinals leave day 1 with Jeremiah Love?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you happy if not knowing how they get him, but they leave round 1 with Ty Simpson?
Maybe. To me,
Yeah.
a lot of that would depend on how they got him.
Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm kind of in the middle there.
Okay.
I'm not sold on him as a prospect.
Yeah,
I will say that.
I'm very skeptical of him as a player. But again, I love the idea of having that lottery ticket.
Okay, next one. Are you happy if the Cardinals leave round 1 with 2 players?
Not necessarily those 2 players,
Right,
but any
just-
2 players.
I would be leaning towards yes on that.
Well, absolutely. But I don't know that if they would even think of that if
Right, if
Ty Simpson wasn't involved,
it's
then
hard to
it's not going to happen.
But
Why would they trade back into the first?
Yeah, there's also variables too. How much did they have to give up to get back
Well,
into the
although to be fair, if they trade out of the 3rd pick, it's possible they get 2 first-round picks in this draft, depending on which team they trade with. So in that scenario, they can make 2 picks that one wouldn't be Ty Simpson. I don't know. Unlikely, but.
All right, lastly, are you happier at 3 if they draft an edge rusher or an O lineman?
Edge rusher.
Edge rusher.
All right, let's now do this with the Suns and the NBA. Are you happy with the season the Suns have had, regardless of how this series ends up?
Unqualified, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you happy if the Rockets and KD flame out, even if it means the Lakers move on to round 2?
That is
I knew Vinny's answer was going to be
not,
no.
no.
Because the Lakers.
You would rather the Rockets win.
I think the Rockets are the better. I mean, as constructed, are the better team. Like,
It also,
it would be
like-
a massive failure for the Rockets if they don't get past this series with Reeves and Doncic
Luka
on the sideline.
Either team is just going to get crushed by the Thunder.
Yeah. Now, Luka was at practice yesterday. I don't know how much he was doing, but he was at practice.
So, Dan, you would rather see kind of KD and the Rockets flame out?
If Luka comes back and leads the triumph, yes. If it's LeBron and a bunch of yo-yos, no.
Okay, so some big what-ifs.
Yep.
Okay.
DA was good in game 1, Bick.
He was.
He's the key to their success, according to J.J. Redick.
He is. All right, two real quick with the Diamondbacks. Are you happy if the Snakes win this series, but Perdomo and Ketel Marte continue to struggle at the plate?
Yes.
You would still be
Yes.
happy?
Yes, I will.
I mean, Perdomo raised his batting average above 200 for the first time. I mean, he's going in the right direction. Now he's not spraying the ball all over the place. But if they win the series, I'm fine with it because I'm still confident they're going to come around. So yes, I would be.
Okay.
happy.
That's what it is. That's why. So so you're banking wins while knowing that these guys are going to get really hot at some point in time.
There it is. Okay, and so the White Sox come to town. Let's just be honest. The White Sox are struggling. You have Merrill Kelly on the mound today, Erod, and then Mike Soroka. Would you be
Who, Vinny?
Who?
He was so good on Friday.
Fantastic.
He was good.
We didn't.
I got to get that drop, Vinny. You got to send those both to me.
You do. So.
Mike Soroka.
Good night, everybody.
Who's been the Diamondbacks' best pitcher? So Kelly, Erod, Soroka. Would you be happy if the Snakes win another series, but don't sweep the White Sox?
Ooh.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
667 baseball will get you into the postseason every time.
Every single time. And the fact that they haven't lost a series since opening day is unbelievable. Or since the opening series. Unbelievable.
Is phenomenal. Okay, thank you guys.
And now that the Dodgers have lost their closer,
well,
the NL West is right there, baby.
They're scrambling.
They're just going to trade for Mason Miller.
And we've got Paul Sewald.
Tied for. Oh man, he's been great.
He's been nails, man.
He has been. Thank you guys for playing. Are you happy on today's?
Vinny had no idea how happy he was until that exercise.
I feel better. I was not in a good mood until now. One real quick note on the Dodgers. I want to get this out there before I forget, because Dalton Rushing came up calling that it was fishy that the Rockies hitters were jumping on pitches. Is it not fishy that Dalton Rushing has 7 home runs and 27 at bats this year?
Well,
he had 4 home runs and 142 at-bats last year. 7 in 27? I call fishy.
Check his bag.
He's a backup player. He's a bench player in the Dodgers. Why wouldn't he have an all-star year?
No doubt.
Touche, Jared.
But there you guys go. Thank you guys for partaking in that exercise.
I'm generally pretty happy.
There we go.
Coming up next, we will talk NFL draft just 2 days before the first round gets started with ESPN NFL draft analyst Field Yates. Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Cardinals could stay right there. And you know me. I've been talking about there's one exception to the don't take Francis Maui Noah rule that I have in the Wolf League compound. And that is if Jeremiah Love is there at number 3, go ahead and draft him. I'm okay with that.
And the reason why you're saying that and the reason why this is even out there and why other teams are like, well, shoot, I really want Jeremiah Love. Maybe they would take, is because he's a difference maker. There is not a player in this draft that the Cardinals could take at 3 and win the Super Bowl this year because they took that player.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And if you're going to take a quarterback next year, wouldn't it be kind of cool to have a running back ready to go?
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our communities and neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas is also proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. For instance, cooking a meal, natural gas, the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking, at home or in the backyard for a barbecue with family, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you would like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, if someone's been waiting for the right time to upgrade their truck, this might be it.
No doubt about it, Dave. Right now at Liberty GMC, our home run truck event is delivering big value. Take up to $12,250 off the 2026 Sierra 1500 or go with 0% financing. Need more power? Get $5,500 off the 2026 Sierra HG. Or if you're looking for something midsize, you can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $279 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
Just 2 days away from the NFL draft getting started in Pittsburgh. Cardinals right now with the number 3 overall pick. Will that remain? We'll talk about all the possibilities with our next guest. Kind enough to join us just 2 days before the draft, ESPN draft analyst Field Yates via video this morning. Field, good morning.
Field.
Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on. How are you doing?
Good. The Cardinals, I'm not going to say they're the center of the draft world here, Field, but there's a lot of interesting things percolating with the Cardinals. We'll start with the quarterback possibilities. Ty Simpson, and I know you're of this school of thought too, the Cardinals seem to be the most probable landing spot when this is all said and done. If that happens for Cardinal fans, in your mind, what kind of quarterback would they be getting in Ty Simpson?
Yeah, I'm a Ty fan. I think Ty's a first-round quarterback. I think by now probably people know the majority of Ty's skill set and strengths. He's an average-sized quarterback, just over 6'2", 211 pounds at the combine, but he was playing lighter than that during the college season. First of all, there's some wear and tear. He got banged up late in the year, which I think Ty believes contributed to his slide down the stretch. He was obviously not the same player the final 5 games that he was in the first 9 games of the season. And if you look at what Ty was asked to do prior to the snap, most every play for Alabama, you saw some real responsibility put on his shoulders and in his brain. Some quarterbacks at the collegiate level are getting 1 or 2 word play calls. They're playing exclusively from the shotgun, which most college quarterbacks are playing often from the shotgun, but there are others who played less and were asked to do less nuanced things than Ty was asked to do. So there's some good intellect that I think Ty brings to the table. Ty doesn't have, and this is typical for a guy with his stature, this gigantic arm, but when Ty can get his feet underneath him, he can throw with plenty of zip. He's got accuracy at all 3 levels. I like the in-pocket creativity from Ty. There's some just good instincts from Ty when he's under duress. And there is some out-of-pocket mobility as well. I acknowledge it was against a much lesser opponent, but he had a 77-yard touchdown run in 2024 when he was a reserve-level quarterback for Alabama. So good athletes, a good enough arm strength, good enough accuracy, has to improve ball security. 6 fumbles this past season for Ty Simpson. He's not a very experienced quarterback, but there's not much you can do about that at this point of the process, but has to improve the ball security. I think has to improve some of the decision-making while under duress, goes hand in hand with the ball security. But I think Arizona, if I'm them, I'm motivated late in the first round to find a trade partner so that I can get my Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter type dynamic. Maybe not with the pass rusher, but whoever they deem best player available at number 3, plus a quarterback. And I'm going to use this number arbitrarily, somewhere in the 25 to call it 30 range.
Okay. All right, so Trey Lance, Mitchell Trubisky, kind of cautionary tales for the guys that don't have a lot of career starts in college. But for a guy that spent like 4 years in the program, the years that he spent as a backup, does that mitigate or does it not matter in the evaluation of Ty Simpson?
Yeah, I think probably the path of Ty, or the part of Ty's path that I think maybe gives you a little bit more confidence that he's going to have slightly more advanced understanding of what he's going to be asked to do at the NFL level, despite the 15 only starts, is that he's the son of a coach. Not that being the son of a coach automatically guarantees you anything, but his father, Jason, has been a FCS coach for I think 21 or 22 years now. Ty's a smart guy. Clearly, he spent time talking to Ty, was at his pro day. And I'd say more importantly, I've talked to people that are spending a lot of time or have spent a lot of time with Ty and are going to be asked to decide whether to draft Ty, somewhere in 1 to 32 that have relayed they believe Ty's got strong processing skills and good overall intellect. I totally get it. It is fair. And I would say that, there are people that have used the line that you have to study the tape regardless of how much tape you have and let the tape talk. That's true. And there are guys who might play 5 games in college at quarterback and go on to become great players in the NFL. For me, what matters is not just what you see, but also like the larger sample size you have, the more confidence you have that the strengths are true strengths and that there are weaknesses that haven't yet that have revealed themselves. If you've got 35 starts and we can say, hey, here are the real causes for concern, 35 starts, which is how many Fernando Mendoza had, is enough games that you're like, these are established weaknesses. We've got to work through them. In 15 games, there's the path in which you haven't revealed particular areas of weakness that maybe reveal themselves over a multi-year sample size. So I'm not saying that because I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth and saying I wouldn't take Ty late in the first. I would. But the part that matters to me with the number of games is just the idea that whatever you feel about the player, positively or negatively, is emboldened when you have a larger sample size.
Yep. Field Yates of ESPN, our guest here this morning on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Let's go to the other part of the scenario that you laid out, the number 3 pick. Yeah. Best player available. I on this show, we're kind of leaning towards you. The pass rusher makes the most sense. I think David Bailey would be a great fit. But this percolating rumor and all this smoke about Jeremiah Love at number 3, some people have called it insane. If he's the best player, he's the best player. What would you think about that as a result, Field?
Yeah, he's the number 2 player on my overall big board behind only Fernando Mendoza, who obviously will go number 1 to the Raiders. So, I think in the interest of fairness, if they take Jeremiah Love at number 3, the Cardinals do, I'm not going to sit here and say this is the most insane thing that I have ever seen done. I would just say fundamentally and philosophically for me, I feel stronger about drafting premium positions, especially early. And I know that that's what the Cardinals have done for quite some time now, is guys who impact the passer, guys who protect the passer, guys who catch passes from the passer in recent drafts. The Marvin Harrisons, the Darius Robinsons, we'll see what happens with Walter Nolan. I think can be such a great player if available. We saw it in a tiny sample size this past year. I get all that. Those guys haven't necessarily changed the course of the franchise yet. There's just a comparable number of cases where you can say Bijan Robinson, Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, even, where a guy is an unbelievable player. I mean, I think Christian McCaffrey established himself as the best running back in football. He might still be. Bijan Robinson, if it's not Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson is probably the best running back in the NFL. And those guys did not influence or have not yet influenced winning in a decided way with the original franchise that took them. So you have to have conviction. And if the Cardinals aren't sold on David Bailey or Arvell Reese, that you don't want to force the issue there. Just say sort of the ideal world for me is you do take a pass rusher. I just think it's important. I've used the term for a while now with the Cardinals. It's like eating vegetables, right? And as a father of soon to be 3 young children, but now 2, where we talk often, hey, you want a popsicle? Let's eat you get some protein in your body or some vegetables in your body first, right? So to me, I do think it's important to continue to build out those premium positions, and you have to come away with a quarterback in this class.
Yeah.
And I get it. Maybe it feels like tie or bust. And I'm kind of okay with that, even if they are. I know everybody has been mocking Ty Simpson to them to the point that it's perhaps gotten boring, but just, the roster as it stands right now at quarterback, it's the central valve of every roster. Mm-hmm. You need a quarterback. And the last point I'll make on Jeremiah Love at 3 is I think there is a little bit of context that's important for any draft selection. And I think the best pathway for the Cardinals going forward to become a sustainable winner is to be patient, because you're in the toughest division in the league, right? I mean, I think going into next year, Seattle and the Rams both think they're the best team in the NFL. And I think San Francisco feels like they're not far behind. If this were the New Orleans Saints in the NFC South, where that division was won by a team last year with a losing record, the idea of taking a running back in the top 3 picks, if New Orleans owned that selection, might be more tantalizing, because they might be, even after signing Travis Etienne, Jeremiah Love away. With the Cardinals, there is excitement coming with Jeremiah Love, and I don't hate the idea. I'm not categorically against the player by any means in the pick. I just am having a hard time moving off of taking a pass rusher. Gotcha. If you can at number 3, which you'll be able to, because one of those 2 guys is going to be available at number 3. That much we know. Maybe both of them, but most likely one of them.
Great stuff, Phil. Really appreciate your time today, my man. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, send me some Arizona weather if you could. I don't want you guys to be jealous, but it's a balmy 41 freaking degrees here on April 21st in Connecticut.
Well, listen, props to you for making your kids eat those vegetables, though, man. Good on you, Phil.
They actually ate them. I didn't say they actually ate them. I just told them they have to. Let's be clear about that, right? So the bosses are the 2 princesses, aged 4 and 2. It's not me. I give it a hearty effort.
There you go.
Godspeed to you, Field. Thanks.
Thank you, Field.
Field Yates, ESPN NFL draft analyst, joining us, and maybe inadvertently coming up with a nickname for Jeremiah Love in this instance, the Popsicle.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe vegetables and protein are a better idea. Coming up next, Big's got your blast on this Tuesday.
Fire!
Exactly. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
It's been a tough Saturday on the lake. I ordered swim trunks in this orange cream color, but it's actually more orange auburn. Oh, and it's swimwear. I probably can't even return these.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL Draft is now just days away, and the Arizona Cardinals hold pick number 3 on Thursday night. Is it Love, Bailey, Reese? Do the Cards try to trade back? And is Ty Simpson a future Cardinal? All that in play All that and more is in play on Thursday. The Arizona Diamondbacks back on the diamond tonight against the Chicago White Sox. Merrill Kelly will make his second start of the season as the Diamondbacks look for a series Game 1 win. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. No Suns game tonight. They'll be in action tomorrow night from OKC for Game 2 after they were overmatched in Game 1. Still no word on Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin, and Grayson Allen's availability for tomorrow night. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book stays May 15th through September 13th at TalkingStickResort.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
On the eve of the NFL draft, I will say it again. War rooms are where owners do their most damage, sticking their noses into complex processes, putting thumbs on scales, and putting their GMs in very bad positions. So, is Michael Bidwill really leading the charge for Jeremiah Love, or is this a billowing smokescreen that has the rest of the NFL scratching their heads? Now, understandably, many Valley football fans are excited about this latest development. The idea of adding Love and Ty Simpson in the same draft would symbolize a new beginning, a new era of offensive football in Arizona, and everybody wants their football team to be interesting and relevant, and adding a game-breaking, home run hitting talent like Love would change the vibe around the Cardinals overnight. But this is even more brilliant if the Cardinals are bluffing, because Todd McShay is reporting that one voice in the organization is pushing hard for Love, and football types across the NFL would very much believe Bidwill to be the kind of owner looking for Love, capable of interjecting and pushing for the player who would help ticket and jersey sales. And in that regard, it's a brilliant ploy, because if ever a team needed some sizzle, it's the 2026 Arizona Cardinals. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Because I had heard I've been saying for like a month, like there's a voice in Arizona that I'm aware of, and I don't know who the voice is, but I was told a while ago there's a Jeremiah Love voice inside the organization, and I still don't know which voice that is, but I've been told.
Is it the guy who writes the checks?
That's where the information was heading on Sunday, and so I'm like, all right, now I'm going to go out on a limb. Right. And we had the show. We landed in LA yesterday, checked in, rinsed off, went over to the studio. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go with it. I'm hearing it from multiple people. And then I wake up this morning and it's like, oh, everyone's saying it.
Right. And so for a bluff to work, you've got to make people think, as Evan Cohen said it from ESPN Radio, that the Cardinals are insane enough to do it.
Utterly insane.
Utterly insane enough to do it.
Times 4.
Yeah. And so, listen, I think the tell can be found right in Adam Schefter's tweet, where he's very much hearing Jeremiah Love could be in play, but ideally they want to trade back. And to me, those are very conflicting things.
Yes. Here was Adam Schefter from earlier this morning why the Cardinals could pick Love at number 3.
The Arizona Cardinals are in a situation here where I know a lot of people are talking about the prohibitive cost of taking a running back at number 3. They'd have to pay Jeremiah Love more than $50 million guaranteed, more than any running back has ever received. All fair. The money in the contract would make the running back the 7th highest paid running back in the NFL the moment he signs that deal. That is all accurate. That cannot be denied. But I also would say this. The Cardinals have drafted any number of defensive players in recent years: Darius Robinson, Xavier Collins, Walter Nolan. And one of these pass rushers may turn out to be great that they can get at 3. Let's not forget they hired an offensive-minded head coach. Let's not forget this is an entertainment business. Let's not forget the Cardinals could use a shot of juice and pizzazz for that franchise. Who's the best player in this draft? Jeremiah Love.
A shot
now that I
of
buy.
Juice and pizzazz.
Yeah, well, the team needs it. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, I would be excited for it. But again, I'm a sucker for drama and good stories and this kind of thing. And the last thing any of us want is another year where there's 3 really excellent teams in the NFC West, and then there's us.
Look, Field Yates said something during our conversation that we all knew about, but it was kind of a, here's my outside of Arizona perspective from it. The Cardinals have been hammering away at the quote-unquote premium positions high in drafts for quite some time.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And here they are drafting number 3 again.
It's a great point.
What's utterly insane? Drafting a running back who's probably the best overall player at any position in the draft.
Yep.
Or continuing to do the same things that you've been doing for the last 3 years.
Great point.
And expecting different results.
That's a great point. And you don't want to trade your way down to a B player. You didn't go 4-13 to draft a B player.
Well, with all due respect, they went 3-14.
Well, that too. That too. You don't want to go 3-14 and draft a B player.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, I just didn't want you to inflate their win total.
No, I just sorry. I get confused.
With the trade back possibilities, and say you get into that 8 to 12 range, and then maybe you get a second first round pick. So a lot of people would think you take Ty Simpson, but in your eyes, what's more beneficial for this Cardinals team, to draft a player in Jeremiah Love in the running back, or get 2 B to B plus players in the first round?
Again, I do not trust this team or this front office after 3 years of watching them draft and looking at very meh results. I do not trust the quantity over quality argument. I just don't. They've had enough quantity.
It's impossible to trust that.
It's impossible to trust that. Yeah. And I'm not being overly harsh here. 28 draft picks over 3 years. We've had plenty of quantity. I don't need any more quantity. You need difference makers on this football team.
It's weird because it feels like the Cardinals have had both. They've tried the quality pick with Marvin Harrison Jr., and let's just be honest, he's been underwhelming.
Yeah, he certainly has. You're absolutely right about that.
A lot of what Jeremiah Love is being talked about, it really represents what a lot of people thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to be at the wide receiver position.
Yeah.
That's an interesting take. That's a really interesting take. I don't think anybody had Marvin Harrison as the number 1 overall player on their board, though. I will say this, but I do think that Marvin Harrison Jr., he's got to prove to me he's got that dog in him to be a successful NFL player, and I don't think he has so far.
Here's another way to look at it. The team hasn't changed that much since last year. If you put Jeremiah Love on last year's team, would that have made any difference at all?
There's a school of thought.
I think they win more than 3 games. If he stays healthy.
Yeah. There's a school of thought that I happen to believe in, that the very best running backs can succeed with mediocre offensive lines. I watched it with Walter Payton for years.
Barry Sanders.
Lions fans watched it with Barry Sanders famously for years. Mm-hmm. So if your running back is that special, he will make a difference.
I agree with that as well. Now there's the other flip side, too, that says running back, that is not a premium position in 2026 in the NFL. Maybe you don't draft one that high. Nate Tice was on the Jim Rome show and said exactly that.
I do think that you have to be in the right team building process to select a running back high, I should say. That's a big investment. You could probably go trenches. If you were picking the top 10, you probably need trenches or a different position. So I think I would be buyer beware if I'm in the top 10 taking a running back, even if I do value them and do think Jeremiah Love is worth taking a pick that high.
Buyer beware in the top 10. So, I mean, there would be, look, if the Cardinals do end up taking Jeremiah Love at 3, I'm pretty confident saying it's going to be top 3 of the most talked about picks of the first round come Friday. Come Thursday
Definitely.
night.
Definitely.
I mean, we've known Mendoza's going to Vegas forever. So every angle's been covered. That is the pick that people will focus on. And it'll be split right down the middle. Mm-hmm. Genius pick by the Cardinals. They got the best player in the draft at number 3. Or the Evan Cohen faction. That's utterly insane.
insane.
They got nobody to block for him.
Would have been It'll have been the highest a running back's been picked since Saquon.
Yeah.
So obviously it's going to get talked about.
And I was talking to
Saquon work out with the Giants?
No, it did not.
Well,
they made it to the playoffs. They won a playoff game with
It was
Saquon.
really good.
Yeah.
I was talking about this, Sammy, before the show, that after all this hype, especially the last few weeks, if the Cardinals leave the draft without Love or Ty Simpson, no matter how solid the picks they get are, they will not be the excitement.
No, you're right about that.
People are now getting in their head that they're going to get either a star running back or a star quarterback or something like that.
And this is the danger. If this is really a well-orchestrated smokescreen, if this is a double bluff, if you will, that's the danger in it. You've raised local excitement. Oh, my goodness. What? They're thinking, they're really? They're gonna do that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like what if the rest of the NFL calls the Cardinals bluff and they're sitting there at 3 with Love on the board and they don't take them?
Yeah.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text SEATS to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. Coming up next, Game 1 was a mismatch. Is there any way for the Suns to make this a series in OKC? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It certainly feels like there's a lot of smoke around the Arizona Cardinals.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
The Cardinals have the first pick in the second round. That is a valuable pick to bargain with.
Arizona Sports has it covered. So watch it on YouTube, read it on Arizonasports.com, and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
40,000 people is bigger than just a crowd. It's the size of a small city, and it also represents the number of people who chose the simple but life-changing treatments at QC Kinetics, people who chose the pain relief without the surgery, people who said there's got to be another way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics treatments, all organic, all natural. You walk into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door and go about your day. Like I said, simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. 92% of the patients at QC Kinetics express extreme satisfaction with the treatments and the results. That includes me. I've leaned on them twice, folks, both times to dramatic results. Emmett Smith also raves about QC Kinetics. You can find them right here in the Valley using safe, natural treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power, safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. Call for a free consultation. You'll find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The phone number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,995 and choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 256803. Demo unit. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 dog fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Bud Light, official beer of the Arizona Cardinals and proud sponsor of the NFL, is gearing up for the 2026 NFL Draft. From watch parties to backyard hangouts, Bud Light is there for every pick, every party, and every moment. So make it a Bud Light and rise up Red Sea. Bud Light, the perfect draft pick. 21 and over, drink responsibly.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbax.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How healthy will the Suns be going into Game 2 against the Thunder? We'll get you the latest from Oklahoma City starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Go now, a steal for Williams, and he's going to take it coast to coast for the two-hand jam. He took it away from Jalen Green. He picked his pocket, and now a timeout for Jordan Ott, as you can barely hear anything.
Oh, my goodness. I hadn't heard that highlight. That was where Oklahoma City grabbed its first lead, I believe, 14-12, that steal and dunk, where it was completely uncontested for Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
Listen, that crowd was nuts.
Yeah.
I could barely hear John Bloom. Wow, I had no idea it was that loud.
No, I thought it was insane, and that I think is going to work in the Suns' favor. I don't think that crowd's going to have that kind of juice in Game 2.
It's exactly what I was thinking. I think they are already, after that first game, they're like, all right.
It's over.
What's going to happen? Who are we playing in the next round?
Who are we playing next?
LeBron or KD? Who we got? Yeah, I agree. That's the one thing that the Suns might be able to jump on is probably not the players because they're so good, but at least the fans thinking that it's already over and they don't need to bring it.
Yeah. Now, the idea of Dylan Brooks and what he did pregame with Chet Holmgren, keeping him from touching the basketball. Poking bears is what he does. I'm not sure Chet Holmgren's a bear, but
he's the second best defensive player in the league, apparently.
Wow.
According to the voting. Chet was asked about that after the game and said, I didn't take anything personal. That's what he does.
Yeah.
I would have done the same thing if that was his routine.
Okay.
So, look, the Dylan Brooks experience.
is exactly that.
We talk about it almost on a daily basis.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into it.
Uh-huh.
And I think a lot of people respect it, and I think a lot of people probably just kind of roll their eyes a little bit at it. And I think what Chet Holmgren said about that particular incident was a little bit of both. Yeah, that's what he does, but we won by 35.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so the other thing that I really want the Phoenix Suns to do is to get out of this idea that the Thunder get a whistle that nobody else gets in the NBA. Whether you think it's true or not is irrelevant to the point I'm about to make. But I like when Jordan Ott said we're not an excuse-making team. That's what they've got to live that, because no sooner did he say that than Jalen Green's in the locker room complaining about the officials.
Yep. Here's what Jalen Green said.
I feel like there's a couple bad calls for, how we were going to be playing in the playoffs and how, the refs allowed them to play. I think it got to be both ways, or just call both the same foul both ways, one or the other. It's the playoffs too at the same time, so you want to be aggressive at the end of the day. So, yeah, we gotta figure that out.
I will say this, in the playoffs, that can be a valid argument. What Jalen Green said, if you take it out of this situation and apply it to another situation, it can be valid. It's completely invalid when you're talking about a 35-point game.
Yes.
That's not the time to pull that card.
No, exactly. That's exactly right. But you're also contradicting your coach because you're making excuses. There was a play in the game where Devin Booker got rejected at the rim by Chet Holmgren, and as Devin Booker was complaining to the refs about it, they're going on a fast break the other way. That's the stuff that cannot happen. They need to get these refs out of their heads. Let Jordan Knott fight those battles. Let somebody else fight those battles. If they're going to have a chance in this series, they got to get hardcore about this. That's my feeling.
I agree with you.
That's my feeling.
Yeah. And I don't think it was as prevalent as we've seen it on court this year with the Suns. I think like about the 70-game mark, it had reached kind of its crescendo to me, where it was just out of control. There was so much complaining going on. I think they quelled it a little bit. But you're right. I mean, the playoffs are a different animal. And honestly, what I saw with my eyes in terms of the play that you pointed out is a prime example of it, but I think it was a rare example.
Yeah.
So I was surprised to hear anybody go down that road.
Yeah, me too. But like you said, there's a time and a place to do that. It's the playoff game in which the other team shoots 25 more free throws than you.
Yes.
And in that game, the Thunder actually were called for more fouls than the Suns. Now, again, what you said is the bottom line. You don't pull that card in a massive blowout.
And, I mean, let's talk about the source of the quote, too.
Yep.
Jalen Green is not the defensive heart and soul of a physical defensive team.
No.
If Dylan Brooks wants to say something like that, or another player, Jordan Goodwin wants to say that after the game, it certainly holds a lot more weight.
That's a great point.
And heft.
Now, speaking of Jordan Goodwin, let's really hope that he is okay. We've seen nothing official, but again, this is the same calf that was injured previously.
And we know how teams, doctors, trainers, players, coaches deal with calf injuries. And Jordan Goodwin has come back from 2 calf injuries rather quickly. Maybe the reason why he's being affected by the same calf injury again.
Too quickly.
And we've seen too many. Last postseason was remarkable how many Achilles tears we saw.
I know.
People dealing with calf injuries. I don't know anything, but just scoping it out from everything that we've experienced around the league over the last few years, I would not feel good about Jordan Goodwin playing or being his normal effective self if he does.
Listen, if he's the guy that I think strikes all of us as if he feels remotely okay to go, he's going to try to go.
Yeah.
But
is that the wisest thing?
Exactly. Like, he's a guy, again, we're going to have to bring him back, but he's a guy that should be brought back and be a established member of this team next year.
Well, yeah, but I even hate to go down this road. He's on the doorstep of making a lot of money.
That's a great point.
He can't afford to take that risk.
That's a great point.
For a series, look, would you respect the studliness to come back for your team? Absolutely. Is it the wisest thing for him personally? Absolutely not.
That's a great point. It really, really is. And then there's the Mark Williams question as well. Is Mark Williams going to play through what he's dealing with, given that he's in that exact same boat? It's a contract year for him.
Yeah.
How much is he going to put it out there? I don't know. I mean, it would seem to me that if you were the Phoenix Suns, you'd be looking at this and going, man, we gave this a great shot with Mark Williams. We put forth a great strategy. We kept him healthier than he has ever been. And yet at the end of it all, those darn foot problems manifested themselves. That was exactly why the Lakers tapped out on him.
Yeah, it's true.
So hopefully big Rasheer Fleming minutes tonight. If you
Tomorrow.
I'm sorry. Yeah, well,
no,
they'd be really big tonight.
Logically, it must be tonight, right? We're 2 days since the last game, and they're not traveling.
I don't know how if you know how the NBA playoffs are scheduled. I don't know if you paid any attention to it, Jarrett.
I do know.
So Rasheer Fleming minutes tomorrow night. That would be. I fully expect that. Then what are you going to do with your lineup to get some size on the court? Do you think Kaman Maluach can kind of get calm down?
Calm
down, Maluach.
I believe it's Maliuch.
It's a tall ask.
Do we have that?
He's a tall guy, luckily.
cut again?
I believe we do.
I believe we do.
Of course we have.
The Maruch.
It's a tall ask, but he's a tall guy.
There's very little size. That's why you go to Maliuch here.
Carmine Maliuch.
Yay!
But
I don't think he can look nearly as uncomfortable as he did in game one.
No.
We saw some good things from Maliuch late in the season.
Yep.
He got a taste of playoff basketball. I mean, what do they have to lose?
Yeah. Well, exactly.
Yeah,
What do they have
thing.
to lose?
What after that first game, if you're not in the what do we have to lose mindset, you're just going to get blown out again, probably.
Yeah.
And look, a lot of Suns fans who were gripping about getting in at all, winning one of those play-in games, as soon as that was accomplished on Friday night, they're like, house money, here we go. And that's kind of the way I think the Suns.
You got to look at it that way.
It's not a bad thing sometimes to look at situations that way.
No, and again, because it's hard to appreciate in the moment, but because the regular season offers you so little data on who you are as a basketball team, this has got to be that moment of truth for the Suns, no matter how bad it looks. Mm-hmm. Michael Jordan used to have a saying, you never want to look ugly in the face. Not meaning, he didn't mean that you don't want to look ugly yourself. You don't want to stare at somebody who's ugly. You don't want to look ugly in the face. And that's what the lesson is going to be out of this. You know, I mean, you already know that you've got to address the size issue and that they got to get a power forward in here.
Well, it's not going to happen between now and tomorrow night.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
We'll have a lot more on Suns Thunder leading up to tomorrow night's game, too. Coming up next, the White Sox are in town for a 3-game series against the D-backs. We'll talk some Snakes baseball with Jack Summers from D-backs on SI. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You look at Jalen Green, especially on the offensive end of the floor, his athleticism. I laugh out loud sometimes, based on he's at the compound, watching him play. Some of the stuff that he does, it is the Matrix. It is, he's doing stuff that I just don't see a lot of people do. And just watching him up his defense as well at certain points over the last 2 games, you know, when he wants to, when he's locked in, he looks really, really good. But right now, he needs consistency, and he doesn't have that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Snakes are back in action tonight. They will welcome the Chicago White Sox as Merrill Kelly makes his first home start of the season. Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte have hopes for a big series, and Corbin Carroll, Jose Fernandez, and Ildemaro Vargas will look to stay hot. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tomorrow night for Game 2 of the first round of the playoffs in OKC. And after a blowout Game 1, Jordan Ott and his team have some adjustments to make, and Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin's availability are still in question. The NFL draft is heating up, and the Cardinals have a big decision to make Thursday night as they sit with the number 3 overall pick. Will they stay there? And if they do, who's the pick? For more Cardinals and draft buzz, head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you online at ReadyServices.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Do the Diamondbacks need to sweep the White Sox this week? We'll be getting you ready for the series at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
After an off day, the D-backs welcome the Chicago White Sox for 3 at Chase Field, and it's off to Mexico for a 2-game series against the San Diego Padres. And here to talk some D-backs baseball with us, beat writer for Diamondbacks on SI and co-host of the Snakes Territory podcast, Jack Summers, our guest here via video. Jack, good morning, dear sir. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. How is everything?
It's going well. We've talked a lot about just real basic high-level stuff when you talk about the Diamondbacks, where they are right now, record-wise, how much of a pleasant surprise this has been considering everything that we considered going in. Bullpen problems, no lefties on the staff, injuries, star players not really producing to their capability. How surprised are you with where they are right now?
Well, you got Ildemaro Vargas neck and neck with Corbin Carroll for the team leading OPS. You got Michael Soroka's 4-0 and a Cy Young contender. Paul Sewald 7 for 7 in saves. Just like we all predicted.
Oh,
Exactly.
Yeah, we all had that on our bingo cards.
Saw it coming.
Yeah. All right, so the Paul Sewald thing, it's really interesting to me because as sports fans, rarely does a guy that gets labeled as a World Series GOAT, the small case, not the good GOAT, the bad GOAT, gives up a huge home run, obviously, to Corey Seager, and then everybody thought, okay, that was the end of the Paul Sewald experiment. For him to come back to this market and to be performing at this level, how is he pulling this off?
He's throwing strikes. He's locating his fastball, out of the middle of the zone most of the time. His sweeper slider looks pretty good. 0 walks, that helps, right? And if he doesn't give up too many home runs, he's going to be in good shape. It's just funny. You guys were talking earlier about Edwin Diaz briefly.
Yeah.
3 years, $69 million. We just had Jeff Hoffman give up a grand slam to Corbin Carroll. He got 3 years, $33 million last year. He's 10 blown saves and 46 chances and a 4.71 ERA. Sir Anthony Dominguez, even, who was a well sought after guy. The White Sox signed him for 2 years, $20 million. His ERA is over 5, and he's already blown 2 out of 6 chances. So, and here's Paul Sewald at $1.5 million, like you said, the former GOAT in a small way, just ripping off save after save. So you can't predict baseball. We all learn that every day.
Jack Summers, beat writer for D-backs on SI, co-host of the Snakes Territory podcast, our guest. The Geraldo Perdomo question. He got his first day off Sunday in the finale against Toronto. A lot of people said much needed. We all think that Jerry's been pressing a little bit. If you look at the numbers, it's easy to make that case. He went from leading baseball in B-WAR last year. He's at 0 right now in that same category through 21 games. And he seems to be pressing. Is that what you're picking up from Perdomo right now? Maybe just pressing a little bit too much?
Perhaps. I mean, surely everyone can see some of the mental mistakes that he's made and some of the physical ones compounding on top of that. The hits weren't falling. He was hitting into some bad luck earlier on. A few of the hits started to come. I think some regression to the mean for him was expected, and I'm sure that that's going to happen in a good way going forward. I don't expect him to, hit like this the entire season. However, his bat speed is kind of back down lower as it was in 22, 23. He had seen some gains in that area last year. So that's something to keep an eye on. Hitting the ball super hard has never been his forte. It's, hitting that sweet spot on the barrel and just, knocking line drives and occasionally pulling one, yanking it out. So that was what led to his success last year. He may struggle a little bit to get back to that this year. I don't expect the same kind of numbers, but he'll be better.
Ryan Nelson's stat line on Sunday was so absurd that it almost demands more explanation. Do you get the idea maybe he was tipping pitches? Was it just a bad day for him? And what do you think the meaning of it is looking forward?
Well, I think, looking at the bigger picture, right? Ryan struggled in his first 2 starts uncharacteristically. He walked 6 batters and gave up 4 home runs over his first 2 outings. Then he gets it going. He uses a slider a lot in his 3rd start and starts landing that for strikes. In his 4th start against the Orioles, it's all fastballs, right? It's like 75%, just pound that strike zone. And the Blue Jays are a naturally aggressive team. We saw that all series. And here comes Ryan just, throwing fastballs down the middle, and he got whacked. And then a few of them were unlucky hits, but some of them were rockets. And it's just a strange thing to see a pitcher of his caliber get knocked around that badly. Now, is it just a one-off? He said after the game, I'm not going to let one start define me. Hopefully so. But, keep in mind, the team extended Brandon Pfaadt, not Ryan Nelson. Last year, at the beginning of the year, it was Brandon Pfaadt in the rotation and not Ryan Nelson to the bullpen. So I don't think his leash is super long. I mean, one start isn't going to bang him from the rotation, but a couple more bad ones, and they could flip-flop pretty easily.
Yeah, it's exactly where I was going with my next question, Jack, was, yes, Ryan Nelson said that, I'm not going to let it define me. Well, there's other people doing the defining as well. And on the flip side of that, with him exiting after 1/3 of an inning, Brandon Pfaadt came in a low-pressure situation, already down big, but pitched really well. But Bick and I were talking about it, and for us, that was kind of a, hey, don't forget about me moment for Brandon Pfaadt in his first outing out of the bullpen. I mean, if this continues, when could you see a move being made to change things up in the rotation?
Ask me after Mexico City. I mean, they're going to be, Nelson's due to pitch on Sunday at 7,000 feet elevation.
Yep.
Right. And so, if he has a rough outing there, then he's certainly on the clock. It's very difficult to predict what the team will do, but it'll move from the back burner to the front burner if he has another 2 bad outings in a row.
One of the cool things, one of the cool stories is that how Ildemaro Vargas and Jose Fernandez have been sharing Carlos Santana's glove when they've been playing first base. Torey Lovello said it's very Sandlot-like. You leave the mitt on the bag, right, for the next guy. Jose Fernandez, give us your impression of him. You think this kid is built to last?
I think he is. He's got a little bit of chase in his swing, right? And he seems to have a little bit of a hold down and in. He's got long arms, long levers. He kind of likes to get the ball out over the plate. And teams are already trying to exploit that. However, he's doing everything else really well. I mean, he's playing great defense. He runs like the wind. He can play anywhere on the diamond, and he's putting the bat on the ball. He's not, despite some of the chase, he's not striking out a crazy amount. And so I think that this young man, I mean, he has it as far as baseball IQ and, the right kind of heartbeat, as Torrey always likes to say. No moment feels too big for him. So I'm very encouraged by what I see. I mean, look, he's a rookie. Like I said, teams are going to get the book on him. They're going to know where to attack, and we're already seeing that. But I think he'll make the adjustment. I think he's one of those guys. He's got the smarts to do it.
Jack, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for the time and the insight, as always.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jack.
See you soon.
Jack Summers, beat writer for Diamondbacks on SI, co-host of the Snakes Territory podcast. Our guest via video this morning. Coming up, once upon a time, it looked like Jimmy Garoppolo could be a Cardinal. Those talks hit a snag. We may have found out what that snag was. That and a lot more in Hash Marks next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Out of all the three major professional sports teams we have in this valley, he's the guy that anybody could least afford to lose. Out of any of the teams.
100%.
Can't lose him. He's the guy you can't lose.
I don't even know if it's that close.
Yeah, Cardinal, Trey McBride, Devin Booker.
Nope.
It's Corbin Carroll. You can't lose him.
Nope. 100%. Right? I mean, is there anybody who's even
can't
close
lose him
to that? Devin Booker's probably number 2 on that list, but I think there's a big gap.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments, but in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a brain injury, the road back can feel like the longest inning. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
7.7 million. That's how many student loan borrowers are currently in default across the country. If you're one of them and your debt is private, I want you to know about Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Why Refi are experts at helping people struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They've helped thousands of people in this exact situation, the situation just like you're in. Here's what makes Why Refi different. They don't start with your credit score. They start with your life. What can you realistically afford? What does a payment need to look like for you to actually make it every month? Then they build a low fixed rate payment plan around that number. And once you're in, you're in. There's no surprises, no rate jumps, just steady, predictable payments that let you start moving forward again. I've heard from people who called Why Refi thinking there was nothing left to try, and they walked away with a real plan for the first time in a long time. And that could be you. Give Why Refi a call today at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, I think that actually could make sense. I wouldn't want to have him as the only option. I would still want to have somebody younger in there. I don't know if that's Malik Willis, but you're picking third in the draft, and you're picking. I assume they still have their second round picks. So, I think there's options. Everyone thinks that Mendoza's the only quarterback, but I know people in the league that like Ty Simpson of Alabama just as much or better, right? Doesn't mean you're going to take him at 3, but there are some other options you could roll in with Jimmy G.
That is Mike Sando back on March 9th on this very radio show.
Yeah.
When the Cardinals were right in the beginning stages of free agency, when the league year had started, what was going to happen? A lot of people were convinced Malik Willis was going to be the guy. Didn't happen. He signed very quickly with the Miami Dolphins. The fallback seemed to be all the reporting was around Jimmy Garoppolo as a possibility for the Cardinals. And if you remember, Beck, something hit a snag with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
And they ended up pivoting to Gardner Minshew, which got a big reaction from Cardinal fans. What? You couldn't even get Jimmy Garoppolo? Well, we now know what that snag might have been. And that is Jimmy Garoppolo, 34 years old, is considering retirement, according to sources around the league yesterday. So, yeah, if you're negotiating with a guy, you want to bring him in to be part of your quarterback room, and he's
kind of like hemming and hawing, not sure if I want to,
considering his future in the league, there's the snag.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, that could be a snag.
So that's not a failure on the Cardinals front.
No. But again, I find this all to be very, very fascinating. Why the Cardinals, whether it was Jimmy Garoppolo or whether it is Gardner Minshew, why it was important to kind of get a top-of-the-line backup quarterback in a year when you might be drafting a quarterback as well. Kind of leads me back to the Jacoby Brissett thing because we have no idea how long that's been percolating. How long that Jacoby Brissett and his agent have made it clear to the Cardinals, you gotta come with some more money for me.
Probably when Kyler Murray got benched, when Kyler Murray signed with the Vikings, at some point there, right? When it was obvious that they were moving forward with Jacoby.
Yeah, and like I said, it would seem to be, if it were a reasonable ask from Jacoby, it would seem to be a simple fix. Because I think that if it were a reasonable ask, you would go, yeah, you got a point. If you're our starting quarterback and we really like you the way we say we liked you last year, we get that you don't like the fact that there's more guaranteed money in the backup quarterback's contract than in yours.
Yes.
Get it. And then you take care of it. But the fact that this thing is still just kind of lingering, this is not good for Mike LaFleur. This is very, very similar to David Johnson and his half-baked holdout, right? When Steve Wilkes was trying to get his feet underneath him. And it's exactly what you don't want at this point in time. So I just wonder if this is something that's been percolating for a while, which has led them to Jimmy Garoppolo, which has led them to Gardner Minshew. So, yeah, I do think, though, that the Jimmy Garoppolo thinking about retirement, you know what they say in the NFL. If you're thinking about it, you're already retired.
Probably, yeah. That seems to be it. And only 34 years old. I think he's got some earning left to do if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he could be a backup quarterback for the next 5 years at least.
Probably. And who wouldn't want him in the locker room to look at that face?
Oh, my God. What a...
I wonder what you talked about, what the reasonable ask, what qualifies as a reasonable ask, what crosses over into unreasonable.
Yeah.
We don't have any parameters on that. But again, going back to last week, after months and months and months of effusive praise for Jacoby Brissett, not only the quarterback he is, but the person he is and the leader and the mentor that he is, and then the complete non-committal stance that they took last week. We're not naming a starting quarterback.
Well, and then or if you want to get real conspiratorial about this, maybe that's the answer. Maybe to avoid this issue, the Cardinals went and brought in a better brand of backup quarterback so they can paint it as a competition.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Listen, it's I guess anything is possible here.
Yes, it is.
And the shame is that a lot of Cardinal fans were very quick to turn on Jacoby Brissett. A lot of them seem to really hold it against him and him specifically that he only won one football game.
Yeah.
What did you make of his seeming response of just a bunch of laughing, crying emojis.
Vague posting.
I looked for. I'm terrible at finding stuff on Instagram because I'm not exactly sure how stories work.
Yeah.
But I looked for that response and I couldn't find it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I only as well saw it referenced. Sammy, you're the young person. Did you actually see any real version of that, or was that just?
No.
Okay, so we don't even know if that was real.
No, I saw it. I saw the post you're talking about. It was just a bunch of laughing emojis, crying while laughing emojis.
Right.
And so, but there's no context as to what he was responding to.
Well, also the context part that you mentioned yesterday, we don't know what a raise means. We don't know what getting paid like a starter means. Does it mean just getting his money guaranteed? Does it mean getting just does he want $5 million a year or does he want $25 million a year?
It's probably closer to the latter, I would guess.
I mean, that's a big difference.
Of course it is.
That's a big difference in perception as a fan.
I think the guaranteed part is probably the most important part for his camp.
And I'm completely sympathetic to that because that guy stood and delivered and took a ton of hits.
Mm-hmm.
So
to be fair, he is the starter.
Mm-hmm.
He is now going to be the starter for a year and a half, in theory, this whole season.
We don't know that, Jared.
I know, but he's going to go into the season with that idea. Like, I understand his side of it. Like, I am an NFL starter for your team.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you still paying me like a backup?
Yeah.
It just was kind of startling to read when Cardinals fans were already underwhelmed by the possibility of him going forward.
Well, and the idea though that the Cardinals might get into the situation where they've got to kind of get into a war of words with the agent, where you could come back and say, well, look, your guy Jacoby has been a starter before, and when he's been named a starter, things have not gone well for him. So in no world do we view your guy as a starter. But you do that now, you're stirring up real bad stuff between team and player.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say these are the things that a general manager in the NFL, the job is hard enough. But when you get the agents who see the windows of opportunity to kind of put their clients' needs above that of the team, especially when a new head coach is trying to get assimilated, very, very unfortunate. But again, you can't blame football players because if the shoe's on the other foot, they get cut in a minute.
Well, if the shoe's on the other foot, they probably wouldn't be able to play that well. They'd have
that'd be pretty difficult. That'd be very, very difficult.
It affects the 40 time greatly.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But and if you're Jacoby Brissett, how many more times in your career are you going to have a chance to make some real, quote unquote, real money here?
He's probably thinking to himself, man, because he did take a lot of hits last year, and he's probably doing the math and going, I ain't getting my money's worth here. So I'm just surprised that whatever it is that he's asking for, that there hasn't been some sort of resolution that led to that very weird framing of the position at that press availability last week.
Well, are they purposely also not having a resolution before the draft?
It's possible.
To keep that possibility that they're going to.
That's very possible.
Well, let me ask you this. If Jacoby Brissett wants north of $12 million, are you paying him that with the skepticism of, are they going to draft a quarterback to then maybe it's Gardner Minshew and then a rookie backup?
Yeah. No, listen, if you draft Ty Simpson, there's no need to pay Jacoby Brissett. Because Gardner Minshew can get you to the point in the season where you're going to give the job to Ty Simpson.
I would agree. So I think that question that you asked, Sammy, has to be answered after Thursday.
Right. So, and if, listen, we just had Field Yates on. It feels like an overwhelming amount of people are predicting Ty Simpson to be drafted by the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And so we won't get a resolution to this until at minimum next week.
Yeah, but, well, I don't know about that.
Could be Thursday.
It could. I mean, this could be a situation where
it won't go past Friday.
A Ty Simpson draft pick on Thursday and a Jacoby Brissett trade on Friday.
Could be.
There we go.
Something to keep an eye on.
Now, is there a team that would still want Jacoby Brissett?
I think he's.
Yeah, sure.
I would guess probably.
I still think he's a commodity.
As a backup.
As a backup.
Yeah.
He's one of the league's best. I mean,
yeah, no,
backups
he
for
might
sure.
be the best backup.
Yeah, exactly.
That could be a discussion for another day.
Who is
a fun one?
Okay. Who's the Chiefs backup right now that Minshew's here?
I believe it's Mariota, but I'll double check.
This Thursday is NFL Draft Day. Arizona Sports is broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge starting at 2 p.m. Join us for the Draft Roundtable. Watch Round 1 kickoff live from Pittsburgh. It's all brought to you by Bud Light. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL Draft is now just days away, and the Arizona Cardinals hold pick number 3 on Thursday night. Will it be Love, Bailey, or Reese? Do the Cardinals try and trade back? And is Ty Simpson a future Cardinal? All that and more is in play on Thursday. The Arizona Diamondbacks back on the diamond tonight against the Chicago White Sox. Merrill Kelly will make his second start of the season as the Diamondbacks look for a series Game 1 win. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. No Suns game tonight. They'll be in action tomorrow night from OKC for Game 2. After they were overmatched in Game 1, still no word on Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin, and Grayson Allen's availability for tomorrow night. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
It is the start of the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies, and you can follow us and find us at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and you can tune in every single day if you want to watch the show. We are at Arizona Sports on YouTube, and the talk of the town lately is the NFL Draft, the Cardinals at pick number 3. So the first question on social studies today for you guys is, who do you rather the team draft if they can only take one of these players, and why? Is it Jeremiah Love or Ty Simpson?
If they could only end up with one of them?
If they could only end up with one of them, factoring in where they would probably have to get either one of them.
My answer is unequivocally Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, unequivocally.
Yes. I think Jerry was trying to phrase the question of, would you rather have Jeremiah Love at 3 or Simpson and somebody else in the first round?
Yeah. But the people have spoken.
The people have spoken, and Jeremiah Love.
At least the ones that the votes they count on Twitter for some reason.
Yes. And in the responses as well, only one response for Ty Simpson of just between Simpson and Love. Kemi says, if only between these two I would draft Love. Simpson might prove to be a first-round worthy pick, but as of today, he projects lower. Love is coming into the draft first-round ready, instant impact from Love versus potential sit-and-learn behind a vet for Simpson. Tom Foss said Love is a proven star. Drafting him and a great guard or tackle to shore up the offensive line. With James Conner and Tyler Algier, we could have a three-headed monster, possibly the best running game in the NFL. And Linda said Love will at least be drafted where his talent is comparable. I'd be fine with Simpson if we got him in the 3rd or 4th round, but trading back into the 1st is way too rich for her blood. And then Andy Bryant said, can I interest you in an offensive or defensive lineman? I thought it was funny as well.
We also have not considered on the Ty Simpson front all the possibilities for imaging and production and creativity around the Simpsons.
Oh, sure.
The Simpsons.
Well, that, and we've gotten a couple responses of the amount of song parodies Jarrett Carlin might be able to do if they do draft Jeremiah Love.
Well, the Love.
Vinny pointed out that Jarrett is so disorganized in every area of his life except his musical archives.
What? No, not every. He knows what his menu is for the week.
That's right.
The grocery list is probably very well organized because he does love his shopping.
Right.
But when it comes to anything else, no.
And Jarrett, we got
complete disarray.
We got an email submission yesterday. This is for Jarrett. It's a gold mine. Take it and run with it. Twisted Sister. We all know it. We all love it. Now's the time. They said they want that song.
Not familiar with it.
Okay.
What song by Twisted Sister?
All it says is Twisted Sister. We all know it. We all love it.
Oh,
That's got to be We're Not Gonna Take It, right?
Yeah. We're not going to take it. And then he listed how the lyrics should go, but I would trust Jarrett with the lyrics on that. Okay, our next question on social studies today. I think this came up.
Well,
yeah.
Which question?
The celebrity question.
This is the setup for this one.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
The Diamondbacks are playing the Chicago White Sox, correct?
Yes, they are.
The White Sox, not one of the banner franchises, especially over the last 20 years in baseball, and have been really, really bad lately. But they have almost inarguably the two most famous celebrity fans in the world, the Pope, and Barack Obama.
So,
which led to this question.
I mean, Barack Obama did spend a lot of time at Kaminsky Park.
Oh, no. Yeah. And then he claimed that Cubs fans were drinking wine in the bleachers. It's like you have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Classic Cub fan.
Yeah, wine and the bleachers, they don't really pair well together.
Oh,
No.
They're drinking wine.
So it led to this question. Who is the greatest celebrity sports fan of all time, and why?
Jack Nicholson would have to make the list, right? Lakers super fan.
Spike Lee.
Spike Lee's a good one.
I mean, the Knicks have so many of them. Like, Ben Stiller is an unbelievable Knicks fan. Chalamet's up there. It's hard to beat Nicholson, though.
Nicholson.
For years and years.
Oh,
Diane Cannon was on the list.
I always remember seeing him at Lakers games, front row in that seat.
Yeah.
Did you hear him talk Lakers a lot?
No.
Like you always, like Spike Lee, for example, you always hear him. He goes on shows. He talks a lot about the Knicks, everything that's going on. I can't really picture in my head Jack Nicholson breaking down much about the Lakers season other than seeing him cheer for the team.
Well, maybe he doesn't fare well with breaking down Lakers games.
I really like that Paul Gasol, man.
An overwhelming amount of Jack responses.
Who's Arizona's best celebrity fan?
So that's what Stephen Ruiz said. He said, Emma Stone is one of the most successful actresses working today and is a huge Suns fan, but is still completely somewhat unknown to local media.
But enough about Gambo.
Right. That's definitely a reference.
But remember when
Six-time
the
Oscar
Suns,
nominee or whatever.
The Suns went on the finals run.
Yeah.
She was courtside to a lot of games in the infamous pointing to the PHX hat.
Yes. Look, I don't know who she is.
I
never
don't know.
I've never heard of her.
But other than her, I'm trying to think.
That's the thing, is it's odd with all these sort of celebrities that do live in the Valley in some form or another. You don't really, maybe it's because all the sports teams are relatively young.
Or what's the other option?
The Suns.
David Spade was on Rich Eisen talking about Kyler Murray the other day.
David Spade, yeah, he's from Arizona.
He didn't sound like he knew what he was talking about, though, so I
Is
don't
that
know if
right?
he's the biggest fan.
Okay.
Yes, I feel like at least here right now for Suns games, like when Larry comes back and sits courtside, like that he gets a big, obviously, ovation and whatnot. But non-sports celebrities, not a ton.
Gary Shandling used to be a big U of A fan.
Oh, okay. There we
That's
go.
true.
All right, and
He
so
was.
the last question here. This was on the discussion of Bick for the last. How long was it with the song?
What are we talking about?
The song. This.
Oh, yeah, Vince and they were talking about
Build Me Up Buttercup.
Yeah.
Yes. For how long has it been playing for the last couple days?
Well, listen, no.
Every day at 10 o'clock.
Every day, 10 o'clock.
Yeah. And I said for 3 straight days, that was
3
locked
straight
in
days.
my head.
So the question is, what is a song that everyone loves that you can't stand? And on the flip side, what is a song that you love that everyone else hates?
I hate Sweet Caroline.
I hate that song, too.
A lot of listed.
That's a good answer. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if everybody loves it. To me, the song that makes me cringe more than any song in my life is "Girls Just Want to Have Fun" by Cyndi Lauper.
Really?
And I know it's some anthem, but it's so annoying.
I agree with that.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's a very annoying song. Anything by UB40 annoys me.
Oh, that hurts me.
Really?
I love one of their albums.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, I live in the world where probably 95% of the population just doesn't like country music, so I'm in the minority of.
That's not true.
That's not true at all.
We're in America, Sammy.
Well,
country music is currency here.
I guess so. Okay.
UB40, by the way, the most successful cover band in the history of music. That's all they do is covers. Did you know this?
Man say.
No.
Yeah.
All left was rushing.
A couple quick
Did you know
responses.
Adam Sandler became the lead singer of UB40?
Red wine.
A couple quick responses. Wookie said, Bohemian Rhapsody, never understood why it's so popular and staying with Queen. I love Radio Gaga. It gets a lot of heat, but I dig it. Let's see.
The Queen fan who hates Bohemian Rhapsody and loves Radio Gaga. How about that?
I can see people turning on Bohemian
Rhapsody.
And again, Seabacker said, the one that I like that most don't is We Built This City by Starship. One I dislike that others like is any country music made in the 2000s. Stephen Ruiz said, so many people seem to love the Black Eyed Peas. He thinks they are awful. And Jones, any song by U2 because it's not very good. And I don't think everyone hates Frank Zappa, but he's an acquired taste as well. So, and a ton of Sweet Caroline for songs.
Speaking of cover songs, I don't know how this how I did not hear this prior because it's not new, but Simply Red, they did a cover, or they did a song called Sunrise where they sampled Hall & Oates, I Can't Go For That. It's really good. Really good. Put it on your list of things to try. Sunrise by Simply Red.
Simply Red, the band from the 80s?
Yes.
And wow.
Yes.
Is it new?
No, it's 20 plus years old. But I heard it, and it's a very interesting take. They sample I Can't Go For That, the famous track, and they just they make a different song out of it. I think you're going to like it.
All right, since we're sharing facts about cover songs.
Yeah.
I found this out last week. David Bowie's China Girl.
Yeah.
That's a cover of an Iggy Pop song.
Come on!
Iggy,
mind blown!
Iggy Pop did it first. And I've listened to the Iggy Pop
Holy
version.
cow!
And Bowie's version is way better.
Well, you know who plays on that album? Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Uh-huh. On the Bowie album?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. On Let's Dance and, yeah.
Man, you just got so much music knowledge headed your way. That's what you look for in your sports shows, huh?
Exactly. And today, I've even got a more interesting shirt on than Jared does.
Wow.
Jared's jealous of your shirt today. Show that bad boy off, Bick.
Tune into
Today,
YouTube
Dan
right now,
Bickley
please.
is wearing the electric blue.
An electric, like he was
I told
struck by
Vinny,
lightning.
Told Vinny I had to go to a friend of mine has a luau every year, a big time luau, and I had to buy a Hawaiian shirt. So I went on Amazon and typed in really cool Hawaiian shirts, and this came up. And I went to the luau, and they're like, "That's not a Hawaiian shirt.
It's not really.
It's more like a bowling shirt."
It is cool though, but you didn't need to buy a Hawaiian shirt. I would have given you your choice of a dozen.
I wanted something that had a rock and roll bent to it.
That definitely has more than a bent.
Yeah.
That's social studies and a whole lot more. Back to the Suns and the NBA playoffs next here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Tyler Drake lists one red flag for each of the Cardinals' potential draft targets. NBA draft tiebreakers clarified the Phoenix Suns' 2026 draft pick. And Game 4 of the Suns-Thunder playoff series has been pushed to Peacock. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, the truth is where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers continue to choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they've built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that is focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, Earnhardt has loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, along with a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. That's because at Earnhardt, it's not about what you drive. It's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready to upgrade, you're right. Start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. Earnhardt Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Spend Mother's Day at Chase Field when the D-backs take on the New York Mets. The first 15,000 moms get a Mother's Day jersey courtesy of Dignity Health. Visit dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Arizona Cardinals trade down in the NFL draft and still get one of the top O-lineman prospects? Talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I mean, they're a physical team. They've been physical. I got to play them last year, and they were same physicality. We got to be able to take that pressure and create off something like that. Play a little bit faster, play a lot of good game, hit the open shots, shoot the open shots. It's going to come down to the rebounding. Once we get our stops in, we got to turn those stops and rebounding into transition points, and I think we'll be all right.
That is Jalen Green after Sunday's loss by the Phoenix Suns to the Oklahoma City Thunder on getting back in, making adjustments for Game 2. Lots of time for both teams to make adjustments. I'm not sure what Oklahoma City has to adjust. They kind of got their program figured out. The Suns will be the team doing the adjusting. And look, I think we're all in the same boat when it comes to what needs to happen. Take better care of the basketball. Stop the isolation possessions, hitting open shots. It's a make or miss league, Vic.
I've heard that.
And I do think the Suns got some good looks that just didn't fall. I think they'll shoot the ball better. You don't have any chance to beat Oklahoma City when you shoot under 35% from the floor.
Yeah, I would think that if Jalen Green could go back to play-in tournament Jalen Green, that would be very beneficial for the Suns. Give them a real three-point kind of threat, a guy that can maybe slice and dice his way to the rim through that defense, although good luck with that. The bigger question really becomes, is Jalen Green going to be part of this team going forward? Now, I know when we watched him in the play-in tournament, those were, I think, the only two consecutive 30-point games of his career.
Was it 30 or 30?
Was it more than that?
35, I
35
think.
was the number?
Yeah,
okay. Back-to-back
35
35-point games. So he would certainly have trade value. And this is not necessarily against Jalen Green. This is against the roster composition that they have. We haven't talked about this, but I was curious what you thought about the Ja Morant rumors.
It's complicated. To me, it's complicated because he's still just brimming with talent.
Yes.
He's never healthy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And
He's a knucklehead.
He's a knucklehead. And people will point to, well, if he gets in the right situation, and he was kind of in check when Dylan Brooks was still in Memphis. Well, kind of in check. I don't know. I would, if I was an NBA general manager, I would probably steer. I would steer clear of John Morant at this point.
And
I want to see him have a productive professional season before I'd be willing to go down that road. If that happens, he's probably not on the move anywhere. But I think a lot of people want to see that from John Morant.
Yes, you know that there was no bigger fan of John Morant coming out of college than I was. But at the same time, if you've carefully built a culture here, I'm with you. I don't know. You take it to the player's phenomenal, but I don't know. And the Dylan Brooks thing is very real. They were teammates in Memphis, and I don't think there's a world in which they acquire John Morant without going to Dylan Brooks and say, Dylan, what's up with this dude? And if he goes, stay away, or if he goes, oh yeah, I can bring out the best in him, maybe you think about it. But I tend to be just where you're at on that whole thing. But it's going to be interesting because one of the things about this series against the Oklahoma City Thunder is you are seeing up close and personal what you need to do if you want to get in that championship lane. If you really want to compete for a championship, which Matt Ishbia has promised, then there's some serious wheeling and dealing you're going to need to do.
Oh, that can't be debated. This roster, for them to get up to the next echelon in the Western Conference, has to change greatly.
Do the Suns have enough pieces around Jalen Green to get into the Giannis sweepstakes? No, they don't have the draft picks.
No, you'd have to trade Devin Booker.
Yeah, which we already know they're not going to do. Yeah. Now, that possibility, the phrase that you said, Jarrett, they have to trade Devin Booker. That is the lighting of the fuse for the fan base, because some people will say, yep, Jarrett said it. You'd have to do it. They got to do it. Yeah, they got to move on from Devin Booker. And other people, it's just a non-starter.
Well, you can't, in theory, would you trade Devin Booker for Giannis? But if you trade Devin Booker, why would Giannis want to come here?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that which is why I phrased the question: would Jalen Green's athleticism and upside, plus everything else you have that's not Devin Booker, be enough to get a guy like Giannis? And I guess the answer would be probably not. But this is the NBA, and great players generally get to where they want to go. And so if Giannis, for whatever reason, would be hell-bent on joining the Phoenix Suns,
which some people believe he is.
Which some people believe he is.
Because of this reason. His last Twitter post, 13 hours ago, year 13, check, book emoji. Is that a book?
Is it a book?
I think so. This has been one of the toughest seasons of my career, but as they say, like a phoenix from the ashes, I'll rise.
Oh.
Now, he didn't use Phoenix with a capital P. That could have been more convincing. To the city of Milwaukee, my city, thank you for the unwavering love and support.
Hey,
he's not coming.
That's such a stretch to people. Oh, yeah, book emoji.
Book emoji, Phoenix. He's not coming.
That's why he used the book emoji.
That's interesting.
Now Jarrett's in.
Year 13 is in the books.
Oh, he said in the books? Ah, yeah, he's not coming.
He didn't say in the books, but, I mean,
no,
that's what the emoji says.
Book, Phoenix. What
look
number?
Look at you sweeping up breadcrumbs.
Number 34 is retired. You can't wear number 34.
We could get him in another. We could get him in another number.
It's not happening. Look, it's not happening.
Not happening.
Maybe he'll end up with the Thunder.
But, well, that would be something. The thing
They've
to me,
got the
though,
draft picks.
Yeah. And Jalen Williams or Chet. And...
The thing to me is when it comes to the Phoenix Suns, this try-hard team, make the play. This is great for year one, but this cannot be a long-term plan. Because, as I said yesterday, 7 seed, 8 seed, 9 seed, 10 seed, that's spinning your wheels territory in the NBA.
Wait a minute. He said year what? What year did he say, Giannis?
13.
What number is Devin Booker?
Number 1.
What number is Dylan Brooks?
Number 3. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Print the shirts.
Giannis is coming. Oh
Giannis is coming. But you know what? I don't know if I trust Giannis's health going forward. I really don't.
He wasn't healthy this year.
No.
And even when he was, they wouldn't let him play.
That weird scenario where his ankle almost snapped on a non-contact play, it was like, I don't know.
Oh, it's going to be a fun offseason.
Oh, it sure will be, Vinny.
Some say
Sure
it's the
will
most
be.
important offseason in the... Never mind. Coming up next, it's Tuesday. We'll play around a mustache.
Not a mustache.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
3, Cardinals gets interesting.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
With the 3rd pick, Bailey Reese combo, whoever doesn't go to the Jets, Jeremiah Love, or at 3, the offensive lineman out of Miami.
Arizona Sports has it covered. So watch it on YouTube, read it on ArizonaSports.com, and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
Sports fans know you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need a great team, and you need a really good plan, and that's what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you set up a free consultation with the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, especially if you're nearing retirement, because we all know the stress that comes with that momentous occasion. Do you have enough money to retire? Will your money last? Will you end up having to take a job to supplement your income? Is your portfolio missing anything? If any of that sounds familiar, Trajan Wealth can give you the peace of mind you need and the peace of mind you deserve, because it's one thing to save for retirement, it's another to feel totally prepared. That's what you'll get from Trajan Wealth. They are veteran-owned, they're locally operated, plus, as I said, they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated to act in your best interest at all times. They'll review your current portfolio, see if there are any huge gaps, then they're going to give you personalized strategies, tailor-made plans that are built around your needs and your desires. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships where they take the time to get to know you and to get a comprehensive picture of how you want to spend your retirement. Give them a call. Get your plan started today. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Snakes are back in action tonight. They'll welcome the Chicago White Sox as Merrill Kelly makes his first home start of the season. Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte have hopes for a big series. And Corbin Carroll, Jose Fernandez, and Ildemaro Vargas will look to stay hot. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tomorrow night for Game 2 of the first round of the playoffs in OKC. And after a blowout Game 1, Jordan Knott and his team have some adjustments to make. And Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin's availability are still in question. The NFL Draft is heating up, and the Cardinals have a big decision to make Thursday night as they sit with the number 3 overall pick. Will they stay there? And if they do, who is the pick? For more Cardinals and draft buzz, head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks, craving scratch-made food, ice-cold 29-degree beer, and every game on wall-to-wall TVs. Head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is, should the Cardinals draft Jeremiah Love with the number 3 overall pick? Absolutely. No way. And then the next 2 options are a little weird. Only if they can trade back into the first round and get another position, or they should trade back in general.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll vote absolutely. There you go. Yeah,
absolutely.
Give me absolutely.
37% leading the way, and the other 3 right around at 20%. So there you guys go.
All right, that is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. It's on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
A lot of these kids have mustaches. No, I do too.
Oh, yes. Only I have a mustache on this show. But we are all in the mindset of the mustache because we're about to play America's fastest-growing facial hair-related quiz sensation, Mustache!
Not a mustache!
Well, we'll be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song to Bickley and Murata. They have to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person first. 1 to 10 points wins. And today's topic, because the Suns are playing the mighty, mighty Oklahoma City Thunder. All things having to do with thunderstorms.
All right.
Thunderstorm theme.
I think you're pronouncing it wrong. I heard it on the station pronounced as thunder.
Thunder.
Boca.
Does he mispronounce R's in the middle of words? It would be thunder, thunderstorm. I guess not.
No.
That's more New England.
Yeah. That's true. All right, Dan, you won last week on the tiebreaker. Would you like to
let's go.
First?
Let's do it.
Okay, well then, fair enough. How about this one right here?
That is Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses. I'm going to guess not a mustache.
That is correct.
Okay.
Do you remember that video? What a big deal that was?
It was a big deal.
I remember for a brief period of time when they would do countdowns of the greatest ever, it would be right there with Thriller. And I was very confused and never quite understood what that video was about anyway. Did he kill his wife?
I don't know. I just watched it because Stephanie Seymour was in it.
Well, fair enough. All right.
Axl wrote a lot of songs about Stephanie Seymour, by the way.
Yeah.
He wanted to see more Stephanie. All right.
Hey,
Thunderstorm edition. Vince.
6 off to a 2-0 lead.
Not a yes, sir. Not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold. Have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder.
You had the social studies questions about songs that I hate. I forgot about that band. Ugh.
Well, you know who it is, though. That's a good start.
How could you not? Force-fed to America. Imagine Dragons. Not a mustache?
No. He's got a mustache.
Okay, I'm glad I missed that.
I love it. That's the attitude. That's the attitude.
I'm glad I didn't know that he has a mustache.
But imagine a dragon right now.
Yeah.
Don't you see a mustache on it?
No.
No. Okay. Well, that'd be a cool sight, though. All right. Early lead by Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Dan Bickley, please answer this one now.
You'll be able to spit nails, kid. Like the guy says, you're gonna eat lightning and you're gonna crap thunder.
Burgess Meredith as Mick, Rocky's trainer, not a mustache.
That is correct. Vince Marotta.
He'll kill you to death inside of 3 rounds, Rock. Rock.
All right, Vince Marotta.
Mm-hmm.
We've been through every kind of rain there is. A little bit of stinging rain, and big old fat rain. Rain that flew in sideways, and sometimes rain even seemed to come straight up from underneath.
From underneath.
Tom Hanks says Forrest Gump, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right. Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
Let's do this one.
Brian Johnson, AC/DC, not a mustache.
That is correct. You said not one of your favorite songs of theirs, even though I find it quite catchy.
How did you know that one, Vic?
It was a little tricky, that one.
That was
I
a
agree.
deep pull, Vinny.
A deep one right there. Here's another one of your favorite songs for you, Vince.
Oh, good.
And the Thunderstorm
Cyndi
edition.
Lauper, not a mustache. That's a masterpiece compared to Imagine Dragons. That is Toto. I don't remember that singer's name, even though I watched that Yacht Rock documentary, but he definitely had a mustache.
That is correct. Toto.
Do you remember that guy's name?
Yeah, well,
he's still going around touring and singing Toto songs, even though he's not in the band anymore.
There's a lot of great musicians in that band. I just don't remember the singer.
Yeah, me
What
neither.
did they? Did it have anything to do with the dog from Wizard of Oz, or does Toto mean something completely different?
Don't know.
All right, something to look into.
Jared, who's the backup quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs?
Vince Toto.
Man.
Ready?
Yeah, do it.
I wanna know, have you ever seen rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen rain?
The band that burned white hot in the early 70s, Creedence Clearwater Revival, John Fogerty, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right. Vince Marotta.
Some of those other guys had mustaches, though, right, in that band?
Oh, it was one of the hairier bands you will find,
Uh-huh.
except for the lead singer. Very bold.
Very bold.
Like one of my favorite music facts of all time, of course, ZZ Top. The two people in the front the biggest beard you've ever seen. The drummer's name, Frank Beard.
It's unbelievable.
Did not have a beard.
That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
It really is.
Let's continue on Mustache, the thunderstorm edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache.
I woke last night to the sound of thunder. How far off I sat and wondered. Started humming a song from 1962. And it's funny how the night moves.
That is Bob Seger, or Bob Seger, and his Silver Bullet Band.
Nice.
Mustache.
That is correct. All right, last.
Very, very underrated in terms of he produced some legendary, iconic songs like that one.
And a good beard.
Okay.
All right, Dan Bickley.
This is from
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown.
Okay, that's obviously Jim Morrison. It's The Doors, but if this is off the L.A. Woman album, he's got a big beard and a mustache on the cover of it. And I think it is off the L.A. Woman album. Jim Morrison, mustache.
Yes, you are correct. Wow. I'm looking right at it. He looks like Charles Manson. All right.
Fat Charles Manson.
Well, that's how I always choose to picture Charles Manson, as a big fat guy. All right. I don't think you can win here.
I cannot win.
A perfect score from...
Unless I get fouled. If I get this right,
Okay,
and the foul, then
Let's
I
see if
get
you
a
can.
chance for the
This is
free
a
throw.
tough one anyway. Let's see if you can get it.
Mr. Thundermaker here is going to start barking fire. If you don't stop moving and listen to what this young man has to say.
Wow, that is a deep cut, but I know it. That is Gary Busey in Black Sheep. Oh, what was his character's name? It'll come to me.
In full face paint.
Not a mustache.
That is correct.
See, I saw contact on the elbow there.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I don't know.
There is no replay
review. There is no replay review.
Roll the finger.
Well played, both of you, on today's edition of
Mustache. Not a mustache.
You brought the thunder.
I can't believe Gary Busey made the cut with
how about it?
Bob Seger and the Doors.
Only the hippest, coolest, most current references.
Final thoughts.
That's what you're about, man.
Including an update on our music system in this building. Coming up next.
Kids have mustaches. No, I do too.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You've seen his face on billboards, Valley buses, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and it's a fun brand, but don't get it twisted. The work they do is very serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They're unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got their own in-house trial team, and all their trial experience with their 98% winning record sends a very clear message to the insurance companies. Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you has a serious reputation, you are taken seriously as well. If you're injured in an accident, do not settle for less. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James because of all that leverage that I spoke about, and because of this, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. Remember, the consultation is free and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like Liberty GMC has some huge savings this month.
You got it, Dave. During our home run sales event, the deals on our 2026 GMC Terrains are a grand slam. You can lease for just $279 a month or take up to $57.50 off all month long. And if you need a little more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $698 a month.
Step up to the plate and start your deal today. Visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Dig it.
Chorus is really good, too. Yeah, I think you'd like this.
I never knew this existed. And look, it fits, too. Sunrise. Will we see the suns rise tomorrow?
Sun's up, baby. Oh, you know what? See, this is good, man. So the phrase sun's up, you know, I really like that. I thought of another great team that could use the up with their team name. Tighten Up.
I think they've used that.
Oh, have they?
Yeah. There's that bad 70s song, Tighten Up, isn't there? They made it into car insurance commercials once upon a time. Simply Red. This is not, I mean, Simply Red kind of hit big in the 80s.
Yeah.
This is from 2003.
Wow.
I do like this.
Did they have a big hit? What was their hit? Simply Red.
Holding Back the Years.
That's right.
No. Sunrise, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I've got good news for you, Bick.
You do?
Yes. When you walk out of this building today to get to your car, you will not hear Build Me Up Buttercup.
Oh, really?
Yes. You know why I know this?
How do you know this?
Because I went to the restroom at 9:28 and it played then. Unless it's on real heavy rotation.
Make it stop.
Here in our in-office radio station, K-Suck.
KSUK.
I don't want to be too descriptive. Let's just say during a commercial break, I was in the men's room, and I could only laugh when it came on. It's halfway through my men's room.
Now you will not get that song out of your head.
Nope.
It's the way it works.
You know why? Because it's a great song.
It's a great song like once every month.
Yeah. Not once every hour on
Jared,
the hour.
What are you dancing to right now?
I'm singing the song in my head right now.
We got this tweet from our listener Lauren, by the way. Still amazed how Jarrett can produce an entire dinner menu for a week and a grocery order, but somehow can't even remember whose turn it is and how many points Vince Marotta and Dan Bickley have in Mustache Not a Mustache. Hashtag outstanding.
I'm a very complicated guy.
You are. Some news today that happened during the show. Not necessarily involving a couple of coaches. One who's not in coaching anymore. I guess neither one of them's in coaching currently. Mike Tomlin out as the head coach of Pittsburgh. He's going to be an NBC analyst this upcoming football season. And then this one's interesting to me. We've known about the Chicago Bulls kind of changing, rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. They fired their whole front office. And Billy Donovan was one of the finalists, reported finalists for the North Carolina job. North Carolina went down the road of hiring a former NBA coach in Michael Malone. They finished out their season in Chicago, and now Billy Donovan stepped down today.
How about it?
As the head coach of the Bulls.
How about it?
And Billy Donovan, even more than Tommy Lloyd, Billy Donovan was reported as that was their first choice. And he wanted to play out the season, but I thought the same thing. If you're just going to step down anyway.
Yeah, and I thought Michael Malone wasn't really on my personal radar for that job. I think it's an intriguing hire. It may or may not work, but Billy Donovan, his resume has been soiled a little bit by his time in Chicago.
Yep.
But you can't poke holes in his college resume, even though it was a different era. He's got 2 national championships.
And the rumor is that the job he's really eyeing is Kentucky. And if they move on from their head coach next year, Donovan would take a year off and then take that job.
So he's scheduling in some vacation. I love it.
So. Or, follow me here, Steve Kerr steps down to become the GM at U of A. Golden from Florida becomes the Warriors head coach. Donovan goes back to Florida.
I mean, it's not impossible. You brought that up in our show meeting. The idea of moving from Steve Kerr to Todd Golden in terms of coaching. I don't know how that would be received in the Bay Area, quite honestly.
Yeah, that was Kerr's first coaching job, though, when they hired him. I mean,
but I'm just talking more about
personality?
In terms of style and how to handle personalities. Because we mentioned this, too. Draymond Green had this to say in his podcast about Steve Kerr's future.
I hope he's our coach next year. I also hope I'm on this team next year. We also don't know that, which we'll get into. But I don't know, man. It felt like that was it. It really felt like that was it. What a run it's been. So lucky to have had for 12 years Steve as my coach. But I'm truly at a loss now because you just don't know. Just got to stay ready for whatever it is and, roll with the punches.
There was that group hug with him.
Yeah, it was quite something.
Draymond and Steph. And
I'm trying to look this up. Draymond Green has had one coach in the NBA. Is that correct? No, he did play under Mark Jackson. Right? Okay. Think of how many, and he's been in the league longer than Devin Booker. How many coaches has Book had?
Oh my goodness. It's been a criminal how many coaches he's had.
And I read this today. Sports/ESPN Jeopardy coming back.
No way.
It's going to be hosted by Joe Buck. Will stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
An uninspiring choice.
My dreams of being on a game show are not dead yet.
Are you going to try out for it?
Maybe this happened.
They had Sports Jeopardy on when it was hosted by Dan Patrick on Crackle, and nobody watched it. And I applied for that, and I never heard back from them, and then they canceled it.
Let's make it happen.
Have this one thing.
No, apply. Try to get on this. Come on, it'll be a good thing for the show.
Because I am way too dumb to get on regular Jeopardy. That's been proven time and time again. Thanks to Field Yates and Jack Summers for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. As always, we're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. Why don't you build me up, Buttercup?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jacoby Brissett, I love him as a mentor, somebody that would be able to mentor a young guy. It all comes back to why Jacoby Brissett has asked for this now.
Why
has he been told that he is going to be the starter going forward? And, he sat around with his agent. Maybe they were out by the pool. I have no idea. They were sitting there, and they looked at each other and said, man, if I'm going to be the starter, why don't I get paid starter money? And by the way, define starter money once again, by the way.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots?
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at YREFI85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Snakes are back in action tonight. They'll welcome the Chicago White Sox as Merrill Kelly makes his first home start of the season. Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte have hopes for a big series, and Corbin Carroll, Jose Fernandez, and Ildemaro Vargas will look to stay hot. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood tomorrow night for Game 2 of the first round of the playoffs in OKC, and after a blowout Game 1, Jordan Knott and his team have some adjustments to make, and Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin's availability are all still in question. The NFL Draft is heating up, and the Cardinals have a big decision to make Thursday night as they sit with the number 3 overall pick. Will they stay there? And if so, who's the pick? For more Cardinals and draft buzz, head to ArizonaSports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Check 1. Check 1. Hey.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Lots of stuff going on.
Okay.
In a good way.
A lot of, you know what, busy. It's a busy time of year, is it not, my brothers?
Just fix my chair, too. Cool. All right, now I'm ready.
Yeah, okay, you're good. You're all settled in right now. Broadcasting, here we go. The Wolf and Luke Show, broadcasting live from Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Do you think there will ever be a show that starts and we're both completely set up and everything's plugged in and we have everything lined up right?
I hope not.
Okay, why start now?
Exactly.
It would
I
throw
hope
me
not.
off if we did. We got a busy show, obviously, today with everything going on. The Suns back in action tomorrow. The Diamondbacks back in action today. We are going to talk to Kellen Olson and Jody Jackson. We also have Wolf's Freak Show, Freak number 2 today.
That's right.
We're going to play a couple draft games. Got a lot of draft stuff coming up with the draft itself starting on Thursday. But Wolf, let's start with the Suns, okay? Had a couple days, day and a half, whatever, to sort of let Sunday's loss sink in. The weekend was a whirlwind with that game Friday night that was an emotional high for the Suns, and then the game Sunday afternoon that felt like they weren't really there. So now that we've had a little bit of time from game 1, where's your mind at going forward in the rest of this series?
Yeah, that's a great question. It really is. What are your expectations, I think, based on Ian's, for the Phoenix Suns going forward? I think they're going to be much more competitive going forward. I don't think it's not even going to be close. I think what we saw in game 1, I don't think the Suns are going to play that poorly. They're not going to turn the ball over the way that they did. They're not going to allow 19 offensive rebounds by OKC. I don't see that happening. I think they're going to play a fundamentally sound, buttoned-up game and still lose the game.
Well, yeah, that last part might very well be true. But I agree. And I'm going to play a cut from Dave Pasch. We had him on the show yesterday. He said something that really kind of hit home. You got to remember, the last time Oklahoma City had played a game prior to Sunday was the last time they played the Suns at the end of the season. And much like the Suns, they didn't really play any of their key players.
Yeah.
So their main guys were as rested and ready to go as possible.
Yes.
Now, don't let it get lost in the shuffle. And so I'm glad you said at the end there what you said. Oklahoma City's the best team in the NBA.
Yes.
I'm not trying to sit here and find ways where the Suns are better than them, but the Suns are in the playoffs. You may as well try and win. It's not like we lost game 1. Yeah, well, I guess we should just leave. Like, they're going to be in a position where they can actually practice and prepare for Oklahoma City,
right,
and kind of get hopefully some of these guys healthy instead of doing a game in less than a 48-hour turnaround like they had from Friday night to Sunday afternoon. Like you said, I don't know if it means the Suns are going to win, but I think it should make them much more competitive. Here's what Dave Pasch said when he was on with us yesterday.
I'll get a better sense, guys, Wednesday doing game 2, going back tomorrow to Oklahoma City, because, I think playing Friday, having to turn around Sunday afternoon, I do think that plays a role. I'm not saying the Suns would have won had there been more time, but I just think it's a little hard to gauge. Oklahoma City's been waiting around. Most of those guys hadn't played in about 10 days. They're raring to go. The place is nuts. But look, it's a mismatch. Now, can the Suns be more competitive? Absolutely. I think it's been a terrific year for the Suns, given what the expectations were going into the year. Jordan Ott deserves a ton of credit. Brian Gregory, who put the team together, deserves a ton of credit. But Oklahoma City's in a different stratosphere. They're the defending champs, and they got better than last year's team.
It's really kind of hard to argue with any of that. And obviously Dave Pasch was there in Oklahoma City on Sunday because he was calling the game in Oklahoma City on Sunday. So I think there's just a lot of truth to what he said. It makes a lot of sense. Everything's not black and white here. I don't know if rest and practice time and time to prepare specifically for Oklahoma City makes up a 35-point gap. But we're going to see. And also, you could also argue Oklahoma City didn't play their best game on Sunday.
Yeah, you could. Once again, I think it's going to be a situation where OKC, they know they're a better team than the Phoenix Suns. And the fact that human beings play for the Oklahoma City Thunder is interesting, Basinonians, because from time to time, a human being will get a little complacent. And that's the one thing that they're going to have to fight against. Going out and beating your opponent by 35 points in the first game, would you say that's significant? I think that is a confidence boost that they've already experienced winning a championship. They already know how good they can be and how good they are. And then when you go out and you face an opponent, you're gonna play in a 7-game series. Well, you know what? Maybe it's only going to be 4 games that you're actually going to play. And right now, based on where I'm sitting, I think that's probably going to be the case. Watching this team play, the Suns they have a talent deficit right now that I don't think they're going to be able to overcome.
They weren't supposed to be here. And when everybody said that at the start of the season, that wasn't ridiculous. I mean, we've seen it in this city before where we kind of know locally that one of our teams is better than people nationally are giving them credit for. But it wasn't ridiculous for people to think the Suns weren't going to be a playoff team this year.
Oh, my goodness.
And
playoffs?
All the credit in the world to them for getting here. You certainly, you like I said, you're going to go out there and do everything you can to try to steal some games here from Oklahoma City. But the reality is you're a team that wasn't supposed to be here, and you're playing the best team in the NBA.
Yes.
The sort of team that it's not inconceivable. We look back in 5 years, and they've won 3 or 4 of the last 5 titles, Oklahoma City. So it's a huge mismatch, as Dave Pasch said.
Yes.
Oklahoma City against anybody other than San Antonio is a pretty big mismatch right now.
And once again, too, just think of the talent that OKC has. Think of the incredible players, starting with SGA, ladies and gentlemen. Just think of SGA, how talented he is. And yet think of the block on Oso Ighodaro from SGA.
Yeah.
That is OKC. In a nutshell, that is exactly who they are. They have all of this talent, and yet at the same time, they are tough. They are tough, and they have tough defenders. They value it,
all
Luke.
of them.
I know. They value it.
All good defensively. It's ridiculous.
When we talk about culture, this is who we are, and this is how we do things around here. For OKC, hey, listen, we're going to go, and we're going to be buttoned up, and on the defensive end of the floor, we're going to be lights out.
They've been building that culture for a few years, too. You can't look at the Suns and say, hey, why aren't you as consistent in that way? Or why isn't that ingrained in you? The Suns just started this 6 months ago. Oklahoma City's been doing this for a while. I think all things considered, the Suns have built that into their culture pretty well, pretty quickly. But Oklahoma City, it's just a different animal. Like, this is the best way I can look at it, Wolf. If the Suns had gotten bounced in the play-in, that would have said a lot about the Suns to me. When the Suns didn't make the playoffs last year, that said a lot about the Suns. When the Suns got swept by Minnesota the year before, that said a lot about where the Suns were. if they lose this series to Oklahoma City, it's going to say a lot more about Oklahoma City than the Suns.
You know what's amazing about it too, man? You think of Sam Presti. You think of Sam Presti and the job that he has done with his team. You want to talk about culture. You want to talk about building something. He is not going to bring. Ask yourself this. Do you think Sam Presti's going to bring some guy who's wildly talented? He might be the most talented guy on the planet. Just doesn't care about playing hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You think, no. He's not going to bring anybody inside that locker room. This is what I love about him. You talk about culture, Sam Presti. You talk about building culture. You talk about a team and realizing that human beings with different thoughts and different habits are going to come walking into a locker room. Man, the paradigm will not accept anybody who's not going to give everything that he's got. And OKC, they have built the preeminent culture that I think every team in the association is trying to build.
All right, we come back. The Diamondbacks have won 4 straight series. They haven't lost any of their last 6 series, and now they're finally playing a team that, on paper, they should beat, and the White Sox. So what does that look like? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jeremiah Love's window starts at 3.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
This Thursday is NFL Draft Day. Arizona Sports is broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge starting at 2. Join us for the Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 kickoff live from Pittsburgh.
With the 3rd pick. They got some needs. They also signed a running back in free agency, but I still wouldn't be surprised because it's like, just take the best player.
NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, or you know what? You might be in the market right now. You're thinking to yourself, man, we need a newer pre-owned Ford. That's what we need. Well, if that's the case, jump into your vehicle and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Walk boldly into Santan Ford, Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and say, where's Tim Hovick, man? Yeah, hunt Tim Hovick down. Okay, he's the owner-operator of Santan Ford. He's a massive sports fan as well. Get ready, because if you're going to start talking about baseball, you're going to start talking about basketball, football, whatever, he's going to talk your ear off. But maybe you're in the market for a Ford F-150. That's what I drive, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you know what? Maybe the Ford F-150 is too big for you. Well, Santan Ford is loaded with Rangers and Mavericks, the right size at the right price. Green light means go. Go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to earnhardtbuickgmc.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Tyler Drake lists one red flag for each of the Cardinals' potential draft targets. NBA draft tiebreakers clarified the Phoenix Suns' 2026 draft pick. And Game 4 of the Suns-Thunder playoff series has been pushed to Peacock. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, that was nice. We found out the Suns have the 47th pick in the draft coming up. Yet another reminder of
hey, which is nice.
How good it is that they vastly have exceeded expectations this season. Because,
hey, at least they have a draft pick. At least they have one.
It's true. You can find somebody in the second round. They've done that.
Jokic was the 41st pick. Maybe they'll get Jokic.
Yeah, that would be nice if they got Jokic. Or somebody 6 spots worse than Jokic.
No, maybe they'll get Jokic.
We dream. We dream, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, they have a pick, but it's not like a lottery pick. Somehow Oklahoma City does have a lottery pick. We were talking during the break, Wolf. Anytime I'm looking to make trades in the future, I'd probably be calling Oklahoma City because they have so many assets they can't use them all. So
right.
If they're looking to get rid of picks or players that they're replacing with the guys they take with those picks, that's the team I would be in constant contact with. Over to baseball. Diamondbacks, 13-9 on the season. Wolf coming off a lopsided loss on Sunday, but you got to give them a break. They won 4 straight games before that. They had won 8 of their previous 10. They have won 4 consecutive series. They're 5-0-1 in their last 6 series, all against good teams. All against teams I would say that at least have playoff aspirations. Rick, I'm sorry, but Baltimore's probably the worst team they've played so far, right? And even Baltimore, you had playoff aspirations for them.
Yeah, they're back. Did you see that game last night?
I did not watch the Orioles.
It was the best Orioles game on April 20th that you could ever watch. It was just an incredible bit. If you're a baseball fan, just go back and watch the highlights of that insane 12-inning game.
Okay, 12 innings of Orioles-Royals baseball on April 20th. Well, either way, I would say the Orioles are not a bad team, and they're the worst team the Diamondbacks have played, and here they are at 13-9. But that's about to change because the worst team they are going to play in this early stretch is the team they start with tonight, the start a series with tonight, Wolf, the Chicago White Sox. But you just said this about Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Sports are played by humans.
Man.
It's easy to get complacent. So I do want to see how the Diamondbacks react to playing a team that on paper they definitely should beat going into the series.
You know, I cannot have this conversation without first thinking about what kind of conversations are going on inside the clubhouse for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, honestly. What's going on not only in the clubhouse, what kind of conversations are they having on the bus? Or on the charter, on the plane, as they travel around, having coffee in the morning, wherever they may be on the road. What kind of conversations have they had about their start? Because what you just read off, you've got to be kidding me. What has gone on 5-0-1 in their last 6 series. They have not lost a series since the Dodgers and getting swept.
What's their
Think
RPI?
about that.
They have to be number 2 in RPI still, right?
You're the RPI they guy. Are. It is. They're number 2 behind the Dodgers in relative power index is what they are. In relative power index based on earnings, all you need to know about that is it takes into account who you are playing and who they have already played as well.
And what you've done against
And what you've done, obviously, yourself. But it's incredible. It's the Dodgers number 1, and then it's the Arizona Diamondbacks at 13-9 at number 2. It's just This team is a little bit different. They've got a bunch of dirtbags in that clubhouse, and I say that in the most flattering kind of way.
The White Sox have some interesting young players. Sam Antonacci he's a high-end prospect. He was pretty good in the World Baseball Classic. They've Colson Montgomery, kind of a power hitter that doesn't really hit for average at all. They got Murakami, who's already got 8 home runs.
Murakami, oh my goodness!
He seems to be adapting to Major League Baseball very well, very quickly. But they're not a good team yet. I mean, if you look at the pitching matchups, you've got so Thursday will be Michael Soroka against Davis Martin. I know there's not a lot of probably not a ton of Davis Martin fans around the Valley yet.
Okay.
He's having a decent season. Erod against Anthony Kay tomorrow, and not household names. And then Merrill Kelly against Sean Burke today. Sean Burke, who may or may not be the former goalie coach of the Arizona Cardinals. So on the mound, the Diamondbacks should have the advantage. The lineup, they should have an advantage, and they're at home. But it's baseball, and it's just I'll take 2 out of 3. Honestly, just give me another series win.
For me, that's always a standard, honestly. Whether they're playing a great team or a bad team, whatever it may be, just win series, babies. Just keep winning series. And if you do that, you're going to be an excellent team. There's no doubt about that. Having said that right now, it is interesting. I love the fact that Merrill Kelly is taking the ball in Game 1 of this series. He's taking the ball for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I love that because I believe Merrill Kelly is the one guy that is impervious to any type of outside influence whatsoever. Even though he's a human being, ladies and gentlemen, I think Merrill Kelly is so locked into his routine and what it is that he does and who he is as a pitcher at this point in time in his career.
He's a rock.
Thank you. He's a rock, and he's a leader inside the clubhouse. I don't think the White Sox, being 8-14, are going to have any impact whatsoever on Merrill Kelly and how he performs. I don't think that's going to be possible. I love the fact that he's taking the ball in Game 1 of the series because I think he has a chance to set the tone for everybody else.
Here's Torey Lovello after the series against the Blue Jays. You got to remember, his comments after the series are coming off a 10-4 loss, but it's a series win against the team that just won the American League last year.
Some highlights for me are what Brandon Pfaadt did. Without Brandon Pfaadt, 6 1/3 coming in, we would be up against it for another 3 or 4 days. So he's built to do that for us, and the fact that he's able to do it in 82 or 84 pitches and protect the entire bullpen and give them a day off, that was fantastic. We were able to get Andrew Hoffman some work. That's another pitcher that we haven't been going to that often. So between those two guys, great job. Jorge Barosa, an understudy, kind of taking a different role now that Gurriel's back, ends up coming into the game, getting a big hit. Tawa comes in and gets a big base hit. So Marte insisting to stay in the game, and I'm trying to get him off the field to rest him. Those are the little things.
Did he say Marte insisting to stay on the field?
You know Torey said that on purpose, right?
Listen, I'm sure that Ketel Marte may have done exactly that.
He might have, and if he did, you want to make sure you get that out there.
You want to make sure you get that out there. That's exactly right, Luke. And, the T-shirts with Ketel, the Martes, is that what they're calling them? The Martes? Yeah, Rick's got it on. There it is.
I've got the Marti.
The Marti, right
it looks
there.
Good. It's actually just called the Ketel Marte tee, but
you know what I was thinking?
The television broadcast started calling it the Marti, which I very much like.
What are your thoughts on that, Basin Orleans? Do you think it's an olive branch? It's the proverbial olive branch that is being offered to Ketel. And hey, we love you, Ketel. We love you, and you know that we love you. As a matter of fact, we're going to have the Marti.
I think, too, you got to remember, Ketel's, he might not be the fan favorite, but he's one of the main fan favorites. So if you're doing a giveaway early in the season, why not? Why not lean into the Ketel Marte part?
So you don't see any outside influence on that? You don't?
Not necessarily. Just because they're
doing giveaways for
stuff.
Everyone.
Yeah. You know what, Basin Audience, that didn't happen by accident. Trust me on that one.
What I thought you were going to say is, did they do it in April just in case he was going to get traded when they decided that they were putting the schedule of giveaways out there? But no, I think Ketel's. He is largely a fan favorite behind. Only
there's
Corbin,
no doubt about
maybe
that.
Perdomo.
But once again, the timing on that, come on, man. There are no accidents, ladies and gentlemen.
If he's starting to hit, if Nolan Arenado is starting to hit, I'm not saying Nolan Arenado's going to have this monster season at the plate, but I will say lately, Wolf, he seems to be hitting a little bit more like I thought maybe he would this season. Not amazing, but, a couple 2-hit games. He's had 3 2-hit games in his last 6. He's got 3 home runs in his last 6 games. He's got 3 hitless games in there too. Again, this is not Nolan Arenado from 10 years ago. You can't expect that.
Yeah.
But if he's going to give them the sort of production he has given them lately, set aside the overall 205 average for a second. Just look at what he's done over the last week and a half. If he can do that consistently going forward, that's another. It's a part of your lineup that isn't a weakness that other teams can exploit. You know what I mean? This is more like I thought they were going to get from him. Not amazing at the plate, but not somebody pitchers could walk other guys to get to.
Yeah, once again, we're having a conversation about human beings playing the game of baseball, and of course, sometimes things are going to go well for you, and sometimes things are not going to go well for you. Nolan Arenado, when you think about it, the thing that I'm focused on, the conversations that this team is having about their start right now. It's got to be really, really encouraging that they're off to a 13-9 start as a team. And this is why I want to know what kind of conversations are going on. Is it, do you believe this is the most incredible thing? Or you just, you know what? There's something about putting your head down and just plowing through it, walking through it, the difficulties. We have walked through a very, very difficult schedule. And the fact that the White Sox are coming to town right now and they're not perceived to be a very good team, I don't think that's going to have any bearing whatsoever on this pack of dirtbags inside the clubhouse for the Diamondbacks. I don't think so, Luke. I think the conversations probably have been measured. I think the conversations that they've been having have been one of just do your job. Head down and do your job. And I think Nolan Arenado is one of those guys that might be saying something like that. And by the way, look at the way he's coming around as well. I just kind of feel like you're going to do what your leadership tells you to do and what they model for you. And I think that's what we're seeing.
This feels like just standard Diamondbacks. Now that expectations are low, they're going to show everybody how wrong they are. It's good and bad. When expectations are high, they haven't been able to live up to them. But when expectations are low, they wildly exceed them. All right, when we come back, NFL Draft is about 54 and a half hours away. So who are the Cardinals going to take at number 3? Let's just keep this simple. Not who do you want them to take at number 3. Yep. Not, could they trade down? Who, if they are stuck at number 3 on Thursday night, who are they going to take with that pick? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think they're going to move down.
You don't think so?
I don't
Stick
know.
and pick?
I don't know for sure. But what I can tell you is that the only way they're moving down is if they get overpaid. I don't think they're going to do just a fair deal. I think they would have to get overpaid. If somebody's willing to overpay, they'll listen. I think they want to stick at 3 and make a pick.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic.
With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field after a day off. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his second start of the season for the D-backs. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
Welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning as we get closer to the NFL draft. I'm torn here, Wolf. Like, I wanted to get here. I want some answers.
Okay.
But also, I've definitely, I'm not tired of talking draft yet, which is crazy since we've been talking draft since the middle of November with the way last season went.
Yeah, when the draft finally comes, Basinonians, now all of a sudden all things change just a little bit. Here it is right now. This is draft week. For me, all the subterfuge is pretty much over because anything that is said right now, anything that is reported right now for the most part, nobody believes a word of it one way or the other.
Yeah, well, and I think part of the reason that I'm not tired of speculating on this draft yet is because nobody seems to have any idea what the Cardinals are going to do. I mean, the only real consensus you're getting from people is, they got to draft Ty Simpson. Well, why? Because they need a quarterback. What about these other teams need a quarterback? No, Ty's not right for them. He's only right for the Cardinals. But even that, there's still so much unknown there, Wolf. Like, do the Cardinals actually believe in Ty Simpson? Would they even get him? They're not taking him at 3. Their next pick's to 34. So there's a ton of picks between them. Would they have to move up? Like, even that's not a given by any means. But to have the 3rd pick in the draft and to really have zero consensus on what they're going to do there, and we've been looking at this for months and months and months, it does make it more interesting. Like, it makes Thursday night really compelling for the Cardinals.
Yeah, it does. There's no doubt. There's a bunch of possibilities that could be happening right now. I wonder which one. I do have a scenario. I do. I settled on this last night, Basinonians. I have a scenario in which I would love to see the Arizona Cardinals, but it's not to be revealed here Luke. It is not.
Wait, when does it get revealed?
Well, it's later in the show. Let's
Okay.
put it
All right.
because right now we want to talk about something different, right?
What we think they're going to do.
What you think they're going to do at number 3, correct?
Yes.
No moving down, no moving back, right? We just if they're going to stay at number 3, who do you think they're going to take? Isn't that where we want to go on this?
Fully acknowledging, or at least on my end, I mean, if you disagree, but fully acknowledging, I believe that if Monty gets a trade, he'd like to move down. But
absolutely.
That's not the because the conversation here can't be like, oh, they'll trade down. So let's assume that if Monty gets an offer, he would like to trade down. But let's for the sake of argument here, say he doesn't get an offer.
Oh, they don't. It takes 2 to tango after all.
You're picking third.
That's right.
You're on the clock. It's Thursday night. What do you think we're going to be watching the Cardinals do on Thursday
night? Where do you think they're going to go? At number 3, the Arizona Cardinals select?
I actually think they may go defense, and I don't know that we've even looked at that enough, and we're going to look at it more later in the show. We're going to do the draft traits game with defense and see which traits you pick and which players they line up with. I think they may look long and hard at defense for a couple reasons. One, there seems to be a pretty strong feeling there's quite a few good offensive linemen in the first round of this draft. I think they'll prioritize getting one later in the first round or with that 34th pick. Like if David Bailey's there, I do think they would do that. I know we've all written off Arvell Reese, but that doesn't mean the Cardinals have written off Arvell Reese. So there are more options at defense at 3. I think they're going to look long and hard at that if they have to.
Yeah, if they have to. Yet it's interesting, Basinonians. Today, of course, I don't know if you saw this. Daniel Jeremiah, a guy that I've got a great deal of respect for. Daniel Jeremiah, he's been writing for NFL.com for many, many years, of course, a draft analyst. Daniel Jeremiah is a guy that he puts out this top 150 prospects. He does it every year, of course, and typically it's late. And here it is. It's late as well. He put it out 150, and I know it's been out before. Yet at the same time, this is the last production of his top 150.
Okay.
And he's got Jeremiah Love at number 2.
Yep.
Jeremiah Love, number 2. And again, I can't get over the fact that I do believe Jeremiah Love is a bright, shiny object. And I do believe there is somebody that covets them, some Jeremiah Love. And I also believe, Basinonians, that if he's there at number 3, and you're going to take, you tell me, Wolf, what you think, who they're going to take at number, I think they might go Jeremiah Love.
You got to look at it. You have to look at it because, and again,
there are people that say he is a generational talent,
and you can't look at
running
him
back
as just a running back. I mean, the people that really follow this stuff closely, and also, by the way, that matches up with what we all watched him do at Notre Dame.
Yes,
but the people that follow this closely, and it's their job and it's their livelihood, consistently say he's not just a running back in the NFL.
Yes.
He's a receiver too. Now, I'm not saying the Cardinals have to do it, but I strongly disagree with the people that are just like, that's not even an option. What are you going to do, take a running back? He's not just a running back.
Yeah, we're going to take a running back.
Yeah, he's a running back. He's also a passing outlet for your rookie quarterback either this year or next year. Yeah, I mean, he is a wrecking ball. The whole idea of like, well, even Bijan Robinson and these guys and Jahmyr Gibbs, they haven't won a Super Bowl. I got news for you. Arvell Reese isn't winning the Cardinals a Super Bowl in 2026.
Yes.
There's not any one player they can draft. There's not a quarterback they can take at 3. So Jeremiah Love, yes, it would be the most exciting pick, obviously. But I also think there's a lot of merit to it as well, because if you then take a quarterback next year and you have to take an offensive lineman with that 34th pick or move back into the first round, it's the only way this works. But if you do that, you're bringing a quarterback in theory, behind a better offensive line. You could still improve it next year as well.
Yeah.
And you're giving him Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Tyler Algier and Michael Wilson to work with.
Yeah, you know what else, too? A lot of people are talking about Sonny Styles being there at number 3 as well, of course. And, it's a possibility. Would you say Sonny Styles? It's a possibility that the Jets at 2 might take Sonny Styles. Yeah, I think that's
Sonny Styles. Linebacker, Ohio State.
Styles had 182 total tackles over the past 2 seasons for the Buckeyes. He does a good job in man and zone coverage, is physical when defending the run, and moves well to avoid blocks from offensive linemen. However, he is only 244 pounds at 6'5", and he could get stronger. NFL comp, San Francisco 49ers linebacker Fred Warner.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Fred Warner.
No big deal. Fred Warner.
Okay, if you're telling me it's going to be Fred Warner, man, I'm all in on this. I love Fred Warner. Oh, my goodness, over the years, just watching that guy play. That is an awesome inside linebacker. That is a football player through and through. Fred Warner, so much regard and respect in the Wolfley compound.
How do you think Sonny Styles would fit in this Cardinals defense? Because if he fits, like if you're not bending things around to fit a square peg in a round hole,
yeah,
I do like that. It's interesting.
I love the fact you got Mack Wilson Sr., of course.
Me too.
And Mack Wilson Sr., I think, could be the Mike linebacker. And if you were going to draft Sonny Styles, you're going to put him at the weak side inside linebacker. Here we go. I mean, I got to tell you, everyone knows how badly I love Francis Mauigoa. And at the same time, if you tell me, it's amazing. The closer we get, if you tell me that Sonny Styles is going to be a guy, I think I've got 3 guys right now.
Okay.
3 guys that I'm going to be, okay. Sonny Styles is one of them. That's right. Sonny Styles is one of them. And there's no doubt about that. Jeremiah Love is another one where if you tell me they're going to take Jeremiah Love, I'm not going to be balling out there. And Reuben Bain Jr., by the way.
And so you have 4 guys now.
Well, I'm just saying 3 guys. Okay. 3 guys that I'm going to be okay with if they go opposite.
You know what? To answer the original question, I'm just going to say this. They'll probably take an Ohio State guy because there's a bunch of Ohio State guys at the top of this draft, and they always take Ohio State guys. So
they like Ohio State guys.
Probably the safest answer. All right, this Thursday is NFL Draft Day. Arizona Sports is broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge starting at 2 p.m. Join us for the Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 kickoff live from Pittsburgh, brought to you by Bud Light. When we come back, what exactly do the Diamondbacks need to do to keep it rolling against the White Sox this week? We're going to talk to Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Not every dealership is built the same. Earnhardt Ford has spent 75 years proving that. What sets them apart is their legacy of doing right by Arizonans. No bull, no exception since 1951. They straight talk on every price. What you see is exactly what you pay. A tailored buying experience around you. Relaxed, honest, and no pressure. And you can shop your way online, browse, and buy when you are ready. Here's the kicker. The new 2026 Ford F-150 STX is ready to impress. Lock in 4.9% APR for 60 months or walk away saving up to $8,000 off MSRP. It's your call. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax and title license at $699.fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
2-2 pitch. Late swing and a miss by Gonzalez. Sewald, he strikes out 2 in a spotless 1-2-3, top of the 4th inning.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
All right, Diamondbacks back at it against the Chicago White Sox at home tonight. And they're back on the road for a while. They go to Mexico City for a couple games, and then you got to go through Milwaukee and Chicago. And, so I guess they're back against Pittsburgh May 5th. But schedule has not been easy. This is the first team on the schedule that should be relatively easy. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about it. Jody, thanks for the time. How's it going?
Going good, Luke. Really, did you just say that? Are you for real right now?
I don't know. What did I say?
I mean, Diamondbacks are playing great, but I just, you just never know. But they're at home. It's great. They've been playing really well. We all know the story, right? Besides that Dodgers series, and even 2 of those games were very competitive. They haven't lost a series. So it's been a lot of fun to watch. Merrill Kelly going tonight. And I think, when you look at his line the other day, 5 innings, 2 runs, you can't argue with that. I think the walks were something where you might have seen a little rust, just, the first game where you got that adrenaline going and you're in that actual game, major league game atmosphere. So yeah, it's and the White Sox have some, Murakami, what he's doing is really interesting. 8 homers, 20 walks, I think it is, but a big time whiff rate too. It's the ultimate kind of 3 true outcome player. So I think it'll be interesting to see how Merrill attacks him. Those 2 faced each other in the WBC a few years ago.
So, Jody, do you worry about the Arizona Diamondbacks playing a team like the Chicago White Sox, who are 8-14 on the season and maybe don't come anywhere close to having the reputation as the teams they've already played?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Early on, you're wondering, what are these teams all about? We know the White Sox had a very tough year last year. And I think there are some things, they're not scoring a lot of runs. Murakami is, one of the bats in there. There are a lot of, I feel like that's a few of their hitters, where there's some big time pop in the bat, but they chase. So I think the way we've seen the pitchers attack hitters this year has been great. They throw strikes, but they're also working the edges of the zone. They're realizing they have more zone to work with than they might think. And then they can have the put away pitch, right? So, I mean, those are all the things that, getting these guys to chase, that's something that this staff does pretty well. And we know that Merrill has a great array of pitches. So what are the White Sox all about? I mean, look, it's just a situation where the D-backs have to go out and continue playing their brand of ball. This offense has been a little bit surprising, I think, right, guys? And Perdomo's coming around. He had the off day the other day. I know he's kind of been a hot button topic for everybody to latch onto, but I just, in the prep today, I was looking at a note. I love when I have all these notes here, right? Perdomo, first 17 games, 148 batting average, 524 OPS. Last 4 games, 8 hits, so matching the same amount of hits in 4 games versus 17 games. Batting average 500, OPS over 1,000. So is he warming up? Is Corbin Carroll going to be okay? I think I buried the lead here today. You know, I think we think that back tightness, based on what Torrey said, based on what Corbin himself said on Sunday afternoon, is that he's going to be okay. So let's hope that's true as well.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jody. That's probably the biggest thing we could talk about is that Corbin Carroll is okay. Torrey wrote it off so quickly over the weekend that I'm just kind of assuming, and it's Corbin Carroll, that he'll just play through it or whatever. But you know, looking at the pitching,
he's Superman, right? He plays through everything, a hole in his hand, you know, whatever he's got going on.
And he plays well too. He doesn't just play, like he plays at a borderline MVP level. I wanted to ask you about Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt, I guess, in the same question, and you know, just how you view that. I mean, Brandon Pfaadt certainly probably didn't want to go to the bullpen, but so far he seems to be embracing it as well as you could possibly do it. And then Ryan Nelson is very familiar with that role. Now that he's a clear-cut, bona fide, you know, number 2 and number 3 starter, though, he's actually struggling. So what do you make of the performances of those two so far this season?
Yeah, I think with Ryan, you know, it was kind of, you know, we know what happened. It was easy to see. He was throwing fastballs, and many of them in the heart of the plate. Usually he's able to hit the edges, ride that fastball high, usually has more ride to it, you know, where batters are swinging through that pitch. And the Blue Jays' approach, combined with him not being able to locate that pitch, was just a disaster. And he wasn't able to reel it back in. You know, and the one strikeout he had, the one out that he did get, was on a great slider, but we just weren't able to see that slider based on the plan. You know, I think usually you have to, and he has been able to go with the fastball as his primary pitch and have that work for him. But I think that that's not too sustainable. I think the outings that we're going to see in the future, it's like, hey, you have to be able to work that slider in. You know, he's got another breaking pitch as well, and that's important for him. So there was a lot to dive in there. I'm sure the last day or so has been interesting for Ryan and the coaches to try to figure that all out. Meanwhile, Brandon Pfaadt pitched very well. And, you know, yes, it was 10-1 for most of the game. D-backs did score a few runs later on. But I think that it's a real big confidence builder for Brandon, no matter what the score was, because I think he did execute some good pitches. They could have piled on. They could have added on. And, you know, he really did execute a pretty good plan, I think, against the Blue Jays, despite the score. So, look, I think it's still early. A lot is still in play. I think Ryan, we felt like he was completely back on track, but it just is a reminder that, you know, that stinker can always be in front of you if you're not locating. So I think for both those guys, that's what it is. They just have to execute their pitches. They're both still relatively young. I think that if Ryan continues to struggle, could Brandon crack that rotation once again? I mean, of course, sure he could. Why not? They've shown already with that contract extension, they believe in Brandon Pfaadt. It's not like they don't have faith in him. So the fact that they can ride a hot hand in the rotation is a real luxury right now, because those guys that are in there are healthy, and you've still got Corbin Burns coming back. So I think, you know, it's a decent problem to have. I think, though, both those guys still have a lot. They're still very young in the grand scheme of things. So each start is very important for them to be able to maintain a spot.
You know, Jody, I think through 22 games right now, what do you think the strength of the Arizona Diamondbacks is? What is repeatable that we're seeing right now through the first 22 games?
I mean, there's a lot of good right now. So right. I think, yeah, I mean, the approach at the plate has continued now for a couple of years. And it's just the grinding at bats, whether it's Perdomo, whether it's Barossa now, Vargas, you know, some guys do swing earlier in the count. But now we also see some guys that we're really intrigued by, right? Like Jose Fernandez.
Yes.
I guess we could say we're intrigued by Vargy, even though he's been around, you know? So there are also, it's not all about process. It's all about, hey, these guys are barreling up balls. I mean, Jose Fernandez seems to get to a 3-2 count quite a bit, right? Even if he's down 0-2. So he's another guy with a great approach. So I think the approach at the plate has been very good going back to 23 and even maybe end of 22. And that has just continued with different people in there. And then the bullpen has been incredible. I mean, the bullpen's been really, really good. They're throwing strikes. They're a confident bunch right now. And they're that much older. Like a guy like Murillo last year was a guy, I remember we did the story like, hey, he was with the Dodgers for like 7 years and now he's getting a chance here. Now he's a guy that has some experience in the big leagues. So, you have young guys, you have older guys. I think that's been great. And the base running, there's a lot of sustainable parts to this. I don't think this is fluky. That's what's nice about a lot of these things. You can really grab on, Soroka, what he's doing. I mean, it doesn't feel fluky at all.
Jody, specifically with Paul Sewald, since you're talking about the bullpen, I mean, the only pitcher in baseball with more saves than him right now is Mason Miller in San Diego. And Sewald has looked really good too. Wolf, you've been on this, specifically in the save situations. Like the only times he really struggled at all this season is if it's not a save situation. This guy, it's not like he wasn't just in Arizona last year. He wasn't closing last year. So what do you attribute this? This is a pretty remarkable turnaround. What do you attribute that to?
Again, he talked about his velo being up in spring and being healthy. And I think, what we're learning here is if you get ahead in counts, if you have that count leverage, and that's been the biggest difference for this whole staff for me is, look, guys are always told throw strikes, but now they have a little bit more behind it. And I think that they're all buying into it and executing that. And so Sewald's one of those guys. I think that fastball just plays so much better because of the way he's locating it, a little bit of rise to it that you see. And then the sweeper looks good, or slider, or whatever you want to call it. So, I just think that it's the best of Paul Sewald right now that we're seeing. And we did see that back in 23 for when he came over, and so I don't know why also, guys go through little patches, but again, it's sustainable. I mean, you mentioned it wasn't a safe situation with Mauricio at that ball was down the middle, you're going to get burned, but Paul Sewald has not made mistakes, and that has been a big key for him.
Jody, thank you so much.
Jody, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. The White Sox are a weird team. She mentioned Murakami, third in all of baseball in home runs and 20 walks, and he's hitting 208.
Just incredible.
Like how do you have enough at bats?
Talk about all or nothing,
to have
Jamal.
8 home runs and 20 walks this early in the season and still be hitting 208. All right, we come back. Do the Suns have any shot against Oklahoma City tomorrow if Jordan Goodwin and Mark Williams and Grayson Allen can't actually play in the game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the postseason now.
Jody Jackson for joining us last segment.
Yeah, Joe D.
Ahead of D-backs White Sox tonight. You and I were just talking during the break. Ildemaro Vargas has a hit in every game this season.
Man.
Every game he's played in. Can't really get a hit in games he hasn't played in, but got a hit in every game. It's wild. Let's get back to basketball here, and we are going to do Wolf's Freak Show in about 10 minutes. So,
are we? It's coming up.
The second freak. You are Bernard yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. You are Bernard.
Okay. And we got
or not. I mean, 6'4", 306 pounds with 6% body fat. Is that you, Base Orleans? Certainly is not me.
Well, that was the first of 4 freaks. The second freak is coming up here in about 10 minutes. For the Suns, Wolf, the extra days we were talking earlier, maybe they help them a little bit to get a chance to actually practice for Oklahoma City instead of bouncing around the play-in, and you're getting ready for Portland, and all of a sudden you're getting ready for Golden State, and then you've got less than 48 hours to get ready for Oklahoma City. Maybe it helps them in that regard. More importantly, maybe it helps them get some of these guys back, because I don't even know if they can beat Oklahoma City at full strength. I really don't know how they can do it without Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin, and or Grayson Allen. Allen was available on Sunday, but he didn't play. Goodwin played but got hurt early, that left calf again, and Mark Williams was not even available. So, I mean, you can go in any different direction there, but all three of them are pretty important at this time of year.
I totally agree with that, especially with the size of Oklahoma City. Mark Williams could be a huge part of what the Suns would be doing right now. So, yeah, I don't like to see that. Also, too, Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen. I mean, those two guys, when you talk about guys who can shoot the three and guys that play defense, I think of those two guys being in that role in a big, big way. And especially Grayson Allen, just because of how much he has developed over the years. And Jordan Goodwin, I think, over the last 2 seasons, there's no doubt about that. But, it's troublesome to me that these guys are banged up right now, and it doesn't help me think that the Phoenix Suns aren't going to get swept by OKC.
Yeah, I mean, you pick, we could do the producer game. Hey, you can have one of these guys back. Who do you want? It's a tough question to answer in this. My natural first response would be Jordan Goodwin, because I just think you're going to need some of that relentlessness, the way he plays, to beat a team like Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
But you were saying this before the show. Like, Grayson Allen might be the answer, because you need a guy who can get hot from three, a guy who can just give you some offense. But then you could also make the case for Mark Williams, because they cannot go small against this team again. Like, that did not work at all.
Yes, come on, Melowatch, you've got to play.
Yes, he does.
He has got to play. I'm with you on that one 100%. But Grayson Allen, what's so interesting about this, it's not just him getting hot and shooting the three, and we have seen that. We have seen Grayson Allen get hot and shoot the three, but it's also his effort, I would say, on the defensive end of the floor. And more than anything, his ability to put the ball on the ground and get to the rack.
Without turning it over.
Without turning it over and, setting up other guys as well on shots as he's doing that. So to me, the playmaking ability of Grayson Allen is something that I think the Suns are really missing. And we see a lot of one-on-one that is going on right now, a lot of iso ball. You were talking about this earlier, and I think Grayson Allen would actually go a long way in improving the offense of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with something, but it's already a huge challenge for Jordan Ott, obviously. And now if you don't have some of your key players, I mean, that's at a certain point. Like, what are you supposed to do against a team like Oklahoma City? Here's Jordan Ott after the game on Sunday, giving a very brief injury update on Jordan Goodwin.
Yeah, same calf he was out with. Now he's just re-injured it.
Yeah, that doesn't make any of us feel any better there, Jordan. Thank you for that.
Especially a calf, too. Once again, a calf is just dicey. You can't do anything. Try to go out and pot a plant in your backyard with a strained calf. You'll be screaming at some point in the process.
Yeah. Here's more from Jordan Ott talking about resetting and bouncing back.
The great part is we talked about it before Tuesday, definitely after Tuesday night, Wednesday, just resetting and what the playoffs are how do you teams bounce back? How do you reset? How do you bounce back? And each game, treating it like its own entity. So we talked about it again last night. We opened it up. Players talked. They definitely spoke about that, how you just got to approach each game all by itself. And then we just reminded them that's what their words were. So we'll bounce back. We understand there's some things to clean up. So a couple of these days we'll use to clean up. Then we'll go back out there. It's an 8:30 game. We'll be ready to go Wednesday night.
Yeah, again, I fully believe what Jordan Ott is saying is spot on, and I also think, based on earnings, that the Phoenix Suns are going to do this. They're going to come out. They're going to compete. I believe we're going to see this. OKC is a team that will bring the desperation out of any team. Having said that, I think the Phoenix Suns, especially the pack of dogs that they have assembled here, we've seen this. Now, did they fade down the stretch? There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. They did not play as well as we have seen them play, for whatever reason. Who you want to blame on that, I don't know.
I think it's multiple reasons.
Yeah, I think it is. I would agree with you in terms of saying, yes, it could be or it is multiple reasons that they faded down the stretch. Having said that, once again, I do believe there are competitors inside this locker room. The culture is set. This is who we are. I do expect them to go out and compete and be better than what we saw in Game 1. It's just this team that they're playing is beyond special.
I think we're going to see a much better effort from the Suns. I think they're going to be a lot more focused. Not to make excuses, but again, that's a quick turnaround, less than 48 hours. That's why you try to avoid the play-in. Or if you're in the play-in, that's why you win the first game, so you don't get stuck in that Friday night game and then you're flipping around and playing Oklahoma City on Sunday afternoon. That's not a recipe for success. The question is, can you make up 35 points with that? I don't think SGA is going to shoot 5 of 18 from the field or whatever it was. So Oklahoma City has areas they can actually be better in too, which is scary. But there are a lot of tangible areas where the Suns can tighten things up. And I mean, again, the 34-2 points off turnover differential, that's absurd. You can tighten that up considerably. I don't know that you're going to be able to outscore Oklahoma City in the paint, but maybe you can make it a little bit less lopsided when the game is on the line. But to bring this full circle, I don't know how you're going to do that stuff if you don't have – I think you at least need to have Goodwin and Allen, right? And then you just throw Malawach out there a little bit more. You're going to have to play with some size. This is – you throw the rookie in the fire. He's going to have to learn because if Mark Williams is hurt, you're not going to be able to go out there and be like, we'll play small ball against Oklahoma City. It won't work.
Yes.
You're going to have to hit all of your threes to beat them playing that way.
And once again, too, I just think of the desperation, of course, the desperation that OKC brings out of you. I think you're right. Playing Friday night, of course, and then all of a sudden there you are playing on Sunday afternoon as well.
Just think it exaggerates what we saw.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But I think the desperation, just knowing how good OKC is, I think we're going to see a different Phoenix Suns team. I think we're not going to see them shoot themselves in the foot as often as they did. The 19 turnovers, we continue to talk about that. Also, the 19 offensive rebounds that they allowed, I think they're going to button up on a lot of that. Fundamentally, they're going to button up on that. They're going to be better because of that. Yet at the same time, I think they still lose.
There's something about playing a team that can embarrass you if you don't button things up. They also just got embarrassed on Sunday. So if there was any thought, hey, maybe Oklahoma City won't embarrass us, they will. And they will continue to do it if you don't fix a lot of these things we're talking about. But it is hard to shake that thought that you keep bringing up. Well, Oklahoma City's still the best team in the league anyway.
It's incredible to watch them play. It really is.
When we come back, it's time for the second edition of Wolf's Freak Show this week. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It certainly feels like there's a lot of smoke around the Arizona Cardinals.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
The Cardinals have the first pick in the second round. That is a valuable pick to bargain with.
Arizona Sports has it covered. So watch it on YouTube, read it on Arizonasports.com, and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. Do you have some back issues, my brothers? Maybe a neck issue, whatever it may be. As a former professional football player, I've suffered an awful lot of damage to my back and to my neck, of course. And the good people over at DIS, they have helped me in the past, and it's one of the reasons why I continue to love recommending them to you, my brothers. DIS treats all patients, from professional athletes and weekend sports enthusiasts to those just trying to get their life back. DIS is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. Yeah, that's right, Basinonians. It's time for you to enjoy life again. Get back to living. People from all over the world, they come right here because of DISC. Pick up the phone and call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft. Now.
It's time for Wolf's Freak Show. Freak number 2, leading into the NFL draft. 2 of 4. Wolf, take it away.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, Basinonians, this one is, I love this one. This one's really, really good, if I do say so myself, because of the subject matter. What do you say you go ahead and run this thing, Rick?
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up. You will be mesmerized by their potential. Their size and athleticism set them apart from the rest. Forget about the bearded lady, folks, or the yak woman. This is Wolf's Freak Show.
I'm about ready to get freaky up in here. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. See the man use his size and strength to put defenders away. Watch the man move other men against their will. Hear the screams from defensive tackles as their feet come off the ground. See the man they call the forklift. I'm cracking myself up already. Gather on the transistor and press the ear, Maynard. Oh. Oh, Caden Proctor is a mass of humanity with a combination of strength and mobility that should only be found in warehouses. At 6'7" and 360 pounds, Proctor is more like a tractor with eyebrows, or in this case, a tractor with forks. Although he moves very well for a man his size, he uses his upper body strength to lift defenders from the gap and store them on metaphorical shelves. Forklifts do the same thing, of course. Entire businesses rely on forklifts and the driver thereof to literally move their business along. Ron Wolfley reporting. Huge boxes need to be taken off the shelf and placed on a flatbed while dodging other vehicles and human beings while in use. On that note, many scouts believe that Proctor will be a better guard than tackle. He will get cross-faced on the line of scrimmage by quick, athletic edge players, but rarely gets beat when his hands hit home and find their target. He will struggle from time to time to mirror the athletic edge, but recovers beautifully for a man his size. When squared and balanced, Proctor has the butt and the gut to anchor on most bull rushes. He squatted 815 pounds last summer and has a 500-pound plus bench. The average warehouse forklift can typically carry between 3,000 and 5,000 pounds, while specialized or heavy-duty models can range from 10,000 to over 100,000 pounds. Proctor is more the latter than the average. When engaged in down blocks of a power scheme or a double team on deuce blocks or tray blocks, the gap is emptied quickly. His fork-like arms and hand strength capture the edge and sets the track for the running back to read, even though he struggles in space occasionally and looks confused against elite speed and agility. His desire to do damage is no joke. Speaking of no jokes, approximately 35,000 serious injuries and 62,000 non-serious injuries involving forklifts often occur annually in the United States. Over 11% of all forklifts in this country are involved in an accident annually. And just as these numbers are way too many, inconsistency in Proctor's pass protection hasn't helped him climb up draft boards. He has a tendency to catch the edge instead of punch the edge. He will open the front door against speed rushers too often while trying to kick off the ball and gain depth. Power rushers are a different story and will not find aid, comfort, or shelter in attacking Proctor. Finally, there is this for the heavy-duty forklift. Proctor's weight is a concern. He needs to drop some pounds and get into better shape, and his hunger for the game has been a topic of conversation from time to time. Keep in mind, although he benches over 500 pounds, he only did 25 reps with 225 at the combine. As an FYI, I did 23 at 218 pounds. Hey, Caden! Let's go! Bruh!
Caden Proctor, offensive lineman, Alabama.
This 6'7", 350-pound tackle brings elite size, length, and power, with the ability to shut down the edge and move defenders in the run game. He logged over 800 snaps, allowing just a handful of sacks and pressures, showing real growth against top competition. When his technique is right, he's tough to beat, and he can control defenders with his size, strength, and reach. There's still room to improve, though. His overall pad level, hand placement, and overall consistency can waver at times, but the upside is clear. NFL comp, Houston Texans offensive tackle Trent Brown.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf's Freak Show
with Wolf and Luke.
Oh.
After all that.
I had to clear my throat. Sorry about that, Basin O'Neill's.
That's honestly the guy that he's one of the main reasons I want the Cardinals to trade down if they can. Look, if you can trade down to 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever, you can still get these guys in that top group that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
But if you traded down to 12 or whatever with Dallas, let's say you do the Dallas trade, 12 and 20. I'm not doing it to do the Alabama package where you get Caden Proctor and Ty Simpson. I'm doing it more like, well, if you get Caden Proctor maybe you get a pass rusher at 20, and you take Maxi Honichor or somebody like a tackle in the early second round, and maybe you get 2 offensive linemen out of this.
You know what's so cool about this is exactly what I was alluding to earlier when we were having our conversation. Who do you want them to take at number 3? Mm-hmm. If they're going to stay at number 3, who do you want them to take? For me, again, based on the best case scenario is that the Arizona Cardinals at number 3 would be able to trade back into the draft and still get Francis Mauigoa.
Yeah, they can do that
there are some mocks that have them actually getting Mauigoa at number 12, trading back, of course, with the Cowboys getting 12 and 20. And you know what's so cool about that? Okay, if that ever happened, I'd be out of my mind. I would be. Are you kidding me?
Find out on Thursday night.
Trade back, and all of a sudden, you know what also would be really, really cool is this. They use that 20th pick on an edge.
Yeah.
They get an edge guy as well as what you were just saying. So they get a tackle at 12, and maybe it's Francis Mauigoa. Maybe he drops that far. Maybe he drops out of the top 10. I can't see him dropping out of the top 10. I can't see that, but if it happens, it happens. Maybe they get Francis Mauigoa at number 12, and then maybe they get an edge player at 20, not a quarterback. Maybe they're not trading back. Is it possible? What would happen? The coolest thing after the 12 and 20 with the Dallas Cowboys, after what we're talking about, if they could get a tackle and then get an edge player as well, and then all of a sudden at 34, their own pick in the second round, Ty Simpson. Again, I would rather draft somebody else. Maybe Maxi Honichor is there. And if he is, that's awesome. Go ahead and continue to build on the line of scrimmage. I'd love that. But if they do take him in the second round at 34, even that makes me think Mike LaFleur's fingerprints are all over that. And he sees something in that kid.
That's about the only scenario. And I personally still wouldn't do it because, again, it precludes you from taking a quarterback in 2027. But that's the only scenario where I'm going to feel good about them getting Ty Simpson is if they trade down but don't have to – like if they trade down, not up, to get Ty Simpson. They trade down. And so with those first 3 picks, they're getting Ty Simpson, but they're still getting an edge rusher and an offensive lineman. I would trade down and double down on offensive lineman and get like a guy like Akeem Mesidor who might be there at 20 or whatever. But if you're insistent on taking Ty Simpson, at least that is a much better scenario than, okay, the Cardinals went O-line at 3 and then traded a bunch of stuff to move up and take Ty Simpson, and that's it. They come out of the first couple rounds with just Ty Simpson and an offensive lineman. If you're telling me they get Ty Simpson, offensive lineman, and an edge rusher, that's significantly better. And Caden Proctor is somebody who, if you trade down to 12, maybe you'll still get Mauigoa, but if you don't, Proctor would probably be there. That seems to be his range. Also, as you were talking, they had him on TV on NFL Network dunking a basketball, which is not really going to help you on the football field, but it's still kind of cool at that size. All right, when we come back, could Brandon Pfaadt go back to the rotation if he keeps pitching well and Ryan Nelson keeps struggling? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta fight for your right to party!
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Jacoby Brissett, not attending phase 1 of the voluntary offseason program, wants starter money.
If you're Jacoby's agent, and you say, yes, I signed a contract, but I signed the contract to be the backup for Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. Well, Kyler Murray ain't here anymore, and you are now asking me to be the starter and put in all the offseason work to be the starter for your NFL team. Why am I still being paid like a backup?
What are you doing behind the glass running a race? You could be an agent for an NFL player, brother.
I haven't figured out how to be an agent for myself.
Right, but for somebody else.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And right now, you can get supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 model. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by April 30th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Hey, it's Gambo. How healthy will the Suns be going into Game 2 against the Thunder? We'll get you the latest from Oklahoma City starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right. 2 freaks into the freak show, Wolf.
That's right.
2
Number
more.
3 coming tomorrow.
Back to baseball, and we talked to Jody Jackson a little while ago heading into the series with the Chicago White Sox tonight. The Diamondbacks, same record as the Dodgers since that 3-game series to start the year.
Man.
That's how, and that's not like a reflection of, oh, the Dodgers aren't playing that well. That's just the Diamondbacks are, that's how well the Diamondbacks have played since that first series of the year. Also, the Padres are playing great, and so the Diamondbacks are actually in 3rd in the NL West
the
right now.
Padres.
There you go. That's and the Rockies were playing.
The Padres are bothering me. All right, that's so annoying.
They're only bothering me because the Padres fans I know were belly aching before the season about how bad their team is. No, it's going to be a long year, and we lost all these pieces. They're 8 games above 500. Like they're fine. Get the best closer in baseball. Although, according to stats, the Diamondbacks have the second best closer in
That's
baseball.
right. Seawald, there we go, Paulie. Man, I love that. You know what? Once again, I just want to say this quickly because I have to get it off my chest, basically, is whenever we bring this up. Just think of a dude that's, he literally is his best when it matters the most. I mean, that is, is there anything you would want more than that to be the mindset of your closer in baseball? He's at his best when it matters the most. Interesting.
That's, it's funny when we talked to him at spring training and he went out of his way to say, I'm not this team's closer. And he was like, I got AJ Puck and Justin Martinez coming back. But Paul Sewald is somebody who clearly has the mentality of a closer, and he's got 93 major league saves, and some of them were huge ones for the Diamondbacks back in 2023, obviously. But he has that mindset. He's got 7 saves right now. That is number 2 in all of baseball, 1 behind Mason Miller, who's unhittable.
Hasn't blown a save.
I think we're getting to the point that, we're going to have serious conversations when Puck or Martinez or both of them are back, that, maybe this is Paul's job and they're not going to switch closers, unless he starts just imploding. But he's been really, really good, and his fastball velocity is at about 92, which is much better than it was a couple years ago.
It's one of those things where if Torrey was here right now, he'd be like, we deal with that when we get there. Because Puck is the one who's supposed to come back sooner. But even that's not like tomorrow. Justin Martinez might still be a couple months anyway. But if they were both coming back today, it is an interesting thought. I don't know why you would mess with Sewald right now. Puck can be great in the 8th inning.
No doubt about it. That setup guy, and that's what he was doing before he got hurt. Can I just say this? I think that is a bridge that we'll cross when we get to it. That's what Torrey would definitely say. Yet at the same time, that's a real possibility, and there's still a lot of time before a J-Mart will come back.
Yeah, look, I'd love for that to be the problem they're facing, because that means Sewald.
That's right.
At that point, he would probably have 30 saves
by
the time, Justin. And so then, you wouldn't mess with it. It'd be nice for the Diamondbacks to have 3 legitimate closers by the end of the season, as opposed to the 0 they finished last year with. That'd be kind of a nice payback from the baseball universe. Wolf, this is Brandon Pfaadt. And now Pfaadt obviously getting bumped to the bullpen and, dealing with that. This is what he said about that move from Friday before the game.
Yeah, it's a little different, but it's a good opportunity to grow from and go out there and have a different perspective of the game, and any opportunity to help the team win. That's the position that I'm putting myself in, the mentality, and maybe we'll get in there tonight.
Oh, you dirtbag dog. You are a dog, Brandon Pfaadt. Give me the Brandon Pfaadt right now, Rick. Give it to me. You gotta fight. That's right. Yes. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and accept this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to embrace it. I'm going to look at this as an opportunity to grow and get better from this experience. Yeah, you know what? I didn't want this to happen. I didn't want to go to the bullpen. Didn't want to do it. Would much rather prefer to stay in the rotation. Guess what? Stuff happens to you, my young Crunk brothers. Stuff happens to you. What are you going to do about it when it does? This is awesome to hear him say, you know what? It's going to be an opportunity to grow. He's going to get something out of this and be able to apply it to his career, and it's going to make him better in the long run.
So that was Friday before the game, and he ended up going out there and pitching Sunday. He didn't pitch Friday or Saturday, but Sunday against the Blue Jays. Ironically, Ryan Nelson's start, the one where he gave up 8 runs and only got the 1 out. Pfaadt ends up coming in, pitching 6 1/3, gives up just 1 earned run. 6 1/3 is actually his longest outing of the season, Wolf. Pfaadt has 4 appearances this year, 6 innings, 4 2/3, 6 innings, and now 6 1/3. And it's not like he's been getting blown up in these games either. I mean, it's not what you want. I get that, but it's not like it was so bad where they would have moved him to out of the rotation anyway. It was because Merrill Kelly came back. They had to move somebody. You couldn't move Soroka. You can't move Erod because you're so committed to him and he's pitching well. You obviously can't move Gallen. So it was essentially, are you going to move Ryan Nelson or are you going to move Brandon Pfaadt? Well, you weren't going to move Nelson, but Pfaadt's ERA right now is 4.7. It's not like he's up in the 8s or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he stayed stretched out with that performance on Sunday. And you heard him. He's got the right attitude. Not a surprise. This is something to watch. I don't think they want to move Ryan Nelson back to the bullpen. They've yanked him around a lot when he didn't deserve to keep getting moved. But this is also Major League Baseball, and you are what you're delivering.
Yeah, no, he will be moved to the bullpen. I think that if he continues to struggle, he will be moved to the bullpen.
Because if you have Pfaadt pitching well, you have another option right there.
Yes, you have another option. Wouldn't that be just ironic? Please don't play it. Don't play it. Okay, great.
You actually got
listening. They weren't listening.
Oh, Rick, are you not listening?
No.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'm just saying, right.
I was going to say, you never would have talked to Aaron about that.
We don't need that. But, once again, I love his attitude. This is the attitude of a dirtbag. And I use that term once again with great regard and respect.
Great respect.
It's just like being a dog. It is. It's a dirty dog is what some football players are referred to. A dirty dog. It's what you are. You're going to go out on the field. You don't care. You're going to give it everything you got. And you're going to do it to the ground. And you're going to be covered in dirt doing, I just look at the D-backs. And the first 22 games, Basinonians, there's no doubt about it. Have they overachieved? I think they have. I think they have exceeded my expectation. I thought they would be probably 4 or 5 games under 500 at this point. And that's okay because I knew how tough their schedule was going to be. And to me, I'm thinking, man, if they can just hang, if they can hover around that 500 mark, and I know they're only, 4 games over 500 right now, but still, think of how competitive they have been. When you think of getting swept and losing the first series to the Dodgers, and then they haven't lost a series since. Are you kidding me?
It's one of those things where it makes this series against the White Sox, and I'm not just saying this because it's starting tonight. I'm watching it a little more closely. You know what I mean? Because they are showing that they are a team that can win games and series that they're not, quote, supposed to win. But this all only works if then when they play teams they are supposed to beat, they beat them. Because we've seen teams like this before, right? You've seen teams like this in every sport where it's like, man, they are not supposed to win. They're beating. Look at these teams this team's beating. And then they start playing the easier teams, and it's the same results. Like, they're 500 against the great teams, but they're 500 against the bad teams too. Now, to be fair, the Diamondbacks are above 500 right now, but it's if they get through this stretch, these first 33 games we've all been talking about, and they're a couple games above 500, where it works is if they then take on extra ground against teams like the White Sox and the Rockies and whoever. So this little 3-game island in the middle of all this is something to keep an eye on. Yeah. Son, are you all right over there?
Man, I just sneezed, basically. It's right into my arm.
That was the quietest sneeze.
Oh, man. Brain's just all over the place inside the skull.
The important thing is it was on YouTube, so people can.
That felt good.
Sonic is serving up prizes. Text Smasher to 620 to win $25 Sonic gift cards. Plus, one lucky winner is going to take home a $500 Sonic gift card. When we come back, could the Cardinals still get everything they want from this first round if they trade down? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
People like skill position
they
players.
They love skill position
It's like
players.
chicks dig the long ball.
No question. It's going to Costco and buying the big screen TV at the front of the store when what you needed was the ground beef at the back of the store. It's like, ooh, cool. Look at all this fun stuff at Costco. Love all this stuff. The draft is the same way, but it would be fun to walk out of Costco with a big screen TV and a wireless speaker system, wouldn't it? And that's what drafting Ty Simpson and Jeremiah Love would be. It'd be fun. I don't know if it'd be right, but it'd be fun.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Spinato's Reverse Happy Hour is here, and it runs every night in April from 8 to close. Buy any large pizza, get a large cheese pizza on us. Pickup or delivery every night. Plus, our fresh baked cookies are $2 off a half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. Made fresh every morning and available only while supplies last. Plus, join the Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. Earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
I'm giving you some outside-the-box, unexpected, non-talked-about scenarios.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, we kind of got into this a little bit earlier, Wolf, but it's obviously not going to be easy for the Cardinals to trade down. It seems like their best avenues to do that are either if they can get a team that is really interested in Jeremiah Love, or if the Jets don't take David Bailey. Those seem like the two most likely scenarios for them to trade down. It's so much harder to trade down when there's not a quarterback up there that forces desperate teams to overpay to move up or whatever. But if they can move down, it really opens up some doors for the Cardinals. Like you were just talking about before. I mean, yeah, okay, you can trade down and you can use, let's just say 12 and 20 because it's the Cowboys, to take maybe Francis Maui and Noah, maybe somebody like Caden Proctor or whoever, and Ty Simpson, or an edge rusher, or just go two offensive linemen, get an edge rusher in the second. Like, it opens up so many possibilities for this team if they can do it.
Yeah, and once again, that pick at 34, the second pick of the second round, like that one a lot.
Not bad at all, huh?
Yes.
Maxi Honachor is one of those guys that could potentially be there at 34, or if they trade down in the first round. Mel Kiper put together his list. I was reading off this actually yesterday with Cole Payton because he went through and picked 15 guys that he believes could outperform where they are drafted. So it's labeled as Mel Kiper's favorite players basically in the draft, like guys he thinks are going to be good values. And there's a couple names on there that we have talked about. I'll start with Honachor.
Max Honachor, offensive lineman,
Arizona State.
You know, this guy reminds me of Elsa from Frozen, because if he gets his hands on you, you freeze, stuck in place, and he will not let it go. Okay, well, that joke sounded funnier in my head. At 6'6", 321, the former basketball player has feet to mirror rushers and off-the-ball linebackers as he displayed his dominance at times during the Senior Bowl practices. And even though his wide hands open him up for holding penalties, his adequate timing and technique could help him avoid those penalties. NFL comp, Carolina Panthers offensive tackle Taylor Moton.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Let it go. Let it go. Okay, great. Do let it go. That was good, though, Jamal. There's no doubt about it. Maxi Hanachor, Basinonians. How do you feel about Maxi Hanachor right now? This guy is a late bloomer, and it's those late bloomers I like. I have a tendency to like a lot.
Probably got to move ahead of Mike Vrabel and the Patriots if you want to draft him.
Because you think, you think Vrabel's all over Maxi Hanachor.
It seems like it. He was basically working him out at ASU's pro day. So
you think about it. He didn't start playing football until he moved to Los Angeles, and he was 13 years old, and really didn't get into it, and suddenly went to a JUCO. A JUCO actually started, and he's a late bloomer. He got the opportunity, obviously, ASU. And we love our own, do we not, brothers? Of course that we do. But I think Maxi Hanachor, this guy could be sneaky end of the first round if somebody drafts him. I could see that happening.
He felt like he moved up for a while there. I mean, he was good at the combine, too. I'm looking at Kuiper's write-up. Hanachor is his only offensive tackle on his list of players that he really likes, of his favorite players. And he points out in there what you just said. He grew up playing soccer in Nigeria, didn't start playing football until 2022.
Think about that.
That's not long ago at all.
And he was playing, 2022. He was playing at JUCO, right?
Yes. I believe so. I believe that's where it went.
Los Angeles.
Yeah. So this is a guy who was ASU's best offensive lineman. I mean, you knew he was going to be probably a second-round pick. It did seem like his draft stock was kind of moving up a little bit at the combine, and even since then. Maybe you could get him at 34. Maybe you would have to trade back into the first round, or maybe that's somebody who, if you made a trade with like the Chiefs and you got pick 9 and pick 29, maybe you could get him. Here's the only guard, by the way, Wolf, on Mel Kiper Jr.'s list. I'm going to play this because I know this is somebody you also like.
Emmanuel Pregnon, offensive lineman, Oregon.
This is the kind of lineman who makes defenders feel like they accidentally wandered into a wrestling match. He turned heads this season at Oregon with a ridiculously clean stat sheet. 0 sacks allowed, just 3 total pressures on 335 pass blocking reps, and only 1 penalty over 758 snaps protecting the quarterback. The Ducks rewarded him with first-team All-American honors after anchoring one of the nation's top offensive lines. Now, the oops tape is mostly non-existent, but he can tighten up his hand placement and leverage for even smoother reps in the NFL. NFL comp, Los Angeles Rams guard Kevin Dotson.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I love it.
Response is go Ducks.
I love it when Pixie actually does the draft capsule. Pixie is so petite and yet so warrior-like, basically. It's unbelievable.
We were talking about this the other day off the air of who assigns the draft capsules, Rick? Was it Lauren? Was she the one that put together who did each one?
Lauren and Mitch.
Okay. Because Jarrett is nowhere to be heard from. They gave him prospects number 55 through 65 out of 65 or whatever.
Did the peanut butter and banana sandwich one.
Yeah, that's the only
that
one that's been played.
Which Wolf strangely doesn't like that sandwich.
I don't like it at all, exactly. Yeah, Elvis used to like that stuff. Peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Okay, yeah, that Elvis. Whatever.
I haven't heard Lauren do a lot of these either. She didn't she gave herself some good ones. I mean, she did Ty Simpson, so we've heard that one a million times.
Yes.
Yeah.
If it came down to it, Max Ihanachor or Emmanuel Pregnon, who would you prefer?
How do they translate in the NFL to you? Is it as simple as Ihanachor is definitely a tackle and Pregnon's definitely a guard?
You know what? I think Max Ihanachor could play inside or outside. I think he could.
See, that's
really what I like.
I love the idea of trading down 9 and 29 or whatever, getting your offensive lineman you want at 9. Or, honestly, trading down, getting your edge rusher at 9 if you still can, and then getting Ihanacho at like 29 or whatever. You could go tackle off. You could go tackle and guard in the first round if you could pull that off.
Yeah.
Then you love your offensive line. Draft your quarterback next year.
Man, I know, absolutely. I'm right there with you on that. So I'm going to be okay if that is what happens.
Now we know any Ihanacho?
Yeah, let's just go. For me, again, late bloomers, this really matters to me. Because this guy, are you kidding me? He's just scratching what he could possibly be. And in terms of his athleticism, he's right there, Basinardians. He's right there. He's got a 30.5 vertical. It's really, really good. Dude ran a 4.9 140. A 4.9 140 at 320 plus pounds. That is really, really good. Maxi Ihanacho, man, and you know what's good about it, too? You watch the tape. He's a physical dude, and he's only going to get more physical. He's only going to get better, in my opinion.
The only reason I said earlier in the show when we were trying to figure out who the Cardinals actually are going to take if they're stuck at 3, the only reason I went away and I pulled up 3 mock drafts this segment, they all have the Cardinals going with Maui Noah at 3. The only reason I said defense is because there is a group of like 7-ish offensive linemen that a lot of people seem to think fit in the top 30 or 35. Do you think that influences what they do at 3 at all?
Well, you know what? It could. It could. I have no idea because it's not like I am a reporter. Basinonians, I don't cover a story.
You're the media
I don't
now.
break
My
stories.
sources.
I have no sources. The source is me. And playing 10 years in the NFL, period, that's what it is. I like to look at it myself and just say, what are your thoughts? It's what I did for so many years with the Cardinals, of course, and for the station here, Basinonians. You just had to literally, don't ask questions. If you're ever in a situation where you have 2 masters, quote, so to speak, I would say. It's a situation where, once again, you don't ask questions. You don't want to know the answers. You don't. You want to actually just look at it like everyone else looks at it and make up your own mind. It's the best way to do it.
Rick, do you know any of the draft capsules that Jared has that we can play at some point before the end of the show? He told me he has Keith Abney. We could play Abney. I'm looking at a mock draft where he's going in the second round. I'm also looking at this mock draft just now you have me looking at who the Cardinals take at 104 and all these. You would love this one, Wolf. So this mock has the Cardinals taking Maui Noah at 3, Ty Simpson at 34. In the third round, they go receiver, but at 104, they go Jonah Coleman. 5'8", 220-pound running back from Washington.
That guy.
That dude.
I got Wolf fired up for him.
Yeah.
The other day, just because I said his height and weight.
Yeah. No,
that was all that I needed to say.
Yeah. I mean, just stop and think about that, brothers. Have you ever stood next to a guy that's 5'8", 220 pounds? You ever stood next to a guy who's legitimate 220 pounds when he's 5'8"? Yeah, you try to tackle him.
When we come back, we're going to take the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what is up?
The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series with the 8-14 Chicago White Sox tonight at Chase Field. With the D-backs having to play the Dodgers and the Padres so much this season, is this a series the D-backs absolutely need to sweep? Not just win the series, but sweep them?
No, I think you just need to win the series. I mean, you talk to anybody in baseball, they will tell you the goal over 162 games, just keep winning the series that's in front of you. I mean, they have their problems with the Padres. I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
And obviously, the Dodgers are not the Dodgers are an all-star team, but the Diamondbacks have beaten. They basically split with the Dodgers last year and the year before. So if you can just keep winning 2 out of 3. What is it? Merrill, Erod, and Soroka all pitching in this series. It's a series on paper you probably should sweep, but just take 2 out of 3.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that Luke just said, Basin Orleans. It's a situation where, again, win series. In the game of baseball, just win series. And, I love the fact that Merrill Kelly is taking the ball against a team that isn't the caliber of all the other teams, basically, that the Diamondbacks have played in series. So I like the fact that Merrill Kelly in game 1 of the series is taking the ball for the Diamondbacks and maybe setting the tone for everybody else. We'll see what happens. But no, you don't need to sweep. Just keep winning series.
I think they need to sweep them because inevitably there's going to be a series that they lose. And this would make up for that. And
I'd much rather sweep like the Mets or the Braves or somebody that you're in playoff contention with.
So would I. But, when you have a team like the White Sox coming in, I think...
Are you really going to say right now, after playing 22 games, they need to sweep the White Sox?
Because we've seen how many times... with this team over the past couple of years that an early season game has affected them. Like you think about the Geno Suarez 4 home
the White
game.
Sox and still make the playoffs.
It's true, but you would prefer for them to not.
I would prefer they did not get swept by the White Sox. That's true.
You'd make your path a lot harder if you got swept by the White Sox. But even if you don't sweep them, your path would be a bit harder.
They just took 2 or 3 from the A's. The White Sox are not like historically bad anymore. They're just
I think they're pretty bad.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
they need to sweep the White Sox or it's a loss, everybody. It's all over. The Diamondbacks season is over. They need to, Rick, stop.
I think it's okay if they get a series win, but you would want.
They say I overreact.
But if they kick a game,
my goodness,
if they kick a game and they miss the playoffs by
shoulda,
one game
woulda,
later
coulda,
in the
Rick,
season,
you could say that about everything. You're going to talk about a game.
We will be thinking about
in April where they're playing the White Sox and they need to sweep the White Sox.
I get what you're saying that if you lose to the White Sox, you got to make it up somewhere else. But you could say they already made it up by beating Terry Skubal or by winning a series in New York or in Philly. I don't know.
Come
on,
Rick.
You don't want to lose to the White Sox. I get it, but there's 140 games left, I think.
Next.
The NFL draft is 2 days away, and our John Gambadoro said the Arizona Cardinals drafting Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love at number 3 is a possibility.
I do think that based on my knowledge and understanding, he is in play for them at number 3. They're not afraid to take him. Look at the running back situation last year. You had all these guys and everybody got hurt. And at the end of the season, you were playing guys that were on the practice squad. So they are not afraid to take Love, even considering that Algier's a 2-year deal. And James Conner's a 1-year deal, and Benson's always been hurt. So, generational player. Now, look, you could say, what about the offensive line? You're concerned that absolutely all 11 guys got to play well for this guy to have success. But I'm telling you, he is in the top 4 on their draft board.
Our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, asks, should the Cardinals draft Jeremiah Love with the number 3 overall pick? Absolutely. No way. Only if they can trade back into the first round later to get another position, or they should trade back.
Wow. Okay, hold on. These options are making my head hurt.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at them now. Absolutely, no way. I don't like either of those with this because I think you should be open to drafting Jeremiah Love if you are doing this with the mindset of you're not getting your quarterback till 2027 anyway, and you're going to take an offensive lineman at 34. Then it works. Then you feel pretty good in theory about 4 of your 5 starting offensive linemen at least, and you can still draft another one either this year or in the second round next year. Then Jeremiah Love, I don't think is ridiculous. But I don't like absolutely because that's just like, we just take him no matter what. So I guess they should trade back is my answer. I don't know.
The way that it is written as well, I would have to say trade back. Yes, trade back.
Yes, I like David Bailey. Kind of like Sonny Styles. I do like Jeremiah Love, though. He'd be in my list of 3.
Okay. I will go with they should trade back because you guys both said that. Absolutely, 36% is leading. Let's go. Only if they can trade back into the first round later to get another position, 22%. That would have been my second choice.
Yeah, I don't hate that answer.
No way, 22%. And then you guys are in last there at 21%. Wow. Very close, though. Those 2, 3, 4 answers.
Do they have anything on there if Diamondbacks have to sweep the White Sox?
I was just going to say, I would love to see that. Yes.
I think I'm going to throw that on our own social.
We should do that, Rick. Yeah. Seriously, do that. I would love to know.
We throw stuff on our social, those questions so randomly that people are going to be like, what? Why
but
are you asking me a question?
You have to say, do the Diamondbacks need to sweep the White Sox?
Okay, so
that's the way you've got to phrase
not
it.
have.
Need to sweep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. The Phoenix Suns are gearing up for Game 2 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That goes down tomorrow in OKC. And some players and Coach Jordan Ott spoke earlier today. And forward Dylan Brooks talked about if they are trying to play less isolation ball.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to. For sure. Next question.
Does Dylan Brooks get it?
He knows what he's doing. I'm not sure he should always be doing it, but he knows what he's doing.
Why? Why is he doing this? Why is he poking the bear?
This is because he pokes bears. Like, you've been playing that sounder for 8 months.
I poke bears.
This is what he does. He went out of his way to say that. SGA might be a robot. Like, I don't think this is necessarily going to get him fired up, or it's certainly not going to get his head. I think Dylan Brooks is just... He talks.
Yeah, what's amazing about it? I honestly don't think it has any impact whatsoever on the Thunder. This is how much regard and respect I have.
Thunder,
because they're OKC. Because they are a bunch of dogs. And everyone looks at them and thinks, all the talent and SGA and, how athletic they are and just how much talent they have. Nobody looks at the dogs that they are. And you watch them compete, oh my goodness. That's what sets them apart. So you know what? Dylan Brooks basically can say anything he wants to say, I think, and that's okay. I'm not attacking him, yet at the same time, I don't think it has any impact on the Thunder.
We saw 2 6 seeds upset 3 seeds yesterday in the NBA playoffs. The Hawks squeaked past the Knicks 107-106, and the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets 119-114. Are the Hawks or Wolves more likely to pull an upset in the first round?
Minnesota is dangerous. But you have to think the Nuggets, like, if they only win that one title, only in air quotes, I would love it if the Suns had only won one title. But if the Nuggets only win that one title in Jokic's career, that's going to feel like a real miss. I don't think they're going to win this year, but that's a team that that after that year expected them to be in the conference finals every single year. So I think the Nuggets are much better than the Knicks, obviously. But if you're asking me which team is more likely to pull the stunner, I would say the team with Ant has a better chance of doing it.
Man, it's just incredible. Did you watch that game last night?
Yeah.
It
That's
was
the series
incredible. That really is. That to me is incredible. And watching the T-Wolves come back to win that game. The Denver Nuggets, they were up big 19. On them. Yeah, up big. And yet the T-Wolves came back, refused to go away. It was really, really cool to see. And right now, you have to wonder what's going on inside that locker room, Denver.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, is Game 2 maybe the Suns' best opportunity to get back into this series? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
3, Cardinals gets interesting.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
With the 3rd pick, Bailey Reese combo, whoever doesn't go to the Jets, Jeremiah Love, or at 3, the offensive lineman out of Miami.
Arizona Sports has it covered. So watch it on YouTube, read it on ArizonaSports.com, and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. NFL draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the place you want to be right now with everything going on. You got baseball on every day. You got the basketball playoffs now. They're already getting intense. The hockey playoffs are past intense 2 days in. And you can watch all of it at the same time at Twin Peaks. They got wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sight lines. That way you'll be able to catch every single memorable moment right as it happens live. That's why Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. And then while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, signature drinks, and nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks either. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. That way, you don't even have to wait for the weekend. You can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, or whenever. Everything that Twin Peaks has to offer, you can experience it 7 days a week, and they have you covered with a great atmosphere. They're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband. It's my sons. It's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the postseason now.
Suns off again tonight, playing in Oklahoma City tomorrow night. That was their punishment, Wolf. You lose by 35. You have to spend Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, and part of Wednesday night in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
That's what the Suns get.
You know, I've never spent any time in OKC based audience. As a matter of fact, I've never been there. Now that I think about it, I've never been to OKC.
I drove around there looking for a restaurant once for like 2 hours, never found it, and then drove home.
Okay. That's it.
That's it.
That's the only.
That's
okay.
pretty much it.
Command and control.
Almost
what
ran
about
into
you?
a tornado
Have you
on the
ever
way
been to
home.
OKC?
Never been to OKC. All that I know is that it has that one really big building that they show every single time the Thunder are playing, and that arena looks electric when they are playing games there, especially in the playoffs.
Jamal?
I've driven through Oklahoma.
Oh! I thought you were going to say you dreamt of going to Oklahoma City.
Yeah. No, I've driven through. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
I have driven through Oklahoma
What were you doing out
Did
at
you find
2
the
o'clock in
restaurant
the
I was
morning?
looking for?
Well, I was driving across the country. So I was driving from here to Virginia.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's really no way to do it without going through Oklahoma City. And then that one part of Texas where the whole city is just like a truck stop.
Yep.
And then you don't see anybody for 8 hours, basically.
I was a little scared, but we got through it.
So Oklahoma City, along with Pittsburgh, is supposed to be one of the more affordable big cities to live in the United States.
I would say Oklahoma City, the Thunder are, if I were a Thunder fan, and I'm not, but if I were, I would be offended by the fact that your team is this good and they get talked about on national broadcast during the regular season. I don't know, 1% as much as the Lakers get talked about.
Oh my goodness.
Like, do you ever even see the Thunder on? Like, there's games. Would you ever see them talking about, hey, the Thunder won, 64 games this year, and without injuries probably would have won 70 plus?
This is, I know, it's one of the greatest things about it, just the fact that OKC is getting ready. I think they're poised, guys. I mean, this is just me. When we look into the future, we were talking to Dave Pash about this very thing. I think they are poised to be one of the greatest dynasties. They're setting up on the precipice of becoming one of the greatest dynasties in the history of professional sports.
Wow.
I'm serious.
Disappointing.
I think we're just seeing the beginning of it for OKC. Can you imagine? It's coming from Oklahoma City. Yeah. It's not LA. It's not New York.
The major networks are not going to know what to do with that.
They're not going to like that.
My counter to you would be 2 words, and those 2 words would be Victor and Wembanyama. Like, that's going to make it really tough to be a dynasty in the next 4 or 5 years, unless you're the Spurs. So that's great. I mean, there's going to be potentially one of the great all-time NBA back-and-forth rivalries at the top of a conference here for the next couple of years. It just doesn't involve anybody except San Antonio and Oklahoma City. So it's not that great. How'd we get on this?
Man.
Maybe the Suns just need to take Oklahoma City out right now. Is that a thing we can
I think
do?
it's Oklahoma City, and just the fact that Oklahoma City is just so benign when it comes to cities. Correct?
Yeah.
The fact that we haven't even, I've never been there.
Collectively, I think Jamal's
there's
been there
one,
the longest.
Jamal's the only one.
He
drove through it at 2 o'clock in the morning.
We weren't even looking for like a nice restaurant. We were looking for a specific fast food restaurant. And we couldn't.
It seems like a place where they'd auction off a lot of cattle.
Are we all suggesting a road trip to Oklahoma City? We're going to talk to Kellen Olson.
Honestly.
Kellen, we're talking to Kellen in an hour. He's there right now.
I'll bet you they have great barbecue. They do. Of course they do.
Steak, probably, too. I would say
Ah!
steak. A baked potato. I bet you could get a good baked potato in Oklahoma City.
Imagine driving to a city for a baked potato.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I get like barbecue or a good steak, but...
Well, if it's twice baked with like the bacon, and that's a really good.
Then you'd have to drive there twice, though, for
Yeah,
it to work. We're going to ask. We're only going to ask Kellen about his surroundings when he joins us in an hour.
Okay.
This is Devin Booker following the game on Sunday on what the Suns need to take from that loss.
Yeah, I think we have obviously some things to learn from. We have some film, definitely different than the regular season matchups. You know, we're both majority healthy. So spend these next few days breaking down film and see where we can be better.
Regular season matchups in the NBA are so useless when trying to figure out what's going to happen in the postseason. And that was all driven home for us when the Suns played Minnesota a couple years ago and owned them in the regular season and got swept in the playoffs.
Yes.
Like even Cleveland, Toronto. I'm pretty sure Toronto swept Cleveland during the regular season this year. Cleveland's already up in that series. Like, it's just nobody ever has all their players during the regular season.
Yeah, you know, just to hear him talk about being healthy for the most part. I'm thinking about Mark Williams, you know, Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin.
This is relatively healthy for the Suns.
Relatively, it's what it is, you know,
players.
and yet once again, it really is. It was such a shocking game to watch in game one, and it was shocking, Basinonians. Once again, the most shocking thing for me was watching the athleticism of Oklahoma City compared to the Phoenix Suns. To see the raw athleticism and the difference thereof, the length and the athleticism of their players when you zoomed out and just watched the entire floor as opposed to looking at one player or a couple of players, that was the most shocking thing about it.
Here's Jordan Ott on what needs to happen in Game 2.
No, I don't think we're an excuse-making team. Again, we are excited about the opportunity to play in the playoffs. We're excited to get this experience. We're excited to come play the best. That hasn't changed. They had a short prep, just the same as us. We were in some playoff environments the last 2 games. We just got to play better. We got to play better. We got to help them more. And that's what this game is. Who plays the best that night? We got to play better on Wednesday night.
I love that, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly, you've got to challenge your team. You have to challenge your team. We've got to play better, period. We're not out of this thing. We've got to play better. And by the way, we're all taking names, aren't we, Coach? Yes, he's taking names.
Let me just throw this out there, and I know that half the listening audience is going to laugh at me for even suggesting this, but, like, what if the Suns win Game 2?
It'd be awesome.
Like, then all of a sudden,
sold.
All of a sudden, you're coming back to Phoenix. It's 1-1. I understand Oklahoma City's the best team in the NBA, and what you said earlier, where they might be on the verge of creating a dynasty. I think a lot of people do feel that way. But if you're the Suns, you're not trying to beat Oklahoma City in the playoffs last year. They already won the title. You're not trying to beat them next year. You're not trying to win the whole series tomorrow. You're just trying to win a game in Oklahoma City. And if you do that, it's a best of 5, and all of a sudden you have home court advantage. I mean, it's not inconceivable the Suns could win a game. The next game is the one to do if you're going to do that, because otherwise you are chasing the series by so much that you're not going to make up.
You know, and I know that for the most part, psychologically, you could look at this and you could say, well, you know what, the Suns are going to be on point. They're going to be on point. They're going to be on point because they got beat by 35. In Game 2, they're going to be on point. I also would caution in regard to just the fact that, hey, listen, we know that we're playing the best there is in the basketball universe. We're going to have to go out. The desperation, I think the Suns are going to go out. They're going to compete with great desperation because it's who they are. They got dogs in their locker room. They're going to go out and lay it on the line, yet at the same time, I think they know what they're up against. They do. And OKC is not a team that I think is going to fall asleep or take the Suns lightly because it's not who OKC is.
You're going to need a game where everything just clicks, where Book goes off and Jalen Green goes off, and Dylan Brooks is hitting his shots efficiently. Grayson Allen ideally would be back and able to contribute as well. But with Devin Booker against Oklahoma City this season's averaging 22.5 points a game, and then when he had 23 on Sunday.
Yeah.
But he only played against them twice in the regular season. You have guys on your team that can go off. It's just, I'd love to see the stat on this. How many guys have really gone off against the Thunder this year?
Especially, once again, I know everyone says, Wolf, they beat him twice. They beat him twice. What are you talking about? I'm just saying right now, there's a massive difference between the regular season and a playoff series. Massive.
Playoffs?
That's right.
All right, we come back over to football. Can anyone at this point change your mind for good or bad about the Cardinals taking Ty Simpson? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Out of all the 3 major professional sports teams we have in this valley, he's the guy that anybody could least afford to lose. Out of any of the teams.
100%.
Can't lose him. He's the guy you can't lose.
I don't even know if it's that close.
Yeah, Cardinal, Trey McBride, Devin Booker.
Nope.
It's Corbin Carroll. You can't lose him.
Nope. 100%. Right? I mean, is there anybody who's even
can't
close
lose him
to that? Devin Booker's probably number 2 on that list, but I think there's a big gap.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. And the Phoenix Suns are gearing up for Game 2 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That game goes down tomorrow in OKC. Forward Dylan Brooks spoke to the media earlier today and discussed if the Suns need to play less isolation basketball.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to, for sure. Next question.
This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's the Truck Month Spring Sale going on now through April 30th. Stop by Freeway Chevrolet today. Together, let's drive.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft. Now.
What do you think the consensus among Cardinals fans is on Ty Simpson? There's got to be a way for us to measure this.
Yeah. Man, you know what? We could have a listeners-only meeting, as a matter of fact. Ty Simpson, would you like to see the Arizona Cardinals draft him?
Maybe we should do that before the actual first round on Thursday.
Your calls next.
And maybe the question should just be, how would you handle the quarterback situation for the Cardinals? Like, are you in on Ty Simpson?
Man.
Do you want to just wait till next year? Is there somebody else in this draft you like? Like, are you one of those Carson Beck people? I don't know.
Who has Ty Simpson actually been compared to, as a matter of fact?
Brock Purdy in the draft capsule, yeah.
Brock Purdy is his comp. You know what is so amazing about this is, once again, do you think that Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenford, do you think they are privy to information we don't have before us, my brothers? Yes, is the answer to that. And it's not only all of the tape that they have watched, it's also all of the interviews and the background reports and the investigations that have been launched. Yeah, investigations into a prospect's background. You know, they just don't investigate to see if did he do anything wrong? They also investigate, what was this kid like in high school?
Yeah.
What was he like? And what was he like in college? And, you know, what has happened in his life? And by the way, I'm going to talk to some other coaches about Ty Simpson as well. I'm going to have conversations with other guys, other scouts, as a matter of fact, in my organization and outside of my organization. Right, Monty? I'm going to have other conversations in regard to Ty Simpson because there are going to be some guys that would tell you the truth about Ty Simpson and what they think and how they like him, especially when he's not an obvious pick, like Fernando Mendoza, okay?
Yeah.
He's the obvious pick. Everyone's all in on number one. Ty Simpson, not so much. This is why it's a fascinating conversation to me because, once again, as I've said many times, scouting is about seeing something other people don't.
You're going out on a limb if you are in the Raiders scouting department and you're like banging the table. I don't want Fernando Mendoza. This guy's a mess. Like you're not going out on a limb if you're in another team's scouting department and saying, hey, I got concerns about Ty Simpson. I mean, the other stuff that we don't even really talk about that much, Wolf, is he dealt with injuries in his 1 year as a starter. And you know, like, again, this shouldn't preclude him from being a good quarterback, but if we're sitting here debating if we think Cardinals fans want him or not, it's not like he's the tallest guy in the world. He's not short, but it's not like, I mean, you're talking about a guy who is, I would say, even slightly below average height for an NFL quarterback?
Which is why his comp is Brock Purdy.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean he can't succeed, but you're talking about slightly below average height for a quarterback, coming off a season where he started great but had some injuries and trailed off. His play definitely trailed off in the final few games in the SEC. And if you want to look at his games before that, there aren't any, really. So my biggest red flag doesn't even have anything to do with Ty Simpson. It is just that everybody nationally has him on the Cardinals because it feels like we don't want him on another team. Like, well, the Jets are going to get Arch Manning, and, you know, even Cleveland, they'll go get whoever in 2027. Yeah. But the Cardinals just stick them with Ty Simpson. Field Yates was on Bickley and Murata this morning, and he said this about Ty.
Yeah, I'm a Ty fan. I think Ty's a first-round quarterback. I think by now probably people know the majority of Ty's skill set and strengths. He's an average-sized quarterback, just over 6'2", 211 pounds at the combine, but he was playing lighter than that during the college season. First of all, there's some wear and tear. He got banged up late in the year, which I think Ty believes contributed to his slide down the stretch. He was obviously not the same player the final 5 games that he was in the first 9 games of the season.
Oh, what do you make of that, Luke?
I mean, that's Field Yates. I trust Field Yates and Mel Kiper more than almost anybody on these things. I don't know. I just think there's still so much unknown. I think that he may very well be a first-round talent. I mean, he was a Heisman favorite for a good chunk of the season. We were in, I want to say, late October, early November, and he was the favorite over Fernando Mendoza for the Heisman. I'm not saying Ty Simpson can't be good in the NFL. You want to talk about the people that are upset if you're going to take Jeremiah Love because you should be taking an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
If you take Ty Simpson, you're taking him over other pieces you need too, and that makes it less likely he can step in and succeed because he has such little experience.
Oh man, this is really a fascinating conversation. Once again, it's because of listening to Field Yates say that he's a first-round quarterback. Mm-hmm. He believes, once again, there are many scouts, I'll promise you, who look at Ty Simpson and believe he's a first-round quarterback. Now, who's standing on the table and who is not? But I don't know that. But I do believe
is he a first-rounder just this year?
Yes, just this year.
Like, where would he be
is he a first-rounder
if all of next year's
not?
Quarterbacks were in there?
Yes. That, to me, is really interesting because, again, what does it mean? What if Mike LaFleur is one of those guys that sees him being a first-round pick. As a matter of fact, he's better than a first-round pick. He's a franchise quarterback. Does Mike LaFleur feel that way about him? I have no idea.
It's not
but I do
crazy.
know this, that if he does, you don't have to worry about 2027.
No. You might have to worry about 2028 and 2029, though, if he's wrong.
You're right.
Here's more from Field Yates, the good and bad of Ty Simpson.
Some good intellect that I think Ty brings to the table. Ty doesn't have, and this is typical for a guy with his stature, this gigantic arm, but when Ty can get his feet underneath him, he can throw with plenty of zip. He's got accuracy at all three levels. I like the in-pocket creativity from Ty. There's some just good instincts from Ty when he's under duress. And there is some out-of-pocket mobility as well. I acknowledge it was against a much lesser opponent, but he had a 77-yard touchdown run in 2024 when he was a reserve-level quarterback for Alabama. So good athletes, a good enough arm strength, good enough accuracy, has to improve ball security. 6 fumbles this past season for Ty Simpson. He's not a very experienced quarterback, but there's not much you can do about that at this point of the process, but has to improve the ball security. I think has to improve some of the decision-making while under duress.
He had completed 29 college passes before this season. I mean, it's not crazy to think that he can be your franchise quarterback. It's not. It's just I wonder, and maybe nobody could even tell us this because you're factoring in variables that you don't have all the answers. But again, if you stacked all of next year's quarterbacks and Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza, where would he go? He wouldn't be second. He probably would be at least fifth, maybe lower. And again, that doesn't mean he can't be the guy.
Yes.
But I also don't think the Cardinals in 2026 are real conducive to an unproven quarterback stepping in and succeeding.
Yes. Just because somebody says they believe something about a player or they love something about a player or they don't, they hate something about a player. They can't stand the guy. Even if it's somebody that I respect greatly, like a Mel Kiper Jr., never forget, Basinonians, there's always Brock Purdy. There is.
There's always Brock
Think of how many people missed on Brock Purdy. How many people missed on him?
6 times.
You got to be kidding me. To be Mr. Irrelevant, to be the guy that was drafted, how many people missed on Brock Purdy? It still happens. It does.
Brock Purdy's an interesting comp, though, because that's the question here, right? If you're the Cardinals and you're going to draft Ty Simpson or you're going to wait till next year, you shouldn't be looking for a quarterback that's like, well, if we get this guy, we'll be decent. And, every other year we'll make the playoffs and go out in the first round. I mean, you're in this position right now where they may bristle at the idea that they're in a full rebuild. I don't think they're in a full rebuild. I mean, you've got Trey McBride. You've built up some pieces over the last couple of years. But at the quarterback position, you are at a total rebuild. And until you get that right, you can't go anywhere. So if you're in that spot, shouldn't you be looking for a guy you believe can lead you to the Super Bowl in a few years? Not just be good enough, as Field Yates kind of said in that cut?
I just think it's interesting. It's fascinating to me. There are so many people that act like scouting is a science, that it's black
definitive.
or white.
Yeah, like you've cracked the code.
Yes, and honestly, based on it, I want my scouts to be that way, black and white. Yet at the same time, we all understand it isn't black and white, ever. Just know that and acknowledge it.
And it's the one position, would you agree, in all of sports that we seem to get wrong most?
Oh, yeah. Because of what lies within.
It's probably the one where the most resources are poured into it in any sport is the quarterback position, and it's the one that NFL teams seem to get wrong the most.
It's the reason why Kurt Warner, old graybeard, was actually missed because of what lied within.
Think about the Cardinals. Their best quarterbacks of this century were drafted by other teams. Or in Kurt Warner's case, not even really drafted. Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the Diamondbacks in action. Text SEATS to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. When we come back, how does Justin Jefferson feel about his quarterback situation in Minnesota now with Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy? We'll get into that and some other NFL news next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You read that they've had these extensive interviewing process with Cole Payton, an FCS player. I don't know what the Cardinals are looking at here,
But that
other than
might
trying to find the needle in the haystack.
Yes, which could be their quarterback strategy for this year without having to, A, give up anything to get back into the first round to get Ty Simpson.
The problem with finding a needle in a haystack, you have the number 3 pick. Find a needle in a stack of needles.
Exactly.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey folks, it's Vince Murata, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Check it out. When it's time to get a new ride, the dealership matters as much as the vehicle. At Earnhardt Ford, you get 75 years of trust built right here in Arizona. No bull, transparent pricing. What you see is what you pay. Zero pressure from a team focused entirely on finding your perfect fit. And full online buying, putting the power in your hands. And their new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport, save up to $8,000 off MSRP, or grab a $2,500 Fuel Your Ford gas card plus $1,000 in BFG cash. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Murata. Join us Wednesday morning. How did Merrill Kelly fare in his second start of the young season against the Sox? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, I would say the earlier returns on the YouTube live chat on Ty Simpson are not great.
Yeah.
Not people aren't real high on that for a variety of reasons. I think the unproven stuff, I've definitely seen
absolutely
mention that he's not like he's the tallest guy either, although he is listed at 6'2", but he just doesn't look tall when he plays. I don't know.
Supposedly just over 6'2", like 6'2" and an eighth.
Let me ask you this, okay? And we'll get to the rest of the NFL stuff here in just a second, but I just thought of this during the break, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. I feel like the Ty Simpson decision is bigger than who they take at number 3. Do you agree with that?
Wow. Let me think about that.
I know it sounds crazy for a second when you first hear it, but really, if you commit to the wrong quarterback, you're setting yourself back years.
Yes.
And if you pass on the wrong quarterback, what if Ty Simpson's great and they could have got him at 34 and didn't take him? You know what I mean? But if you go all in to get him late in the first round and you trade, I don't think you would trade a first-round pick next year, but you trade a second-round pick next year, or your second this year and your second next year, whatever. That's costly, but the real costly part is having the wrong quarterback, and then you have to invest the next 3 years, and we're sitting here, maybe Ty hasn't had the right coach yet, or maybe this isn't the right offense, or maybe he just needs this. Like, that would be so much more costly than they take Jeremiah Love at 3 and they should have taken Arvell Reese. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, also not good, but you really can't mess up on the quarterback part.
Cannot do it. Nope. It'll set you back 4, 5, 7 years.
Yeah, it can really, really mess you up.
7? Okay.
Not another. No. Here's Justin Jefferson yesterday talking about the fact that his team just went out and got Kyler Murray.
Yeah, my first reaction was just, it's really good to kind of get some good talent in the room to kind of give a little spark in that room, to kind of see a competitive edge, and from those guys to really lock in and to, do what we're expecting them to do, which is to come in and, to be that guy. And we need that one guy for this team. So I'm definitely excited for that room, excited to see what those guys have in store for us in training camp.
Oh, man, did he actually say, I'm excited to see good talent finally in that room?
Yeah, he certainly didn't seem excited about what they previously had at quarterback, some of which is still there.
I don't think he meant to say it like that. I really don't, but I think he just did.
I don't know what the question was. I'm guessing the question was about Kyler Murray, because Kyler is an exciting player when he's
There's
on.
no doubt about it.
So maybe he was reacting more to that. I don't know. But I'm guessing at some point somebody was like, hey, did you know J.J. McCarthy's still here? This is what he said about that.
For me, it's,
somebody to enter that room
I call him
with that
9.
type of ability, that type of...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is that you, Rick?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to play. Okay, here's Justin Jefferson.
JJ, for somebody to enter that room with that type of ability, that type of talent, he's got to step it up a little bit. So it's good for him to, feel that type of pressure and to really, lock in a little bit and say it's either now or, I'm going to take that backseat again. So it's all a competitive mindset when it comes to these type of things. So it's all about who's ready for that moment and who's ready to step up and take that initiative.
I'm not even sure Justin Jefferson calls J.J. McCarthy 9. He just calls him like you.
Yeah.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
Stop throwing me into coverage. I think that's what he says. Stop
Yeah.
getting me hit in the air.
Man, it's a little, just to hear him going into detail in regard to this is a little unsettling. To me, it is. For somebody to enter that room with that type of ability, that type of talent, he's got to step it up a little bit. You know what I mean?
It seems like he's...
What are you saying? You're saying J.J. McCarthy won't step up, won't actually try as hard as he possibly could or can if Kyler Murray wasn't there? The insinuation is there. I don't know if Jefferson actually thought this thing out based on it.
Yeah, that seems... Can you imagine if we get to the point this year? I don't think we will, but it's the NFL. Anything could happen. Where J.J. McCarthy's starting games in Minnesota. I mean, it's not crazy. Kyler could get hurt, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the NFL.
Sure.
Most guys do get hurt at some point. So, but that just feels like... I mean, they just took J.J. McCarthy in the first round, 2 drafts ago?
Yeah.
And he couldn't play one of the years because he was hurt. So he was essentially a rookie last year. And they were like, hey, I know Kyler Murray hasn't really done much team-wise in Arizona, but he's definitely better than you, JJ.
And, for him to say, he's got to lock in a little bit and say, it's either now or I'm going to take that back. I'm going to take that back seat again. Wow. That's... I don't know. Can I talk to you, JJ?
All right, over to the Patriots. This has been like the worst kept secret all offseason that they are supposedly lining up to get A.J. Brown from the Eagles. Here's Adam Schefter on and look, the Patriots have had other stories come up over the last few weeks that have been a little more distracting. And I actually think Mike Vrabel spoke
Even I
today.
know that. Kronk!
Sedona.
Hey, putting Sedona on the NFL map. Nice. Here's Adam Schefter.
They went to Sedona thinking, we're going to be safe here.
Nobody will see us in Sedona. Vrabel did speak today, didn't he? I think he actually had to talk about this.
He did, yes.
But that's not what I'm going to play. I'm going to play audio of Adam Schefter talking about the potential that A.J. Brown could be going to New England.
The two sides have not committed to a deal, but they are likely to make that happen post June 1. A.J. Brown would like to be traded. The Philadelphia Eagles are open to trading him. The New England Patriots have wanted him all along. It's hard to see another team jumping in, but you never know what could happen over the course of the next 5 or 6 weeks. But there is that relationship that exists between the Patriots head coach, Mike Vrabel, and A.J. Brown. And now it'll be interesting to see if the Philadelphia Eagles would look to address the wide receiver position in the draft this week, or whether they feel it's sufficient to have gone out and signed Elijah Moore, Hollywood Brown, and traded for Dontavian Wicks.
Oh, my goodness, man. It is bizarre that this has happened. Wide receivers and 3 techniques in the NFL. For whatever reason, they seem to have issues all the time.
2 very destructive forces.
And I think it
ways.
is literally the explosiveness of a wide receiver and how different your offense can look with a great explosive wide receiver. And it's the same way on the defensive side of the ball. The most destructive force in the football universe is an awesome 3 technique. And yet, because human beings know that, sometimes it really messes up human beings and their brains. Just saying, A.J. Brown.
I'm looking at the Vrabel stuff. It doesn't look like he took any questions today. So I'm sure the Boston media will just let that story go.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Of course.
I'll never ask again. You could totally hide from the Boston media. Just go back to Sedona.
I honestly would love to know what happened between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. Seriously. What was it?
I don't know.
What was it? I know everyone has asked. I know that. But I don't think we've gotten the whole story.
No, I mean, I for the longest time figured it was just kind of what you're sort of saying before. Like, wide receivers can just sort of, they can be destructive the other way, too, to a locker room. But then you hear all this stuff over the last few weeks that it's more than just him that's unhappy with Jalen Hurts. And you're like, all right, I don't know. The Philly always has drama, and the Patriots always have drama. And Philly's going to try to get rid of some and give it to the Patriots so they have some more. We didn't get to talk about this enough yet, Wolf, and I'm going to play this cut real quick. Adam Schefter talking about the Bengals trading the number 10 pick in the draft for Dexter Lawrence.
Greeny, there are 2 things to keep in mind here. This is a critical season for Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. There are a lot of people around the league who feel like the Bengals must do what they have to do to keep him happy. If we go back to the offseason last year, Joe Burrow wanted the Bengals to retain both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and voila, the Bengals re-signed both wide receivers. Well, Joe Burrow wants the Bengals to return to glory, return to their winning ways, and the Bengals know that. So they assessed it and decided that they were better off trading the 10th overall pick in this draft for Dexter Lawrence, whose performance was down last year, but if we go back to a couple of seasons before that, when he was constantly double-teamed, was a major factor in the middle of the New York Giants' defensive line. The Bengals are doing what they can here to make their team competitive, to give them the best player they can get with the 10th overall pick, and to make sure that they try to win this year to keep Joe Burrow happy.
Remember how miserable Joe Burrow was at the end of last year?
Yes.
The Bengals should film a commercial where he's walking back into camp this year, and they're like, hey, Joe, are you happy?
Yeah.
And they just point to Dexter Lawrence dancing.
This is wild, though. If you're going to give up the 10th overall pick in this year's draft, of course, you've got to have Dexter Lawrence on your team for 5 years at least, correct?
And they don't pay guys more than like a year out, isn't that
exactly
the Cincinnati thing?
Yes. I know they signed him to a $28 million extension, of course. yet at the same time get ready.
Only guaranteed, I think,
That's.
for like a year.
I was going to say, Luke, that you need 5 years out of Dexter Lawrence. He's got to be your 3 technique for the next 5 or 4 at least.
A Bengals organization that operates, and they just paid T. Higgins, and I mean they have paid some guys now, but they operate in this kind of like cheapish way where they're like, we have these specific rules that handcuff ourselves, and we do that. It was kind of weird to trade the number 10 pick where you could probably still get somebody good who's not going to cost as much for, like you said, a guy who I don't know if you're going to keep him super long. All right, when we come back over to baseball, well, we're gonna answer Rick's question. Rick,
they're all dancing behind the glass.
You're gonna have to come back into this conversation if we're really gonna have this conversation again. And you can bring Jamal in too, and anybody that has any common sense out in the newsroom too. What do the Diamondbacks have to do against the White Sox over the next 3 games? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 26 Ford F-150 starting as low as $42,995 and choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 26542. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dog fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot, but just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do, and they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. And the Phoenix Suns are gearing up for Game 2 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That one goes down tomorrow in OKC. Forward Dylan Brooks spoke to the media earlier today and discussed if the Suns need to play less isolation basketball.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to, for sure. Next question.
This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. The best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Roll with the punches, because you know that it's a...
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight against the Chicago White Sox. We'll identify the key guys in this series on today's Bernsey and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday afternoon. It's Wolf and Luke. D-backs getting ready for a 3-game series against the White Sox tonight. Merrill Kelly on the mound, second start of the season for the D-backs. Wolf, I'm just basking in the fact that Merrill Kelly is making starts in April after the way things sounded early in spring training.
Yes.
They get him out there tonight against Sean Burke of the White Sox. A series that the Diamondbacks on paper should win. White Sox did just win their last series. A series that, Rick, don't let me misrepresent you, but Rick says they absolutely need to sweep if they want to make the playoffs.
Yes. We're not going down that road right now, though.
I
right?
don't.
That's what he wrote on the show.
Okay.
I don't think that they need to sweep to make the playoffs, but I'm saying it would help them greatly if they swept this series, because if they kick a game against the White Sox in April and they miss the playoffs by a game, people are going to look back at this game like they've looked back at the Geno Suarez 4-home run game that they lost, or that game where they scored a bunch of runs in one inning against the Cubs last year, and be like, if they had just won that game, they would be in the playoffs or, in better contention late in the season. They've got to handle these games against teams like this.
Yes.
Or, if they lose 2-3 to the Dodgers, then that's where the margins start coming into play, and it could end up costing them down the line. I think that this is a series
about
that
any game. You could say that about any game
that's
that
true,
you
but
blow,
this is,
and you could say then there's going to be multiple games that you're going to blow. And not only that, Rick, you did not say that. You said they need to sweep.
You did say need.
That's what you said.
I think they need to sweep them. Now, I don't think they need to sweep them to make the playoffs, but I think it
That's
would.
what you said earlier.
So basically, if they sweep, they win the World Series.
Or basically, if they don't get swept, it doesn't matter.
No.
You just said you went from they need to sweep to be able to get into or not.
They can still make the playoffs, obviously, if they get swept. But it would. I think they should go into this with the mindset that they need to sweep them. Does that make sense?
That makes more sense, because earlier you made it sound like we're not talking about the Diamondbacks after Thursday this season.
No, of course not. Of course not. Of course they can recover from this.
I'm just looking at what the Dodgers did last year. They got swept by the Pirates. They got swept by the Angels twice. Did you know the Dodgers got swept by the Angels twice last year?
They have Shohei Ohtani.
As a matter of fact,
they make that stuff up.
They needed not to.
Well, that's
be swept,
who won the World
course.
Series. Is the only example.
The D-backs don't have Shohei Ohtani. They can't make up this stuff.
Yeah, listen, every game is important, Basin Orleans. You're going to go out as a professional player. You're going to go out there, of course, and you're going to give everything that you have. You're going to compete as hard as you possibly can. And that is what I love about this clubhouse right now. I think the Diamondbacks really have a bunch of dirtbags. And again, I use this in a very flattering kind of way. I respect a guy that's going to go out there and just do it. Do whatever you need to do to be ready to go out there and give all that you have and be prepared. And when I think about that, when I think of a pro, ladies and gentlemen, and when I think of a leader as well, I think of Merrill Kelly for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Those two things, a guy that is a pro and a guy that is a leader as well. Guess what? He's going to be prepared to give everything he's got. And that's the great thing about it. That's why I love this, because the conversation right now that we're having, the White Sox, they're not going to terrify anybody. It's one of the things I love and respect about OKC and the Thunder so much. They don't care who they're going to play. They're going to go out there and they're going to give it the same effort game in and game out. Well, you know what? This is what I'd love to see the Arizona Diamondbacks do. Just continue to be the dirtbags that they are. Go out there and just give all that they have. And get gritty while doing it. And you know what? Win as many games as you possibly can. Yeah. I'm not saying you have to go in there and think, oh, we've got to sweep these guys, or, oh, we have to win this series. No, you know what it is? It's an opportunity to go out there and win today, and then win tomorrow, and then win the day after that. I mean, this is the mentality that I want the Diamondbacks to adopt. Every game is a must win. Now, you don't, once again, if you lose the game, you don't walk out of there and go, okay, it's over.
No, but
it's over.
They have responded well. We were looking at this earlier in the season. They've responded well to adversity early this season. And I just mean adversity in terms of like something that happens on the field. I mean, you started the season by getting swept. I understand the Dodgers are amazing and that lineup's ridiculous, but the Diamondbacks have, coming into that series at the start of the year, they were above 500 against them in their previous 29 games.
Yeah,
that's not
great
like
point.
It's 29 games. You're going back 3 years, and there's a playoff series in there as well. So they don't expect to just lose the Dodgers games and then start their season in Game 4. And they started 0-3, and they have responded since then by going 13-6 since then. Same record the Dodgers have since that series. Okay. What about you go out there and you get hammered by Atlanta 17-2 in the series opener there? You respond by winning 2 of the next 3 in that series. You win 5 of the next 7. Like you get back on track. You had the game against Baltimore where your bullpen completely melted down. You were up 7-1. I would argue a year ago that would have derailed this team because we saw it happen a year ago. And it wasn't the opponent. It was, to me, it's not the opponent. It's the way you lose. And they responded by winning 4 in a row after that. So it's early. We're an eighth of the way into the season, but that characteristic is something I always look for of there's going to be adversity over 162 games. How do you respond to it? So far, I like the way the Diamondbacks have responded to it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So do you have any sound you want to fire off right now and talk about this as we talk about the Arizona Diamondbacks and their collective toughness and the fact that Merrill Kelly is the tip of the spear in terms of taking the ball, being a pro, being a leader as well inside the clubhouse. This is the reason why I love this against a perceived inferior opponent in the White Sox. I love the fact that he's taking the ball for Game 1. I don't think there's anybody else on this staff that I would want more to take the ball in Game 1 against the White Sox.
I wanted to see that they don't have the lineup out yet. Yeah, they don't have it out. Okay. Well, anyway, here's Torey Lovello from after Sunday's game, because remember, Corbin Carroll left that game early. So with back tightness, lower back tightness, which I would think would make it hard to swing a bat, but Corbin Carroll's not human. Here's Torey Lovello.
Corbin, I went over to Corbin, and he was fine. He felt like he was in a good spot. I just said, look, I'm going to start to layer in guys to get him off the field. I did it with Arenado. I was trying to do it with Marte. Ended up doing it with Gurriel. So he was just the first in the line of guys. So he's fine.
He got some lower back tightness, though?
Yeah, he's definitely got some low back issues that have been taking place. I told you guys that there were some things that were happening around his body, but he's just tightly wound. I just think it's a day-to-day thing that he's going to continue to monitor.
So he does he'll be in the lineup next game.
He's already in the lineup, yeah. He's starting in right field on Tuesday.
All right, so
I love that. Boom!
I guess we know 1/9 of tonight's lineup. We know Corbin Carroll's starting in right field because it is now Tuesday. All right, when we come back, what exactly can the Phoenix Suns do to bounce back in Game 2 of this series with Oklahoma City? We're going to talk to Arizona Sports Suns guru, who is in Oklahoma City right now. Kellen Olson joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jeremiah Love's window starts at 3.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
This Thursday is NFL Draft Day. Arizona Sports is broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge starting at 2. Join us for the Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 kickoff live from Pittsburgh.
With the 3rd pick. They got some needs. They also signed a running back in free agency, but I still wouldn't be surprised because it's like, just take the best player.
NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, man. Moving Team 6, listen, they are family-owned and operated. Tim Lee is the founder, the owner of Moving Team 6. He started this company all the way back in 2012, Basinonians. He started it with his sons Garrett and JT. They're a family-run business right here in Phoenix. And what I love about them, they use a military-like approach to every move. That's right. That's the reason why they named the company Moving Team 6, this military-like approach. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time and reliable. It's one of the reasons why they hire veterans. Yeah, they hire veterans to join their moving teams because they want that military-like approach. Check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Bud Light, official beer of the Arizona Cardinals and proud sponsor of the NFL, is gearing up for the 2026 NFL Draft. From watch parties to backyard hangouts, Bud Light is there for every pick, every party, and every moment. So make it a Bud Light and rise up Red Sea. Bud Light, the perfect draft pick. 21 and over, drink responsibly.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message pay rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our son's mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
All right, joining us now on the Arizona Sports Line is a man who has spent more time in Oklahoma City than all four of us combined on the show. We established that earlier. He's,
yes.
in fact, there right now. He'll spend more time during this interview in Oklahoma City than we all have combined. Kellen Olson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kellen?
Hi, guys.
How we doing?
Great.
Right, let's start with what you saw on Sunday from the Suns and from Oklahoma City. Actually, before we even get into anything on the Suns side, Wolf and I were talking earlier. Part of that didn't feel like that was even Oklahoma City's best game. What did you make of how Oklahoma City played as far as what they are capable of in that game?
They were fine, but the Suns never forced them to play above second gear, to your point. And I think that a lot of what we're talking about when it comes to game 1 to game 2 simply has to do with how much the Suns can do better. I'll have a story on ArizonaSports.com later tonight going through the ways in which they can be better, but I'm not saying that the Suns, if they change a few things, are suddenly going to be able to win this series. I'm saying that if they change a few things and get better, that they can force a competitive game out of OKC and maybe even steal one. But it's on them. A lot of this is on them. Oklahoma City presents so many different challenges, specifically on defense, where their connectivity and their ability to overextend their help and still recover in time was a huge issue for the Suns throughout the game. But they've got so much that they can do better and that they should on Wednesday to give us a more competitive game, I think.
Killer, right now, how many games do you think this series is going to go?
4. I think the Thunder are going to sweep this, and I think they're going to sweep it pretty emphatically.
Wow, you know what? I feel the same way. I really do. What is the biggest reason why you feel like they're going to get swept?
Yeah, just the tale of two seasons. We've talked about the Suns for so much the last 2 months. If this was the Suns team of the first 50 games of the year, then I would say that this is going to go 5, maybe even go 6. But I do not feel that way about the team that we've seen the last 2 months. And a lot of what I'm talking about, that they can get better and that should make Wednesday more competitive. I don't feel guaranteed at all that those things are going to be improved, because these are some of the issues and some of the gaps in their play that we've seen a lot the last couple of months.
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, how would you handle the size disadvantage that the Suns have? Should we be seeing more Kaman Malawach in Game 2, assuming Mark Williams isn't going to be available?
No, not at all. I think that is the mistake because, again, Oklahoma City plays pretty much perfect defense. I was sitting there, and it was 6 minutes into the game, and I was like, how is Case and Wallace not coming to the game yet? Like, you've seen Lou Dort already, you've seen Jalen Williams already, and you've seen Alex Caruso already. Most teams don't have one defender that good, and they had 3. And then Case and Wallace, who led the league in steals, hadn't even come into the game yet. Like, this is a dominant defensive team on the perimeter. And even on the interior, like, Hartenstein's a really good defender. Chet just finished 2nd in Defensive Player of the Year. And I say all of this because, while he has shown significant improvement in all of like the gaps and mistakes that a rookie can make in his position, to thrust him into this series against the best team in the league and not expect mistakes to pile up quickly would be foolish. So I don't think you go that way. Instead, I think that you go small, the route that they had earlier in the game, and you try and maximize your strengths everywhere. Look, were we talking about size much when this team was 31-20? We were not, because they were maximizing everything else on their team correctly. That's what they have to get back to doing. And if they do that, this game can, again, be more competitive. But if you watch back the rebounding and all the stuff that went wrong from a size perspective, not much of it was due to size. It was due to guys not doing their job.
So, Killer, I just want to get this right now. So do you think that it would be too much for Kaman Malawach or Rasheer Fleming? It'd be too much for them? Because, listen, if you're going to get swept, and I'm with you on this, I feel like, they're going to get swept. I don't want them to get swept, but I feel like they're going to, because OKC is that much better. Yet at the same time, why not play some of these young guys and allow them to develop and experience that?
Yeah, for sure. I think games 3 and 4, maybe we see that philosophy a little bit more. But right now, Jordan Ott is trying to win a playoff series. Like, he is trying everything that he can do to win a playoff series. And right now, like, those developmental choices don't apply in the postseason per se. And this is the same conversation that we had 3 months into the year, right? And he proved to be correct in that distinction with 31-20. Now, I don't think he's going to be correct about this here. Like, I don't think this team is going to win this playoff series or come close to doing so. But the thing that I think should be the most alarming for the people who want to see like Malawach and Fleming play, and I think Fleming should be playing, to be clear, is how much the ball found Ryan Dunn and Haywood Highsmith when they were on the floor. Because OKC will not only not just leave those guys open, but they will cut off absolutely everything else on the floor with their 5 defenders. And you got to throw it to the open guy. So Ryan got it. He had 3 turnovers in 10 minutes. Haywood missed all of his shots badly. They are going to do that to these rookies if they play. If it was any other team that they were playing, I would be sitting here and saying, Kamon and Rasheer both have to play. But I think Rasheer is the outlier here, especially if Goodwin is not playing. You need to get Rasheer in there. And if Goody isn't playing, I expect he will.
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, there really wasn't any area of the game where the Suns won on Sunday. Is there an area of the game, though, that you see that they can clean things up pretty significantly now going into game 2?
But turnovers for sure, and it goes both ways. Steals were 13-3 Thunder. That can't happen. These are 2 of the top 5 teams in steals on the season. OKC back-to-back years has led the league in turnover percentage, meaning they take care of the ball, meaning in that kind of way. And then blocks were 7-2 Thunder as well. We don't think of blocks as like things that are like turnover related, but if you block a shot, recover it, you're running just like you are off a steal. And the Suns not getting those opportunities really did not help their offense at all. They've just got to be so locked in on so many different details against this team. Like when it comes to offensively, everyone off the ball has got to be moving, active, and engaged. Usually there's only 2 to 3 guys that are in the play, really. Every guy has to be in the play against this team, and they have to just be on top of everything. Ott used the word perfect a couple of times, and that's what they force you to do. You have to be perfect in these little details to have a chance.
What is the thing you respect the most out of the Thunder when you watch them play? What is the thing you respect the most?
It's the defense, Wolf, and I think that with their defense and all the individual talent that I mentioned, their team connectivity on both ends is impressive. We went through that whole game, and you can look at Jalen Williams, J-Dub's box score and think he had a really great game. But I watched it and didn't think that anyone really played that well offensively. But as a team, they just dominated. And then defensively, what they do is they overhelp more than pretty much any other team in the league. And they can do that because they're so phenomenal, not only individually and their recoveries, athleticism, length, all that kind of stuff, right, as well, but it also just comes down to how connected they are. And I think that's something that we see from the Suns as we've talked about multiple efforts defensively being a problem for them. Their initial coverage is good. OKC will do 4 to 5 of those a possession and not sweat. They're remarkable.
Is there, and maybe that's your answer, but are there elements of Oklahoma City's game or what they have built? And, to be clear, they've been building this for years, but when you look at the Suns' big picture, are there elements of what Oklahoma City has done that the Suns can try to replicate? I mean, they can't just go out and draft SGA. They can't go out and just draft Chet, but in terms of how they play basketball, are there things they could realistically build into their game beyond this year?
I think the point you're hitting on there, Luke, is that OKC was so far ahead of the curve in terms of roster construction and what they were looking at. All they targeted pretty much for 3 or 4 straight years. You can go back to Giddey, you can go back to some of the guys that failed to work out, like Pokuševski and Ousmane Dieng. It was we want big, long, athletic guys who can handle the ball, and that is what they got. And if you aren't able to do that, you need to be remarkable defensively, and that, or remarkable in some other kind of way. Isaiah Joe is a shooter, Jared McCain is a shooter, so on and so forth. The way that they built this roster is so impressive. And again, you can play the same scheme that Oklahoma City does defensively and still recover as well as them. But what helps is when it's Jalen Williams making that recovery, like a lottery pick, darting into the corner, who's 6'5" with a 7-foot wingspan and built like a truck. That helps. And you need those types of guys like the Rasheer Flemings that we've seen and like Kamon Malawach in the last year to sort of build that up as a team.
So what are you doing today and tomorrow? What are you doing? Are you going to go somewhere, hang out? What are you doing?
So yesterday, Wolf, I went to the Oklahoma City Memorial Museum, which is for the bombings, and it was incredible.
Wow.
It was an amazing experience, one of the best museums that I've ever been to. Highly recommend it if you're ever in the Oklahoma City area. I always like to hit a museum whenever I'm in a random, not a random town like this, but just any town in general. I like to go to one, and it was awesome. The AAA affiliate for the Dodgers is 5 minutes that way, and they play tonight, so I might go watch some AAA baseball tonight, or I might just stay in my hotel room, eat pizza, and watch playoff basketball, because I probably won't be able to do that much for the next week or two. We've got this thing called the NFL Draft coming up too, on top of the Suns coverage that I'm doing, so not going to have many relaxation moments the next 2 to 3 weeks. So I'm leaning that direction, as you guys can tell, but got out and explored a bit yesterday. It's a great city. Hey, you know what's fun? I click on my phone and it says 68 degrees. That's fun. I'm going to miss that in 2 days.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
All right, Kellen,
Killer,
we appreciate
thank
it,
you,
man.
man.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
That's Kellen Olson joining us live from Oklahoma City, right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, let's go into the NFL draft. Let's go into the defensive side of things. Wolf, let's play some more of these draft traits. You're gonna pick the trait,
cool.
and I'm gonna tell you which defensive player from this draft that would give you. Okay, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think they're going to move down.
You don't think so?
I don't
Stick
know.
and pick?
I don't know for sure. But what I can tell you is that the only way they're moving down is if they get overpaid. I don't think they're going to do it just a fair deal. I think they would have to get overpaid. If somebody's willing to overpay, they'll listen. I think they want to stick at 3 and make a pick.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-360-7900. No two retirement plans look the same. And Trajan Wealth, they get that. Their fiduciary advisors help you plan around your life with smart strategies for growth, taxes, and income. And you can count on that, ladies and gentlemen. Let Trajan Wealth guide the way. Visit Trajan Wealth today, TrajanWealth.com, of course. At Trajan Wealth, independence matters. They're not tied to any single product line, which means their advice is built around you, your goals, your risk comfort, your future. That's the advantage of working with a true fiduciary firm. Visit TrajanWealth.com to learn more, Basinonians, or you can just call 480-360-7900. That's right, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. And the Phoenix Suns are gearing up for Game 2 of their first-round series against the OKC Thunder. Forward Dylan Brooks spoke to the media earlier today and discussed if the Suns need to play less isolation basketball.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to. For sure. Next question.
This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602 to repair.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, we did this for quarterbacks last week. We did it for offensive line yesterday.
Oh.
Seems like a good time to focus on. We're going to kind of, because we're running out of days now before the draft, so we're just going to go front seven here, basically. So defensive line, edge, linebacker, however, we're just going to put them all together. Okay.
All right.
So I'm going to read off 2 traits. You tell me which one you would value more in a prospect. And you don't know the names, obviously. I have the names, the list here that ESPN put out, and I'm going to tell you who ESPN believes is the best in this draft at that trait.
Okay, I love that.
All right.
I'm glad you set that up.
Now I got to pull these all together here and make sure this. Okay. Well, why don't we? Let's start. Let's start with this. Okay. Best bull rush or best spin move? Right out of the gates.
Man, I can tell you, everything comes off the bull base, Orleans. Never forget that. You got a great pass rusher. You got a guy that is really, really good year in and year out. So much of the time, it all starts with the bull. The fact that you can embarrass somebody and drive another man into the quarterback on a bull rush, everything else seems to come off that. Having said that, give me the bull.
Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech.
He's your classic line stuffer. He's not going to win much in the gaps, but he'll stabilize your interior defensive line. And he's going to struggle getting to the quarterback, but will do his job on early downs at a high level. And I mean, how can you not love a guy with the nickname The Fridge? NFL comp defensive tackle Jonathan Hankins.
This NFL draft player profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Wait a minute, you're going to call him The Fridge? You honestly, William the Refrigerator Perry, Google it, my young crunks. Are you kidding me? 1985? Look, everybody, it's William Refrigerator Perry.
How much did he weigh?
He weighed 385 pounds when he came into the league.
Jeez.
Can I tell you that right now? 385 pounds. It was absolutely incredible. And he was holding out in training camp, and Ditka was the head coach for the Chicago Bears. And suddenly, look, everybody, preseason game number 3. They're playing the St. Louis Cardinals.
Of course.
Okay? The St. Was Cardinals. They're playing
was there
them.
a brawl in that game?
Ladies and gentlemen, I happened to be there, as a matter of fact. And all of a sudden, in the fourth quarter, Ditka grabbed William the Refrigerator Perry and shoved him onto the field. And he came running out in Soldier Field. Can I tell you right now, the place went absolutely nuts. He had just signed the day before, and Ditka wanted to see him on tape, get him out there immediately. Hey, just go out there and wreak havoc on somebody. Have you ever seen a man 385 pounds run? Have you ever seen that? Whether he's jogging or not. 385 pounds. We called him the man of perpetual motion because even when he was standing still, stuff was still moving on him. It's the truth. And the very first play, go back and look at it. There it is. The very first play, my assignment as I'm in the game, as a rookie myself, in the game. I looked at the outside linebacker. That was my assignment. If he rushes, block him. If not, turn inside and help out. Help out your offensive lineman. Well, you know what, Basinonians? I turned back inside, and the Fridge came right up the middle of the field and buried me.
Well, he was 385 pounds.
He's 385 pounds. I hit him so hard right in the face. I can still hear the eek. I hit him right in the face so hard. I kid you not. You should have seen what he did to me. He picked me up and drove me 5 yards and buried me. And not only that, he fell on top of me.
Oh.
Yes, and his gut
you
folded
here?
right around me. God. Right around me, Basinonians. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't feel anything. And it was because his gut went right around me. The year was 1985, man.
There's really no segue off of that. How have I not heard that story before?
Just brutal.
Well,
so somebody has named the fridge. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I didn't name him, but you did choose Lee Hunter with the best bull rush over David Bailey was the one who they have with the best spin move. Although to be fair, they have David Bailey in here a lot.
Yes, I bet they do.
How about this one? Since
I'm really surprised though. David Bailey's edge. You're talking about a guy here. It sounds like he's a 3 technique.
Bailey uses his quick get off to threaten the edges of offensive tackles, and that opens the door for the spin move. It's smooth too. That's what they say.
Yeah, no, David Bailey. I get that. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're saying Hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know. They have him listed as a bull rush.
Reuben Bain Jr. Man, have you seen his bull? It's pretty good.
Well, yeah.
Short arms. We got short arms. Don't worry about it. Gonna hit you right in the face. You better anchor, bro.
All right, here you go. Most explosive pass rusher or most physical defensive lineman? What would you rather have?
Oh, my goodness. Give me a physical defensive lineman. That's what I want.
Reuben Bain Jr. Edge. Miami.
The Miami Hurricane enters the NFL draft as one of the top pass rushing prospects in 2026, and it's not hard to see why behind 9.5 sacks and 15.5 tackles for loss. The 6'2", 263-pounder brings with him brute force and violent hands needed for destroying blocks, but will need to overcome his short arm length and improve his closing speed to prove himself at the next level. NFL comp, pass rusher Brandon Graham.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
He's going to have to overcome those short arms.
You are consistent, though. I mean, you have picked the players that you have been saying you like for the last couple months. You're picking them now without knowing who you're picking.
That's interesting, man.
Picking
it's
the
very, very cool.
All right, let's. We got time for another one here. Why don't we do best motor versus best interior pass rusher?
Wow. Once again, it's so weird to listen to these traits. Best interior pass rusher, that's just one phase of the game. When you say motor, it determines how a guy plays the game of football. So I'm going to go motor.
Akeem Mesidor. Edge. Miami.
Akeem Mesidor may have the highest motor and the deepest bag of the pass rushers in this draft. He can rush the passer with finesse and or power. Not only is he dominant in the pass game, but he is eager to find the football and make a play in the run game. While Mesidor may lack the traditional height and length of an NFL edge rusher, the talent is obvious and nobody's going to work and play harder than Akeem. NFL comp, Minnesota Vikings linebacker Jonathan Grenard.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Jamal even said highest motor right there at the beginning of the draft capsule. You love the University of Miami. Just admit it.
What is going on, man?
Every time.
The U. Exactly, Rick. The U, baby.
I'm trying to find one more for you. Okay, how about best edge setter? And now you got to give me a second to find another one. Best edge setter or best bend and flex?
Oh, my goodness. The bend and the flex is, that sounds so combine. Best edge setter sounds like somebody who knows how to play football in a physical kind of way. Give me best edge setter.
All right, hold on. Let me find the best edge setter. I don't know if we don't have a draft caps. Is that true? Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, here we do.
Zion Young. Edge. Missouri.
At 6'6", 262 pounds, Zion Young has a similar frame to Zion Williamson, though hopefully he doesn't share the basketball player's fatal lust for Instagram models and gumbo. The explosive Young is active, energetic, and productive, tallying 6.5 sacks and 52 pressures in 2025, and has an excellent bull rush technique, though he does lack a secondary move when it is neutralized. He's a little stiff, and his top-end speed is not elite, but he has the tenacity and leadership of an alpha male. NFL comp, defensive end, Zadarius Smith.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Look at that. We found a way to get a Jarrett draft profile in
Yeah.
there. And he found a way to work gumbo into it. Shocking.
Man, you know what? You know what? Football is played from the inside out, Basinonians. Never forget that. You can have any type of frame in the world, and that frame is not going to help you if you're soft as butter. Okay, you can have the best frame in the world, And if you're soft as butter, you're not going to be a good football player. You can have one of the worst frames in the world, and you know what? If you ball out from the inside out, you're going to be able to hold up. Somehow, some way, you're going to make your way through it. Football, that's why it's a great game. It's why I love it the most, because I think that is a rare trait where you can actually play the game of football, even if you're undersized, even if you're not big, even if you're not strong, even if you're not fast. You just need to be fast enough, big enough, strong enough to hold up. But it doesn't matter. Football is played from the inside out.
Just for full disclosure on all the names, Best Bend and Flex was Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M. And
you wanted to get that out there.
They do write a lot in his quick little write-up about the Combine, so you did kind of nail that. And then earlier when you passed on most explosive pass rusher, you passed on Arvell Reese, which you have also consistently done throughout this whole process.
We took him off our draft board at the Wolfley compound.
You did. I would not shock me at all if you had a full 7-round draft board at the Wolfley compound.
I do not, Luke.
Not yet. It's not Thursday yet. All right, we come back. Dylan Brooks just spoke. The villain and villain Jr. Colin Gillespie just spoke, so we'll get you what they had to say ahead of Game 2 next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Go see my good buddy, Dr. Joe, man. Go see him at Aria Dental Implant Center. He's helped over 2,500 full mouth patients and placed 20,000 plus implants. Man, that is not theory. Those are reps, ladies and gentlemen. And when it comes to the all-on-4 full mouth implant, experience, of course, is everything. I've had the all-on-4, and I can tell you right now, it is a game changer. That's right. Maybe you want to bite into an apple. How about that? Or bite into some steak. Smile real nice for the camera, whatever it may be. Man, I can tell you right now, Aria Dental Implant Center and the All-on-4, it can help you. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia, and when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the postseason now.
All right, I'm trying to catch up on the YouTube live chat. Love doing this during the breaks, but I don't have time during the show today. I see a lot of people arguing about the Mets and the Dodgers. That's interesting. Now I need to go back and see how we got there. You know the Mets have lost 11 in a row?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I knew that, as a matter of fact. Man, struggling.
The most recent post is John saying, hey, Carlin really does think he's funny, doesn't he? That's amazing. All right. Dylan Brooks just spoke today ahead of the game tomorrow. And
what are you laughing at?
Well, you and I haven't heard these yet. Rick, which one have you been playing? Because there's a few here that I just can't wait to hear. Do you know what it's labeled?
It's the 7-second Dylan Brooks cut. If it will be a point of emphasis to play less isolation ball, it's the one where he pokes the bear.
So somebody set him up to poke the bear here. I don't know if he did or not, but Dylan Brooks was asked why SGA is so good at drawing fouls.
His angles. He knows his angles of the game, the way he drives. He knows when defenders are going to try to press up and get his bump. He knows when he's able to get enough space where the guy feels he needs to jump and contest it, he can pump fake and go into the guy. I guess it's just years and years of experience, of trying, watching other guys, do it before him, and now he just perfected it. So now it's just discipline on our side, being the second guy off the floor, and then try to, with smartness, be physical.
Wow, he threw the curveball there.
Wow.
He really, truly broke it down. I thought he was going to be like, well, you see the officials wearing his shoes sometime. He didn't go down that path.
Yeah,
he just flat out broke it down.
I think that is well done right there by Dylan Brooks. Yeah. Well said by Dylan. Yes, we're all waiting for him to say something that might be inflammatory, yet at the same time, that was benign.
Here's more from Dylan Brooks. He was asked how to combat the energy in the opposing arena.
You got to tighten the group, over-communicate when you're playing, and then not let the energy get too far where, where they're feeding off of it. So, like we didn't do last game, get stops, win the possession game, get bored, stuff like that, and then silencing with making shots.
Yeah, you know what? You can't let the crowd get into it. And at the same time, the people over at OKC, that crowd is going to be into it from the very beginning. And unless you get up on them by 20 or 30 points, which is not going to happen ever for the most part.
That would be difficult to do.
They're not going away. They're truly incredible.
More from Dylan Brooks. He was asked how to force more turnovers.
Physicality, be in the right positions when they're driving and trying to kick it out. And then heating their bigs when they have the ball, trying to make plays, make them drivers.
And what makes SGA a good defender? Well, they asked him a lot of SGA questions. I'm not even playing them all.
He's a gambler. So he goes for steals. He goes for, block shots. And, one thing he's good at, obviously, is steals. Just a lot of those. He's got great instincts, which maybe you don't see because Lou Dort and Caruso, they slide the ball and they slide their feet. They're bumping and all that, but he's trying to find a ways to, pickpocket, be on that backside for steals. And that's where I feel like he's really underrated.
He's breaking this down like a color analyst
I know.
Right now. Here's Colin Gillespie talking about the challenges Oklahoma City presents defensively.
Obviously, they present challenges defensively with their length, with the guards that they have. They're really physical on the ball. They grab you, they hold, but everybody's getting away with that stuff right now. So you can't complain about it. You got to play physical, be able to fight through that stuff. And then I think sometimes it's just the game. They go on a 6-0 run. Our guys are trying to slow that down or stop that and try to get a bucket. I think we just got to remain consistent with the flow of the offense. Obviously, our guys are going to look to get their shots, like Book, Dylan, and Jalen. Those guys are scorers offensively, guys that will make the right play always. And our other guys off the ball just need to be in the right spots to give them angles to make passes. And if there are two guys going to double, we got to talk to them.
Man, just honestly.
Sound pretty serious over there.
It is serious right now. The Suns, obviously, they know what they're up against, and yet at the same time, it's a great challenge. This team, for the most part, has been still a surprise to me. I know they faded down the stretch, but the fact they got in, the fact that they're in the playoffs is still, I think, a significant accomplishment from this team. I just want to see them continue to compete like a pack of dogs, compete in this series, even though I still believe OKC is going to sweep. I think they're just that much better than the Phoenix Suns. Yet at the same time, I want to see them go down swinging, if you know what I mean.
I think the Suns...
Not literally.
Well, it might get to that point. It kind of already did in the first game. I still think the Suns are going to take one of these games. And if they take game 2, I wonder what everybody's reaction is going to be. Because if they take game 2, then it's a best of 5. Like, you have an even series. If you're down 3-0 and you take one, everybody's reaction is going to be like, cool, that's great, but you're not winning the series. Real quick, I'm going to run through some of these from Jordan Ott. Injury updates. Mark Williams.
Yeah, Dwayne, we're just continuing to take it day by day. It's the same foot that it was back in March. We'll just see. You obviously saw him in the boot. Anytime he's not on the court, he's obviously in the boot.
And then Jordan Goodwin.
Yeah, that same calf that popped up middle of February, I think now. Same left calf. Feels pretty good. I don't think it's quite as bad as it was in February. Obviously, know it's the playoffs, and we always talk about all hands on deck. So we'll take whoever we can get, at this time of year. Any minutes from any of those guys is impactful and helpful for our group, so we'll wait to see tomorrow.
Jordan Goodwin's an animal. If he's been playing through a calf injury for 5.5 months right now, a calf injury for an NBA player, that's dicey.
Yeah, that
and he just
sounds like impossible if you're telling me he's played through a calf. What define calf injury?
I don't know what the injury is, but I just know he's been,
okay.
I just heard what you just heard.
Yeah, I know.
He's been dealing with it for a while.
Really? My goodness.
Update on Grayson Allen?
Yeah, it's definitely making progress. I think this is day 10 from it, so in a pretty good place. Went through entire practice today. Obviously, we didn't do a ton, but everything that we did in practice, he did.
Got to get at least one of them back.
Man, those two guys, when you think of them, too. The way Jordan Goodwin plays and Grayson Allen plays and what they bring and the fact they can hit the three, and especially Grayson Allen, put the ball on the floor, get to the rack, kick it out. To me, they really miss him.
All right, we are done. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,995 and choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 256803. Demo unit. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. And the Phoenix Suns are gearing up for Game 2 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That one goes down tomorrow in OKC. Forward Dylan Brooks spoke to the media earlier today and discussed if the Suns need to play less isolation basketball.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to, for sure. Next question.
This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
You gonna be like Dylan Brooks and just say next question?
Next question.
Next question.
I'm going ISO.
I'm going to go ISO on
I'm going to go
SGA.
ISO.
I don't care what my coach says. Next question.
You know what? I'm going to talk for the next 8 minutes and not let Burnsy talk. Just do the rest of the segment all by myself.
Are you really? Is that the plan?
Take that ball and just hold it and hold it and hold it. Then when I miss the shot, we'll go to a commercial break.
Sounds like a plan. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening to the Burns and Gambo Show and watching the Burns and Gambo Show, however you're taking us in. Did you know we're on YouTube, by the way? You can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe.
I'm going to log in and say hi to all the YouTubers right now.
Subscribe to our station on YouTube, and you can watch us every single day.
You can chat with us. You can tell us if you like something. You can tell us we suck, whatever you want to do.
We get both.
You're right there.
We absolutely get both on that YouTube chat. So hello to all the YouTube chatters, and make sure you give us a look-see there. Yeah, we'll talk Suns basketball coming up in a little bit. Scheduled to have a Diamondbacks player. I'm not quite sure who yet, but I'm sure it'll be somebody good. Unless we do know who it's going to be yet. Do we know who it's going to be? No, we don't know. Okay.
I'm ready to go down there tonight. I'm going to go to the game.
Oh, you go see the White Sox?
Yeah.
Go see
the White Sox.
The
a couple of my
Japanese sensation.
Yeah, he stinks.
Well, he's hitting the ball.
He strikes out all the time.
I know. He's hitting a lot of
He's
home
run
runs,
or strike out. It's one or the other.
Pretty much one or the other with
He's like batting 2. He does have a lot of home runs.
He does have a lot of home
runs.
runs.
Oh, my God. Look at the amount of strikeouts he has.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my goodness.
Like 33% of the time he's striking out. That's a big number.
33% of the time he strikes out all the time.
We got Diamondbacks baseball coming up tonight, but we got a draft coming up in about 48 hours. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Draft is coming up, 48-plus hours. Adam Schefter this morning on the Unsportsmanlike radio show on ESPN. I thought this was really interesting. I heard this audio today, and I thought I want to play this for my guy Gambo so he can hear what Adam Schefter
I want to hear
had
it.
to say.
I did not hear it. This will be the first time I've heard it. I just read comments.
I want the folks out there who are Cardinal fans and NFL fans to listen to this because this is an interesting argument here.
I know they spent $7 million in Tyler Algier and $3 million on James Conner, and running back is not the most glaring need. But let's just say on Thursday night, the Cardinals do decide to go Jeremiah Love, and let me say I think they're going to try to shop the pick, and if they can deal the pick, they will. But if they can and they stay at 3, can you imagine a draft in which, hypothetically, they take Jeremiah Love at 3, which will be in the discussion, and then come back into the first round and take Ty Simpson? How many people are going to be excited about the Arizona Cardinals? When was the last time they were excited about the Arizona Cardinals? When Larry Fitzgerald was scoring on that touchdown run in the Super Bowl? So, to me, in one night, in one round, the Cardinals can change the feeling around that team for a while. I'm not telling you they're going to do it, but I do believe it's absolutely a consideration. And I do believe option 1 would be to trade out. But option 1 may not exist.
Is he saying we haven't been excited about anything that's happened with the Arizona Cardinals in 17 years?
He is saying exactly
It's been 17 years since you guys have had anything to be excited about.
Yeah, and he's wrong. He's wrong. He's not that wrong, but he's wrong, right? Like, I mean,
I was at an event the other night, and it was a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
It was a terrific event. It was a charity event for Kurt Warner's Treasure House. Tremendous event. Really great event. They had a comedian there. And he said, he goes, I saw a woman with a Cardinal jersey on. I'm like, that's the woman you have to date. You have to date a woman with a Cardinal jersey. they're used to failure. I'm like, oh my goodness, you many Cardinal people are in attendance right now? And this guy was taking a blowtorch to the Cardinals organization. I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm just looking around like, ruh-roh.
Look, there's a lot to unpack with that. So first of all, he says at the beginning and the end, look, I think they're going to trade out. I think they're going to try to trade out. But if they can't trade out, if they find no takers, and what did you suggest yesterday? It's going to have to be an overpay.
An overpay, yeah.
In order for them to trade out, like some teams
my understanding
have to blow them away.
Yeah, you're going to have to overpay a little bit. You're going to have to overpay a little bit to make it enticing for them to move out of 3.
So that factor that into the equation,
Okay.
and you and Schefter are not ruling that out by any stretch. That's still very much a part of this equation. But listen to him almost sell the vision of, I mean, my God, Ty Simpson and Jeremiah Love would be a massive organizational reset in terms of how you sell the Arizona Cardinals to your fan base, right? You're not taking a tweener linebacker who maybe is an edge rusher, maybe an insight guy. You're not taking a right tackle who might be a foundational piece for the next 10 years. It's the Costco analogy we used yesterday. You're buying the big screen TV and the wireless speakers at the front of the store when what you need is the ground beef and the frozen chicken breasts at the back of the store.
What helps you win more? Look, I'm big on build the offensive and defensive lines if you have the right guys. Now, they've gone after that pretty hard since Monty took over, whether it's Paris Johnson or Walter Nolan or Darius Robinson or the Birch kid from Oregon. They've really tried to build the line. I think they need to continue to do that. There's no doubt about it that the skill position players are the ones that, like, get people excited, the skill position players. It's like, you know, you could get a solo home run, people get excited about it, but if you have a whole bunch of singles and you score 4 runs, that's actually better for you. But it doesn't bring the excitement of a guy smashing the ball over the center field wall. I get it. Ty Simpson and Jeremiah Love, oh my goodness, you know, people could be excited about that. But is that what they need? They need to be better on the offensive line. They need to be better on the defensive line. And then all that other stuff will kind of come. It'll be easier for quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers, you know, and, you know, if your offensive line is built right. So I don't know. Again, if they love Ty Simpson, go get the guy. Go get, if you love him.
Yeah.
If you like, what I'd like to know, and I'm going to try to find, like, do you have a first round grade on Ty Simpson? Because if you have a first round grade on Ty Simpson, well, okay, now you could justify moving up to get him because you think the value is there. Or you make a trade down from 3 and you put yourself in a position. I know we're going to talk about this later. You said there's 3 teams that could trade with the Cardinals and the Cardinals could move down. You know, you put yourself in a position where I get 2 picks and now all of a sudden I can take somebody I really like on the line and then I can, because if you trade down, you're not getting Love. Okay, so let's just say that.
Yeah, that's
if
out.
you trade
That's
down, you're not getting Jeremiah Love, but you can still get Ty Simpson.
Yeah, the thing I've thought about Simpson for a while, I think, is really centered on Mike LaFleur and kind of his vision and whether he believes he can win with Ty Simpson. And if he believes that, and if he's pounding the table saying that he can win with Ty Simpson, I wonder how much of a voice the new coach has in that selection. Todd McShay on his podcast. Boy, there was a lot of stuff in here, too. On the Cardinals, in his words, they dig Ty Simpson.
The Cardinal, it's not like, if they get to him or we'll move up a couple spots. I'm told the Cardinals absolutely dig Ty Simpson. And they want him, and everyone's kind of playing coy and cool and like, it was,
yeah, he's all right.
That they want him. They want to give an opportunity for this year. Go listen to LaFleur, Mike LaFleur, new head coach, and some of the
breadcrumbs.
Tea leaves, bread, whatever. Like, it makes sense. So do you overshoot it and go up too high because you're getting bad information? Because everyone in the league's everyone right now.
Sorry, I didn't know that part made the cut in the cut. That was good, Lauren. Thank you for leaving that in there. Can I play one more for McShay on Jeremiah Love?
Yeah, please do.
Get this. I've been saying all along there's a voice in the Cardinals.
I don't know if I can take it.
That has been pushing for Love. I think I've been saying, I don't know, February, let's call it.
It's been a while.
March, but it's been over a month.
It was like your first mock, I think you put him in there, right?
And there's been a voice. I'm hearing that voice carries more weight than maybe I thought. I'm told if Arizona sticks, it's Jeremiah Love. I'm also told I don't know that there's a team in the top 10 more eager to move out of that spot.
Are they going to stop in the name of love?
They gonna go to the Love Shack?
Yeah, so if you said, I think I said yesterday that I believe on my information, Jeremiah Love is in their top 4.
Yes.
I would tell you that I would have Jeremiah Love ahead of Reuben Bain Jr. Okay. So now that takes one of the pass rushers out.
Okay.
I think Love is going to be higher on their board than Reuben Bain Jr. The question is he higher than Reese? Is he higher than Bailey? Is he higher than Mawanoa? Because, again, I would have Love a top 4 guy. So I think that's where it really comes into play. I think that Bailey, Reese, Love, Mawanoa probably all ahead of Bain Jr. But the question is, if you get to 3 and you got to, and say it is Love, say Love's the guy, you've got him as the second best player in the draft, what would it take to be able to trade out of that spot? Like, you brought up a great point yesterday about the $52 million, 7th highest paid running back. I get all of that. Other people have brought up, you're not ready to win. You won 3 games. If it's going to take you 3 years to get good, you've just wasted 3 years of a prime running back. Put all these miles on. They don't last forever. Right? I mean, running backs don't last like other position players do. So is it really worth it? If you were closer to winning, it might be worth it. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
This Thursday, of course, is NFL Draft Day. We are broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge, starting at 2. Join us. It's our draft roundtable. Watch round 1 kickoff live from Pittsburgh, and it's all brought to you by Bud Light. This is a rhetorical question. Don't need you to answer just yet. What went well for the Phoenix Suns in Game 1 against the Thunder? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
It certainly feels like there's a lot of smoke around the Arizona Cardinals.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
The Cardinals have the first pick in the second round. That is a valuable pick to bargain with.
Arizona Sports has it covered. So watch it on YouTube, read it on Arizonasports.com, and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
From the legend Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, a family-owned mortgage company right here in Arizona, ready to help you. Now, you're sitting there and saying, okay, what do I need a mortgage company? At some point you do. I mean, it's good to re-look at your mortgage every year, just to go back and circle back and, okay, where are we? You know, you want to continue to pay a 30-year mortgage? You're going to be moving? Should you do a 15-year mortgage? Should you do a reversible mortgage? It's a lot of options out there. You need to pull some equity out to do a remodel on your home or pay for a college education. Do you want to take out a home equity line of credit? You know, instead of going to the bank for a big loan because you want to put a pool in your backyard, whatever it is, let the equity in your home work for you. Let the Lund Mortgage team show you the best way to do it, because there are bad ways to do it. There's a lot of bad ways to do it. If you've got a great interest rate, you're not going to want to refinance. Why? You're going to refinance at a much higher interest rate. So you might want to do a home equity line of credit. That way you keep your great interest rate. Let the Lund Mortgage team tackle all of your questions and give you all the answers you need. Call them at 623-889-0130.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash, and Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the postseason. Now.
All right, here's the cut that we were snickering about. By the way, Taylor Clark from the Diamondbacks is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour. Relief pitcher. We found out who it's going to be, and it's going to be Taylor Clark, and we'll look forward to that. Here's the cut that we were snickering about at the top of the show.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to. For sure. Next question.
Will less ISO ball be a point of emphasis? And I'll play it once again because he's like, yeah, but if Shea's on me, then no.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to. For sure. Next question.
Dylan. Okay, first of all, we know he...
I got Shea. I'm going to ISO him.
We know he pokes bears. He said so much years ago. With LeBron when he was with Memphis, I poke bears, or was it with Houston? I can't remember. Either way, it doesn't matter. So now here he is basically saying, yeah, if Shea's on me, absolutely, I'm going to ISO him. Great. That's okay. So let's poke the bear and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oklahoma City's like, hey, listen, you see how Dylan Brooks shot in that last game? Shea, you're on him the entire game. Shea, you got Dylan. Do I get any help? Nope. Why? He shot the ball 74 times.
And to your point, number two, that's just like, come on, Dylan. You know, like the ISO thing. The coach,
playoffs end up being a lot of isolation.
I know, but when
it just does.
When Dylan's 3 for 18.
Yes, it shouldn't be. I know
it shouldn't be. You know,
you got to have the right guys doing the isolation. That game, he wasn't the right guy.
When Kevin Durant's going ISO in the postseason, okay, let's talk. When LeBron's going ISO, okay, let's talk. When Dylan Brooks is going ISO, it's a little different. You know.
I was watching like Knicks in Atlanta yesterday, and it was C.J. McCollum isolation, Jalen Brunson isolation, C.J. McCollum isolation, Jalen Brunson isolation. Like, it does get that way. I get it. But, I mean, that's Dylan just saying, if you're going to put that guy on me, I'm going to try to score for him. I am, and there's nothing you can do about it. But again, Dylan, on this team, as we've said many times, on this team, he's got a lot more freedom to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
That he didn't have with the other teams.
You said that many times, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's flexing that freedom. Will he have that freedom next year? Will things need to adapt and evolve and adjust? And will he be as happy if things adapt and adjust and evolve? I don't know. We'll see. This morning on Bright Side of the Sun, and the game is coming up tomorrow, and we'll give you a health update on Mark Williams, Jordan Goodwin, and Grayson Allen, because from shoot-around today, there was a little bit of news on all three of those guys. But today on Bright Side of the Sun, it was kind of the rhetorical, okay, so what went well for the Suns in Game 1? What did they actually do, even though they got destroyed? What do they do well enough that they can kind of build off of a little bit?
All right. Hit me with your best shot.
Number one, they call it above the break 3-point shooting. Above the break is basically at the top of the circle, the furthest point away. The Suns.
That's why Kevin Durant doesn't like to go below the break.
He does not like to go below the break. But above the break, the Phoenix Suns were 11 of 28 from three, which is good for about 39%.
It's good.
They were very successful there. They weren't very successful in the corners outside of Rasheer Fleming, but above the break, they actually shot the three ball pretty well, which a lot of people think, and I know you found a story about the three-point shooting in this game and in this series as well. A lot of people think that the Suns, if they are to have a chance at all against Oklahoma City, it's going to have to be from the three-point line and just volume and percentage from beyond the arc.
Yeah, the Suns average 40.8 three-point attempts and 45% of their shots overall from deep. So no surprise they had 39 three-pointers put up out of their 83 shots. What was surprising is that of the Thunder's 93 shots, 46 of those came from behind the arc.
They were gunning away, weren't they? And they weren't making very many of them. I mean, their percentage wasn't very good.
No. So, but again, more shots for them with their 93 compared to the Suns' 83, and they were more efficient with the regular field goals. But yeah, absolutely, that is something that that was pointed out. Is that look, the Suns shot a lot, but so did the Thunder. The Thunder shot a lot.
Yeah, and that's why Grayson Allen, who we'll kind of update you on here in a minute, that's why he could be potentially huge if he's able to return. Number 2 is second chance points, which I know seems kind of silly because initially in the first quarter, the Thunder were clobbering the Suns in this regard. It did kind of balance out, and it balanced out in the second quarter in large part because Oso had 7 offensive rebounds on his own in the second quarter of that game, and second chance points weren't a huge advantage for Oklahoma City. It felt like it because it all happened in the first quarter the way it did, but the Phoenix Suns took 14 offensive rebounds and turned them into 22 second chance points. They did all right in that regard.
Without Mark Williams. Without having one of their bigs.
Playing a largely small ball line. With Haywood Highsmith was their small ball 5 for chunks of that game, right?
Yes, and might have to go the same route again with Oso and Malawach and Highsmith, but you're going to need to do that. You're going to need to get some offensive rebounds, some second chance points, some unless you're knocking down all your shots at such a high clip that it doesn't matter so much. But one of the keys is going to be to grab those offensive rebounds.
Number 3 was Rasheer Fleming, and just the almost now tiresome plea for more Rasheer Fleming, please.
We want more. We want more.
I mean, it's just that I don't know. I don't know what is left to be said that could convince anybody that Rasheer Fleming should be playing more in these games because it seems to be an almost universal thing right now. And I can't wait to see on Wednesday if Jordan Ott responds to that or if he continues to keep Rasheer Fleming on the bench in important minutes in the game. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that because I don't know how much louder it can get.
He gives you three-point shooting. He gives you youth and athleticism running up and down the court. He gives you length, which can help with some of those guys. You don't have to be the biggest, strongest guy out there. Look at Chet Holmgren. I mean, he looks like he weighs 147 pounds, right? But he's a very, very good player, very valuable player. The thing you question about Rasheer is to me, it's just the on-the-ball defense.
No question.
Because you don't have the now if you've got Malawach and him out there together, you've got a rim protector, but then you're also playing 2 rookies that don't have a lot of experience. So yeah, I would like to have Rasheer out there, but when he gets built off the dribble, do you feel like you have enough protection and defensive help if he gets beat?
Injury reports from today.
Yeah.
Kellen Olson is there. Mark Williams had a soft boot on his left foot after practice. Here's Jordan Ott.
Yeah, Dwayne, we're just continuing to take it day by day. It's the same foot that it was back in March. We'll just see. You obviously saw him in the boot. Anytime he's not on the court, he's obviously in the boot.
Fair to wonder if we've seen the last of Mark Williams in this series.
It's fair.
More than fair to wonder.
That's fair. It's a tough injury to come back from, so we'll see. I mean, I'm sure he's trying everything he can, and I'm sure they're trying everything they can. But it's going to be difficult. Difficult.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Grayson Allen was getting shots up today at shoot-around. Here's Jordan Ott.
Yeah, he's definitely making progress. I think this is day 10 from it, so in a pretty good place. Went through entire practice today. Obviously, we didn't do a ton, but everything that we did in practice, he did.
We'll see.
I think that, I think there's a much better chance that Grayson plays over Mark.
Yeah.
I think Grayson, from what I've heard, is very, very close. But nobody's willing to tell me one way or another, like, yeah, he's going to play. Because, again, they have a little bit more time. They want to use that time to see.
And then Jordan Goodwin had a black sleeve on his left calf. Here's Jordan Otts.
Yeah, that same calf that popped up middle of February, I think now. Same left calf. Feels pretty good. I don't think it's quite as bad as it was in February. Obviously, know it's the playoffs, and we always talk about all hands on deck. So we'll take whoever we can get, at this time of year. Any minutes from any of those guys is impactful and helpful for our group, so we'll wait to see tomorrow.
Obviously, Jordan and Grayson, and nothing against Mark, he would be important, too, for that size factor that you're talking about. But if it's going to be some small ball lineups out there, Jordan and Grayson are big deals if they could potentially come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with the three-point shooting, because you're going to want out, I don't know what the number is to have a chance at upsetting them. They're so good at home. We'll talk about that later. Grayson gives you that. He has the ability to knock down 8 3-pointers in a game, so you definitely would want that.
When we come back, Diamondbacks relief pitcher and part of that bullpen putting up really good numbers, Taylor Clark. He's going to join us next here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Jacoby Brissett, not attending phase 1 of the voluntary offseason program, wants starter money.
If you're Jacoby's agent, and you say, yes, I signed a contract, but I signed the contract to be the backup for Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Kyler Murray ain't here anymore, and you are now asking me to be the starter and put in all the offseason work to be the starter for your NFL team. Why am I still being paid like a backup?
What are you doing behind the glass running a rate? You could be an agent for an NFL player, brother.
I haven't figured out how to be an agent for myself.
Right, but for
somebody else.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Make this Memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 15th Annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses on Saturday, May 23rd at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with a big raffle, competitions, breakfast, and a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $142. Make it the perfect Memorial Weekend. Stay and play vacation with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. And the Phoenix Suns are gearing up for Game 2 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That one goes down tomorrow in OKC. Forward Dylan Brooks spoke to the media earlier today and discussed if the Suns need to play less isolation basketball.
I think it is, but I'm going to ISO Shea when I get a chance to. For sure. Next question.
This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Our weekly visits with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Clubhouse Call-In, as their homestand continues tonight with the first of 3 against the Chicago White Sox. And joining us right now here on Burns and Gambo, part of that Diamondbacks bullpen that is off to a terrific start so far this season, Taylor Clark, joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Taylor, welcome back to the show. I believe we had you on during your first D-back stint. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. We appreciate the time. How we doing?
Hey, guys. Doing great. Thanks for having me.
All right, Clark, you forget about the baseball stuff. How did you end up marrying somebody who's named Taylor Clark?
So we've known each other since 6th grade, and we were friends for a while, and we started dating in 9th grade, broke it off, got back together in 11th grade, and we've been together ever since there. Wow. So that's, I don't know, 16, 17 years now, and we're married for 8. But we always kind of made that joke. Like, we had friends that make that joke in high school. Like, if you guys get married, you both have the same name. And we always kind of just laughed it off, and eventually it just kind of got more serious. And the next thing you know.
That's crazy. I can't imagine being married to somebody whose name is John Gambadoro. Like, yeah, thank God I'm not. Yeah, but that, I guess.
Yeah, that doesn't roll off the tongue as well.
Yeah, it's just Gambo. Like, it doesn't roll off the tongue that well. I guess it's easy when people meet you. They can't forget your names. You both have the same name, so it's easy to remember.
Yeah, they always hit us with a double take, and so it is easy to remember. And like, weird enough too, like the people that know us best, like I'm Clark, and she goes by her maiden name, which is Grove, and so like they don't even call us Taylor. So.
Yeah. My biggest problem would be who opens the mail? Like, how do you know if it's yours or hers? Like, hey, we got a letter to Taylor Clark. Well, is that you or her? I would have the hardest time figuring out who opens what piece of mail.
We put our initials on everything, and so weird enough, we had the same initials. It was both TJC after getting married, so she made her maiden name Grove her middle name, and so I'm Taylor James Clark. She's Taylor Grove Clark. And so we put our middle initials on everything. And so all the mail, it's Taylor J. Clark or Taylor G. Clark.
Oh, smart. You're smart.
So,
You're smart.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what the heck to do. Is this yours or mine?
Like, there's sometimes it'll be just addressed to Taylor Clark in general. So
yeah. So the kid's going to be named Taylor Clark too?
we had twin boys right out the gate, and
you named one Taylor and one Clark.
Yeah, right. So that would have been tough, but I think that having twins right out the gate, I think it kind of saved us from having to do like a Taylor Jr. situation.
Yeah. All right, I got a kick out of that.
I did too. That was great.
I did. I'll move on now. After the rough start you had coming back to the Diamondbacks with the game against you've been lights out. 9 straight games without allowing an earned run. You're pitching great. I know a lot of things. You've changed a lot of things about your changeup and your approach to left-handed hitters. What has been the key to your success so far this year?
I would say just filling up the zone mostly. Like that's something I've always done well and prided myself on. But we've added a cutter to kind of help protect the changeup to lefties, and so just being able to run a ball in on lefties just helps keep my changeup so they're not sitting on that away. And so I think that's been a really good pitch that I've added that kind of helps just complete my repertoire to them.
You mentioned filling up the zone. That was something that Troy Lavello made a real priority when filling out this bullpen during spring training. He wanted guys who were going to throw strikes. Was that kind of, every pitcher wants to, but was that something you knew was important for you to be a significant part of this bullpen and contribute the way you want to?
Yeah, it's just a big part of my game, and I'm not always going to strike out a ton of guys, and so it's like if I do give up my hits, I'd rather them earn it rather than me kind of give it up unforced errors on my own end. So, but yeah, that's just something, like I said, I've always had good command going back to high school, Little League years. And so it's always been kind of instilled in me from pitching coaches and my dad and all that. And so it's just something I've carried with me. And like you said, a lot of the guys in our bullpen do it and they fill it up and they got nasty stuff. And so it just works out well.
Taylor Clark from the Diamondbacks bullpen, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Gambo alluded to it, but kind of a two-parter here. What were your takeaways from your first stint with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and what did you evolve about your game when you left the Diamondbacks and you went to the Kansas City Royals?
I would say, it was 5 years ago since I was last here. So, when the opportunity presented itself to come back here, we were ecstatic because, we've still lived here. We've moved out here 2020, and so we've made that our home base. So it worked out great being able to come back here. But I would say it's weird looking back at old pictures and videos, and I feel like I'm just a pretty different pitcher from when I was here. But like you said, the changeup's gotten better, the slider's gotten better. We've gotten away from just straight forcing carry vert heaters at the top of the zone and just try to mix in more sinkers. And like I said, the cutter's new, and so I feel like I've definitely had to kind of recreate myself as a pitcher the last few years. And because I've definitely taken my fair share of licks the past few years. And so I feel like I've learned a lot from that and kind of just tried to make that into the best version of myself.
You had a really good last year for Kansas City. I know this is home and you've always kept your home here, but what was it about the Diamondbacks that made you say, okay, I'm going to sign with them. I'm going to come back to Arizona?
A lot of familiarity. Still knew quite a few guys that were still here, and obviously Torrey, a few other coaches still here. A lot of the training staff, strength coaches, all those people were still here, which was really good. So I made it coming back the transition really easy, but also just the fact that kind of looking from the outside in, that they've been way more competitive the last few years, and 23 was great. I even came to one of the World Series games to watch with my boys.
Wow,
that's cool.
And so it's kind of bittersweet. You want to be a part of that, and so it's kind of nice to go back to somewhere where I got drafted. And so I was here for 7 or 8 years before, and so coming back, it felt like an easy transition.
I don't need to tell you, bullpen construction is always a real tricky thing. Sometimes you're not quite sure it's going to work or it's not going to work, and there's always some secret ingredient into it to make it work. So far, you guys as a unit are obviously off to a terrific start. What do you think is the reason for the collective success of the Diamondbacks bullpen so far up until this point, Taylor?
It's hard to pinpoint one exact thing. I mean, we have a bunch of, studs down there from top to bottom. Like, we got guys that good stuff that fill it up, and they're not afraid to go out and compete in any situation. And so I think when you have that, it's iron sharpens iron, and each guy's going out there trying to, just pass the baton on and keep doing their thing and throw up zeros. And so I think when you have that, you definitely build a special culture down there, and you got a lot of camaraderie and tight-knit group. And so it just helps everything out. It goes from, off the field, and then it carries its way onto the field. And so it's been fun so far.
How about defined roles? I always felt that the best bullpens were, the phone rings in the 5th or 6th inning, it's going to be one of these 4 guys. If it rings in the 7th, it's going to be one of these 2 or 3 guys. In the 9th, it's going to be that guy. Do you feel like the roles have become defined as the season's going on?
Maybe. I mean, we definitely have 4 or 5 guys that I would say are interchangeable. I'll tell you one thing, though. It's definitely going to be a righty coming out, so that's always fun. But
that's true. It's true.
That's a good point.
But no, I mean, guys have taken, they've definitely stepped up in roles that maybe they're not accustomed to, and seeing Murillo, dominating in his kind of late inning roles, and Thompson coming in and getting guys out of it, and then just Gink and Weisinger just doing their roles, and then Paul holding it down at the end. So it's, like I said, from top to bottom, we got a really solid group. And so I feel confident with anyone that's kind of going out there in any given situation.
Good stuff. Well, Taylor, we appreciate the time. Good luck to you guys against the White Sox. Safe travels to Mexico City for that big series this weekend against San Diego, and we'll catch up with you at some point in the future.
I'll see you tonight after the game.
All right, sounds good. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Taylor.
Taylor Clark from the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, our clubhouse call-in here on Arizona Sports. When we come back, everybody's talking about the Arizona Cardinals trading back in the NFL draft. Who are the 3 teams to target when it comes to that? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There's going to come a time as you age, there's going to come a time you need an eye doctor. And you just sit there and you're like, I need to go to an eye doctor. Something's going to be your eyes, your vision's changing. You want to get an eye exam, or you need new glasses or contact lenses, or you want a vision correction procedure because you start to get frustrated as you get older and your eyesight changes. I've known a lot of people like that start to get very frustrated when their eyesight starts changing and all of a sudden they can't see up close or far away and tough to drive. That's why you need to know about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. When that time comes, whenever that time comes, and you're like, I need to go see an eye doctor, why not go to the best in the industry and Dr. Jay Schwartz? Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks, and he'll do an absolutely great job for you and your entire family with any and all of your eye care needs. I've been going to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center ever since I moved to the Valley. My whole family uses Dr. Jay Schwartz. Call 480-483-EYES or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million 809 sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with 1887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with 1519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with 1841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, for the first time today, we loop in our producer, Lauren. She got a poll question. We asked her to sock it away from yesterday, and she did, because it was a good question that we asked near the end of the show that Gambo, I believe, came up with at the end of the show.
Has a boy ever been called Lauren?
I don't believe so.
No?
Lauren's not
Lauren's
a
no.
two-way name.
No,
It's like when you said John, I was like, I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah.
Johns.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, like Ashley can cut both ways sometimes. I've known, I mean, mostly female, but I've known a couple of guys named Ashley.
Pat?
Yeah, famously from a Sports Illustrated skit many, many years ago. Yes.
Oh, I
Pat,
don't know that one.
Pat can cut both ways. What are some of the common... Like, I know my granddaughter's name can be both. Brady. It can be a boy or girl.
I know a boy and a girl, Parker.
Parker, that's another one. Okay.
Jordan
absolutely can go both ways. Yeah, absolutely.
Casey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. There are a few.
As if Casey Wilcox married Casey Wilcox. Or Jordan Bird married Jordan Bird.
And the weird thing about it is...
How about Alex?
It's
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alexis, Alexander, yeah.
I was almost Alex.
Were you really?
You are. There you go. Yeah.
Oh,
It was Lauren or Alex.
Sam, our daughter.
Yeah.
Sam. That can go both ways.
You just gotta dig into your family vault.
I know, right? Yeah,
apparently.
just
what's happening?
Right now, my daughter is in the car driving back from having her wisdom teeth taken out. She's probably yelling at the radio.
I hope she's not driving herself.
No. My wife took the day off to. She's
Got her wisdom teeth out now?
Yeah.
Isn't that really late?
a little late in life to be having your wisdom teeth
Better
taken
late than
out.
never.
But she had those bad boys yanked today. So Sam, I didn't forget about you. Sam is a name that goes both ways. All right. Poll question. We thought of it yesterday. What do we got?
All right, the schedule send feature on the Outlook email helped me on this one because our poll question today is, what are you more confident in regarding the Arizona Cardinals in this year's draft? That they trade out of 3 or that they draft Ty Simpson or Jeremiah Love?
Or Jeremiah Love. Not and. Or.
And
Give it to me again. Give it to me again.
All right. What are you more confident in regarding the Arizona Cardinals in this year's draft?
Okay.
That they trade out of 3 or that they draft Ty Simpson or Jeremiah Love?
Easy for me. Trade out of 3. I'm more confident they'll do that.
I don't think they're going to trade out of 3.
I know.
But I just don't see them coming up with 2 offensive skill position guys either. So I'll go trade out of 3.
You just have to get one.
Or.
It's just or. It's not and.
It's an or.
It's or. It could be Love or Simpson.
Oh, then I'll take the Love or Simpson.
Okay.
I think they're staying at 3. And that's it. No, don't whatever you.
Don't at you. Don't aggregate you.
Aggregate
don't
me.
at you,
That is
you.
just that is my belief.
And
I know they're taking calls.
And
I know they're taking calls. My belief is they stay.
I know I'm flying in the face of what Gambo believes to happen, and I know the deck is stacked a little bit. I still think they're going bye-bye, and they're trading out.
Okay.
What's the okay? So this one I'm going to guess. I think this is close, but I'm going to say it's like 54% say trading out.
60% say
It's close.
trading
You're
out.
close.
Close.
Yeah, very close. 40% going with Draft Simpson or Love.
Okay, that's poll question. And I like it. So
Moving on out.
Give it a shot at the Burns and Gambo Show Twitter account at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. If they are to trade out, they're on cardswire.com today. And we've sort of talked about this in the past, though not as specifically as this. They cited 3 teams in particular, and they use the point system, the chart where, each draft pick has a value, and they try to come up with 3 trades that would work from the point system. 3 potential trade back scenarios for the Arizona Cardinals at number 3. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to start with the one that I think has been the hotter rumor for the last 48 hours or so, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs. And in this scenario with the points system, the Cardinals would get number 9 and number 29, and the Chiefs would get number 3 and number 65.
So you're going to you're going to stay inside the top 10 at number 9, where you could probably you might be able to get Spencer Fano there.
Maybe Francis Mauanoa there. Maybe.
Oh, I don't think you get Mauanoa there. But
okay, maybe you're right. You're probably right. Caden Proctor,
maybe. So you could get offensive line help. You can get offensive line help. Then you drop to 29. That might be a spot you could get Simpson if you loved him. It might not be. I don't know. I don't know where Simpson's going. It's all over the map, right?
Right, it is.
Some people think he's just definitely a second rounder. Some people think teams are going to try to move up and get him. So 9, but you're also giving up a third rounder here too, huh?
You are, but you're keeping your second rounder. So now you have 3 picks in the first 34. You have 9, 29, and 34.
9, 29, 34.
So you can have some fun with that, right? Like you're giving up your third rounder, but you can have some fun shopping at the store when you've got 9, 29, and 34.
I agree.
So there's that, and then it gives out another one that's more convoluted even than that. So I'm not going to get into that one.
I like the Cowboys better, but go ahead.
Dallas Cowboys. Cardinals get 12 and 20. The Cowboys receive 3 and 65. So you're giving up the same package, your first rounder and your third rounder, but you're getting a slightly lower first round pick and a much better second first-round pick.
So you're giving up the same thing, and you get to move up 9 spots from 29 to 20?
3 and 65.
That doesn't seem right with the people who put this together, right?
3 and 65. 3 and 65.
So why is 20 and 29 the same value?
So 12 and 20. Well, 12 and 20 is 616 points. 9 and 29 are 589 points.
Okay.
The Cardinals would be giving up 592 points.
Okay, so you move down 3 spots from 9 to 12, but you move up 9 spots from 20 to 29.
Yeah, so you get you're not getting as good of a player with your first pick, but you're getting a much better player in theory in your second pick. And then the New Orleans Saints is the third team listed. So you still like the Cowboys one better than the Chiefs?
Probably, because I like 20 over 29. And I know 9 and 12, there is a difference of 3 spots, but I do like the difference with 20 over 29.
Okay. Saints, Cardinals would get 8 and number 42.
Okay, I don't love this one.
And the Cardinals would give up number 3.
I ain't doing that.
And their 4th round.
I mean, let's not and say we did.
Okay.
I don't like anything about that. And I'm going to take myself out of. Let's just talk about how stupid this is.
Okay.
I'm going to take myself out of Bailey, Love, Reese, and Mauanoa to pick up pick number 40 what?
To pick up pick number 42.
Dumb.
So the second round. And then,
dumb.
And then their theory is you package 34 and 42 to get back into the first round.
If you can.
If you can.
If you even can.
That's the theory is you pick up that extra second rounder, a relatively high second rounder, package that with your already really high second rounder, get back into the first round.
So
and take
now
Ty
I don't
Simpson.
get Love, I don't get Bailey, I don't get Bain, I don't get Mawanoa, and I'm going to try to get back in for Simpson, who not a lot of people.
At 8, I think you still might be able to get.
You're not getting Reese, you're not getting
Reese.
Bailey, and you're not getting Love.
No, but I think you
might have
still
maybe
could get
Bain.
Mawanoa, and maybe you could get Bain. Maybe. I still
I'd be
think,
surprised if you get Mawanoa.
because remember,
there,
there's still Sonny Styles in there. There's still Caleb Downs in there.
But now you get to
There's
that
still,
second tier
I
of
know,
guys.
I know. I understand that.
You know me. You know how much I hate that.
So ranking them in your order:
Dallas,
Cowboys 1,
Kansas
Chiefs
City,
2, Saints 3.
Saints is garbage. I hate that trade. I
think I like the Chiefs one. I think I like the Chiefs one.
You like 9 over 12.
Yeah, I think I like 9 over 12. 20 is intriguing, but I think I like the Chiefs.
Yeah,
one.
but like 29 might not get you Simpson if that's what your goal is.
No.
20 would.
It might not.
20 would get, if you want Simpson, 20 gets you Simpson.
Yeah.
29 might not.
Unless the Jets take him at 16. The Jets
don't know what the hell they're doing.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. The big boards, not mock drafts, but the big boards, where the NFL experts just rank the players. What are our biggest takeaways from 2 of the biggies that dropped today? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are. are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Ario Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for the White Sox. And with the NFL Draft just 2 days away, make sure you are keeping track of all the latest players mocked to the Cardinals at 3. You can visit arizonasports.com to see the latest mock draft tracker now. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How have the Diamondbacks been able to have so much success so far this season? We'll ask the general manager, Mike Hazen, tomorrow at 11:45 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Along those lines, programming note, we'll have Tori on tomorrow for his weekly visit with us. Normally that's a Friday conversation. They're traveling international style to Mexico City on Friday. With no game. So, and then Thursday's the draft, and that's not going to work. So we got Tori on tomorrow to talk D-backs baseball. So that'll be at 2:30, I would imagine, as usual time.
All right.
So Tori on tomorrow.
D-backs take on the White Sox tonight.
You're on your way.
Merrill Kelly on him.
Yep.
I'm on my way.
You're on your way down tonight. Go see.
Not right now.
Not right now.
I'm going to go later.
I know you like beating the traffic, but I think you have plenty of time to get down there. You don't need to leave at 3 o'clock for a 6:40 game. So I actually like these better than mock drafts, to be honest with you. Mock drafts are kind of guessing and trying to match people up with teams and things like that.
You like the top 150 and the...
I like big boards.
I've
always liked big boards because it's these guys who are paid for a living to kind of evaluate these players.
Right.
And they just rank them. And they just say, okay, forget about need, forget about fit. Who's the best? And then who's the second best? And who's the third best, right? And I think there's a little bit of a lesson in there to be learned about value and like what great players are truly there. 2 biggies dropped their final big boards today. Mel Kiper Jr. was one. Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network was the other.
Yeah,
Where do you want to start?
Jeremiah Love, number 2 on each board.
Yep.
Ahead of Bailey, ahead of Reese, ahead of everybody. I thought that was interesting to me. Daniel Jeremiah had Jeremiah Love number 2. He had David Bailey number 4. Mel Kiper Jr. had Jeremiah Love number 2, David Bailey number 5. Now, if you throw Reese in there, because it could literally come down to Reese, Love, or Bailey.
Reese was 3 on Kiper, 5 on Jeremiah's.
Right. So what stood out is that both of those guys have Love rated ahead of the premier pass rushers that are going to be in this draft. In Reese, Bailey, all those, Bain Jr., anybody you want to mention. They got Love ahead of those guys. So I thought that was interesting. I just wanted to see, because, if you do draft Jeremiah Love, you could be taking what many people think is the best non-quarterback in the entire draft.
Yeah, and in a similar vein, what kind of stood out to me a little bit is the lack of, and this to me is, when we just had the poll question in the last segment. Cardinals trade down, or do they take Love or Ty Simpson? What is most likely? I still believe they're going to trade down. You've been saying all along that you believe it's going to take an overpay by another team to move up. Here's the problem with these big boards, is that most of the players that populate the top 5 on both of them are non-premium positions, okay? There's Fernando Mendoza. Okay, that's a premium position, obviously. But then there's Jeremiah Love. That is not considered a premium position at running back. There's Sonny Styles, an inside linebacker, not a premium position.
Jeremiah had him third.
There's Caleb Downs, the safety out of Ohio State. Nothing against safeties. That's not a premium position, right? There's David Bailey, the edge. There's Fernando Mendoza, the quarterbacks. But the positions we consider the premiums, the QBs, the edges, the left tackles, right? Like the meat and potatoes of a football team. There aren't very many there in the top 5 or the top 6. And that is the other thing that kind of complicates the Cardinals' efforts here, is that someone's going to have to really love Arvell Reese if it's going to be him at number 3. Now, if it's Bailey, if the Jets go Reese at 2 and Bailey's sitting there at 3, I think that's a wrinkle. I think that's okay, do you stick and pick? Do you take the edge rusher? Does that increase the amount of traffic you get in terms of phone calls for people who want to move up and take David Bailey? I don't know. But that, to me, is, I think, where this draft gets complicated, is you don't have a lot of premium positions that are among the top 5 or 6 players in the draft, according to these guys.
I think the other thing that stood out to me is where Mawanoa is ranked on each of these.
Okay.
One's Kuiper's got him at 9, and Jeremiah's got him at 10. So both of those guys, in any, if the Cardinals did take Mawanoa at 3, which I don't think they will, but if they did take Mawanoa at 3, both of those guys would have to say that's a complete reach, because they don't have him anywhere near there.
Yes.
Now I got him at 9 and 10. The thing would be, the question would be, and it's not even a question, the statement would be, why the hell didn't they move down if that's the guy why didn't they move down? Go make a trade with somebody.
Because nobody offered them the deal.
But then you're reaching for a guy that's not in everybody's
right. So either
area at 3.
You're making a trade that isn't an overpay. You're making a trade just to make a trade, or you're reaching to get the offensive lineman at 3.
Right.
And that is one of many of the problems facing the Cardinals on draft night.
Yeah.
It really is. Because if you believe, because okay, let's talk about the segment we just had. You go down to 12 where the Cowboys are. I don't think you're getting Francis Mawanoa there. You're going down to 9 where the Chiefs are. Maybe. You go down to 8 where the Saints are. Maybe. You know what I mean? If Mawanoa is the target, I don't even know if he is.
But I would have Mawanoa in my top 5 on the Cardinals board.
Okay, so that's.
I would have him in my top 5 on the Cardinals board.
So now if you're the Cardinals and you're doing,
and you know me, I don't guess at a lot.
I know you don't. I know you don't. So if they like him that much,
they have him ranked ahead of where these guys have him. That's my point.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I believe the Cardinals have Mawanoa ranked ahead of where Kuiper and where Jeremiah have Mawanoa.
So then for them, it wouldn't be a reach to take him at 3.
No, I'm just saying, but what do other teams think of him? Do they feel like he's more of a 9 or a 10 guy? And you think he's more of a 3 or 4 or 5 guy?
It really is to me sort of like what they did with Paris Johnson a few years ago. Paris Johnson was not going to be the number 3 pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't going to be. They moved down to 12. They weren't going to get him at 12.
Yeah.
They had to move back up to 6 to make sure they got him. Now, I don't know if they're going to do the same thing here, but I think that's the lesson here is that they really liked Paris Johnson. They wanted him. They weren't going to reach for him at 3. They were never going to get him at 12, so they moved back to 6, and they ultimately took him.
So I believe the Cardinals like Mawanoa better than Sonny Styles, better than Caleb Downs, better than all these other players that we've just discussed. So we're seeing 9 and 10 on the big boards with Jeremiah and Kuiper. I think he's much higher than that on the Cardinals board. But then you get to the point is if you love the guy, take him. I'm a big I've seen too many draft mistakes made. Take the guy that you think is the best player.
Yeah.
And if somebody thinks he's the 9th best player and you think he's the 3rd best player, well, then so be it. You guys have a difference of opinion.
Right. And it's you can't make your draft based off of what Mel Kiper Jr. thinks.
No.
You can't base your draft off of what grade you're getting the next day from the Mel Kipers and the Daniel Jeremiahs. I mean, whatever. The Cardinals got great grades when they drafted Marvin Harrison Jr., number 4 overall. What has that gotten them, right? Like,
we're questioning whether he's even the number 1 receiver on this team right now.
The other thing about the big boards is where they both had Ty Simpson. And Mel Kiper had him number 24, and Daniel Jeremiah had him at number 36. That's a big difference.
It's a huge difference.
That's a
move
big
up.
Difference.
That's stay where you are in the 2nd round and you get him without having to give anything up, or move up to get him, but you've got to move up to a decent spot in the 20s. Like you can't get him at the Chiefs pick, right? What's the Chiefs pick?
29.
You can't get him there.
Not if. But who wants him?
If they're right.
But right, who wants him? Because McShay on his podcast earlier today. And I'm looking for this cut here, said that the game that the Cardinals have to play a little bit here is how far up do they have to go to get him? Here it is right here.
Watch for the Cardinals. They have an interesting, just like the Giants had an interesting situation on their hands of how far do we move up? Who really wants him, Jackson Dart? Who really wants Ty Simpson?
I'm thinking the exact same.
So there's a game of chicken that's going to go on, and let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who really wants him? Do the Jets really want him at 16? Then
you let him take him.
I mean, because after the Jets at 16, then there might be a fall off. I don't. Do the Browns want him?
But you got to also think like, could the Steelers make a play for him? Could the Rams make a play for him?
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot of like. There are some teams that might like to just draft him. I got Matthew Stafford. Why wouldn't I try to get him there?
I've said this to you before. There was a lot of conversation on McShay's podcast today about the Rams and how good they are at drafting in later rounds and how that might give them a freebie at 13 to take Ty Simpson if they really like him that much. As a Matthew Stafford, 2 years down the road, that's our replacement plan, that the Rams have so much confidence and so much belief in their ability to find really good football players in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, that first rounder is almost like a free pick, and that almost suggesting you shouldn't rule the Rams out of Ty Simpson at 13 in this draft. Seems crazy to me, but you shouldn't rule it out.
I don't think I can't see him going that high, but there is a point in the draft where you start to wonder if it's worth it for other teams to kind of use some inventory and move up to get him.
Yeah.
Where that sweet spot is, I don't know. My guess is somewhere in the 20s.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, NFL draft busts. Are there any Cardinals on the list, and are there any lessons to be learned? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
3 Cardinals gets interesting.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
With the 3rd pick, Bailey Reese combo, whoever doesn't go to the Jets, Jeremiah Love, or at 3, the offensive lineman out of Miami.
Arizona Sports has it covered. So watch it on YouTube, read it on ArizonaSports.com, and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. NFL draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
The Target. 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Burns and Gambo talk NFL draft now.
You say the word bust in the NFL draft, and it's always a funny thing because you just never know what a player. Would Tom Brady have been a bust if he'd been drafted by somebody other than the New England Patriots?
Oh, you going down a rabbit's hole? We just have no idea.
You know, would Marvin Harrison Jr. be an elite wide receiver right now if he had gone somewhere other than the Arizona Cardinals? I mean, who knows?
Would Josh Rosen be leading teams to Super Bowls if somebody else drafted him?
That one I feel pretty confident probably wouldn't have happened. That one I'm pretty sure.
What if Matt Leinart had ended up somewhere else?
Somewhere our former producer Jordan Bird, who still has the Matt Leinart shrine in his living room, I can only imagine, is screaming at his radio that, yes, Matt Leinart would be outstanding if you were drafted by anybody.
I mean, it's absolutely about situations.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Totally. Which is why, busts are just, most of the time you say bust and the onus gets put on the player. It's the player's fault. It's the player's fault that he became a bust. That being said, as we go into the drafts coming up on Thursday and then rounds 2 and 3 on Friday and then 4, 5, and 6 and 7 on Saturday, the bust label, certainly you're wary of it and you worry about it and you wonder about it and you're looking at past drafts and past positions to try to see if you can come up with a pattern or, and running backs in particular. I know you were looking at a list of the top 50 biggest draft busts of all time.
There's 2 Cardinal notables on here, which I'll get to in a second, so stay tuned. 2 Cardinals were listed in the top 50 biggest NFL draft. Think about it for a second. If you're a Cardinal fan, 2 of the biggest 50 NFL draft busts were the Cardinals, and I'll tell you who they are in a minute, but you can think about it for a second.
We just mentioned one. There's
2. I looked at the running backs because there's a chance that they might take Jeremiah Love, and we all think he's going to be great, but you never know. Lawrence Phillips, 6th overall by the Rams in 1996. Bo Jackson, 1st overall by the Buccaneers in 1986. Obviously went to go play baseball with Kansas City, then he ended up being a Raider. Blair Thomas, 2nd overall in the 1990 draft by the Jets, the running back out of Penn State. Kajana Carter, 1st overall in 95 by the Bengals. That was that run of just bad Penn State running backs that couldn't make it in the NFL.
Yeah.
So Kajana Carter, number 1 overall, Bengals, 95. Bears post Walter Payton first-round running backs. Brad Muster, Rashawn Salam, Curtis Enos, Penn State running back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cedric Benson, all bombed in the years following Sweetness's retirement. So in 94, 95, 98, and 2005, they drafted running backs in the first round. None of them were any good. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 running backs they mentioned overall as the biggest running back busts
of all time.
Of all time.
This is of all time, right?
Mm-hmm. Of all time.
And you want to give the Cardinals notables real quick?
All right. So Josh Rosen was number 22 overall on this list. He was drafted 10th overall, but he was listed as the number 22 biggest NFL draft bust. The other guy was listed as the 37th biggest draft bust, and he was 3rd overall in 1998. That is Andre Wadsworth.
Oh, yeah. Andre Wadsworth. I mean, there have been so many
out of Florida State.
You know, there have been a lot. Beanie Wells comes to mind, but like I think draft busts too are kind of in the eye of the beholder. In that, certainly it's mandatory that you're a first rounder if you're going to be a draft bust, and I almost feel like you have to be a top 20 pick to be a bust. Like Beanie Wells was number 32, number 31 in that draft.
Very late.
You know, and I know it's still a first rounder, but not all first rounders are created the same.
He wasn't any good.
He wasn't any good, but he was also at the end of the first round.
Yeah.
You know, your bust percentage goes up, and the
Did
chance
he play
that you're
anywhere after he left the Cardinals?
I don't remember if he did or not. But
I can't even.
I don't know if top 20 is where to draw the line. But just off the top of my head, it feels like if he didn't after the Cardinals.
No.
That if you're picked after number 20 in the first round, I don't know if it's fair to tag you with the bust label. You know, because at that point,
Flyers.
It's I mean, it's more.
Was
like
Robert Nkemdiche a bust?
No, he was 27th overall in the
flyer
draft.
on him in late first round.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's fair to tag guys like that, because at that point you could very easily be a second rounder, and if you could be a second rounder, you could very easily be a third rounder, because at that point you're really trying to match need with value and things like that. Since I knew we were going to talk about this, I was thinking back to when Mel Kiper Jr. was on with Wolf and Luke about a week and a half ago. And the conversation turned to Jeremiah Love. And I'm kind of springing this on you because I did this at the last minute. He mentioned something that if you look at top 10 running backs in the draft over the last several years, very, very, very few of them are busts. Very few. And I went and I looked. And I looked at the list.
What was Leonard? Where was Leonard Fournette drafted?
Number 4 overall in 2017. He
wasn't very good.
He wasn't very good, but he wasn't. There's one name on here who's a bust.
Give me a hint.
He played college ball in the SEC. You need more of a hint than that?
No, just give it to me then.
Trent Richardson.
Oh, yeah.
Of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Busty bust.
Didn't he go to the Colts?
He went to the Browns. Well, afterwards? I think so.
Yeah.
So here's your first round top 10 running backs. And this is dating all the way back to 2007. Okay, you ready?
Uh-huh.
Ashton Genty last year. Got to wait and see. 2023, Bijan Robinson to the Falcons.
Good pick.
And I wrote it down, even though he's not top 10. Jahmyr Gibbs was number 12 in that draft. So he was really close to top 10.
You're bending the rules a little bit.
Right. 2018, Saquon Barkley.
Great player.
2017, Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey.
Fournette wasn't any good.
2016, Ezekiel Elliott.
It was great.
2015, Todd Gurley.
He was great, but he got hurt.
He
was great for like 4 or 5 years, and he got hurt.
Right.
Remember, the knees were a mess, but he was great.
And then you start getting into Bustville a little bit. 2012, Trent Richardson. 2010, C.J. Spiller was a top 10 pick. 2008, Darren McFadden was a top 10 pick. 2007, Adrian Peterson was obviously hugely successful.
So most of them were good.
Most of them are pretty good. And that, again, we can have the debate about whether the Cardinals need Jeremiah Love, should get Jeremiah Love, if it's value for them to get Jeremiah Love. But Kuiper's point when he was on with Wolf and Luke that day, and I just wanted to kind of look it up, is that for the most part, you draft a running back in the top 10, recent history suggests you're getting a baller. You're getting somebody who can play. I don't think anybody thinks that Jeremiah Love isn't a baller. It's more a question of value, but you're getting a dude who can play if you take a running back in the top 10, typically.
So by percentages, you have a higher chance of having success with the running back in the top 10 than you do with other positions.
Sure. Oh, I would imagine the hit rate is much better than it is a quarterback.
I had to look this up because I was remembering how good Todd Gurley was out of Georgia. So listen to in 14 games in 2018, 1,251 yards, averaged 4.9 yards per carry, and scored 17 touchdowns.
That was fantastic.
Rushing.
Yeah.
17 touchdowns. The year before that, he had 13 touchdowns rushing. The year after that, he had 12 touchdowns rushing. Todd Gurley was really, really good. Just got hurt.
Yeah.
Got hurt.
Got hurt a lot. So, the lesson here, I mean.
He had 4 touchdowns receiving in 2018, too. Got over 20 touchdowns. He was so good.
There are people who look at Marvin Harrison Jr. and wonder if he was a bust.
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean,
2 years into the league and you haven't really established yourself. I mean, we're questioning whether he's the number 1 receiver over Michael Wilson.
Yeah. And certainly not the best wide receiver from that draft. I mean, Malik Neighbors is.
And Odunze.
And Rome Odunze and the work that he's doing. Yeah.
Would you want Rome Odunze or Marvin Harrison Jr. right now?
Rome 100%.
See?
Yeah. So much so that you have a Rome Odunze jersey.
Shout out to the youth sizes.
It's sized in a youth size because you can wear a youth size jersey. But yes, it's you have a youth sized Rome Odunze jersey. So, boy, it's been. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. When was the last time the Cardinals got a first rounder where you're like, bang, oh yeah, knocked it out of the park? Who was it? Who am I forgetting? There's an obvious answer.
Obviously, it's after Larry Fitzgerald.
Right. I mean, who was the last first rounder where you just okay? Hold on, I'm going to answer my own question here. I should have looked this up. I'm just throwing stuff out there without thinking about it. Cardinals draft history.
Okay, I'm just thinking back in the last 10 years with Reddick.
Okay, so last year,
Nolan.
Walter Nolan. Year before that, Marvin Harrison. Year before that, Paris Johnson. Trey McBride was a second rounder.
Yes.
Year before that was Zaven Collins. Year before that was Isaiah Simmons. Year before that was Kyler. Year before that was Josh Rosen. Year before that was Hassan Reddick. Year before that was Robert Nkemdiche.
Nope.
Year before that was DJ Humphries.
No.
Yeah, he's the one. Okay,
he was really good, but did we think, remember in the beginning, he was knee deep. They couldn't play him.
Deon Buchanan in 2014. Jonathan Cooper.
Nope.
Michael Floyd. Okay, I found it. Patrick Peterson, 2011.
Yeah, Patrick Peterson. There you go.
Whoa, what?
That's 15 years ago.
That's the point.
I don't like this experiment.
That's the point. It's been 15 years.
Keim didn't start the draft until the second round. He was really good in the second round.
Well,
Keim was really good in the second round.
It's been 15 years since they got a no doubt, knock it out of the park, grand salami pick.
Go back 5 years before that.
Dan Williams?
Nope.
Beanie?
Nope.
DRC?
Nope.
Levi Brown?
Oh, no.
Matt Leinart?
Oh, boy.
Antrell Roll?
Oh, yes.
And then you get to Fitz in 2004.
So you're talking three in this century.
This has been such a depressing exercise. I'm so sorry.
Good night, everybody.
I apologize.
Yeah.
If you're watching, if you're listening, I apologize for doing this. Holy cow, is this boy.
Like that comedian said at the event the other night, date yourself a girl who wears a Cardinal jersey.
I think we need
She's used to failure.
Do like a pre-draft, like a fake first round. So by the time the first round actually comes along, everybody's ready to go.
So when Gambo says draft a star, draft a star.
I'm so
draft a stud. Because it's been 15 years since you've drafted a surefire, bona fide stud in the first round. I know we're late for a break.
So depressing.
It is. I mean, Paris Johnson's a good player. I don't want to besmirch him. He's a good player. But
But how many of those guys sucked?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Most of those guys sucked.
Yeah, a lot of them. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Jonathan Cooper? Oh, my goodness.
The Diamondbacks are back to creating chaos. Can they keep it up against the White Sox? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It's an easy transition, but if you want to knock it out of the park, you'll do your banking with Global Credit Union because their commitment to customer service is incredible. It's unreal. I've sat in on the meetings with the executives, and they just talk nonstop about finding more ways to save you money, whether it's through checking accounts, whether it's through savings accounts, whether it's through loans, I should say. We're talking about low fees. We're talking about, in some cases, no fees. We're talking about better interest rates than you can get at a bank. It's the reason why my wife and I are switching over our accounts to Global Credit Union, because just having a car loan with them, it didn't seem like enough. It didn't seem like we were taking advantage of all the benefits that membership brings with Global Credit Union, and we weren't. And we're about to find out what those benefits are because they really do want to save you money. Joining Global Credit Union is really simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to experience it yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke gets the start for the White Sox. And the Suns' injury report for tomorrow is out. Grayson Allen with his left hamstring strain is questionable. Jordan Goodwin with left calf soreness is questionable. And Mark Williams with left foot stress reaction is also questionable. There are no new additions to the injury report for the Thunder. And the NFL Draft is just 2 days away, so make sure you are keeping track of all the latest players mocked to the Cardinals at 3. You can visit the ArizonaSports.com mock draft tracker now. And trending now, brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Doing business the right way for over 70 years, no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. How did Merrill Kelly fare in his second start on the young season against the Sox? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Diamondbacks welcoming in the Chicago White Sox tonight. Munetaka Murakami, 8 home runs on the season.
He's already 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Game hasn't even started.
2 years, $34 million contract. He's got a 33% strikeout rate, which
he
is
strikes out a lot.
High. A third of the time he strikes out.
Yeah.
A third of the time he's going to whiff out there.
Mark Reynolds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible power.
Dave Kingman.
He'll
run into some.
He'll connect with one over these next 3 games.
He'll run into one.
And when he does, we'll ooh and awe. But
Diamondbacks had some initial interest in him.
I remember
but the price,
that.
There was some interest in him. They liked him. But, he does have a hard time catching up to some fastballs, and you are able to get him out. But he is an intriguing player to see. The White Sox have been a terrible baseball team for the last few years. He's got 8 homers. That's more than any Japanese-born player through their first 22 games.
Interesting. Yeah, the last 4 years, 61 wins, 41 wins, 60 wins. They haven't been very good. They're coming off a series win against the A's in which they scored 22 runs. But for the month, I looked this up before the show started, 6th worst in baseball in runs scored per game. They're hitting .210 as a team, which is the 2nd worst in Major League Baseball.
Frank Thomas is not walking through that door.
No, Bo Jackson's not walking through that door.
Greg Luzinski is not walking through that door.
5th worst ERA in all of Major League Baseball. Jack McDowell's not walking through that door.
Lamar Hoyt. Some of my favorite Yankee players ever were former White Sox.
Oh, really?
Goose Gossage and Bucky Dent.
I mean, if you really want to go old school, you'd say Shoeless Joe Jackson's not walking through that door, but that'd be really, really old school.
I could go Minnie Minoso.
Yeah, you could. You could. For the Diamondbacks themselves now.
It's amazing how much useless knowledge we have about players that played for teams 60 years ago.
It really it is, and yet it isn't when you kind of think about it.
60% of our audience have never heard any of these guys.
As for the Diamondbacks, they're, as you would expect with the start they're off to, they're getting the love. The national power rankings. Fox, MLB on Fox has them number 6 in baseball. CBS Sports has them number 4.
Bleacher
Report has them number 7. MLB has them number 6. Fansided has them number 5. Their good start is it took a little bit for it to get noticed and for it to stick.
Because they got swept by the Dodgers. What's their record since they got swept by the Dodgers?
They're 13-6, I think. Since they got swept by the Dodgers.
So they're 13-6 since then.
I think so.
Incredible.
Yeah, 13-6. 13-6.
Listen, I looked at the season, and I don't know if I'll change my mind at some point, because at some point, things change. I really looked at the season when it started as survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
But they're playing much better than survival mode. They're actually playing really good baseball. Starting pitching's been good. Bullpen's been great. Offense is coming around. You're going to talk about chaos here in a second. Initially, my thought was just keep your head above water. Survive. Now your 10 games have passed. Okay, doing good. 20 games have passed. Okay, you're doing good. You're going to get to 30 games, and you're going to at least be 500 when you get to 30. And all of a sudden now 162 games is down to 132. Puck's going to come back. Martinez is going to come back. Corbin Burns is going to come back. You get to the trade deadline. You could add if you need to. I really, really love where they're at right now. I don't know if I expected this, but they're playing well above their skis right now.
The comp you used was the Suns, and I think this feeling we have about the Diamondbacks is very similar to what we had about the Suns after the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season. Like, okay, wow. Now, you expected better. I feel like we have to kind of put those who expected better in a different category than those of us who did not. I did not. So for me, the Suns, it was a genuine joy-causing surprise to watch them be as good as they were. And I think for a lot of people, the same reaction is with the Diamondbacks. I mean, I think before the season, I think I picked them to win 84, 85 games. And the minute I did it and I saw it on the website, I thought, oh, that's a big number. Why did I pick that?
Well, you had the Cardinals winning. How many did you have the Cardinals winning last year?
11. And I should have downshifted. I'm like, oh, no. I should have downshifted to like 81 or 82.
Now you feel good.
Now I'm kind of glad I did. I'm kind of glad I picked 84, 85 because they might actually get there. The chaos that you talked about was part of a story. And
you could use some good luck because you've been really bad on the Cardinals prediction and the Suns prediction.
I know. I've been
Maybe
terrible.
You'll get this D-backs one right.
I've been a mess.
Maybe this is the one for you.
You think so? Maybe this is my breakthrough
I think it
moment
could
to
be.
kind of get back on the
way
horse
they're
a little
playing.
bit. Yeah.
All right, give me the chaos.
The chaos is the commitment the organization made in 2022. Jack Summers wrote about this today on Sports Illustrated. The commitment they made into embracing chaos. And I know that was the hashtag copyrighted phrase of the team back in 23 when they went to the World Series. But Jack took a look at kind of all the numbers and comped them to the rest of Major League Baseball. Sacrifice bunts, sacrifice hits, stolen bases, extra bases, and I don't mean extra base hits. I mean taking extra bases on hits.
Right. Yep.
And the Diamondbacks, there was a little bit of a lull during the Eugenio Suarez experiment where they kind of turned into more of a power hitting team. But for the most part, since 2022, Major League Baseball has kind of zigged, and the Diamondbacks have kind of zagged a little bit. Like, nope, we're going to embrace this concept and this philosophy. And so far this year,
it was a World Series year, right?
Absolutely.
Chaos.
Oh, you bet. And even the year before, when they were starting to build towards that a little bit, they have done a really good job while everybody else is kind of going home runs and all that stuff, like really downshifting to a small ball, chaotic version of baseball. And clearly it's working.
And it's not just Corbin Carroll.
No.
It's not just Corbin Carroll
it's
taking those
Geraldo
extra
Perdomo,
bases.
who's sometimes gets a little overzealous. He's been thrown out on the bases a few times this year, things like that.
Overslid a bag once.
But there is, whether it's Jose Fernandez, whether it's Jorge Barrosa, Vargas isn't the fastest guy in the world. Alec Thomas. They got some guys who can scoot, right? And they got some guys who can kind of create that mess a little bit out there.
I think when they were at their best a couple of years ago, like the year they went to the World Series, it was clear that defenses were just, on their toes the entire time you were playing against them. You never know. You never know when a guy's going to turn a single into a double into a triple, go from first to third on a ball that nobody else is going to go from first to third on. Like, they were doing all of those crazy little things, and defenses were just, defense was so pressured on. They put so much pressure on defenses that you were watching a lot of mistakes being made by defenses because they were just amped up because the Diamondbacks were putting so much pressure on them.
They released their lineup today, and sweet relief, Corbin Carroll's in right, hitting second.
There he is.
Just as Troy Lovello said he would be. Marte is at second, hitting first. This is a good lineup.
Is Gurriel DHing?
I like this lineup. Marte at second, Carroll at right, Perdomo at short. Del Castillo's the cleanup as the catcher. Gurriel is in left. He is in left field.
So Del Castillo is catching.
Jose Fernandez is the DH. And suddenly you step back and you look at your first six hitters and you go, okay, Marte, Carroll, Perdomo, Del Castillo, who's hot.
Who's at third?
Arenado.
Where's he batting?
Seventh.
Okay.
Vargas is at first. He's batting eighth. Thomas is in center. He's batting ninth. So Marte, Carroll, Perdomo, Del Castillo, Gurriel, Fernandez, Arenado, Vargas, Thomas.
How many of those guys in the lineup were not guys you expected to be in the lineup when the season started?
1, 2, 3.
Fernandez?
Well, yeah. Del Castillo, Fernandez, and Vargas.
Fernandez, Vargas.
Yeah. Thomas, yes. Arenado, yes. By the way,
my guy Barrosa's not in today?
Barrosa's not in today.
That's it.
Speaking of
I'm going to do something about that.
Arenado?
Yeah.
That note that I had in my email today.
Yeah, he's starting to heat up a little bit.
He's starting to heat up at the plate, and he is. But the note that I read about him, and I'm scrolling down to it here real quick. Nolan Arenado has finally started to heat up with the bat, including a monster home run on Friday night. But worth keeping an eye on. His defensive metrics are way, way down this year. Baseball Savant has him 39th in fielding run value at third base.
That's what they got him for.
39th.
He's better than that.
He is. He is better.
That'll get better. I'm not worried about that. He'll get better.
You're worried about the bat and whether
I'm not worried about his defense. He hasn't been great, but he is a great defensive player.
Sonic is serving up prizes. Text the word Smasher to 620-620 to win $25 Sonic gift cards plus one lucky winner takes home a $500 Sonic gift card. The Phoenix Suns draft swaps are final, which puts even more emphasis on the two young players that we've spent so much time talking about. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You read that they've had these extensive interviewing process with Cole Payton, an FCS player. I don't know what the Cardinals are looking at here,
But that
other
might
than trying to find the needle in the haystack.
Yes, which could be their quarterback strategy for this year without having to, A, give up anything to get back into the first round to get Ty Simpson.
The problem with finding a needle in a haystack, you have the number 3 pick. Find a needle in a stack of needles.
Exactly.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So what changes after we hit 40 for us men? Well, I'll tell you, a lot of things change. Energy goes down, right? Harder to maintain your energy. You get tired a lot. Hormones. Your natural testosterone levels shift with age. It's normal. Muscle. Maintaining muscle strength takes more support. Harder to maintain muscle. Metabolism. Fat becomes easier to gain, harder to burn. Changes are normal. Biology changes are normal. Most men will benefit from steady support and consistency, and that's why I tell you about M-Drive every single day. Everybody's body responds differently, but M-Drive for Men is a great natural supplement that I use every single day because I'm working hard. I want to stay active as long as I can. I want to keep I want to keep my youth. I want to still be able to go to the gym and do everything that I've always been able to do. So me, no slowing down. For you, I recommend M-Drive. You can go online at mdriveformen.com. Check out M-Drive Boost and Burn, Prime, Elite. You can also get M-Drive at Sprouts, the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. For more info, go to mdriveformen.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here. And they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate, one team, making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the postseason. Now.
All right, so the Suns and the Thunder coming up tomorrow, game 2 of their best of 7. Game 3 is going to be at Mortgage Matchup Center on Saturday afternoon. Game 4 is going to be on Monday night at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Right. And then when's Game 5 in Oklahoma City? Because we're gonna get one here.
It would be
We're gonna get one
a week from tomorrow.
Okay.
Next Wednesday.
Will there be another game in Oklahoma City for the Suns? You think they get one?
Are you going to hate me if I say no? I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to.
I'm not betting you a rah-rah room lunch on it either. Oklahoma City is a juggernaut.
Have you had any second thoughts about taking me out for an expensive lunch because you feel bad? You kind of went through that crisis of conscience last week.
I totally would have if they would have lost that game to Golden State. But they kind of justified it.
Okay. You know what? It's funny. I told my wife and I were watching that game on Friday night.
Yeah.
And not that I was rooting against the Suns because I was not. But I turned to her and I said, I bet if the Suns lose this game, Gambo will either give me half of the money back for that lunch or he'll take me out to lunch because he feels bad.
I would have felt bad
that the Suns didn't
if they hadn't even made the playoffs and they were in the lottery. Yes.
Today, Mark Williams was walking around in a soft boot on his foot. Of course, Jordan Ott didn't say anything specific about Grayson Allen or Jordan Goodwin or Mark Williams. It sounds like Grayson Allen was able to do some stuff at practice today.
I feel a lot better about Grayson than I do Mark.
Do you? Okay,
yeah.
So you feel good about him?
I feel better about Grayson.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know he's closer. He's closer. If you said who's closer to playing, Grayson's closer to playing.
Okay. In the meantime, yesterday, something else happened when it comes to the Phoenix Suns. They had a bunch of coin flips to figure out who was drafting where in the NBA draft.
Right.
Now, keep in mind, this is nothing to get excited about because the only pick the Phoenix Suns have in this year's draft is number 47. But it should be noted that so far, and it's early in the process, this was a big pick swap year for them, right?
Yes, and it didn't hurt them.
And it didn't hurt them.
It didn't hurt them.
It didn't hurt. They went from 16th to 18th.
2 spots.
Big deal.
And they got 3 second-round picks for that
Which
swap.
they turned into Royce O'Neal, right?
Right. So they got 3 second-round picks for a pick swap, and that team only gained 2 spots in the draft.
Yeah. So I mean, we have
it's a gamble teams take with the pick swaps. It's a gamble.
And the Suns, at least in the first year. Now there's still 2 more Bradley Beal pick swap years to come.
Yes.
2028 and 2030. But so far, knock on wood, so good when it comes to the pick swaps not burning you real bad. It was a difference of 2 spots, and even though the Suns don't have a first-round pick this year, they do have number 47. So obviously draft night is going to, unless the Suns make some more maneuvering or deal a player, get more picks, whatever they're able to do, it does. There's a reason why the fan base, I think, and by extension, you and I, spend so much time focusing on Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming. Your draft assets are limited, obviously, in years to come. They're certainly limited this offseason unless you do something about it. And it really does put an extra spotlight on Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming to hit or to be good because you just don't have that many bites of the apple if you're the Suns.
They will have their own pick in 2028. Their own pick in
2027.
27.
27.
27.
28
yes.
is swapped out. 27.
27. So 27's their own. So they're all. They do have I think 5 available first round picks coming up. Some of them are swapped out, but I believe they have 5 available. So they've got incoming picks. I thought 27 was the least favorable of Cleveland and.
Oh, you might be right. You might be right. I don't know.
I think 28 and 30 are their own. I believe 28 and 30 are their own. I think 27 is the least favorable of Cleveland, Minnesota, and 29 is the least favorable of Cleveland, Minnesota again.
Okay, so both of the next ones are swapped out then.
And Utah.
27 swapped out, 28 swapped out. I think I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at now. Yeah.
I thought 28 was. I thought they had 28 of their own. Maybe I don't know. I have to go back and look. It's just so crazy. They will have 2 first-round picks that they could trade on draft night. So if they wanted to make a move, they could trade 2 first-round picks on draft night. So, but back to your point, this year, they're not going to have a first-round pick. They're going to have a second-round pick, but they're not going to have a first-round pick. I don't know if they're going to want to get into the draft in the first round. They might not want to. But they do have, I believe it's, remember they made that trade with Utah in which they gave up the 1 pick for like 3 picks. So they do have like 5 picks coming up that are first-rounders. Some of them are swapped out.
But when you say coming up, I mean, understand that we're talking about
over the next
coming up
6 years,
spread out over 6 years. So
right.
We don't mean like there are some teams that have. It feels like 5 picks in the next 2 drafts coming up. Right? Like it's not quite like that for the Suns. It's 5 picks and it's spread out over a half decade plus that they'll be able to use those drafts. I'll be curious. I'll be curious to see when they start wheeling and dealing this offseason what the priority is. And I know that's a kind of a generic thing to say, but is the priority, it's going to be getting better next year, but how much of the priority is going to be restocking your picks a little bit? And what assets do you have that can do that? Because they don't have a lot of pick flexibility. And yeah, they've got picks, but they're all kind of spread out. Like you mentioned, they could trade 2 first-round picks on draft night. God, I hope they don't.
I hope they don't either.
I hope they don't. I don't, I feel like we've kind of done that, been there, done that, don't want to do that again. It seems.
Unless something crazy comes up, like you could have Giannis. Like, if something crazy came up, then I think you're like, okay, we'll take a shot at it. But without that, I agree with you. I think you want to hold on to those picks as much as you can. Remember the trade with the Jazz? The Jazz got an unprotected first, and the Jazz gave the Suns 3 firsts that weren't as good. But then the Suns were able to maneuver around and get Rasheer Fleming. It's gonna be, you're 100% right. It's gonna be about the development of Malawach and Fleming, and to some extent Kobe Brea is gonna be very important for them. The other thing, and I think you're right on this too, they're gonna have to turn Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal or some of these guys into a different asset.
Yes.
Whether it's a power forward or more draft picks, they're gonna have to do that with some of their guys. You want to keep Goodwin? Yes. You want to keep Gillespie? Yes. What are you gonna do with Mark Williams? I don't know. I don't know. I was really bullish on that they had a guy and they needed to re-sign him and keep him probably the first 40 games or so, 50 games. Now I'm not so sure because it would stunt the development of Malawach. Oso stepped up and has played really well this year. I don't think you're set at that position, but do you really want to invest money in Mark Williams? No, you could invest money in him and trade him, if you think he's an asset. But it is going to be about not only taking some of your current players and finding out if there is a way to get assets, whether it's player or draft pick for some of those guys.
All right, 4 o'clock reset time. Lauren's going to tell us what's what, so stay tuned for that, whether you're watching on YouTube or whether you're listening on 98.7, because the 4 o'clock reset is coming up here on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. They've got the deals. They've got the inventories. GMC makes the best trucks and SUVs out there, but they also have a great service drive, one that has added a late night shift, which means if you drop your car off by 8 p.m., it's ready for you the next day, and one that is also offering the biggest, best, baddest tire deal they've ever had there. And as someone who notoriously hates spending money on tires, I think this is a really big deal. Buy 2 tires, get 2 free. Any make, any brand, doesn't matter. Buy 2 tires, get 2 free. I wish I needed tires so I could go take advantage of this tire deal at Liberty GMC. If you do, you can buy 2, get 2 free, any make, any brand at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshots, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field as they begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets a start for the Snakes, while Sean Burke will be on the mound for the White Sox. And the Suns' injury report is out for tomorrow. Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin, and Mark Williams are all questionable. There are no new additions to the injury report for the Thunder. And with the NFL Draft just 2 days away, make sure you are keeping track of all the latest players mocked to the Cardinals at 3. You can visit Arizonasports.com now and see the mock draft tracker. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Flying right along on this Tuesday afternoon, 4 o'clock reset time. Here is Lauren to tell us what is going on in the world of sports. Stuff we've talked about, stuff we haven't, all in one segment. Lauren.
Too bad Mitch isn't here.
Why? Oh, yeah. Where is Mitch?
Oh, no, Mitch is taking an off day today. Whether or not that has anything to do with the Nuggets' loss to the Timberwolves, we may never know.
Jaden McDaniels comment?
Nobody can play defense.
I don't have a single guy who can play defense on this team.
Crazy.
Yeah, Rudy Gobert. Shut that stuff down yesterday. That was a great game. That was a great first round game last night. A lot of fun to watch.
As I think Mitch hinted at yesterday during the reset, my adopted NBA team is the Timberwolves. So we're kind of going at it.
Okay.
So Mitch was just sending me a lot of texts post-game.
Oh, was he?
night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was not pleased with the game.
Well, he's not here. There must be a reason for it.
All right, well, let's jump into the Suns because we've got some injury reports for the Suns tomorrow. Mark Williams had a soft boot on his left foot after practice today. Grayson Allen was seen putting up a few shots during practice over in the corner. And here is Jordan Ott on Jordan Goodwin's injury.
Yeah, that same calf that popped up middle of February, I think now. Same left calf. Feels pretty good. I don't think it's quite as bad as it was in February. Obviously, know it's the playoffs, and we always talk about all hands on deck. So we'll take whoever we can get, at this time of year. Any minutes from any of those guys is impactful and helpful for our group, so we'll wait to see tomorrow.
Allen, Williams, and Goodwin all questionable for the game tomorrow.
It's amazing how many injuries we've had in the state of Arizona with our sports athletes.
Yeah. It's
truly amazing.
I was just reading a story online about A.J. Puck made some comments today about when he's expected to go on a rehab assignment. And it's been a brutal last couple of years when it comes to the injuries. Just brutal. No doubt. So, as far as the injuries go, Grayson has a chance. Is that what you said earlier?
I feel better about Grayson.
Okay.
I feel better about Grayson. We don't know for sure on Mark, but the boot doesn't sound good. I feel better about Grayson's chances of playing in this game. Although, again, they're going to take every possible second they can right up till game time to see if he's ready to go.
Sure.
So I'm not reporting that he's playing. I'm just saying I believe that there's a chance because I've heard he's getting closer.
Okay.
And some general NBA news. Billy Donovan has decided to step down as the head coach of the Chicago Bulls after 6 seasons.
Some speculation he might be Kentucky hunting a year from now if they decide to move on after a less than inspiring year in Kentucky, that maybe he'll just wait for that gig.
Go to college, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was in line. A lot of people believe he was in line for the North Carolina job, and they just couldn't afford to wait for him.
And Bulls haven't made the playoffs in 4 straight years. It's a disaster.
Yeah, I was reading the story about him walking away. He's been there for 6 years.
6.
I remember watching him play at Providence. He was a little chubby guy. Like I used to watch him in the Big East. He was a little chubby. He was good at Providence, but he was a little chubster. You look at him now, you're like, yeah, he was a little chubby guy in college.
6 long years with the Chicago Bulls. I just feel like that didn't go anywhere at all for 6 years.
It felt like he made it through this season because then they fired their president, but then neither of them survived. So now they're like, the Bulls are just clearing house.
And you know how they do that thing where like they'll take a president at the start of his term and then the end of his term, and they'll just show you how much he's aged?
Yeah.
The Bulls' job has aged Billy Donovan. He just he almost doesn't look like the same cat anymore.
Wow.
It's like he just looks like that job has put him through the juicer. He looks old.
I don't disagree.
He looks old. Yeah.
Some other news coming out of the NBA about head coaching searches. Billy Donovan actually was most recently linked to the Magic. If they decided to make that an opening, he could be sitting waiting to see what happens there.
Okay.
Steve Kerr is undecided on his future. We brought up Todd Golden as an option for them next year. Also another name thrown into the mix that we didn't think was available until today, Dusty May has a new contract with Michigan.
Yeah?
He's yet to sign that new contract.
Oh.
Making him sweat?
Yeah.
Huh?
He's going to make him sweat a little bit,
He's
huh?
going to make him sweat. You win the national championship and make your school sweat it out.
Huh. I wonder what's...
How about ASU getting a big-time recruit?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Moving on
they
over
got the
from,
St. Mary's kid.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, no.
Obviously, the connection there.
Yeah, the...
time get for Randy Bennett at ASU.
It is. So it's Paulius Morauskas.
Yeah, he's good.
Has signed with ASU.
Yep.
He was, depending on what ranking service you believe in, the number 8 or number 9 player available in the transfer portal. And Randy Bennett was able to lure him from St. Mary's. So a really good get and a good sign that the St. Mary's kids, the best of them, want to follow him here. That's a really good get for ASU basketball. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, a high retention rate for them so far. And other NBA playoff news, the Cavs took a 2-0 series lead over the Raptors yesterday with a 115-105 win. The Hawks tied the series against the Knicks after a 107-106 win.
After a choke job by the Knicks.
Well, here's CJ
They blew a
McCollum.
12-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Oh, it was awful. Here's CJ McCollum postgame.
I am no villain. I'm a nice guy with 2 kids and a wife. I think it's admiration, great passion
passionate fans in a really hostile environment. It's fun. It's basketball. It's the playoffs. And if anything, I think it's a sign of respect.
So check this out. So the Knicks blew a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter, tying the largest fourth-quarter blown lead in franchise postseason history. Lauren, you're not going to know this, but I think you might know the last time that happened. Bernsey.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Say it again.
The Knicks blew a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter. It tied the largest fourth-quarter blown lead in franchise postseason history.
Was it the Suns in Game 6 against the Bulls?
No. It was this guy in the 1994 Eastern Conference Finals against the Indiana Pacers.
Oh.
Reggie Miller
action. Little Reggie Miller action.
Reggie 3, yes.
Oh, okay.
Complete choke job.
That's good.
And Reggie gave them the choke sign. He gave them the choke sign.
And then Tyrese Halliburton did it too early last
Yeah,
year.
that's right.
We really needed to win this, so I didn't look embarrassed. And then, even though Mitch isn't here, I'll bring it up. The Timberwolves came back to beat the Nuggets 119-114. They tied that series 1-1.
Rudy Gobert held Nikola Jokic to 1 for 8 shooting when he was guarded one-on-one with Jokic. Earlier in the day, he finished 4th in the Defensive Player of the Year voting. Did you see the Gobert comment? He said, quote, "I was lucky. A top 3 defender cannot do that. So I was lucky." So clearly feeling a little butthurt that he didn't finish in the top 3 in defensive. Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm only the 4th best defensive player in the NBA. I got lucky tonight against Nikola Jokic. Okay, Rudy. Okay, to think he could have been a Son. To think he could have been a Son.
He would have been. Go after Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders. Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Just go at them. That was the comment by Jaden McDaniels on how bad Denver is defensively.
This is going to be a good series. This one's going 6 or 7. Every game's going to be must-watch stuff. This is, I think, not much of a limb I'm going out. This is the must-watch series of round 1 in the NBA playoffs. It should be really good.
Yeah,
really good.
Not even close. And tonight, Philly versus Boston. That game just started.
Okay.
Portland versus the Spurs in about an hour from now.
Wait, Boston-Philly just started?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call it. Enough of the precincts have reported Boston's going to win that game. I'm going to call that game right now.
Tambo's calling the election.
Yes, I'm
What
going
a
to call it.
surprising pick there.
It's like when they call California, like, you know.
Yeah, one vote comes in, they call California. All right, that's it. We project California.
And Rockets versus Lakers, 7:30 tonight. Kevin Durant questionable for that.
That series would be good, but Luka's not going to play, and who knows about Kevin Durant? I just don't think that one's going to be as good. Right, that one's not going to have the same punch as Minnesota, Denver will.
No, not at all. And some NFL news. Mike Tomlin is headed to NBC to be their top studio analyst on their Sunday night pregame show.
Expected move for him to go to TV, that everybody thought. Yep.
Yeah, always liked him. Great coach.
Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua will be a full participant in the team's offseason program, Sean McVay announced today. And Mike Vrabel addressed the media for the first time since the photos of him and Diana Rossini came out.
Yeah.
He said, quote, "I've had some difficult conversations with the people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, and the players, and they understand it."
Those conversations have been positive and productive. In his initial response to the story, Vrabel said the photos showed, quote, "a completely innocent interaction and any suggestion otherwise is laughable," close quote. When asked if that's still his stance, Vrabel declined to not answer that question today.
I think he's smart to not answer.
Yeah.
Listen, I nothing wrong with, like them being friendly and knowing each other and communicating with each other. It happens all the time. But you show up at an adults-only resort and 2.5 hours away, 2 hours away from Phoenix, and $2,500 a night or whatever it is, it's going to raise some eyebrows.
Yes, so.
Yeah.
More than eyebrows. It's not. Eyebrows have been raised. People have lost jobs. Yeah, it's been a mess.
I mean, an investigation gets launched into her. She ends up quitting. / being fired from that role. And now Vrabel gets to go on to coach the Patriots.
He will. His behavior is not under review under the personal conduct policy per the NFL.
No. And finally, the Super Bowl sites have been finalized for the next 4 years. 2027 will be Los Angeles. 2028 will be Atlanta. 2029 will be Las Vegas. 2030, Nashville.
I'm a little worried that Phoenix is starting to get the squeeze a little bit on Super Bowls.
Give me them again.
LA.
Warm weather.
Atlanta.
Warm weather.
Las Vegas.
Warm weather.
Nashville.
Warm weather.
Yeah, and they have a new stadium coming
That's
with a
part of
dome,
the reason.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think because these new stadiums are coming and the warm weather climates and things like that, like I feel like we're used to a Super Bowl every, I don't know, 7-8 years around here. I'm wondering if that's going to get spread out a little more with all these other great options that the NFL
And everybody
has.
putting a dome on their stadium.
And everybody
now.
putting a dome
So
on
now
their
you
stadium,
might be
too.
once every 10 or
11
12 years.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that.
Instead of once every 4 to 5.
I wonder. It's just I haven't researched it, but just kind of a thought percolating in my head a little bit that maybe it gets spread out a little bit
I think that's justified.
when we get Super Bowls.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock race day.
All right, thank you. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Ty Simpson, there's all this, you got to trade up, you got to trade up, you got to trade up. What if you don't? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Cardinals could stay right there. And you know me. I've been talking about there's one exception to the don't take Francis Maui Noah rule that I have in the Wolf League compound. And that is if Jeremiah Love is there at number 3, go ahead and draft him. I'm okay with that.
And the reason why you're saying that and the reason why this is even out there and why other teams are like, well, shoot, I really want Jeremiah Love. Maybe they would take, is because he's a difference maker. There is not a player in this draft that the Cardinals could take at 3 and win the Super Bowl this year because they took that player.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And if you're going to take a quarterback next year, wouldn't it be kind of cool to have a running back ready to go?
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing. We do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Burns and Gambo talk NFL draft now.
48 hours from right now, we'll be at the backyard at Desert Ridge. You, me, Bickley, Wolf, Vince, Luke, cast of thousands, roundtable coverage. Starting at 4, the draft starts at 5. You and I will be there. We'll do the first 2 hours of our show from 2 until 4, the Burns and Gambo show, and then we'll turn into our draft coverage starting at 4 and start figuring out what the Cardinals are going to do with this thing. And it'll be a weird night in that, as you have suggested, and I know you're not reporting this by any stretch of the imagination, if they stick and pick at 3 and do nothing else, it could be a relatively quiet night, right? Like they could take a player at 3 and then that's it. They're done. They don't do anything else. Everyone has speculated about them moving back into the first round. It's going to be the thing to watch if you're a Cardinal fan to see if that speculation picks up at all after the first 10 picks of the draft or whatever. Then there's the other possibility. You and I are going to be on the air Friday for our normal show, 2 until 6. The second round of the draft will start at 4 o'clock. The Cardinals have, right now, the second pick of the second round. Will Ty Simpson still be on the board when the second round of the draft begins Friday at 4 o'clock? You and I are doing our show, will Ty Simpson still be there?
I think he should be, but I don't think he will be.
Okay.
I just think there is going to be some temptation for somebody to move up and get him to avoid the teams that are picking early in the second round. Like the Jets and the Cardinals early in the second round, they'd love to get him at that price and not have to pay them money of a first rounder, even though you get the fifth year. But the fifth year can be very expensive with these options. Just look at Paris Johnson at $19 million. So, there is some thought that he could fall out of the first round. There is definitely some thought that he could fall out of the first round because there's not many teams to tie him to, right? The draft day predictor says Simpson has a 43% chance to be available at pick number 33. That's the start of the second round. So they're saying it's a 57% chance he's in the first round, 43% in the second round. Okay. And the spots they say could go to the Jets, 16 to the Jets, 21 to the Steelers, 24 to the Browns. The Cardinals obviously don't have a pick later in the first round, so they're not in there. But somebody could obviously, move up with their picks. The Jets and Cardinals are 33 and 34, so could they move up and get him? The predictor believes there's a 91% chance he's off the board before pick number 50. So that's where the model is on where he's going to go. Look, we've been around long enough to know that some team's going to be enticed by Ty Simpson, maybe not by the hype of next year's draft class. Some teams don't want to wait. You look at film, you find all the reasons. You're looking for reasons to like a quarterback. Mm-hmm. You're looking for reasons. You meet a nice girl. You're looking for reasons to like her. You're looking for reasons. What can I, forget about the, you're not looking for the negatives. You're looking for reasons to like the guy.
Yeah.
A lot of times you look for negatives in drafting. Like, this is why I don't want to draft. People are give me a reason to draft Ty Simpson. Because you want to believe that he could be your franchise quarterback. You want to believe that you're smarter than everybody else and you're going to grab this guy at an incredible value and he's going to lead your team to multiple playoffs and maybe even a Super Bowl.
And if you're looking for reasons to draft Ty Simpson, from what I understand, it's pocket presence, it's decent arm strength, it's really good decision making, it is film room savant, like can break it down really well and see it and understand it and process it. I mean, there are certainly things to like about him.
And maybe he wasn't as healthy at the end of the season.
Maybe he wasn't as healthy at the end of the season. That you look at the tape from the first 8 or 9 games, and it was really good. He beat really good teams. He was responsible for that.
What do they list him as? 6'2"?
6'1". 6'1" and an eighth, I believe. I looked it up just the other day.
He's not big.
No, he's not. No, that's
he's little.
That's honestly my second, pardon the pun, biggest reason to not be interested in him.
He's listed at 6'1".
He's short. I mean, not as short as the last quarterback.
Not 6'5", 6'4", 6'3".
Not a big, tall guy back there. And the lack of experience is the thing that I just keep coming back to.
Not enough games.
And again, it just doesn't.
Compute.
It does not bode well. But again, that's looking at the negative. That's looking for the reasons to
You're
not
looking
like
for the
him.
reasons to like him.
If you're looking for the reasons to like him, I
smart, good football IQ.
Yeah.
Played at a top program, played in big games.
And it's the question of Mike LaFleur and his passion for it. Does he look at him and feel like, absolutely, that's a quarterback I can win with? He does things that I like very much. And then I think you're also, and I know I've brought this up many times, and it's been a while, I do wonder about Monty, and I wonder if they have another bad year, which most expect. Can he survive that? And does he want to do something to try to stem the tide of that by drafting a quarterback now? Because if he has another 4-win season, they're in line to draft a great quarterback. Is Monty going to be the one to draft him? Did he just cost himself his job by not doing more to address the situation now and thinking he had the flexibility to wait a year from now? I don't know. It's a big ask, asking an NFL owner to keep a general manager around after 4 years with that little success somewhere.
Well, what was crazy about this year and all the firings with the coaches? Only one GM won.
I know.
It's a trend. They keep the GMs.
They do.
And they get rid of the coaches.
It's
right. You would think sometimes it should go hand in hand. It doesn't go hand in hand in the NFL. It doesn't.
I know we're getting off topic a little bit here, but I wonder if Michael will be less prone to do that this time around after sticking with Steve as long as he did. Because he stuck with Steve too long. I think we would all agree that probably...
Well, Steve got a contract extension when Cliff did.
Yeah. The reign of Steve Keim was starting to run out of gas with about, 2 years before he got let go. Maybe even 3, depending on when you want to look at it. There was the playoff year, but with Cliff and with Steve as the general manager... But boy, I mean, it just, and I know it was only a year later that they were all fired because they all got contract extensions off of that. But I don't know. I wonder if he stuck with Steve too long and he wouldn't want to give Monty the benefit of the doubt because maybe he feels like he got burned by giving Steve the benefit of the doubt.
Unless Monty sells him on a vision like this is what we're going to do.
Maybe.
And we're going to be in line for the Oregon kid or Manning or one of these quarterbacks next year.
To your point. I guess there's a scenario where the Cardinals do absolutely nothing and they're faced with the choice of taking Ty Simpson with the second pick of the second round. Now, that would be fascinating. They don't trade up.
Right.
They just stick and wait it out, and what if he's there?
So that means the Jets pass on him at 16.
Yes. And 33.
And 33.
Right. And the Rams passed on him, the Steelers passed on him, the Browns passed on him. And you're sitting there.
I think it's a worthy roll of the dice.
At that point?
I mean, I think it's a worthy roll of the dice to not move up to go get him.
You're not giving up any extra assets to do it?
If he's there and we like him, we'll take him. But if you don't love him enough to,
I'm with you.
But then
I don't think that'll happen.
Yeah.
Somebody will move up. I'm sorry. I keep thinking about the Rams
but here's the
13.
question. If you don't love him enough to move up into the first round to get him, do you really love him?
Yeah, you're right. Because if you really love him, you want to make sure you... And that's the one thing...
Cardinals, we've heard you like Ty Simpson. Do you want to move up 7 spots, get into this first round? Yeah, no, we're good. How much do you really love him then?
Yeah, that's a great point. A lot of people had said, hey, look, say whatever you want about Ty Simpson, his strengths and his flaws. If you're convicted and you love him and you believe in the kid, go get him. Go get him. Do it. Do it. I mean, show some conviction. So show that moxie of, we believe he's the guy. Go do it. And if you don't trade into the first round to do it, you are giving a little bit of a, do we really think he's the guy or not?
That's right.
Yeah.
Do you really think he's the guy if you're not willing to move up to get him? It's fascinating.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll stick with the draft talk. The Arizona Cardinals. They've got one right now Will it be 3 when it's all said and done? 3 what, you say? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Back here for V's Barber Shop, locations all across the valley. A great experience is waiting for you at V's Barbershop. There's a great haircut waiting there for you. There's a great hot lather shave, but there's also a great experience waiting for you when you walk in. Old-fashioned antique barbershop chairs, little kids in there getting their big boy haircut for the first time, moms and dads, and they're watching their little boy get his big boy. It's cool. It's fun. It's different. It's unique. It's a great haircut every single time. And it's really kind of memories. I mean, I remember taking our son Jake for his first big boy haircut at V's Barbershop. It was pretty cool. I remember going there for his wedding 2 days before, and all the groomsmen and the father of the bride and me getting haircuts and hot lather shaves before the big day. It's stuff like that that elevates V's a notch above just a haircut, which, let's be honest, a lot of times just a haircut kind of gets screwed up. Not at V's, never at V's. So the next time you need a great haircut or just a good experience, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments. And now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
I'm
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the D-backs, while Sean Burke gets the start for the White Sox. The Suns' injury report for tomorrow is out. Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin, and Mark Williams are all questionable for the game tomorrow. No new additions to the injury report for the Thunder. And with the NFL Draft just 2 days away, make sure you are keeping track of all the latest players mocked to the Cardinals at 3. You can visit ArizonaSports.com and see the mock draft tracker now. Trending Now is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home service in minutes, not days. Voted #1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Arizona Sports. NFL Draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Burns and Gambo talk NFL Draft now.
Last week we had a poll question. How many first-round picks do you think the Cardinals will make? Your options were 0, 1, 2, or 3 or more. I think 2 was winning, ran away with it, was ultimately the winner.
I've got the results for you.
Oh, will you?
I must have been when I was out, I think.
I believe it was when you were out.
Okay.
It was
Friday?
Friday, yeah.
2 won the poll question, but it did not run away with it. 51% of the audience going with 2, 43% going with 1, 4% going with 0, and 1% going with 3.
Because 0 still doesn't make any sense to me. They're going to make a pick on Thursday night. They better.
If they don't,
but if they don't, it's going to be the worst. It's going to be the worst draft show in the history of Arizona sports if they don't make a single
start
first round
reviewing
pick.
food backyard.
Honestly, at that point, nobody's getting their money's worth if that's what it's going to be.
Got all these assets for next year to get that guy next year.
I guess.
No, they got to take a pick.
They'll take a pick. The question is
where,
and do they take the 1 and turn it into 2? Do they take the 1, turn it into 2, and then move back into the first round to get Ty Simpson? There was one mock draft that suggested as much today. Let's put that one on pause for a second.
Okay.
Because since we keep talking about quarterback, there were a couple of mock drafts today that brought up a name we haven't heard in a while, that we haven't talked about in a while, and that was Carson Beck.
I saw one, and I was like, yeah, okay. And then I stumbled upon another one, and I'm like, okay, now this could be something worth talking about. So NFL.com did their 7-round mock draft. And with pick number 65, they've got the Cardinals taking Carson Beck.
Okay,
that's interesting. Then I looked at another one from CBS Sports, and they did their 7-round mock draft. And they had at pick number 104, the Arizona Cardinals taking Carson Beck. So now there's all this Ty Simpson. And today, NFL.com, CBS Sports, they go away from Ty Simpson, and they go with the Cardinals getting Carson Beck. The CBS Sports one had Noah, number 3 overall, and a defensive lineman out of Clemson, Peter Woods, at number 34.
Okay.
So I thought that was it's pretty interesting. And then obviously they got Carson Beck going in the 4th round. In round 1 with the Cardinals on the NFL.com one, they had it David Bailey.
Okay.
And then I think in the 2nd round, they had it the Arizona State kid, the offensive lineman from Arizona State.
Max Ihanachor.
Right. They had him there. And then they had Carson Beck in the 3rd round, and pick number 65.
We've already played his draft profile, so we're not going to play the guessing game. It was Tyler, and here is his draft profile of the Miami quarterback.
Carson Beck, quarterback.
Miami.
The 6'5", 233-pounder nearly tied the perfect bow on his college career with a national championship appearance as a Hurricane. Even with the loss in the champ game, Beck has plenty to write home about, including his ACC-leading 72.4% completion percentage and 157 passer rating. He has a quick release and works through his progressions, but struggles under pressure. He may not be a first-round talent, but plenty of quarterback-needy teams could take a chance on the signal caller in the later rounds. NFL comp, Carolina Panthers quarterback Kenny Pickett.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, the comp isn't the best in the world.
Yeah, it's not a great comp.
It's not a great comp, but
it's just the first time I've seen everybody kind of like moving away from Simpson to give you another angle on what the Cardinals could do.
Yeah, it's and there's I've read similar stuff about Garrett Nussmeier and whether it could be him. There was a story from over the weekend about how the Cardinals have done extensive work on Cole Payton, the North Dakota State kid, right? Like, and there were 4 quarterbacks they had in for a visit, and Payton was one of them. So it's not just the Ty Simpson thing. There are other quarterbacks that would come late. I think it was Beck, Nussmeier, Payton, and Ty Simpson, the quarterbacks they've had come in. And I got to think Mike LaFleur, being an experienced offensive coach in this league, I'm sure among the 4 of them, there's at least one of them he looks at and says, okay, yeah, I could work with that. I could do something with that. I don't know if I'd make him a starter or not, or if I can transform him into a starter, but he's got a base set of skills that fit my vision for what a quarterback should be. I don't know which one it is, but it is interesting. The 2 mock drafts think it might be Carson Beck.
I'm getting a consensus here that anybody who thinks the Cardinals are going to get Ty Simpson has a trade involved. And anybody that doesn't have a trade involved has them taking it somebody else like Carson Beck.
Yes. You're not finding too many mock drafts that have the Cardinals taking Ty Simpson
Second
at number
round.
34.
No,
you're not finding that a lot.
No, it's if you think the Cardinals are getting Ty Simpson, you think the Cardinals are either trading down out of 3 to add multiple first-round picks or trading up into the first round using your second-round pick and other inventory to move up.
Yeah.
If you don't have the Cardinals making a trade either way, you don't have the Cardinals getting Ty Simpson.
Yeah. No, you don't. It's the belief, and that's probably the belief that it's the Jets.
That you can't get him.
It's the Jets at 33.
You can't get him where you are.
You're not going to get him at 34. The Jets are going to take him at 33. If you want him, you got to get up to the 20s to get him. Maybe even the teens. I think your observation is based off of the idea that he's just, no matter what, not getting past the New York Jets with the first pick of the second round. That'd be my guess.
I wonder if the Jets are thinking the same. Like I wonder in New York if they're like, hey, you got to move up to get him because the Cardinals are going to try to do it.
Well,
now you're in a better spot than the Cardinals because you're ahead of them.
Yeah.
Cardinals have to jump you. And if I'm the Cardinals, I'm not making any trades until I know he's on the clock and I can jump and make that move because I don't want the Jets to then jump me. If I want him. If I want him.
Todd McShay has said many times, well, at least a couple times in the last week or so, if the Cardinals are going to move up to get Ty Simpson, they're going to have to move way up. Now, he doesn't put a number on it. Is way up the Jets at 16? Is way up the Rams at 13? That seems kind of crazy, but how far is way up? I do have a correction, and Lauren, if you could load Jamal's Drew Aller draft profile for me. And I know we're not playing the game on this one because I know it's Jamal and I don't want to cheat or anything. I made a mistake. The 4 quarterbacks who have been in for a visit are Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, Cole Payton, and Drew Aller out of Penn State.
Who's terrible.
Here's Jamal's.
He's terrible.
I've heard great things about this profile. Okay? Like, I've heard really good. I don't know about the player, but I've heard great things about the profile. Hit it for me, please.
Drew Aller, quarterback, Penn State.
If you tell AI, hey, build me the perfect NFL quarterback, AI would give you Drew Aller. Probably. At 6'5" and a slingshot for an arm, Drew Aller possesses all of the physical qualities you look for in an ideal quarterback. There is not a throw that Aller can't make, and he has the ability to climb the pocket when he senses edge pressure. As physically appealing as Drew Aller is, he does tend to struggle with the mental game from time to time, whether it's processing coverages or adapting during the play if the pre-snap ideas don't go according to plan. But when he is able to adapt and make something happen off script, he is capable of stacking more yardage off of his scrambles once he voids. NFL comp, Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Flacco. thought I was going to say Joe Burrow, didn't you?
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
That's good. That's good.
That's good. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, those are the 4 they've had in for pre-draft visits among their top 30.
Yeah, I don't think they're taking a Penn State kid. What's the chances they take no quarterback at all?
Oh, I think it's decent. I think it's.
Do you?
I think it's between 20 and 33%. 1 in 5, somewhere between 1 in 5, 1 in 4, 1 in 3 that they don't.
Right.
Somewhere around there that they don't. Yeah. The mock draft I saw today had them having 3 first-round picks, trading down with Dallas. Well, you saw the same one.
Yeah.
The Connor Orr one.
The Connor Orr with 3 first-round picks.
Trading down with Dallas, getting 12, 20. They take Ruben Bain at 12. Caleb Lomu, the tackle out of Utah, at 20.
Yep.
And then trading back up into the first round and taking Ty Simpson at number 28 with a team that they've dealt with before, the Houston Texans. That's another thing people are looking for when it comes to the trade up. Who has Monty done business with in the past? He's clearly done business with the Houston Texans with the Paris
like
Johnson
Mike
deal.
Hazen and the Seattle Mariners.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit, yeah. A lot of business been done between Mike Hazen and Jerry DiPoto up there in Seattle. A lot of business being done. Yeah, no doubt. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, the Thunder, are they just so good at home that the Suns aren't going to get one there? They're going to have to wait until they get here. That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
When the Suns went to the NBA Finals, they got a sweep of the Denver Nuggets. Went a long way. This is kind of what Oklahoma City is going to be vibing on. Not playing with our food. Get this team in the rearview mirror and just make it as clean of a path as possible. So if you're the Phoenix Suns, what you do is you try to take some lessons out of yesterday. You try to make some corrections. You compete the best you can on Tuesday, but what you aim to do is win Game 3 at home. You win Game 3 at home, you've given yourselves a chance to tie it up at 2 games all in Game 4. That would be a great thing for this team to do.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're a qualified electrician looking for a great company to work for, Christian Brothers is hiring electricians. You know Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric, and it is a great family-owned company over 50 years in the Valley, and they have a great 401k plan, a great benefit package, a terrific company to work for. Yeah, you love that paid time off, and just a quality people to work for. They do it the right way. So if you are a licensed electrician and you're saying, hey, I want to work for a great company, just get in touch with Christian Brothers, and they'll do a great job of giving you a great interview, and they are looking to hire right now. They're very busy. So could use some great qualified electricians. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, this is a question we stumbled on yesterday. Thought it'd make a good poll question. It has. It's been running pretty close most of the day. Draft related with it 48 hours away. Here is Lauren with the update on the poll. What do we got?
All right, today we're asking, what are you more confident in regarding the Arizona Cardinals in this year's draft? Is it that they trade out of 3, or that they draft Ty Simpson or Jeremiah Love?
Not and, or.
I think they'll draft one of those two guys over trading out of 3.
Yeah, you have not been flying the banner when it comes to.
I think because it's what I want. I'm trying to
Oh, you're trying to like project
Jedi mind it into existence.
You're doing a lot of manifesting.
Yes, I do believe, based on conversations, that it would have to be an overpay to get them to trade out of 3. And I do believe they really like the players that are there at 3, so it would take a really great deal to get there. And you know me, I've been saying all along, this team just needs great players.
Yeah.
They need some great players.
So part of it is what you've heard, and part of it is what you want. It's
what
like
I want,
the intersection of what you've heard versus
what you want. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's true.
Okay. I think it's in his DNA. I think it's his natural.
He can't resist.
I think it's as natural to him as breathing.
He can't quit it.
He can't.
He cannot quit trading down.
He cannot quit trading down. I think as long as someone's there to trade up with, and it's a decently fair offer, I think they're going to hit eject and they're going to trade down. So I think that's more likely.
This one has only gotten closer since the last time that we checked in. 52% going with trade out of 3.
That's close.
Very close.
Very close.
Good idea to bookmark that from yesterday and put that in there.
It was. It was. I think you came up with the question, and it was a good one. Turned out to be a very good.
Once a month,
question.
maybe I'll get a good poll. Once a month, I can get one.
We can bank on you for once a month.
Once. Yep, that's it. Gambo's.
All right, April. Done.
Yeah,
done.
The Gambo poll question for April is done. We'll count on one from you on or around May 15th.
Somewhere in May.
Okay.
Sounds fair. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page, @Burns and Gambo. One word is where it is at. The Thunder and the Suns play tomorrow. We'll give you the injury update here in just a second. You asked me earlier about the Suns stealing one in this series. In fact, we kind of framed. You asked when Game 5 would be, and then you asked if I thought there was going to be.
Is there a chance for a Game 5? Yeah,
and there's certainly a chance. I don't think it's a good one. I think the Suns are going to get swept in this series. If they are to win one, I know there's an argument that says it's got to be tomorrow night. Like you got to push back, otherwise you're in real trouble here. I don't know if they're going to be able to win in Oklahoma City. I got to think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen here because Oklahoma City is just such a hard place to win a basketball game.
35-6.
Wow.
35-6. They tied for the most in a season, and they're obviously going to break it. That match last season. Last season, they had 35 home wins. This season, they've got 35. Last season, they lost only 2 home games on their way to the NBA championship. Both of those were on jumpers in the final seconds of the game.
Yeah.
So they barely lost those games. This team's a juggernaut at home. All year long, they've only lost 6 home games. And even last year in the playoffs, they lost 2. and they were both lucky, not lucky, but shots at the end of the game to beat them. They're very, very good at home. Now, Memphis last year lost by 51, then cut the next one down to 19. They're great at home. Role players play better at home. Refs are on your side. Crowd's on your side. You're energized. It can be demoralizing for an opponent, especially an inferior opponent. So I don't know if the Suns are going to get one. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow in Oklahoma City.
Colin Gillespie today talked about OKC's playoff atmosphere. Here's what he said.
I mean, they won a championship last year. And I don't know. They don't have other sports teams, right? Professional sports teams. I think it's just these guys, right? So, yeah, I mean, the fans are proud of them. They come, they bring energy. They're loud, but this is what you want as an athlete. Come into environments like this and be able to play in these high-intensity, pressure-packed games. So this is what we live for.
This is such a good point.
I do like that point.
It's such a good point, isn't it?
It's like U of A basketball. Why is U of A basketball? Because there's nothing there.
I was just going to make the same comp. It's like a college town almost.
Where have you lived in your life? You lived
here my whole life. My whole life.
But did you live in Seattle?
A year and a half in Seattle and a year in Chicago when I was 6.
Did they have the Sonics then?
Yes, very much. Yeah.
So they had baseball.
They had the Mariners.
They had football, and they had basketball.
They had Washington Huskies football, which is part of the Seattle area. It was a sports.
You ever live in
mecca.
an area with just one team?
Well, I mean,
one pro team.
Yeah, here the Suns when I was a kid. Why do you think I love them so much?
Oh, that's a great point.
Why do you think I love them so much? I mean, them and ASU football.
So before the Cardinals came in the 80s.
Yeah, 88.
In the 60s, in the 70s, and most of the 80s, it was we have the Suns.
Suns were all we had. I think that's part of the reason why.
They did a parade when they lost the NBA Finals?
Yeah, the roots for Suns fans
are
in
deep.
General, and certainly Suns fans like me.
They were the first.
They're deep. They're really, really deep. And I think the same applies to ASU football because they were also kind of the only thing in town. So, if you grew up here in the 70s, which I did, it was ASU football, it was Suns basketball, and other than minor league baseball or minor league hockey, that was it.
We had the Giants facility.
The Giants affiliate,
right?
the
Giants.
Firebirds, the Giants. They had a couple different name changes. Yeah, the Phoenix Roadrunners is like minor league hockey. But if you wanted big-time professional sports, Suns were all we had, and we were crazy about them. Especially when they go to the finals in 1976, we were nuts about them. So it was. I experienced it. I lived it. It's real.
Good.
It's very. I was
almost
watching.
Don't think about it because they've had professional sports here for 37 years.
Yeah,
they've had more than one. Cardinals came in 88.
88.
Diamondbacks and Coyotes were around the same time, late 90s.
Coyotes were 96 or 97, and the Diamondbacks were created in 95, but they played in 98. So, yeah, it took until the mid to late 90s.
By 2000, you had 4.
You had 4? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I was watching that OKC crowd. I mean, they even made a comment during the broadcast. You know those free T-shirts they give out?
Yeah.
Nobody doesn't wear one. You know what I mean?
The free T-shirts?
The free T-shirts for Oklahoma City. Nobody chooses not to wear that. Like, they all put it on. And I think it seems silly, but I do think that's also something that is indicative of how popular that team is in that town. Like, you're at that game, you are part of that community.
Well, it was like a whiteout when the Coyotes were in the playoffs and you did the whiteout. Everybody's like, you're going to put a free I'm going to wear white.
Yeah.
I don't want to stand out. We want to make it look great.
Yeah.
Did you see the Spurs had the reverse issue? They couldn't get people to put their shirts on, so they'd flash to different people who didn't have them on during the commercial breaks, and up on the Jumbotron, it would say, put your damn shirt on, and flash to them until they put their shirt on.
No way.
A true public shaming at its finest.
And so when the Suns give away T-shirts for Saturday's game, and I presume they will, that's going to be something I'm now going to pay attention to. Does everybody put them on? I hope they do.
That crowd will be fine because even if you're down 2-0, okay, win this one, you can get back into. Even though that, like, we know reality, they're not going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. The 8 seed's not beating the 1 in the West, maybe in the East, but not in the West. But I think the crowd for Game 3 will be great. And then if you happen to lose that one, now Game 4 is all about pride and not getting swept.
Yeah.
And making them have to work a little bit harder for it.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, after I remind you that Thursday is NFL Draft Day and that Arizona Sports is broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge starting at 2 p.m., join the Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 live from Pittsburgh. It's brought to you by Bud Light. Is drafting Jeremiah Love simply a luxury the Cardinals cannot afford? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxus. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns injury report for tomorrow is out. Grayson Allen has a left hamstring strain, Jordan Goodwin has a left calf soreness, and Mark Williams has left foot stress reaction. All three of them are questionable for tomorrow's game against the Thunder. There are no new additions to the injury report for OKC. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the D-backs while Sean Burke gets the start for Chicago. And with the NFL Draft just 2 days away, make sure you're keeping track of all the latest players mocked to the Cardinals at 3. You can visit ArizonaSports.com to see the latest mock draft tracker. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. NFL Draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Burns and Gambo talk NFL Draft now.
And I promise you, some people who are really smart inside that building, and maybe are frustrated that if this is the case, maybe frustrated that we might take Jeremiah Love at 3.
Yeah.
'Cause we ain't ready.
And didn't we just watch this movie last year with Ashton Genty going to the Raiders? And I like Love more than I like Genty, and I love Genty. But we just saw this happen. If you're not ready for the running back, you can see what happens.
Todd McShay and his cohort on his podcast that's dropped a couple days ago. We'll play a lot more sound from that coming up at the bottom of the hour because there were some real nuggets in there. But if we're going to have a conversation about Jeremiah Love, Gambo, I think it's important to bring it up because on that podcast, McShay had said, as he had reported in the past, there's a voice in the room who wants Jeremiah Love. That voice carries more weight than I thought, is what he said today. And then he said, if Arizona sticks, it's going to be Jeremiah Love. And then he said what he just said a second ago. There are people in that building who are trying to explain to that voice that 3 is just too early for Jeremiah Love. It's just too early. And we talked about the financial value, but even beyond the financial value.
Okay.
Which we'll revisit here and give us 60 seconds, and I'll bring that up again. Just not being ready to draft Jeremiah Love.
Because you don't have the offensive line.
Exactly.
You know, they are not afraid to draft Jeremiah Love based on the guys they have. It'll all work itself out, right? They got Algier. They got James Conner on a 1-year deal. Algier's only on a 2-year deal. Last year, they were playing practice squad running backs because they got hurt with everybody. So that's not an issue to them. It's not like when they didn't draft Adrian Peterson, it's because they had Edgerrin James. If they don't draft Jordan Love, it's not going to be because Jeremiah Love. If they don't draft Love, it's not going to be because, oh my God, we love the running backs we have, and we're not going to draft a running back. It's not going to be because of that. It would be because they just like somebody better. Your point on the offensive line is well taken. Like, it takes all 11 to block and free guys up and have success on offense. It takes all 11 guys. You don't want if you feel like you're 2 or 3 years away from if this is a real rebuild and you're not close to winning because of the division, and are you wasting some of the best years of his career on a team that's not ready to win? I think they probably feel like they're not. It's not going to take them that long to get back to winning.
I'm sure they do. Here's the offensive line stuff. Donnie Druin wrote about this on Sports Illustrated. In 2025, so I'm citing his work here. 2025, Arizona's offensive line ranked just outside the bottom third of average yards before contact on running plays. Their run stuff rate finished as the 8th worst in the NFL last season. The Cardinals' rushing attack ranked second to last in the NFL last season in terms of yards per game. Now, you could say, of course, a lot of that is that they were getting blown out and they had to abandon the run and pass, and that explains some of it, but it doesn't explain all of it. It doesn't explain, average yards before contact on running plays. That's like a direct reflection of your running backs, your offensive line failing to give your running back space. And that was the point McShay was trying to make on his podcast a little bit today, was like, there are people in the building who are like, we're just not ready for Jeremiah Love. I almost called him Jordan too. We're just not, organizationally, we don't have the infrastructure in place to be able to properly maximize or even justify $52 million guaranteed for a running back. That's a lot of dough for that position. And we're just not ready to be able to maximize that value. Yeah, he might be the best player on the draft, but are we ready for him? Should we even do it? And that's, I think, a very responsible part of this conversation when it comes to Love.
Listen, there's some running backs that are great for 10 years. Do you want to pass on this guy because, you're a year away from having the right offensive line? Like, who's to say you can't address offensive line in the second round?
Go get the best guard that's out there, the best tackle that's out there.
Or move up to go get the ASU kid or something. Like, who's to say you can't say, we're going to go crazy. We're going to forget about Ty Simpson. We're going to draft a running back, and then we're going to get an offensive lineman to help him. And then next year you go get the quarterback. Like, there's a lot of ways it could play out.
There is. And I'm going to go back to a conversation that we stumbled on an hour and a half ago, in which you've been saying all along, God, just stay at 3 and draft a great player, please. They haven't drafted an undeniably great player in the first round since Patrick Peterson in 2011.
That's crazy.
Paris Johnson Jr. is a good player.
Very good.
Kyler Murray was a good player. He was rookie of the year.
You're talking about a star player.
I'm talking about a star.
You're talking about a star.
Like a potential Hall of Fame guy. Somebody who is truly, undeniably and unquestionably one of the best at his position.
Right.
And it's not even a discussion. They haven't drafted that guy in the first round since Patrick Peterson in 2011. Now, I know that's not fair to pin that on Monty. I mean, that was going back to pre-Steve Keim era when we're talking about that. But Jeremiah Love might represent the best chance the Cardinals have at doing exactly what we're talking about. Drafting a truly great football player who's undoubtedly great from the word go. The other side of the coin, we thought they were doing that with Marvin Harrison Jr. 2 years ago. How's that worked out?
There's been a few lists that have come out over the last few months that have talked about the top 50 players. It was one of the top 100 players in the NFL. You know what this division has? They're loaded with top 100 players.
They are.
But they're all on Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
They're not on the Cardinals. Like, how are you going to compete with these teams that have so many great players unless you get great players? Like, I'm big on sticking at 3 and taking a star. Now, you got to draft a star. I know what you're saying. You've got to draft that guy. He's got to be a star. But that's where I'm at right now. I think that they've got to stay at 3. I don't want to trade down. Why do I want to trade down? I got the second pick in the second round. I've got the first pick in the third round. You're saying, you can get 3 of the top 4. I've already got 2 of the top 33 picks.
I think what motivates the trade down is the offensive line. I think there is nothing else that explains the trade down more
than just taking Malwano or Fano.
Than needing an offensive lineman and knowing it's just too high to take 1 at 3. That's my best guess at it. Now that's not sexy, and that's not, for the stick and pick crowd, for the Jeremiah Love crowd. I get it, man. You hear stuff like that, it drives you crazy because you just want to stick and pick and take a great player who's going to change the fortunes of this organization, and I totally get that. My guess is that that's what is driving the trade down scenario. We've got to get an offensive lineman, and we just can't take any of them at 3 because it's just not good value with where we're picking right there. That's it.
Well, then you're picking by need. You're picking for need over best player.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, but here's my problem with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't think that player that you like is good enough to be picking number 3, you know what you're saying? He's not the best player on our board at 3. We're going to pass on the guys that we think are better, and we're going to draft per need. So if what you're saying is right, it goes against everything that I'm saying and that I believe in.
Take the best player available.
You certainly wouldn't be taking the best player available.
It's funny. There was another conference call a couple weeks ago with Daniel Jeremiah, and Jeremiah was asked a question about the Tennessee Titans, who are just one pick after the Cardinals at 4. I mean, they're in some ways they're kind of in the same boat, right? In terms of, are they actually ready to draft Jeremiah Love or not? And Daniel Jeremiah said, "Look, I've always had the rule of," and this is a quote, "I've always had the rule of you need to build out the key parts of your roster, including the offensive line, before you insert the running back. The career, the shelf life, you want to be able to maximize all their carries. You don't want to waste carries on a bad team with a running back. But I'm breaking my own rule in saying I still think they should take Jeremiah Love, even though they don't have all those pieces in place, with the hope being that one more offseason of free agency in the draft, they can build up that offensive line," close quote.
Yeah.
Well, if he believes that about the Titans, doesn't the same thing apply to the Cardinals?
It does.
Shouldn't the same thing apply to the Cardinals?
It does. It should. If that's what you believe.
If
you believe I get the offensive line fixed by 2027, and not 2030, but 2027, what are you doing? So for 1 year, you've got a running back that's not running behind a great offensive line.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text the word SEATS to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. 6 current Cardinals who could lose their job on Thursday night. It's next on Burns and Gambo.
Jeremiah Love's window starts at 3.
The NFL Draft Round 1 hits live from Pittsburgh, Thursday, April 23rd at 5 p.m. Arizona time.
This Thursday is NFL Draft Day. Arizona Sports is broadcasting live from Backyard Desert Ridge starting at 2. Join us for the Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 kickoff live from Pittsburgh.
With the 3rd pick.
They got some knees. They also signed a running back in free agency, but I still wouldn't be surprised because it's like, just take the best player.
NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light.
Well, one of the great things about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax is having a tax plan for you. A lot of financial advisors don't. I don't even think about it, right? You're making money, you're putting money, tax deferred, everything's being pushed back. A lot of your 401k money, right? A lot of your investments are tax deferred. You're going to pay taxes on them eventually, just not now. So you don't pay taxes on them now. They grow, but eventually you're going to have a tax plan. You're going to retire, and you're going to think you have all this money and then realize that you've got to pay a lot of taxes on all that money. You don't really have as much as you think you do. That's why there is a time to pay them and a time not to pay them. You've got to have a financial advisor that understands when you start taking your distributions, how you want to take them to maximize the tax part of it so you keep more of your own money. A lot of financial advisors don't even touch it. They let you handle it on your own. That's not Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart Willis is all about making sure that you understand the tax consequences to the investments and having a plan for that so you can keep more of your own money. Who wouldn't want to work with a guy like that? Call him at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Mets, D-backs, starting May 8th. Get tickets now.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th. So text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
I'm giving you some outside the box, unexpected, non-talked about scenarios.
Burns and Gambo talk NFL draft now.
Yeah, really starting to get there, starting to build towards the moment on Thursday. Is it going to be a quiet night? They stick and pick at 3? I mean, if they stick a pick at 3 and take Jeremiah Love, I don't think that's a quiet night. I think that's going to reverberate for a while. Or are they going to trade down, multiple picks? They're going to trade back in. What happens with Ty Simpson? I do think, before we talk about this, who could be in line to lose jobs, I do think, too, there is something to be said about a draft that, I mean, I love the draft. Don't get me wrong. This one's a relatively quiet one. There's not a lot of star power in this year's draft.
There's not. Because there's no quarterbacks.
And so
it's not a good quarterback class.
And it does feel like because of that, there's an effort to create drama with the Cardinals, Ty Simpson, the Jets, and things like that. Not like it's a league-wide conspiracy, but I feel like the Ty Simpsons to the Cardinal things, if they didn't have that, what's the drama in the draft on Thursday? There's not a ton, right? There's not a Mendoza's going number 1.
Right,
where
so now
does
you're going to go the
Jeremiah
whole rest of the second round without a quarterback?
Yeah, where does Jeremiah Love end up, right? The first round.
Wide receivers?
I mean, there's a few, like, where does Jordan Tyson go?
Sure.
Okay. The Ohio State kid, the USC kid, Lemon, where does he go? Yeah, there's some, but in most years, for the casual fan, this thing is a real quarterback-driven deal. And it does feel like they're really trying to inject this year's draft with some, what's going to happen with Ty Simpson? Tune in on Thursday night to find out kind of crap, you know?
I think that there's a lot of people that cover the NFL and cover very well. And you look at a guy like Ty Simpson, and again, I think it's just you're trying to say, what's the fit? What's the fit? What's the fit? Now people keep pointing to the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals know it. Everybody's got Ty Simpson coming to us.
No doubt.
I don't know that whether the Cardinals love him or not. I don't know. I think they like him. They've got a value on him. There's just like they do with Beck and all these other guys. There's a value on him, and if there's a position where that value's worth it, then you would grab him. But I think that's what it is. I think you look how many outlets cover the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
How many different, how many prominent mock drafts are there from guy? Okay, it's a prominent guy. It's a prominent guy. It's a prominent guy.
Countless.
Right. That's why this whole Ty Simpson thing to the Cardinals has picked up so much steam because people just can't find a fit.
Yeah.
Like, where does this fit? Where does this fit? Where does this fit? I got to put this square peg somewhere. Okay, it's the Cardinals.
Schrager talked about that a couple of weeks ago. That's why he didn't have Ty Simpson. Now, I wonder if he only does 2 mock drafts, Schrager. I wonder if when he releases his final mock draft, either tomorrow or Thursday,
where he's got Ty Simpson?
If he changes his mind, if he puts Ty Simpson in the first round. Because Schrager is a guy who is typically pretty dialed in with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Has a pretty good idea of the landscape and the putt. And I wonder if he's got Ty Simpson, because 2 weeks ago he had said, I don't see a fit for Ty Simpson, and I'm not just going to willy-nilly put him in the first round just because I need to know where the fit is. So we'll see.
I get it. Like the sex appeal is with quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's not with offensive linemen and defensive linemen.
6 current Cardinal players who could lose their jobs on draft night.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay, this is from Sports Illustrated. A couple of them are very obvious. James Conner could lose his job to Jeremiah Love.
He's already lost it to Algier.
Yeah.
But now he's the backup running back, and if they get Love, now you're the third string back. You're the third string running back.
Tyler Algier could lose his job.
Tyler Algier could lose his job right after he got it.
Yeah. Baron Browning could lose his job to David Bailey.
100%. He automatically would. He'd be a depth guy. You got to have a rotation at that position, so he would play, but he would, you would expect that he's not going to be the starter.
I know I keep thinking this. If the Jets take Arvell Reese at number 2,
you got to take Bailey.
I wonder if we're just
Bailey.
overthinking this. You just got to take David Bailey.
Yeah, because you know what it is? It's like, you ever take your kid to an ice cream store and they're looking at the stuff, the ice cream that has all the different, and you're like, can I just have a vanilla cone? Like, I want a vanilla cone.
Is David Bailey supposed to be a vanilla cone?
No, like, you go to your kid's ice cream store in these places, they've got this, it's got 14 different things in it.
Yes.
There's hot fudge, there's caramel, there's ice cream, there's almonds, there's M&Ms, there's all this stuff in there, right?
All the mix-ins, all the flavors.
And I'm like, can I just have a medium vanilla cone?
Yeah, how many different...
I'm really, really good with them. I don't need all of that. I just want a medium vanilla cone.
You know how many different varieties of cake batter ice cream there are now, right? Like, it's like, here's chocolate cake ice batter, and here's brownie batter, and here's birthday cake batter. It's like, I just want ice cream.
I promise everybody out there, just get a medium vanilla or chocolate cone and remember how great it is to just have that. Just remember how you don't need, just get a medium vanilla or chocolate cone and be like, oh, wow, okay. You're right. I missed this.
Yeah.
Or my controversial favorite flavor, which also works with this.
Pistachio?
Strawberry.
Strawberry cone.
Strawberry is the best flavor of ice cream. Just don't complicate
Just simple. Don't complicate it. You're going to be like, oh, my God, why am I spending $9 on this contraption of all these things when I could get a cone for $4?
So my daughter, who's in her mid-20s, I mentioned this earlier, had her wisdom teeth taken out today. Very late in life, but it's just now's the time to do it. So she's staying the night at our house tonight so we can, my wife
take care of her.
Can take care of her because she's all doped up or whatever. So I opened up the freezer last night to get some ice, and there's like 3 things of ice cream in there. I'm like, why is there ice cream in our house? It's for her.
Yeah.
It's for her. And I'm like, oh, there's ice cream in the house. So just all this talk about ice cream. There's ice cream there's never ice cream in my house.
Simple vanilla cone or chocolate cone or strawberry.
What kind of ice cream's in your house?
And be done.
Vanilla and chocolate, but now you're making me think I should stop and get some strawberry because I do like strawberry ice cream.
Absolutely should.
Right.
Stop.
Let's get back to a simple world where we don't need these contraptions for not. Like the same thing with coffee. Why can't you just have a regular coffee? Why do you have to have a coffee caramella marpachito
straight black
with
coffee?
4 shots of this and
What
2
did you
shots
call it?
of
What did you call it?
Caramel marpachito. I don't know.
A marpachito.
Caramel.
He nailed
with 2 pumps of this and 3 pumps of that. And what the hell are you doing?
What
are you doing? Just have a coffee.
Kimbo, I'm a man after your own heart because when I go to Starbucks, cappuccino.
Just got a cappuccino.
Just give me a cappuccino.
It's good.
Cappuccino. I'm drinking black coffee right now.
How much does a cappuccino cost you? $3?
$3, $4.
All right, what's the other stuff cost you? $9?
It's pretty expensive. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. All right, so that's David Bailey. He's a cup of black coffee and a scoop of chocolate ice cream.
He's a medium vanilla cone.
That's what he is.
And it's great.
Arvell Reese could cause Mac Wilson Sr. to lose his job. I don't believe that.
You think Mac Wilson starts over? Mac Wilson is such a good player. He's a leader.
Mac Wilson starts next to Arvell Reese. And I think Arvell Reese moves out to the edge to put his hand in the dirt a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's taking Mac Wilson.
Fair. I would agree with you. I might agree with you there.
I don't buy that one.
I could.
Francis Mawanoa takes Elijah Wilkinson's job.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. This is Crazyville. You ready to take a trip to Crazyville? Crazy Town.
We're going off the rails on a crazy train?
We are. Jordan Tyson takes Marvin Harrison Jr.'s job.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Although
they're not taking Jordan Tyson.
They're not. But all the talk is that your New York Giants are.
Yes.
And that Jordan Tyson is not getting out of the
Jordan
top 10.
And Cam Scatterbo.
And that Jordan and Cam Scatterbo
they just drafted Neighbors who got hurt, but they drafted Neighbors.
Yeah. So now you're imagining.
You don't want to waste another first-round pick on a wide receiver if you just did it?
I don't know. And then Jacoby Brissett could lose his job to Ty Simpson.
Although the Giants do have the 2 picks now.
5 and 10.
5 and 10
because the Bengals made that stupid trade. Stupid trade for the Bengals.
So Jacoby Brissett and Ty Simpson.
To lose his job to Ty Simpson.
I don't think Ty Simpson would start over Jacoby Brissett right away. I think
Not initially.
I would think that they would wait that out a little bit.
But if you're going to do it, if you're going to take Ty Simpson I think he has to be your starter by week 9 or 10. Probably even more like 8 or 9.
Yeah, because you have to know if you need a quarterback for next year. There's no doubt about it.
100%. You got to play him.
Yeah.
You got to play him.
No matter how well Jacoby's playing. It's about like, we need to see if we need to draft a quarterback. You can't have Ty Simpson on your roster, not play him all year, and then go into next year's draft with a top 5 pick and be like, I'm not going to draft a quarterback because I got Ty Simpson. You can't do that.
When we come back,
you got to know what you have.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what would it mean to the fan base if on draft night the Arizona Cardinals end up with Jeremiah Love and Ty Simpson? One NFL insider thinks it could be life-altering for the fan base. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Jacoby Brissett, not attending phase 1 of the voluntary offseason program, wants starter money.
If you're Jacoby or Jacoby's agent, and you say, yes, I signed a contract, but I signed the contract to be the backup for Kyler Murray. Well, Kyler Murray ain't here anymore, and you are now asking me to be the starter and put in all the offseason work to be the starter for your NFL team. Why am I still being paid like a backup?
What are you doing behind the glass running a rate? You could be an agent for an NFL player, brother.
I haven't figured out how to be an agent for myself.
Right,
but for somebody else.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sitting there and you're saying, cars, I'd love to get a new car or a truck, but they're so expensive. Not at Sanderson Ford. How about a brand new 2026 Ford Escape for $26,995? $26,995. You're saying, well, how could it be that little? Well, they've got a $2,195 Sanderson Ford discount, and they've also got bonus cash of $3,000. This offer expires on April 30th. So if you want a Ford Escape for $26,995, choose Sanderson Ford. How about a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport? They've got a bunch of them left. 2025s, brand new, not demo units or anything, brand new. You can get it for $29,995. You said, okay, why so? Well, again, Sanderson Ford discounts, bonus cash of $2,500. All of a sudden, that's under $30,000 to get yourself a brand new Ford Bronco Sport at Sanderson Ford. 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online for more information at sandersonford.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight at Chase Field. They begin a 3-game series with the Chicago White Sox. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets to start for the D-backs, while Sean Burke gets to start for the White Sox. And the Suns' injury report for tomorrow is out. Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin, and Mark Williams are all questionable for the Suns. No new additions to the injury report for the Thunder. And an NBA playoff score update. The 76ers and the Celtics are at half. It's 62-54. The 76ers are leading the Celtics. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
And it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Gambo's going to bust on out of here as soon as this show is over. Head on down to Chase Field for the opener between the D-backs and the Chicago White Sox. 3-game sets. Merrill Kelly on the bump.
Jack McDowell.
Is not walking
Lamar
through that door?
Hoyt.
No, is not walking. Shoeless Joe Jackson's not walking through that door.
That's the one team that you don't really have a lot of. They've never had a lot of great players.
The White Sox?
They've never had a lot of great players.
No, I guess they really haven't, have they?
Ron Kittle. Like, they had guys that they let go. Like Carlton Fisk played for the White Sox after the Red Sox. Carlton Fisk was a good White Sox player. Are you looking up best White Sox players of all time?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it just wasn't one of the few teams where you're like, yeah.
Right? I mean, there's
Jack McDowell, Lamar Hoyt.
All right.
Frank Thomas.
Frank Thomas is
obviously
current day. Like he's probably the one.
Ron Kittle.
A lot of these players are very, very old.
Right. They haven't had a lot of great players in our lifetime.
They really haven't. Chris Sale, Paul Konerko. Local
Konerko,
guy,
okay,
right?
yeah,
Him. But no, Frank Thomas is probably like the one even remotely from the modern era. D-backs baseball's on tonight, 6:40 first pitch. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports. And then NBA action tonight. There are 3 games. Looky. Phillies beating Boston 67-56 with about 10.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Yes way. VJ Edgecombe has 20 points and 7 rebounds in that game.
Shocker.
11-point lead for Philly. Portland is beating the San Antonio Spurs 27-23 in the first quarter. And then later tonight.
End the game. End it now.
Really, walk away. Rockets-Lakers tonight.
KD?
Game 2 of that series. Questionable. Game time decision? Lauren, is that what you said? For KD? Game time decision?
I should send him a message. He's probably on his
questionable. Okay,
probably on social media right now.
I'm sure he is.
Rockets optimistic he returns for game 2 3 hours ago.
Okay, no Luka.
Optimistic.
No Austin Reeves, so there's that too. That's what's on tonight. Games that we are going to watch this evening. This is Adam Schefter. Earlier today, he was on the Unsportsmanlike radio show on ESPN Radio and trying to make the compelling case for Jeremiah Love and Ty Simpson and what it could do for this fan base.
I know they spent $7 million in Tyler Algier and $3 million on James Conner, and running back is not the most glaring need. But let's just say on Thursday night, the Cardinals do decide to go Jeremiah Love, and let me say I think they're going to try to shop the pick, and if they can deal the pick, they will. But if they can and they stay at 3, can you imagine a draft in which, hypothetically, they take Jeremiah Love at 3, which will be in the discussion, and then come back into the first round and take Ty Simpson? How many people are going to be excited about the Arizona Cardinals. When was the last time they were excited about the Arizona Cardinals? When Larry Fitzgerald was scoring on that touchdown run in the Super Bowl? So, to me, in one night, in one round, the Cardinals can change the feeling around that team for a while. I'm not telling you they're going to do it, but I do believe it's absolutely a consideration. And I do believe option one would be to trade out. But option one may not exist.
Is he right?
Is he right that it's been 17 years since we've had a moment to be excited about?
He's wrong about
there's
that.
Been some better moments, some good moments.
Carson Palmer and the Bruce Arians, Carson Palmer
got to the NFC Championship game.
Trifecta with him, Steve Keim, Bruce Arians. It wasn't just Larry Fitzgerald with 2.5 minutes to go in the Super Bowl. No. Is he right that drafting Jeremiah Love and Ty Simpson would inject the fan base with a level of excitement that we haven't felt about this football team in a long time? Is he right?
No.
No?
I don't think the fans are buying Simpson. I think they could buy Love, but I don't think they're buying Simpson. I don't think if Ty Simpson was that good, he'd be in a conversation to the second or third pick in the draft. Like, that's something to get excited about. I don't think you're going to get excited about drafting a kid at 20 or 29 or in the second round. I'm going to say no. I'm going to be like, okay, we got Ty Simpson. I think that most people will expect that he's not going to end up being a great quarterback.
Yeah, I think that it would, but it would be a sugar high and it would be short-lived. You know? Like, I think it would be, you know what I mean? Like, it would be, ooh, wow, cool, running back, quarterback. It's a brand new era. Isn't this fun? But you're not.
He's so, it's such a big question mark on Simpson.
Eat your vegetables. You know, this team needs some vegetables. It can't, we had a sugar rush 2 years ago with Marvin Harrison Jr. We were so excited. So excited that we were actually pissed we couldn't buy his jersey for a whole damn calendar year. We had to wait to buy his jersey. And by the time we could buy his jersey, we didn't really want to anymore. I know that's a little harsh, but you know what I mean? Like Marvin Harrison Jr., to me, was very much a similar kind of sugar rush pick where they needed him. They needed to address that position. But be careful with this whole idea of, hey, let's go draft two players and it'll stir up the fan base and get everybody excited. Winning stirs up the fan base.
Okay, so what are the knocks on Simpson? He fumbles the ball a lot.
He's short.
He doesn't
got
have a lot of experience. He doesn't throw a good deep ball.
Those are the knocks.
I don't know how that your fan. I don't think your fan base is going to get that excited about him.
I think you're right. I think it's different with Love. I think the fan base.
With Love, they'll get excited.
I think the fan base get very excited about Love.
Yeah, because you might have the best player in the draft.
He might.
Like, you can make an argument that Jeremiah Love's the best player in the draft.
You could. It could also be Marvin Harrison Jr. all over again. It could. We said exactly the same stuff about MHJ 2 years ago. I mean, literally, it's almost word for word the same stuff about Marvin Harrison Jr. 2 years ago. Now, the difference, Marvin Harrison Jr. on his best day is going to get the ball in his hands 8 times, 9 times, 10 times.
He's got no separation. It was throwing. How many times was he targeted and they couldn't come down with a catch?
Jeremiah Love is going to have the ball in his hands 20 times, 25 times. It's different. I acknowledge that it's different. But it's also, and we said the same stuff about MHJ 2 years ago. And
I just think that you would get excited for a quarterback that most people believed was a top 5 quarterback in the draft, not a guy who some people think should go in the second round.
Todd McShay on his podcast today used the word dig to describe how the Cardinals feel about Ty Simpson.
The Cardinal, it's not like, if they get to him or we'll move up a couple spots. I'm told the Cardinals absolutely dig Ty Simpson. And they want him, and everyone's kind of playing coy and cool, and like,
he's all right.
That they want him. They want to give an opportunity for this year. Go listen to Mike LaFleur, new head coach, and some of the
breadcrumbs.
Tea leaves, bread, whatever. Like, it makes sense. So do you overshoot it and go up too high because you're getting bad information? Because everyone in the league's everyone right now.
I want to play one more from Schefter. Because I think this also kind of goes to explain it a little bit more.
The Arizona Cardinals are in a situation here where I know a lot of people are talking about the prohibitive cost of taking a running back at number 3. They'd have to pay Jeremiah Love more than $50 million guaranteed, more than any running back has ever received. All fair, the money in the contract would make the running back the 7th highest paid running back in the NFL the moment he signs that deal. That is all accurate. That cannot be denied. But I also would say this. The Cardinals have drafted any number of defensive players in recent years, Darius Robinson, Xavier Collins, Walter Nolan, and one of these pass rushers may turn out to be great that they can get at 3. Let's not forget they hired an offensive-minded head coach. Let's not forget this is an entertainment business. Let's not forget the Cardinals could use a shot of juice and pizzazz for that franchise. Who's the best player in this draft? Jeremiah Love.
Like I said, I believe, based on my knowledge, he's in the top 4 on their board. Top 4. I think he's ahead of Reuben Bain Jr., but I think he's in there with Bailey and Reese and Noah in that top 4 category. So what I don't know right now is, like, if it did come down to, like, Bailey or him, what would you go for? Because, look, the owner can override anybody, right? The owner can override anybody. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. You've got a GM who's been here. You've got a new coach who's going to want, have his input in there. But ultimately, it should be the general manager that picks the team, and it should be his decision on what he wants to do.
Okay, since you said that, can I bring something up here?
Sure.
Just the little voice inside my head is wondering if Michael is the one who's pushing for Jeremiah Love for all of the reasons that Schefter just talked about. A shot of juice, a shot of energy, a shot of pizzazz.
Well, then it'll be because he ultimately can override anybody.
When Todd McShay says there's a voice in the room who's got a significant say, who's pushing for Love.
But that could be a number of people.
Oh, of course it could. But you're right. That could be Mike LaFleur. That could very easily be Mike LaFleur. Hey, he's got a significant voice in the room and he's pushing for Jeremiah Love. It could be, yes. But I between that and then what Schefter said today on Unsportsmanlike, it just made me wonder. I wonder if Michael is the one who sees the value of just taking the best player who plays at this really cool running back possession and just taking them.
They need a great player.
And letting your fan base go gaga over it.
They need several great players. Because they're void of great players.
Yeah. When we come back, Diamondbacks baseball is coming up. We'll preview the game against the White Sox next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Paul Sewald is somebody who clearly has the mentality of a closer, and he's got 93 Major League saves, and some of them were huge ones for the Diamondbacks back in 2023, obviously, but he has that mindset. He's got 7 saves right now. That is number 2 in all of baseball, 1 behind Mason Miller, who's unhittable.
Hasn't blown a save.
We're going to have serious conversations when Puck or Martinez or both of them are back, that maybe this is Paul's job. He's been really, really good, and his fastball velocity is at about 92, which is much better than it was a couple years ago.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. The big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Right now, when you order in the Sonic app, you get a $0 delivery fee. So you can try the new Sonic All-American Smasher or the Sonic All-American Bacon Smasher with 0 delivery fee, 0 leaving the house, 0 interacting with strangers, and 0 changing out of sweatpants. Get $0 delivery fee in the Sonic app, only for a limited time. Live free, eat Sonic.
Exclusions apply. Taxes and service fees extra. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC is hitting it out of the park.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our home run savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Canyon for just $279 a month, or take advantage of up to $37.50 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily, with lease options starting as low as $698 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy, this is it.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
D-backs and the White Sox, and it's on right after us here on Arizona Sports as we make way for D-backs baseball in their 6:40 first pitch against the Chicago White Sox. First of 3 against the 8-14 Chicago White Sox, and your pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to the windowdepot.com. Your pitching matchup for the 18-14 Chicago White Sox. Sean Burke gets the start tonight. The right-hander is 0-2 with a 4.43
Not the former
ERA.
Yotes goaltender.
You made the joke before I could, but I was going in exactly the same spot. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, 13-9 to start the season. Merrill Kelly, the righty, who is 1-0 with a 3.38 ERA.
Yeah, Merrill's 2-1 in 3 career starts against the White Sox. He had a 9-3 victory last season against them. After he had been sent to Texas, he actually had the Burke beat the Diamondbacks 7-3 last year. That was his only appearance against them. He did not allow an earned run in 5 innings. Interesting note here. Burke is winless in 13 games on the road since 2025. 9 of those starts. Winless in 13 games on the road.
Wow. So it's been a struggle for him. His last road start this year, he lasted 4 innings against the Brewers, gave up 7 hits, 3 earned runs, and struck out 5. He has not, he's 0-2 on the season. You have to go way back into last year to find the last time that he won a decision.
Merrill, not a bad pitcher, just doesn't get any run support.
Yeah, it's and that's going to be a problem on this team, and we'll get into the reasons why here in just a second. Merrill, you mentioned making his return to the Diamondbacks rotation. His last time out was his first time out for this season. 5 1/3 against the Baltimore Orioles, 5 hits, 2 runs, 4 walks, which was a little uncharacteristic. He struck out 3. Gave up some hard contact, had some traffic on the bases he had to deal with. But in many ways, that line right there, 5 1/3, 2 earned runs, 3. It's kind of a typical looking Merrill Kelly lineup outside of the walks. That's not
and
typical.
They should be in a good spot bullpen wise, right? They did not play yesterday. They had the day off the day before. Brandon Pfaadt really saved that bullpen, going over 6 innings in relief after Ryan Nelson got blown out in the first inning, only got 1 batter out. So you've got a very well-rested bullpen, right? So in the last couple of days, you haven't had to use any of your high-leverage guys. They should be ready to go in that game tonight.
And to that point, that's a good one. They've got an off day on Friday, and then after 2 games in Mexico City against San Diego, they have an off day on Monday. So Torrey really does have, I think, a little bit of freedom to step on the gas a little bit with the bullpen and be very aggressive with how he deploys them over the next few days because they just don't have a lot of games.
We had Taylor Clark on earlier today, who happens to be married to a woman named Taylor Clark. Same spelling, everything, first and last name. Taylor Clark married Taylor Clark. They were like
High school
sweethearts, yes. And he's been fantastic for them in the bullpen. He really has. He's done a great job. And the whole bullpen, Paul Sewald, 7 for 7 in save opportunities. I'm knock on a little wood right there in case you get the opportunity tonight. But the bullpen has been fantastic.
Your injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. I'll start with the good news. Well, it's not bad news, but I'll start with the really good news. Corbin Carroll's fine. He's in right field batting second tonight. No big deal at all. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr., so far, the plan of having him be the DH has not been the plan. He has been in left field his first 2 games, and he's in left field again today for the D-backs.
Interesting, very interesting. So he must feel really good. Their plan was to play him about 3 games a week at designated hitter. We'll see what happens to try to get him off his feet. And you've got really good defensive outfielders there. Barossa not playing today. Part of that could be because Lawler's out too. I think if Lawler was here, I think it would have been a lot easier to put Gurriel at DH. Another reason why is you start to look at the guys that they've got with Fernandez playing so well and Adrian Del Castillo playing so well, you want to get those bats in the lineup.
Marte is batting leadoff at second base. Carroll is in right, hitting second. Perdomo at short, batting third. Del Castillo handling the catching duties and is batting cleanup. Gurriel hits fifth. He's in left. Jose Fernandez is the DH. He bats sixth. Nolan Arenado dropped to the 7th spot in the lineup, playing at third. Ildemaro Vargas, the hot-hitting hit streak machine, is over at first base, bats 8th. Alec Thomas is in center, and he bats 9th for the Diamondbacks. The other injury updates come in the form of A.J. Puck and Gabriel Moreno. A.J. Puck says he's progressing well, recovering well. Says he has about 10 bullpens remaining on his schedule, and then after that, he'll begin facing live hitters. He believes that he expects to be ready for a rehab assignment by the end of May.
Oh, wow.
By the end of May, he expects to be ready for a rehab assignment for the Diamondbacks.
Yep, so he's getting close, too. They're finally going to have a lefty in the pen.
The news on Gabriel Moreno, not as good. They were hoping that he was going to spend the minimum 10 days on the IL. He was put on the IL on the 11th. He is not going to be ready by this weekend, according to Torey Lovello. So that pushes him past the 10 days.
But they haven't changed his IL status.
No, not at all. No, they haven't done that. But there is. He's not quite ready to go as fast as it's going to surpass the minimum. Basically, Torey had said, we think he's going to be on it for the minimum.
This
is going to surpass the minimum.
Gotcha,
He's going to not quite
Makes
be there
sense.
with that.
Makes sense.
So that's where, but with Del Castillo hitting as well as he has, McCann's been
very
hot,
too.
Serviceable. He's been red hot.
Red hot.
Right?
Swinging a good bat the last 5 or 6 games.
No doubt about it. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Mention the White Sox. They're 8-14 on the season so far. They're coming off a series win against the A's where they took 2 of 3 and scored 22 runs in those 3 games combined. But 6th worst in baseball in runs per game scored. They're hitting .210 as a team. That's 2nd worst in baseball. Their ERA as a team is 5th worst in all of Major League Baseball. The Diamondbacks come in with a 13-9 record, 13-6 since getting swept by the LA Dodgers to open the season. That's good for 3rd place in the National League West. Padres are 15-7. The Dodgers are 16-6. And Gambo has a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.